Chapter 551 The Tulip Elf Returns. The hidden mission fails. Facts have proved that Li Guanqi is very lucky. He had only wandered around the forest for 2 times, when the chief elf scout Yaman, whom he had met before, discovered him. Yaman's special ability, melting rock, could be integrated into the rocks of this elf forest. And he was very clever at it. Hidden breath. As long as he is in this tulip forest, Li Guanqi, a human, cannot detect it at all. Fortunately, Yaman noticed him. Due to the departure of the Kingdom of Dark Night, the spatial confinement of the elf forest was lifted. Tulip's current high priest Elwyn sensed this, and sent Yaman out to inquire about the situation. Because of this, Yaman met Li Guanqi. So, after some contact, the current high priest of the Tulip Elves, Elwyn, came out with all the surviving Tulip Elves, returned to Loya Tree City, and joined the tens of thousands of Tulip Elves imprisoned in the city. The Kingdom of Dark Night killed many Tulip Elves, but they were mostly killed during siege battles. When the former high priest of the Tulip Elf, the only 9 palace-level Tulip Elf, was killed by Alina, Queen of the Night, the siege ended, and the remaining elves were all simply held captive. After the Kingdom of Dark Night completely occupied the elf forest and Loya Tree City, it never killed another Tulip Elf. But the dead Tulip Elves are not just the ones in the siege. After the siege, Elwyn ran away with a group of tulips, the so-called surviving Tulip Elves. Then these elves began to fight guerrillas against the Kingdom of Darkness in the forest. In the past 6 months, although there were night elves, there were also some Tulip Elves who died because of the guerrilla warfare. In fact, Li Guanqi was a little confused. Why did Elwyn send elves out to fight guerrillas? This is almost meaningless. Apart from occasionally killing some night elves, bringing the night elves' corpses back to the hiding space, and boosting the morale of the Tulip Elves, there is almost no real value. Of course, maybe boosting morale is the greatest value. All in all, this has nothing to do with Li Guanqi. What he wants to do is to help the Tulip Elf regain their homeland. And now that the entire Dark Night Kingdom has left, this goal has naturally been successfully accomplished. Ding! Mission failed. The night was dark, and the bloody full moon hung high in the sky. In a garden in Loyashu City, Li Guanqi was originally sitting on a wooden chair looking at the garden fountain. But he was confused by a system notification sound that suddenly sounded in his mind. Mission failed? No. What mission did he take and then fail? The hidden mission, Revenge of the Tulip Elf, has failed. Hidden mission. Now an explanation. There will be no prompt for the triggering of the hidden mission. And there will be no prompt for the completion conditions and completion rewards of the mission. They will only appear after the mission is completed or failed. Revenge of the Tulip Elf Hidden. Mission Introduction. The Tulip Elves live in their own elven forest, and have lived in peace with the world for more than 4,000 years. However, these peace-loving innocent elves met with disaster because the last elf high priest killed a human on a whim when he was traveling in southern Xinjiang 92 years ago. The human he killed was the human husband of Alina, Queen of the Night, and the seeds of hatred have been planted since then. 92 years later, the Queen of the Night led the army of the Kingdom of Darkness to flatten the Tulip Elf Forest, occupy Loya Tree City, kill the previous high priest, kill a large number of elves, and finally turn tens of thousands of Tulip Elves into slaves. However, the Tulip Elves are not completely extinct, and there are still survivors in the elf forest. And you, no matter what the truth is, no matter whether you are the son of the prophecy designated by the prophecy, at least you have taken over the torch of destiny, and become the savior in the eyes of the Tulip Elf. Can you lead them back to the Loya Tree, and complete their revenge? Task requirements. 1. Find the survivors of the Tulip Elf in the elf forest. Square root. 2. Gain the trust of the Tulip Elf. Square root. 3. Obtain the relics left by the former Tulip Elf High Priest to the Son of Prophecy. Square root. 4. Lead the Tulip Elves back to the giant tree of Loya, and kill Queen Alina of the Kingdom of Dark Night. Retaliate with Tooth, and completely complete your revenge. Times. The most critical revenge target left alive, and the mission failed. 5. Obtain the friendship of the Tulip Elf. Square root. Mission rewards. Task has failed. None. Penalty for mission failure. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. When it comes to foreigners, it is a matter of affection to help, but it is a duty not to help. There is no punishment for mission failure. Forehead. Li Guanqi was dressed in black, sitting on a wooden chair in the garden, with a strange look on his face. The cool evening breeze that blew in from time to time gently blew his waist-length snow-white hair, making it flutter. This, Tulip Elf's Revenge, and Land of Darkness should be two hidden missions to choose from. If you choose one of them, the other will inevitably fail. The fourth mission requirement of Dark Night Kingdom is to allow the Dark Night Kingdom to survive and make the Night Elves truly exist. The fourth task requirement of the Revenge of the Tulip Elf is to lead the Tulip Elf back to the Loya giant tree and kill Alina, the Queen of the Night Kingdom. However, based on the situation of the Dark Night Kingdom, Li Guanqi can almost say that once Alina dies, the entire Dark Night Kingdom will most likely fall apart and be completely destroyed, making it difficult to survive. But if you have to find a way to get the best of both worlds and complete two tasks at the same time, there may be one. For example, he wants to hide behind the scenes, have dual identities as the Tulip Elf and the Night Elf, and then find a way to make Alina's death become the driving force of revenge for the Kingdom of Dark Night, with revenge as the core, so that the Kingdom of Dark Night can continue to exist. This way the plan may also be feasible. But, since these two tasks are hidden tasks, Li Guanqi did not know the existence of these two tasks before this, let alone the specific task requirements. You don't know anything at all, but you have a plan? Therefore, the final result is that Li Guanqi took the lead in completing the mission of Land of Darkness, due to a series of events. Because of this, Revenge of the Tulip Elf inevitably failed. But the most important thing is, why the hell should I kill Alina? Li Guanqi couldn't laugh or cry. That was the Queen of the Night at the 9th Palace level. And that guy was a ruthless person. He had killed countless opponents, who were also at the 9th Palace level. How could he have the ability to kill Alina? Even the evolved Tongyu blood was clearly introduced by Yu, and could only control Night Elves of the same level. He said that it was only a 7-star level, and it was impossible to control Alina beyond 2 levels. He could only help the Night Elves heal, but cannot control the Night Elves beyond his level. These two tasks seem to have choices, but in fact, they have no choice from beginning to end. With Li Guanqi's current strength, he could only choose to help the Night Elves, and he could only take this route. Otherwise, the seemingly beautiful and kind Queen of the Night would turn into a murderous Night Demon Queen in front of him. Mr. Li. Suddenly, a space fluctuation appeared around Li Guanqi, and then Alwyn, wearing a green robe, walked out of the space crack with a face full of joy. When the High Priest of the Tulip Elf saw Li Guanqi, he bowed down and said, "Okay, as a Tulip Elf," and then said excitedly, "Mr. Li, you are worthy of being the son of prophecy. You are indeed the savior of our Tulip Elf. I simply don't know how to express my gratitude and thanks to you." Okay. Li Guanqi quickly stood up from the wooden chair and waved his hand impatiently. There is no need to say any more words of thanks. He was tired of hearing and seeing similar words and expressions these days. What's more, compared to the Night Elves, the gratitude these Tulip Elves can express is far less. Not to mention that the Tulip Elves' treasure trove has been moved away by the Night Elves long ago. You're welcome. Li Guanqi looked at Alwyn in front of him and said seriously, "Remember, you don't need to say these words of thanks to me anymore. In fact, the relationship between us is a transaction. A very clear transaction. You give me the relics that the former High Priest left to the Son of Prophecy. I will help you solve the Night Elf matter. Then, you use the Elf Holy Spring to help me raise my soul to the 8th level. Now, the Night Elves have left the whole country, and they have left tens of thousands of enslaved Tulip Elves here intact and returned them to you. Everyone is happy. So, there is only one thing left to do next. Use the priest's scepter in your hand to help me activate the Holy Spirit Spring. I, a human from the outside world, will say goodbye and leave immediately after ascending to the 8th level of soul. We are good to you and I am good to you. This matter has ended successfully." Having said this, Li Guanqi smiled at Alwyn. "Understood? Ming, I understand." Alwyn nodded blankly. "But?" The handsome blonde elf quickly came back to his senses. "You are our savior. You helped us regain our home. We, the Tulip Elves, would like to express more gratitude to you. Li Guanqi raised his right hand and put his index finger in front of his mouth to signal silence. Alwyn shut up immediately. "How about being more direct?" Li Guanqi smiled and said. "For example, tell me directly, what compensation can you give me?" He was tired of hearing words of gratitude from Night Elves these days, and it was better to be more practical. Forehead. However, after hearing this, Elwyn looked embarrassed. That, when those damn night demons left, They also stole all the accumulation of our tulip tribe over the past 4,000 years. We are now there really is nothing I can give you. Li Guanqi looked calm. Not surprised at all. Well, I also have 2 personal 8th level sacrificial artifacts. Seeing his reaction, Alwyn said quickly. What sacrificial vessel? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. Defense. Elwyn saw that he seemed interested and said quickly. As long as you inject spiritual power, you can resist the attack at the early stage of the 8th level. Li Guanqi scratched his head. To resist the attacks at the early stage of the 8th level, one must also inject spiritual power. The heaven-controlling divine armor Ares on his body is directly immune to the attacks at the peak of the 8th level. And it is also fully automatic. Okay, give it to me. However, Li Guanqi still stretched out his right hand to signal Alwyn to take out something. Yes. Yes. Alwyn had a strange expression. Always feeling that. A sacred expression of gratitude. Suddenly became philistine and vulgar? However, he still took out 2 8th level sacrificial weapons from the space ring. This is obviously a standard sacrificial vessel. The 2 8th level sacrificial vessels look exactly the same. Both are polygonal gems composed of red, green and blue. As long as you inject spiritual power, it will release a defensive shield to resist attacks from the early 8th level, Alwyn introduced, and then handed the 2 gems to Li Guanqi. Well, I'll just take one. Li Guanqi casually took one of them and put it into the space necklace. Although this thing is actually of no practical use to him, who owns the Ares divine armor, it would be good to sell it in the future. And the most important thing is that receiving this reward can also make the tulip elf feel at ease. Although the things left by the former high priest allowed Li Guanqi to go to Yu's tomb to receive the inheritance. This was already a great reward. But Elwyn doesn't know the details. Therefore, accepting an 8th level sacrificial weapon as a reward can be regarded as making the other party feel at ease. After all, the moral quality of this group of elves seems to be quite high. It seems that they will feel uneasy if they receive help without repaying it. Of course, the former high priest who killed people casually in southern Xinjiang does not count. This is enough. Li Guanqi looked at Elwyn and smiled. I will give you an 8th level sacrificial weapon and activate the elf holy spring to help me raise my soul to the 8th level. This is my greatest gratitude. Also, you really don't have to treat me anymore. Say thank you. You have fully expressed your gratitude. Yes, Mr. Li. Elwyn nodded seriously, and then said, but if you want to activate the elf holy spring, you have to wait until sunny weather. It is midnight now, which means you have to wait until at least dawn tomorrow. Then see you tomorrow. Li Guanqi waved his hand, turned and left. After taking 2 steps, he casually tore a space crack with twisted colorful light beside him, and stepped into it. After the Queen of the Night left, the forest of elves had no space to confine it, so it was natural to open space cracks for teleportation. He was going to spend the night in the forest area, lest the tulip elves in this tree city would shout again when they saw him. Say something to say thank you. After hearing these words too many times, I really feel a little bored. Well, speaking of which, he rarely seems to tear open space cracks by himself for teleportation. Is this your first time here? Buzz? The space shook for a while, and the cracks in the space were about to close. Hey, Mr. Li. However, at this moment, Alwyn suddenly called out. How? Li Guanqi controlled the space crack to pause and close, and looked back at him. Excuse me. Elwyn looked at Li Guanqi and hesitated to speak, but still asked, excuse me. How did you convince the Kingdom of Dark Night to leave? Where have they gone now? Is it important? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Very important. Elwyn looked serious, his green eyes filled with deep hatred. We will always find those night demons for revenge in the future. Moreover, they stole the treasures belonging to our tulip tribe. One day, we must take revenge and take back what belongs to us. Li Guanqi was silent for a moment, and then said, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. There is nothing to say. The Kingdom of Dark Night attacked you, and you were defeated. So your home was occupied, your people were violated, and your property was plundered. I won't stand and say sarcastic remarks when my balls are so full after eating, or make nonsense remarks to make you put down your hatred. Revenge is understandable, but I want to say that the Kingdom of Dark Night is very strong. At least their Queen Alina is very strong. You, the Tulip Tribe, should give up the idea of revenge before reviving and reappearing a late 9 palace level figure. Otherwise, you are just seeking death and wasting the chance of survival that I fought for you and asking for your home. What I can also reveal is that in the near future, the Kingdom of Dark Night will appear publicly in the human world, so you don't need to get clues about their whereabouts from me. Soon, the address of the Kingdom of Dark Night will no longer be a secret. As for how I convinced the Night Elves to leave here, that's not important. The important thing is, Elwyn, you are the current High Priest of the Tulip Elf. Do what a leader should do, and lead your people to live well. Okay, that's all. See you tomorrow. I'm still waiting for you to help me open the Elf Holy Spring, and then ascend to the 8th level of Soul. After saying that, Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze. Buzz. At the same time, the space crack shook and quickly closed. As the space crack that distorted the colorful brilliance was completely closed, Li Guanqi's figure completely disappeared from Elwyn's sight. Elwyn stood there, turned his head, and looked at the tulip elves flying past in Loya Tree City from time to time, looking in a daze. Rebuild your home. Right. Chapter 552, 8th level Snow. Magic Sword Altar. And 9th level Qi Xian. Buzz. The night is like water. In the Forest of Elves. In a small forest in the giant forest, a black space crack suddenly appeared. Li Guanqi, with white hair and blue eyes, jumped out and stepped on the green grass, causing the 2 little rabbits around him to flee in a hurry. There are still a few hours until dawn. Let's use this time to unblock you first. Li Guanqi walked to the trunk of a giant tree and sat down. He leaned against the giant tree, which was 100 meters high and about 10 meters in diameter. It was as if he was leaning against a wall. Ares? Li Guanqi took out a cup of gold and jade glass from his space necklace and placed it on the hem of his black robe. Well, actually these 5 levels of unblocking items are of no use anymore. But forget it. Master, you can take them all. As Ares said, the golden jade and glazed lamp sank directly into the black robe and disappeared. The black robe is the essence of Ares' artifact. And now it has completely absorbed the 5-layer unsealed object of the golden jade glazed lamp. Of course, there will be no change after absorption. After all, he had been unblocked to the 8th level by his previous owner from the Delian family. And it was completely unblocked August 8th. So there was no need for these 5 levels of unblocking items. Then the next step is... Li Guanqi continued to dig through the space necklace and took out an ice blue 8th level wristband. It's just that the only ice gem inlaid on this wristband is the unblocked item of the snow gun. The current snow gun unlocks the 7th level. After absorbing this, it can reach the 8th level. Buzz. Li Guanqi stretched out his right hand, and a tattoo of a black divine weapon box slowly appeared on his arm. Black light flashed, and then a little ice blue cold light gradually emerged from the black light. Moment. A snow tassel spear that was completely icy blue and seemed to be made entirely of ice crystals appeared in Li Guanqi's right hand. The snow-white long spear fluttered gently in the late-night wind. The gun blade was like ice crystals, emitting bursts of bone-chilling cold mist. Level 7. Light the snow gun. Xiao Shui. Li Guanqi held the ice blue wristband in his left hand and the snow gun in his right hand, and then stabbed straight at the ice gem on the ice blue wristband. Boom! The moment the ice crystal spear tip collided with the ice gem, the ice gem exploded and turned into a terrifying cold mist, sweeping across a kilometer in the blink of an eye. In just a short moment, all the grass in this area turned into frost, and the dozen or so giant trees with lush branches and leaves that covered the sky and the moon all turned into giant tree ice sculptures. Located in this area, the unlucky little animals and monsters inside are naturally not immune. Li Guanqi glanced at the surrounding ice sculptures and was speechless for a moment. Fortunately, I didn't use the snow gun to unblock the giant Loya tree. Otherwise, I don't know how many elves would have died. Suddenly, Li Guanqi felt the snow gun he was holding in his right hand trembling. He subconsciously looked down, and then his blue eyes couldn't help but light up. I saw that the ice gem on the 8th level wristband no longer existed, and the entire wristband fell apart and turned into several fragments. After all, the ice gemstone is the energy core of the 8th level magic weapon. Without the ice gemstone, this wristband will naturally break. But the ice gems didn't disappear. Instead, it appears at the tip of the snow gun. The original snow gun's overall shape is not gorgeous. It is just a simple red tassel gun shape. But the material is a bit special. It is an ice crystal gun barrel, a snow-white long tassel, and a simple ice crystal gun head. But it's different now. On the upper part of the long snow-white tassel, A hollow structure suddenly appeared at the bottom of the ice crystal spearhead, and the ice gem shrank to the size of a cherry. It was suspended in this hollow position, slowly rotating, and emitting ice blue cold mist. In addition, the overall surface of the ice crystal gun barrel also has some lines. Not only the surface of the gun barrel, but also the gun barrel itself has become somewhat transparent. If you look carefully inside, you can even see wisps of cold mist floating inside the gun barrel. The entire ice crystal spearhead has also undergone tremendous changes. From the original simple ice crystal spearhead, it has become a gorgeous spearhead with complex relief patterns and several extra health slots. It suddenly becomes advanced. Got up. Brand new form. 8th level snow gun. Today's ice type artifact increases Li Guanqi's ice type power even more powerfully. Xiao Shui. Li Guanqi raised the snow gun high and pointed it at the bright moon in the sky, with a smile on his face. It looks a lot better. Really? Xiao Shui made a voice of joy. Xiao Shui herself feels that she looks much better now. There are only 2 more times to unblock her, and Xiao Shui will become as beautiful as before. Twice. Li Guanqi smiled. After unblocking it twice more, clicking the snow gun will unblock 10 layers and completely restore the artifact status. At that time, it will not only be beautiful, but also powerful. Swear! At this time, Ares asked anxiously. Another layer of memory is unsealed. And another layer of memory is unsealed. Do you remember us brothers and sisters? Do you remember the time we used to be together? Forehead. Xiao Shui hesitated a little. As the master of the artifact, Li Guanqi felt that her mood was a little strange. I unlocked new memories. And then I discovered. Shishua's voice was very soft. My first generation master, the ice god, had already expected today. He guessed that I have many brothers and sisters, and some of them would be discovered and captured by Pluto's minions. So he set up a mechanism for me in advance. Yes, only by fully restoring the artifact's posture can we fully recall the memories of these brothers and sisters. What? Ares couldn't believe it. He is a considerate master. Shukong smiled and said, I know Xiao Shui will be sad, so I try to postpone this sad moment as much as possible. If I can't restore the divine weapon form for the rest of my life, I will never have to think of sad memories. Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but nodded slightly. Shishua's current state is that Ares told her that she had many brothers and sisters. And then, these brothers and sisters were all destroyed by Pluto. Only the spirit of the artifact was left sleeping in the same place. What is the situation here? Li Guanqi estimated that it was probably equivalent to that he was doing well. But suddenly one day, a stranger came over and cried and shouted to him. Hey! Li Guanqi! I am your brother. You have many brothers and sisters. Now in the physical body it's gone. Only the soul is left. Sad? Well, even if there is, I'm afraid it's hard to empathize much. But it would be different if there were relevant memories. If Shishui thought of the memories of playing with her brothers and sisters, her sadness would skyrocket. Boom! Li Guanqi inserted the snow gun diagonally into the ground, shaking up a piece of ice slag from the frozen grass. Now! It's Lumo's turn. Li Guanqi sat on the ground again and took out 3 things from the space necklace. A necklace called 9-colored heart. However, the unsealed object of the magic knife is just a small black gemstone on this necklace. A 7th level spear. The entire crimson gun tip is the unsealed product of the magic knife. An 8th level shield. Only the black shield frame above is the unblocked object of the magic sword. Among them, only the black gem is a power unblocking item, and the other 2 are just simple memory unblocking items. But the most important thing is the 2 memory unsealing objects. If the magic knife can obtain his own memory about the artifact altar from those 2 memory unsealing objects, then Li Guanqi will not need to find the magic knife unsealing objects at all. Go directly to the artifact altar, and you can help the magic sword to be unlocked to the 8th level. When the time comes, the possession of the 8th level magic sword can bring him an increase in combat power, coupled with the netherworld state, and the subsequent martial god star skills. Li Guanqi was curious. How strong could he be if he had already filled up his buff status as soon as the war started? Lumo! It's time to eat! Li Guanqi directly pulled off the small black gemstone from the 9-color necklace, and then spread the 5 fingers of his right hand. Buzz! On the arm, the divine weapon box tattoo emits black light. The next moment, a long knife that was completely black and burning with purple flames appeared in his right hand. Demonic sword kills silence. Boom! However, before Li Guanqi could feed it, the purple flames burning on the black magic knife turned into a bloody mouth, biting directly at the small black gem and swallowing it in one bite. This is not over yet. This big mouth condensed with purple flames, then swallowed up the crimson gun head next to it, and the frame of the black shield. All three unsealed objects fell into his mouth. Boom! In an instant, the momentum of the magic sword exploded, rising from the 5th level to the 6th level, which was the state of unlocking the 6th level. But that's not important. What Li Guanqi and Lu Imo really care about are the two memory unblocking objects. Sometimes, fate is kind to us. Lu Imo made a slightly smiling voice. There you have it. My artifact altar. Pretty. As soon as he said this, even Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. So where is it? When the matter of ascending to the 8th level of the soul is over, we will go there. The memory I recovered contains the spatial coordinates of my artifact altar. Lu Imo suppressed his excitement and joy and pretended to be calm. Hey, Shun Kong, it's time for you to show your power. Take us there when the time comes. I will continue to protect you from now on. Hee. If Shankara had a face, it would definitely be expressionless right now. Ha 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 ha. Lu Imo, on the other hand, could no longer hide his ecstasy. These days, since he has not unblocked the seal to a high degree, he has been feeling aggrieved. However, these days will soon come to an end. When the time comes, the 8th-level magic sword that is unblocked will definitely be in the hands of Li Guanqi, the most powerful offensive artifact. The snow-pointing gun that also unlocks the 8th level is still a bit underwhelming in the face of an artifact destroyer, like the magic knife. In the Age of Gods in the old era, neither their masters nor themselves were on the same level. The strongest? Doesn't that seem right? Li Guanqi inserted the purple flame magic knife diagonally into the ground and put it together with the snow gun. Then, he took out a purple ninth sword from the space necklace. 9th level sword weapon. Immediately afterwards, Li Guanqi opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the divine weapon box tattoo on his forearm shone brightly. Soon, a purple and green long sword appeared in his right hand, emitting a green light in the night, with a restrained aura. The Qingxian sword is an artifact that has the ability to grow as a divine weapon, but the spirit of the artifact has not yet grown up. As long as enough sword artifacts are consumed, this purple-green long sword modified by the system reward can evolve into a divine king weapon. The word God King in the divine king weapon is just an honorific title. In fact, the definition of divine king weapon is a rule-based artifact. Only by controlling the power of a unique rule can it be called a divine weapon. God knows what kind of power of rules the Qingxian sword will gain after it evolves into a divine weapon. The sword in the world. Obey its orders? Anyone who uses a sword can't draw it in front of it. Unknown. But Li Guanqi is looking forward to it. Dinner time! Li Guanqi placed the Qingxian sword on top of the 9th level knight sword. Buzz! On the blade of Qingxian's sword, green light circulated, directly forming a green vortex. And then, this purple 9th level knight's long sword began to be broken down into small purple light spots from the tip of the sword, swallowed by the green vortex. As time goes by, the long swords of the 9th level knights become less and less, while the aura of Qingxian's sword becomes stronger and stronger. When this baby evolves to the 9th level, its sheer sharpness will far exceed that of me, who has unlocked the 8th level. Suddenly, Lu Imo laughed and said, Before I unblock the 9th floor, this little kid should be your strongest sword against the enemy. However, it is worth mentioning that the effect of my artifact is not sharp, but it is the status increase after possession, so it does not conflict with its function, and can even be said to complement each other. Actually, even if they are sharp, there is no conflict. As Li Guanqi spoke, he directly activated the Liangyi form, manifesting a body with 3 heads and 6 arms. Although there was no warning in advance, Ares reacted very quickly and directly changed the black robe on Li Guanqi into a style that perfectly matched the 3-headed and 6-armed body. With 6 sleeves. I have 6 hands, Li Guanqi smiled and said. And after I helped the Kingdom of Dark Night, the system rewarded me. In the future, I don't need to make seals with my hand to cast spells. Even if I cast spells at a higher level, this means that my 6 hands can be completely freed. Just use 6 offensive artifacts to swing the windmill. That's right. As soon as he said this, Pluto suddenly ran out with a smile and said, When I was in the old days, I would hold 6 big knives in 6 hands, and then rush up to swing the windmill. Not to mention how cool it was. The blade of the 6 underworlds. Shu Kong's voice was extremely heavy. By the way, I've never asked. Where did the 6 of them go? It was completely demolished by a guy named Human Emperor. Pluto said calmly. The battle between us not only destroyed the ancient civilization, but also caused all the artifacts on my body to shatter. And not even the spirit of the artifacts was left. This guy's consciousness now lives deep in Li Guanqi's soul. Therefore, Li Guanqi could feel that Pluto was pretending at this time, suppressing the sadness in his emotions, and trying to save face in front of Shan Kong and other artifacts. What a hacking bastard. Shu Kong's voice was full of contempt. 2 bastards fought and killed countless lives. Yeah. Pluto just smiled and didn't care about Shu Kong's opinion of him at all. He just murmured softly to himself. So, isn't this something that goes against the laws of nature? Since we are strong enough to destroy a planet, civilization. But the rules of the universe do not allow us to leave this star field and go to a wider world. Sometimes, I have been wondering, are we people just playthings in the eyes of some more powerful creatures? On a whim, he rains down blood, gives us extraordinary strength, and watches us struggle to survive in the last days. On a whim, he restricts technology so that our technological means will never be able to achieve interstellar travel. On a whim, he sealed off the star territory so that we, creatures of different blood, would never be able to leave this star territory space. Ha ha ha. Pluto's laughter is very desolate. Next, there was silence. Pluto has always been the king of silence. When he comes out, the artifacts will become quiet. So Li Guanqi didn't chat anymore. He just sat on the ice grass and watched quietly as the Qingxian sword in front of him swallowed the 9th level knight's sword. This process is not quick, but it's not long, because as the Qingxian sword devoured more and more, it became stronger and stronger, and the speed it devoured became faster and faster. A few hours later, the first ray of morning light appeared on the horizon. Boom! The green vortex released by the Qingxian sword suddenly doubled in size, and then swallowed up the last remaining blade of the 9th level knight's sword, as well as the entire hilt. And the aura of this purple-green sword also exploded completely, rising steadily. 9th level. It wasn't until the aura emitted by the Qingxian sword reached the level of a 9th level magic weapon that it finally stopped and floated in midair, as if waiting for Li Guanqi's grasp. Level 9 weapons. The first 9th level weapon that Li Guanqi obtained. No matter how high the original levels of the artifacts were, they are now sealed. And the highest one is the 8th level snow gun. So far, Qingxian sword is the first and only 9th level weapon that Li Guanqi owns. Sharp. Li Guanqi held the black hilt of Qingxian sword with his right hand, and gently stroked the blade with his left hand. Artifacts all have their own special abilities. The ability of the snow gun is to increase the ice power. As for the blood coagulation ability after turning snow into blood, it is regarded as a secondary attribute ability. Shu Kong's ability is teleportation, and it can block space tracking methods. Ares' ability is the ultimate defense, and he can also transform at will, as well as restrain and simulate the pressure of the host's breath. The ability of the magic knife is actually mainly the all-round increase brought by possessing the host. The blade itself is not the focus, but Qingxian sword is different. The predecessor of Qingxian sword was Wang Xiu's side sword Feng Lei, which had the ability to add airflow and electric current. However, after the transformation of the system mission reward, the power of this Feng Lei has not been strengthened, and it is still at the original second-rate level. There is only one Qingxian sword that has been truly transformed and can truly be called an artifact effect. Sharp. If we say ultimate armor defense is the ability of Ares armor, then the ultimate blade lethality is the ability of Qingxian sword. That's fine. Li Guanqi held the Qingxian sword in his right hand and waved it twice casually in front of him, and there was a sound of breaking through the air. He smiled softly. What is a sword? Master said that a sword is a murder weapon. Ultimate sharpness, throwing away all the bells and whistles, and only pursuing the pure lethality of the blade, is also a kind of kendo dot. Having said this, Li Guanqi looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand, and the smile on his face became brighter. Yes, this is your way, Qingxian. Base. The Qingxian sword trembled slightly. Green light flowed on the blade, and the tip of the sword glowed with a bit of cold light under the sunlight, as if in response to Li Guanqi's words. This is indeed the case. Although the spirit of Qingxian sword's artifact has not yet grown up and cannot communicate like Shakong Lumo and others, it can actually be said to be conscious, but it is not advanced enough. Li Guanqi suddenly turned his head and looked around. I saw that the horizon at this time was no longer the dawn, but the brilliant sky. The dazzling sun hung high in the clouds, and the beams of bright sunlight fell into the forest of giant trees, making the frozen ice sculpture forest near him shine brightly. Countless ice crystals reflect the sunlight and are dazzling. Well, it's daylight, and the weather is nice. Li Guanqi held the Qingxian sword in his hand, and turned his head to look in the direction of the giant luoya tree with a smile on his face. It's time to open the elf holy spring that can help me ascend to the 8th level of my soul. Chapter 553: The Price and Lifespan of the Wang family's Qilin Sun. Early morning. The sun is hanging high in the sky. The sun is shining brightly. In the center of Luoya Tree City, tens of thousands of blonde-haired and blue-eyed tulip elves gathered together, and they were talking one after another. Wherever they looked, there was a clear spring with a radius of 100 meters. The border was fenced with white and green jade stones. The overall structure looked extremely luxurious and luxurious. In the center of the spring, there is a golden carved pillar. Directly above the pillar stone is suspended a prism-shaped crystal stone that emits hazy golden light, slowly rotating, and it is extremely magical. Is this your holy elf spring? Li Guanqi, who had torn a spatial rift from the giant forest just a few minutes ago and teleported directly here, was dressed in black and stood side by side on the outskirts of the spring with Elwyn, the current high priest of the tulip elf. Exactly, Elwyn nodded, then raised his head and looked at the bright sunshine and the high sun, with a smile on his face. It's such a good weather. It should be easy to activate the power of the heart of the holy spring. Heart of the holy fountain. Li Guanqi looked at the pillar in the center of the spring, looked at the golden spar suspended above, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Is that thing? Activate its power. And this elven holy spring can help me ascend to the 8th level of my soul? Forehead. Elwyn organized his words. The whole process is like this, Mr. Li. I will first use the scepter to activate the heart of the holy spring, and then you must have your soul to leave the body, and let your soul be completely immersed in the holy spring for 8 days and 8 nights. After that, we elves can continue to use secret methods and mobilize the power of the holy spring to help your soul break through. And just help. We can't directly help you upgrade your soul to the 8th level. Of course, it's not much different from directly. The main thing is that you have to run the soul cultivation method yourself to guide the power of our holy spring to nourish your soul and achieve advancement. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. The 8th level soul cultivation method? Master, don't worry. I will pass on the Vulcan concept and Vulcan seal to you when the time comes. Shukong said in his mind at the right time. After all, if you want to visualize the god of fire, you must have seen the real god of fire Han Mengyao. Therefore, you must use the relevant marks to see with your own eyes the true appearance of Lord Vulcan, so as to gain the basis for visualization. If nothing else happens, Master, you should be able to condense the Vulcan Dharma directly in the sea of consciousness at the same time as you ascend to the 8th level of soul. Li Guanqi nodded, then looked at Elwyn beside him. Activate the heart of the holy spring. There is no need to delay any longer. Yes, Mr. Li. Elwyn lowered his head slightly, then took out a strange-shaped green wooden staff from the space ring, pointed at the golden crystal on the central pillar of the elf holy spring, and began to recite the incantation with his head lowered. As he chanted the spell, Li Guanqi clearly felt that there was an extremely special wave of energy gathering in the world around him. Is it soul power? But it is obviously more advanced than soul power. It's the law of the soul. The magic knife suddenly spoke. The god of death originally wanted to make me into a 3-system artifact integrating the 3 laws of darkness, fire, and soul, but it failed in the end, and failed to integrate the laws of the soul. But even if I failed, I still have a deep understanding of the law of the soul, has good perception ability. The water in this elven holy spring is nonsense. What really works is not water, just the golden prismatic crystal. That thing contains the power of the soul law, so it can achieve the soul-raising effect. But this feeling feels so familiar? It feels a bit like unblocking something. If I guess correctly, that golden prismatic crystal should be the unsealed object of a certain soul-like artifact. These elves have developed a method to mobilize the power of the soul law in the unsealed object. By the way, how come this tulip elf clan has collected so many unsealed artifacts? There were many treasure troves before. Okay. I take back what I just said. This water is still somewhat useful. It used to play the role of guiding the power of the soul law, which is equivalent to an electrical conductor. But now it conducts not electricity, but the power of the soul law. Buzz? While the magic knife was talking about this, the elf holy spring had also undergone earth-shaking changes. The first is the golden crystal suspended on the central pillar. At this time, it has begun to rotate rapidly, erupting with dazzling golden light. Dots of golden light spill into the clear spring water below, turning the originally transparent and clean spring water into a golden liquid. Sparkling. Mr. Lee. At this time, Elwin also stopped reciting the incantation and looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. The heart of the holy spring has been activated. You can now leave your body and enter the holy spring. Please don't worry. We will do it in these 8 days and nights. Stay here and your body will not be damaged. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. Then, he said calmly in his mind, Ares, protect my body. Clear. Ares responded immediately. Buzz? The next moment, Li Guanqi's simple black clothes erupted with dazzling white light. And in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a pair of majestic and luxurious platinum bright light armor. Helmets, breastplates, arm guards, battle skirts, leg armors, combat boots, etc. All armor parts are available. Rather than saying it is armor, his current appearance is better said to be covered by a platinum mecha in the style of the Mingguang armor of the Tang dynasty. There is not a single loophole or gap in his body, and his whole body is wrapped in this divine battle armor. Even his face was covered by a layer of platinum ghost face, which was truly armed to the teeth. Forehead, including Elwin next to him. The tens of thousands of tulip elves present nearby couldn't help but be slightly stunned when they saw the scene. After all, this style of armor could be said to be something they, the Western elves, had never seen before. Li Guanqi looked at this crowded scene and couldn't help but frown. Cannot be done. His three-headed, six-armed and winged spirit body of a god and demon is a bit inconvenient to appear in the public eye. Why are there so many people around? Li Guanqi looked at Elwin. Elwin was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that Li Guanqi was not an elf. So he quickly explained, Because for us tulip elves, bathing in the holy spring is a very sacred thing, similar in form to ceremonies and celebrations. So every time the holy spring is opened, there will be many elves watching. After all, the holy spring can only open once every 10 years. Mr. Lee, after you finish this time, you will have to wait at least another 10 years before the elves can witness such a scene again. This is the culture of your elves. Li Guanqi waved his hand pretending to be displeased. And a dull, slightly sullen voice came out from the platinum ghost face on his face. You should also know that the soul body is completely naked. Can you give me some privacy? In short, I don't like. Let them go. Yes. Alwyn lowered his head slightly. Since it is your request, Mr. Lee, we will naturally satisfy it. After saying that, he turned around to face the tens of thousands of tulip elves nearby and shouted loudly. Everyone! The holy spring is about to open. And our savior is about to leave his body. He doesn't like to be witnessed by others. Please leave in an orderly manner. Yaman, Kasha, Resat, organize everyone to leave. Yes, yes, yes. 3 responses sounded, and then tens of thousands of elves began to exit in an orderly manner, although each one of them muttered something like not wanting to leave. Li Guanqi even heard an elf say, The soul of the savior must be that of my lord Edfins. He must be my lord who came down to earth to save us. He doesn't want to be discovered by us mortals, so he won't let us see it. Interestingly, this statement is actually widely supported. Huh? Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. If this group of idiot elves knew that his soul was not an Edfins, but a devil with 3 heads, 6 arms and wings, they would not know how wonderful their expressions would be. Boom! When all the tens of thousands of elves left, and only Li Guanqi and Elwin were left beside the holy spring, the 8th level elf magician suddenly raised his scepter high and shot a green light from the top of the scepter, flying straight upward. Then it exploded in midair. Thick green smoke dispersed from midair, and soon turned into a green fog defensive cover, encompassing the entire holy spring, blocking sight. Mr. Lee, no one should be able to see the privacy of your soul except me now. Elwin looked at Li Guanqi and smiled helplessly. Of course, I can't leave myself. I have to be there no matter what. After all, I still have to help you look after your physical body, and after 8 days and 8 nights, I still have to continue to use our elves' secret methods to help you ascend to the 8th level of your soul. Then be prepared. Alwyn. Li Guanqi patted his shoulder. The elf high priest was stunned for a moment. Ready? Buzz? Li Guanqi sat on the ground, lowered his head, and then a blue light flashed between his eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, a special soul body with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 2 wings sprouted out of it, like a god and demon that was different from ordinary people. When Elwin saw the scene, his green eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief. This. He was stunned for a long time, then looked at Li Guanqi's divine and demonic soul body and asked in disbelief, What is going on? The savior is always special. Li Guanqi shrugged. No wonder you don't want to be seen by other elves. Alwyn looked strange. Of course he knew that this was a casual prevarication without even bothering to make up a reason. But since Li Guanqi had such an attitude, it was useless for him to ask more questions. Ahem. I'll keep it a secret. In the end, Elwyn didn't ask any more questions. He just looked at Li Guanqi seriously and said, Next. Mr. Li, I'll ask you to soak in the holy spring for 8 days and 8 nights, and fully accept the baptism of the power of the holy spring. Good. Li Guanqi's soul nodded slightly, and then walked towards the golden elf holy spring in front of him. Soon, the feet of his soul body were immersed in this elven holy spring, and then gradually dived until he reached the bottom of the holy spring more than 5 meters deep. The entire soul body was completely soaked in the golden spring water. It won't take that long. Suddenly, the voice of the magic knife sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. This spring water is just a conductor, used to pull the soul gold crystal. The reason why it needs to be soaked for 8 days and 8 nights is because the conductor efficiency of this spring water is so low. But I should be able to improve this efficiency. Although I did not successfully integrate the power of the soul law back then, I have been exposed to this aspect. Give me some time and I will study it. Then come on. Li Guanqi replied casually, then closed his eyes and lay down in the spring water, rising and falling slightly with the waves of the water. Comfortable. The golden spring water of this elven holy spring was really comfortable, giving his soul a warm feeling. Even his consciousness couldn't help but feel drowsy, and he felt a little sleepy. Sleep. The sleep I haven't experienced in a long time, and it is the sleep of the soul. In this way, Li Guanqi lay in the holy spring of spirits in the form of his soul body and began to sleep comfortably. Demon Sword Lumo, on the other hand, is constantly studying the properties of this spring water as a conductor, thinking about how to improve the conductor efficiency. As for the shore, Alwyn stayed beside Li Guanqi's body, never leaving. Time passes slowly. Bagua level. Early stage. Daluo Dynasty. The ancestral land of the Wang family. In the deepest part of the underground palace tomb, in the place illuminated by dim firelight, a deep female voice suddenly sounded. There is an exquisite and transparent crystal coffin, sealing the corpse of a man whose body does not rot, and whose appearance does not age. In front of the crystal coffin, there was a woman sitting cross-legged on the ground. She has a beautiful face, but her face is expressionless. There is no emotion in her beautiful black eyes. She is wearing a gorgeous dark green dress. The color is so dark that there is no freshness of green at all, but a dark green coquettishness. Sly. The speed of absorbing the power of my ancestors is getting faster and faster. It seems that in more than 10 days, I will be able to open the second Bagua acupoint. But Wang Yanqing lowered her head, caressed her chest with her right hand, narrowed her beautiful eyes, and murmured to herself, As my cultivation level increases, I don't feel that my lifespan is increasing, but it's shortening. It's the same feeling when you step into the 6th level, and it's the same feeling when you step into the 7-star level. Now that I have entered the Bagua level, this feeling has become even stronger. Boom! Suddenly, Wang Yanqing took out a jade pendant from his waist, reached out and crushed it. What's interesting is that after the jade pendant was crushed, the scattered fragments actually floated up in the air again, coalesced back together, and returned to their intact appearance. However, the jade pendant was crushed once after all, and this is a signal calling the ancestor of the Wang family to come here. Da-da-da. In the darkness of the underground palace tomb, a burst of footsteps suddenly sounded, approaching from far away. Soon, an old man wearing a white robe appeared in Wang Yanqing's sight. One of the only 2 Jiugang-level ancestors of the Wang family. Wang Haoran. What's wrong? Yanqing, huh? He clasped his hands behind his back and walked slowly to Wang Yanqing's side, feeling the Bagua-level aura coming from the other person's body. He couldn't help but smile. The wrinkles on his face were all gathered together, under the dim light of the underground palace. His smile was like a flower. Disgusting old chrysanthemum. Sure enough. You? It has to be you. You are the best candidate for our Wang family's Kalinzi plan. The smile on Wang Haoran's face became brighter and brighter. And he couldn't help but open his hands and said excitedly, "The last guy who exploded and died was a waste. Wasting so much of our time. The person truly chosen by fate and destined to come here to absorb the power of the ancestors is none other than you. Yanqing! Yanqing! Your talent far exceeds our expectations. Your ability to absorb power is so fast that we can't even imagine it. Believe me, kid, the day when you step into the Nine Palaces level is not far away. Why did you hide it from me?" Wang Yanqing listened to the ancestor's words, but his eyes were lowered. His face was expressionless, and his voice was cold. The price of absorbing the power of the ancestors and rapidly improving one's cultivation level is lifespan. Right. The smile on Wang Haoran's face froze. "Hey, old guy." Wang Yanqing stood up slowly and stood up from the ground, squinting at Wang Haoran coldly. "So, the so-called Qilin son of the Wang family is actually using his lifespan to exchange for cultivation. In this case, even if I reach the Jiugun level, how long can I live? 50 years? 30 years? Or shorter? I got news that the Holy One has been hunting down Ing Xiao recently." Wang Haoran did not answer the question directly. He just turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. He turned his back to Wang Yanqing and smiled. "Your Majesty is dying. Really soon. The day of his death is very recent. I bet that even no more than next year. Before His Majesty dies, he will definitely eliminate all demigod-level threats outside the Great Wall for us, leaving us with a safe enough environment for internal fighting. Ha. He must not want to. Right. But he had to do it. Once His Majesty passes away, the time left to us to decide the layout of Kyushu will only be a few years. These few years have been the golden age of Zhuolu. And you, Yanqing, when the peak of your combat power will completely coincide with this golden period, our Wang family will usher in its true peak under the leadership of you. Wang Yanqing, there is even hope that the sword will point to the throne of the emperor. Become a royal. Become a royal. At the cost of my life?" There was a bit of killing intent in Wang Yanqing's eyes. "But you didn't refuse." Wang Haoran suddenly turned his head, looked at her, and said with a ferocious smile, "You have long felt that your lifespan is shortening, but you have not stopped absorbing the power of your ancestors. Right. Ah." Wang Yanqing sneered. "I really want to stop. How can you still let me live? Damn you, old thing. Why are you pretending to be here with me? It makes sense. It makes sense." Wang Haoran just nodded with a smile. "I thought you were different from the other old dog." Wang Yanqing looked at him with disgust. "I didn't expect you to be more disgusting than that guy. You do disgusting things and you always like to put on a disguise. At least that old thing can't pretend. I should have known better. It turns out that the Wang family, the two Jiugun-level ancestors, are both disgusting and despicable stinkers. Hey. Wang Haoran just smiled, not showing any sign of being offended by the insult. "Hey, old guy." Wang Yanqing turned around, looked down at the crystal coffin, and said coldly, "When I reach my strength, I will kill you two without hesitation. Understand? I'll tell you two in advance to give you a mental preparation." "Certainly." The smile on the Wang family ancestor's face became more and more crazy. Of course. When you are strong enough, of course you can kill the two of us. You can do whatever you want. Because the strong can do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. But it does not matter. Because when you have completely absorbed the power of your ancestors, the will left by these ancestors before their death will affect you. You will start to think about the Wang family from the bottom of your heart, and do everything you can for the rise of the Wang family, at any cost. In fact, you have already been affected. Ha. This is enough. This is enough. Yanqing. As long as the Wang family can rise, it doesn't matter if Wang Haoran, dies? No problem. No problem. Wang Haoran shouted, danced and looked crazy. Seeing this, Wang Yanqing couldn't help frowning. It's really crazy. She shook her head slightly, then withdrew her gaze, leaving only the back of the other party in a dark green dress and an indifferent voice. Old guy, get out of here. Don't stay here and get in my way. Yes. Wang Haoran grinned, bent down, and bowed his head to Wang Yanqing. As you wish, my respected future head of the family. Oh no. It should be the future, Your Majesty. Chapter 554, Dreaming Back to the Old Times and Facing the Punishment of the God of Fire. I understand. Let me try. Suddenly, the sound of the magic knife rang out, directly waking up Li Guanqi's soul, which was soaked in the holy spring of elves and still asleep. Li Guanqi woke up in a daze. However, before he could do anything, his body, which was located on the shore of the holy spring and completely covered by the heavenly divine armor, suddenly erupted into a purple-black demonic flame with astonishing force. Magic knife. The long purple flame sword that suddenly came out of the divine weapon box startled Elwyn, who was standing guard next to him. But no matter what, the 8th level Elwyn is not a fool. The moment the magic knife appeared, the elf high priest cast a spell and condensed a defensive shield of green light to firmly protect himself. Inside, the demonic flames did not burn at all. What an evil smell. Elwyn looked at the purple flame magic sword outside the shield, completely confused about the situation. He frowned and prepared to continue casting spells to suppress this evil thing. Calm down. That's mine. However, at this moment, Li Guanqi's sole thoughts suddenly came from the bottom of the elf holy spring. Mr. Li? Elwyn was stunned. Call out. The magic knife turned into a purple flame rainbow and rushed directly into the golden elf holy spring, swimming and circling rapidly in this golden spring. At the same time, the glowing golden crystal suspended on the pillar in the center of the holy spring suddenly increased its light by more than 10 times, making it as dazzling as a small sun. Soon, under the incomprehensible operation of the magic knife, the power of this elven holy spring began to be refined. The surroundings and top of the spring water began to gradually become clear, turning into ordinary clear water again. Correspondingly, the golden spring water soaking Li Guanqi's soul body at the bottom of the holy spring became increasingly golden and shining, as if the soul power contained in this 100-meter wide elven holy spring was all compressed into him. There. And this is indeed the case. Almost instantly, Li Guanqi felt as if his soul had been purified. Oh my god. Elwyn on the shore couldn't help but look shocked when he saw this scene. According to legend, the 9th generation Tulip Elf High Priest, who is known as the most powerful High Priest in history, since his birth, he has shown extraordinary soul talents. When he was bathing in the Holy Elf Spring, he appeared. This phenomenon, the power of the entire Elf Holy Spring was drawn by that person, and the process of soaking for 8 days and 8 nights was shortened to 1 day and 1 night. In the end, the 9th generation High Priest also cultivated his soul to the peak of the 9th level. He was the only person in the history of the Tulip Elf who cultivated his soul to the peak of the 9th level. But there is a difference after all. The 9th generation Tulip Elf High Priest probably had a special talent and some kind of special soul-like physique. But Li Guanqi's current situation is not the same. He relies on the ability of the magic sword to increase the efficiency of the Elven Holy Spring in purifying souls. The efficiency is improved, and the time required for this purification process is naturally shortened infinitely. The soaking time in the Holy Spring should have lasted 8 days and 8 nights. But the magic knife continued to swim in the Holy Spring. With the improvement of efficiency, it finally took only 8 hours. And it was not even dark. And Li Guanqi was completely completed. Purification of the soul. Mr. Li. On the shore, Elwyn, who noticed the purification was completed earlier than Li Guanqi, held a green scepter in his hand and shouted towards the Elf Holy Spring. The purification of the Holy Spring has been completed. I am now using my secret technique to provide you with strength. Are you ready? It's good to draw this power to complete the soul advancement. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Elwyn held the green scepter in his right hand and made a seal with his left hand. Then he closed his eyes and kept chanting incantations. Starting from the tip of the green scepter, a white ball of light surrounded by golden runes slowly condensed and emerged, the light flickering on and off. At the same time, the suspended luminous golden crystal on the pillar in the center of the Elf Holy Spring began to echo with the rune light ball, flickering together, and the rhythm gradually became synchronized. 10 seconds later, as Elwyn recited the spell longer and longer, the rhythm of the rune light ball and the golden spar reached perfect synchronization. Boom! The next moment, the golden crystal suddenly rose into the sky, and then burst into dazzling golden light in midair, projecting a golden beam of light that slammed into the interior of the Elf Holy Spring, completely covering Li Guanqi's soul. Master, this is now. At the same time, Kong's voice suddenly sounded. Then, Li Guanqi felt that he had been instilled with a large piece of information, which was the detailed content of the 8th level soul cultivation method, Vulcan observation method, which was comprehensive. The most critical first step is to witness the face of the God of Fire. God of Fire. Holy face. Master, I am passing on the Fire God mark to you now. This thing was in the old era, but only the most pious Archbishop of the Fire Temple could be granted this blessing. Look, Han Mingyao in the Age of Gods has become the 9 original gods. What does Han Mingyao, the God of Fire, look like? Kong's voice is very ethereal and erratic. Is his voice erratic? Li Guanqi couldn't tell for a moment whether it was Kong's erratic voice or his consciousness that was in a trance. Be bold, you bandits. Now that you see the God of Fire, why don't you kneel down and worship? Before Li Guanqi could open his eyes, a man shouted from the horizon. The sound was so loud that it almost tore Li Guanqi's eardrums. Like rolling thunder. Li Guanqi opened his eyes blankly. What came into view was the ruins of a city in ruins and a sea of flames. Wherever you looked, within a radius of thousands of miles, everything was a piece of scorched earth. Judging from the traces of damaged and collapsed buildings nearby, it is not difficult to see that this place was originally a prosperous city, and it was a fantasy city full of Western style. There were even several floating islands with waterfalls in the sky that were not completely completed. Falling. It just keeps falling clods of earth and boulders, teetering on the edge. But now, this place has been reduced to a sea of fire and ruins, filled with gunpowder smoke, and countless cries and yells come and go. And above the sky, there is actually a glorious golden and red temple suspended in the clouds. Between the carved pillars of the temple's buildings, there are even countless phantoms of flaming phoenixes circling and flying. In addition, there are tens of thousands of soldiers wearing red gold and red armor, holding spears and fighting, forming a military formation, arranged in the clouds, majestic and majestic, like the power of heaven. They were like heavenly soldiers and generals sent by heaven, looking down at the ruined city below. Li Guanqi looked down and found that he was actually wearing a pair of gorgeous black armor and holding a black iron sword in his right hand. So now, what's going on? The leader of thieves. Sweet ankles. Why don't you dare to face the face of God? Look up. Suddenly, in the golden red temple above the sky, a man shouted loudly again. Well, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Guanqi felt that his body was out of control, and he raised his head suddenly. He couldn't even control his eyelids, and was forced to raise his head and open his eyes to look at the temple in the sky. Dry. He is now the thief leader Ankles. So it turns out that the mark of the fire god that Kong was talking about was just a fantasy world in a role-playing game, allowing him to face the God of Fire's crusade? What expression? A man's voice came from the golden and red temple again, this time with a bit of contempt. Anchors, when you were burning, killing and looting at the southern border of our God of Fire domain half a month ago, you were not like this. Look, why are you so scared that you want to cry when you see Mr. Vulcan personally leading the troops to suppress the bandits? Li Guanqi finally saw the guy who was talking. It was a strong man standing at the front of the temple, wearing heavy golden armor, with both hands holding a red flame giant sword in front of him. He was wearing a helmet and could not see his face clearly. Only the red cloak was violently beating against the wind. Wave. Sweet ankles. Suddenly, an ethereal female voice came from the deepest part of the temple. Only his voice is heard, but his person is not seen. As soon as this voice came out, Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel his heartstrings. Mengyao? Voice lines. Everyone's voice lines are different, and under the extraordinary hearing of alien blood humans, this small difference will be infinitely amplified. Can't be wrong. That's Mengyao's voice. Tell me, Ankles, why did you plunder? The woman's voice sounded again. Is it poverty? Is it revenge? Or is it just for wealth and power? Or is it for other reasons? Of course, I am just asking casually. No matter how you answer, you will definitely die. Your city, which is piled up with the blood and bones of innocent civilians, must also be destroyed. What the hell is the reason? Suddenly, before Li Guanqi could say anything, a strong man in black armor roared beside him. I'm better than those losers. Of course I can plunder them. What more reason is needed? The weak have no ability to protect themselves. Of course. To be robbed by our strong men. This is the principle of this world. Li Guanqi turned to look at this guy. Confused. What the hell are you talking about? Are you out of your mind to say this in this situation? Brother! Feeling his gaze, the strong man in black armor turned to look at him, drew out the black iron sword on his back, and said excitedly, "We brothers will always follow your footsteps. Let's go together. Kill that bullshit fire god." Li Guanqi looked hopeless. "Don't call me brother. I'm not your brother. By the way, it's not surprising that Sweet Ankles had such a stupid little brother. So he was wiped out." The jungle of the jungle? Above the sky, from the depths of the golden red temple, a slightly tired voice came out. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly, based on his understanding of Mengyao. This tone of voice was most likely about to get angry. "Okay, what a strong predator." The voice deep in the temple seemed to be louder. "I came from the end of the world and saw too many predators of the weak. Weak women and children were bullied by strong men, taking away their food and chastity. Weak forces were invaded and killed by the strong. Dead people, usurping resources, weak humans being enslaved by monsters and cursed spirits, losing their lives and dignity. But what about now? It has been 10,000 years since the bloody rain came. Now is the age of gods. Humanity has reached its peak, and the darkness of the past is gone forever. The cursed spirits were suppressed, and the demon species were reduced to livestock in the breeding industry, just like the chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep before the end of the world, providing food and cultivation resources for us humans. The jungle of the jungle. Yes, this is the jungle of the jungle. The weak will be bullied by the strong. Although I hate this thing, I have to admit that it is right. It is an objective fact that no matter how many people deny it, it will always exist objectively. Well, the weak eat the strong. So, that's it." Boom! As soon as the woman's voice fell, a burst of shocking flames erupted from the deepest part of the golden red temple, covering thousands of miles of sky in an instant, turning the entire world into a sea of HL fire. And in the sea of fire that enveloped the whole world, a huge figure with a height of 1,000 meters slowly emerged, like a giant god standing tall in the sky and the earth. She was wearing a luxurious and solemn gold-red dress with a strong oriental style, a red gold divine crown on her head, and had waist-length red hair with noble gold at the end. As a god, her appearance is naturally flawless. Her golden vertical pupils looked down at the earth below, with a cold and murderous look in her eyes. Mengyao. Li Guanqi looked in a daze when he saw this. The scene of the god of fire manifesting his body was like a mark that penetrated deeply into the depths of his soul. You bandits like to talk about the weak and the strong. The fire god Mengyao, who was 1,000 meters high, lowered his eyes, looked down at the ruined city, and slowly spoke like thunder. "Okay, then let the weak eat the strong. You plunder the weak, then I, the stronger one, will do it. Give you divine punishment." Boom! The god of fire raised his right hand and pointed at the ruined city. And then the sea of fire covering the world exploded. Countless fireballs fell from the sky, like a catastrophe, and countless flaming meteorites directly destroyed the crumbling ruined city into ashes. Li Guanqi stood there, looking at the scene of destruction and the thousands-meter-long figure of fire god Mengyao in the sky, his eyes bright and shining. A mark, etched into the soul. The most critical part of the idea of contemplating the god of fire is the visualization of the god of fire. At this moment, with the help of this illusion, he has completely completed the establishment of the visual image, as if it comes naturally and with ease. Li Guanqi suddenly turned his head and looked to the left. I saw that there was a man exactly like me in the place that should have been empty. The only difference is that this self has black hair, black eyes, and short hair. Pluto. Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated. This guy is Pluto. Of course, it can also be said to be Li Guanqi, but he is just Li Guanqi from another parallel time and space. Li Guanqi, who had black hair and black eyes, raised his head and looked at the 1,000-meter-long figure of fire god Mengyao in the sky. He raised his right hand in a daze, as if he wanted to touch the opponent's face. Li Guanqi saw him crying. Boom! In the holy elf spring, a burst of crimson flame suddenly erupted. A water column exploded, and the spring water overflowed. Elwyn on the shore continued to hold up the shield, blocking all the splashing water droplets. He looked at the location of the holy spring without taking his eyes off, and was very curious about what Li Guanqi's soul would look like after he ascended to the 8th level. And his wish did not come true. Buzz! The dark blue soul light shimmered and slowly rose from the bottom of the elf holy spring until it surfaced. Of course, Li Guanqi's soul body is still the same, with 3 heads and 6 arms of dark blue, and 2 wings on his back, looking like a god or demon. But the change of the 8th level soul does not lie in the appearance of the soul body, but in tongue. Fire breaks out. Behind Li Guanqi's soul body, a red flame suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, it condensed and formed into a goddess wearing a red gold crown and a golden red dress. Her lower body and hair were completely made of flames. The 8th level fire god visualizes the physical appearance of Mingyao. The fire god, condensing the object of visualization into a concrete form, is the biggest characteristic of the 8th level soul. Ding! Congratulations to the extraordinary king of world number 1 for becoming the first extraordinary person in the world to obtain an 8th level Dharma realm soul. Soul, LD 7980. 80.6, 8th level Dharma realm soul. Comprehensive level, LD 8384. Vulcan. Li Guanqi's soul body turned its head slightly, and looked at the expressionless Vulcan Fashong next to him, who was burning with flames. He suddenly raised his right hand, as if he wanted to hold the opponent's little hand. Hey kid! However, before he could hold him, Pluto's displeased voice suddenly sounded. This is the god of fire, not your little girlfriend Han Mingyao. The Han Mingyao who wants to hold you back to reality. Don't act recklessly here. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Speechless. Let me tell you a little trivia. Suddenly, Shukong said quietly. This is just an unconscious soul image. It is neither the god of fire nor Han Mingyao. It is just an aggregate of soul energy that can attack and defend. Thank you for reminding me. Damn it. If it weren't for you, I would have been kept in the dark for the rest of my life. Thank you for reminding me. You bastard. Pluto's voice was cold. Ha 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 ha. However, the more unhappy Pluto is, the happier Shukong is as a divine weapon. Well, Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly. Mr. Li. At this time, Elwin from the shore came over with a smile on his face. Congratulations on rising to the 8th level of soul. Li Guanqi smiled slightly and said, Thank you for your help. After that, he raised his head and looked at the horizon through the gaps in the leaves of the giant Loya tree above. As his soul reached the 8th level, all his goals in the Tulip Fairy Forest were now declared complete. It's time to leave. Go back to the outside world and ask the Tulip Queen for an answer. Buzz. Li Guanqi's soul body moved, and returned to the original body together with the Vulcan Dharma, and escaped into the center of his eyebrows. At the same time, the heavenly divine armor covering the body also returned to a simple black suit. Elwin. Li Guanqi stood up, looked at the blonde elf high priest in front of him, and chuckled. It's a pleasure to meet you, elves. I will remember this time. Also, thank you for your help in soul ascension. As for now, it's time to say goodbye and see you again. The Forest of Tulip Fairies always welcomes you. Elwin lowered his head, took out a bunch of flower headbands from the space ring, and handed it to Li Guanqi with both hands. This is a blessing headband that I have improved. It will only recognize your breath, and only you will wear it on your head. It will directly open a space channel to be sent here. We sincerely welcome your next visit. Oh, reformed? Still recognize the master? Li Guanqi took it with a smile. It's much more convenient than the one I had before. Alwyn is good at it. Alwyn smiled softly. Hey, I believe you will be a good priest. Li Guanqi smiled and patted his shoulder, then turned around, waved his hand with his back to the handsome elf, and stepped away. After taking a few steps, a space crack appeared in front of him that was opened by the sky. Farewell should be crisp and clear. No more words said. Goodbye. Li Guanqi stepped forward and entered the space crack. Chapter 555. The things you can't get at a young age will eventually trap you for the rest of your life. Tulip Empire. Imperial Capital. In the Queen's room. Ingshao. Tulip Queen Isabel stood by the window, wearing a luxurious backless golden dress, showing off her smooth white jade back without any reservation. And her beautiful butterfly bones were clearly visible. She is still beautiful, but her current mood is not beautiful, and is even extremely bad, because there was a purple-robed figure in the corner of the room. Don't worry, my noble and beautiful queen. Ingshao raised his lips slightly, opened his hands, and chuckled. I'm right here. And even though your demigod-level protector knight didn't show up, I can feel that he's been staring at me. Well, there's nothing I can do. So don't be nervous. Your presence here is the greatest disaster. Isabel looked ugly. Leave quickly. Luo Di has been chasing you, And I don't want to be targeted by him because of you. Even if Luo D knows clearly. I don't want to cause our consequences because of the aftermath of his pursuit of you. There was an earthquake in the imperial capital. It seems I'm very unpopular now. Ing Xiao looked regretful. You have never been welcome in any country, Isabel said coldly. Okay, then I'll ask a question and leave. Ing Xiao smiled and said with crooked eyes. Excuse me. Your beautiful queen. How is Li Guanqi doing in the Forest of Elves? Emperor Luo has been chasing me. And it's really hard for me to find time to check the situation. As soon as these words came out, Isabel's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. And she said softly, the whole night elves were cured of their ability to eat by him. Now they have arrived in the south of Violet. They are negotiating with the Violet Empire to become a vassal state. The Tulip Elves have returned. Loya Tree City. So he should be coming out soon. Oh. Cured? Yeah. That's really great. A bright smile appeared on Ing Xiao's handsome face. So, why? Isabel looked at him and said in a deep voice. I still don't know why you asked me to do that in the first place. You knew that I was the one who was helping the Night Elves privately. You knew that there was a situation in the Elf Forest. But you still wanted me to do it. Li Guanqi sent it over. Why? You didn't tell me last time. Can you tell me the reason this time? Actually, I'm curious too. Ing Xiao smiled and asked. What do you want? I just told you what to do that day. But to be honest, I just said it casually and gave it a try. What I really want to do is to find a way to send him there later. After all, I really don't have much confidence that you, Her Majesty the Queen, will listen to me. So, why would you really agree to my request and send Li Guanqi to that elf forest? I have my own reasons, Isabel said calmly. Yeah, I like that. Ing Xiao smiled and clapped his hands twice. Then, I also have my own reasons. Very well. Then there's no need to talk. Isabel was a little irritated. You should leave quickly. That's right. That's right. It's time for me to leave. Ing Xiao turned around and tore a crack in the space casually. Before leaving, he looked back at Isabel and chuckled. As Her Royal Highness the Queen said, that guy Luo D will come over if he smells it. If the aftermath of the imperial capital has caused casualties, Your Highness, the Queen, will be sad. I can't bear to see such a beautiful woman like you showing a sad expression. When Isabel heard this, her face suddenly turned gloomy. What he said? If someone didn't know the inside story, they would really think that Ing Xiao was a passionate romantic. But what about reality? Rumor has it that Ing Xiao is the most misogynist. Moreover, what this pervert likes most is to torture and kill women in cruel ways, only targeting those who have given birth to a boy. Why? No one knows why. But Isabel had a guess. If Ing Xiao was really born into the Ing family, he might have been hated by his biological mother since he was a child, and had been kept secret by his biological mother despite his talent for magic and being born with a disability. It is very likely that this kind of growth environment and childhood experience caused Ing Xiao's distorted psychological personality. Thoughts were like lightning. Thinking of this, Isabel couldn't help but look a little strange in her eyes when she looked at Ing Xiao. Hey, Elizabeth! Suddenly, Ing Xiao, who was standing in the crack in space, called out in a cold voice. Isabel's delicate body trembled, and she looked at the other party in disbelief. This guy had been calling her Her Royal Highness, verbally. And now, he suddenly called her by her last name, coupled with that cold expression. Mind reading? Isabel looked ugly. You peeped into my thoughts? Randomly and maliciously speculating on other people's childhood experiences. Is this what you tulips call chivalry? Ing Xiao looked at her indifferently. Isabel's face was full of bewilderment and shock. How can it be? Is it really mind reading? But how is this possible? There are 3 known stars in the world, and the mind-reading star skill can be obtained. But whether it is the mind-reading star skill or the mind-reading spell, they are all ineffective against those with the same soul level, let alone those with a higher soul level than themselves. However, as the ruler of the Tulip Empire, Isabel's own soul realm is at the peak of the 9th level. Even if Ing Xiao's combat power reaches the level of demigod, he is still a demigod in name only. His real realm is still at the Jiugang level, and his life level is the same. Logically speaking, it is impossible to successfully release the mind-reading ability on her. That's right? Wrong. This is absolutely impossible. Ing Xiao, could it be possible that you guessed it? Isabel looked at each other suspiciously. Otherwise? Do you still need to use mind reading to see such a simple thing? Ing Xiao looked indifferent. You have been the queen for so long. But it has been in vain. Even the most basic way of controlling people's emotions. You have not yet understood it. Isabel. Isabel looked strange. If just a change in his eyes can be associated with this aspect by Ing Xiao, it only shows that Ing Xiao cares about this aspect quite seriously. I didn't expect that such a character would be trapped by his childhood experiences. Isabel blinked only to find that the room was empty. The cracks in the space and Ing Xiao's figure no longer existed. Buzz? In an unknown valley somewhere, a space crack suddenly appeared. Ing Xiao, who was wearing a purple robe, walked out and stood in this valley filled with birds and flowers. His black cloth boots accidentally stepped on a brightly colored piebald black snake. The black-blooded spotted snake unique to the Black Blood Mountains in southern Xinjiang? Ing Xiao looked down at the venomous snake struggling under his feet, and narrowed his black eyes. One of the rare venomous snakes that live in groups. There are many nearby. It seems that this place is most likely the Black Blood Mountain Range in southern Xinjiang. Well, this random transmission didn't bring me any surprises. As he spoke, his black eyes suddenly glowed with purple light. At the same time, the struggling pied snake suddenly calmed down and gently rubbed Ing Xiao's cloth boots with its snake head, as if to please its master. Mom! Come and help me catch the butterfly. It's about to run away. Xiao Bao, please slow down. Suddenly, there was a sound of mother and son coming from the outside of the valley. The breath is weak. They are all mortals. The boy's voice is childish, probably no more than 5 or 6 years old, while the woman's voice is also very young. Considering the folk customs of southern Xinjiang, it is most likely that she is a young woman no more than 30 years old. Ouch! Suddenly, the boy made a sound of pain. Ing Xiao turned his head and followed the sound. Thousands of meters away, among the flowers with fluttering butterflies, a little chubby boy fell to the ground, holding his broken right knee and crying loudly. The child's family does not seem to be well off. The gray-blue short coat on his body has been fully patched, and even the trousers that have been washed white are also patched. Of course, judging from the current situation, it will soon be. There's a second patch coming out. After all, judging from the bleeding wound on his knee, it was inevitable that the fabric of his pants was frayed. Xiao Bao! Not far away, a slender young woman wearing a dark blue apron ran over with an anxious expression. She quickly helped the boy up from the ground, then squatted down to check the wound. Ouch! After confirming that it was just a small scratch, the woman smiled helplessly, then squatted in front of the boy and gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. It's okay. It's just a scratch. Mom will chew some pieces of styptic grass for you later. Just put it on and it'll be fine. Don't cry. Wow. However, the little boy still cried loudly because of the pain in his knee wound, and he couldn't wipe away the tears no matter how hard he wiped them away. Dang dang. When the young woman saw this, she took out 2 yellow sugar pills from her apron pocket, smiled at the boy and said, "Look what these are." When the little boy saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his tears turned into laughter. He reached out and grabbed the candy pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Both eyes on his chubby little face were narrowed into slits with laughter. After all, a broken knee is just a small scratch. Although there is pain, it is nothing compared to the sweet taste brought by sugar pills. However, the dangers hidden in this patch of flowers are far more than that. What's the sound? The young woman looked around, then looked at the boy's feet, and her pupils suddenly shrank. Among the flowers, a spotted black snake was spitting out words, its green vertical pupils emitting a chilling light. Xiao Bao! Hurry! The young woman quickly tried to pull the little boy, but the speed was too slow and the opportunity was too late. Before she could reach out to catch the boy, the spotted black snake among the flowers suddenly jumped out, opened its mouth, and 2 fangs dripping with black poisonous saliva severely pierced the skin between the boy's ankles. Directly the venom was injected into the boy's blood. When the young woman saw the scene, her eyes were splitting. She picked up a stone at her feet and threw it at the poisonous snake. The venomous snake bit the boy's ankle, and he was unable to avoid it. Soon, under the woman's crazy offensive, he was directly smashed into pieces of black blood and minced flesh. The body between the snake's head and tail was almost crushed by stones. Xiao Bao! Xiao Bao! The young woman's eyes were filled with tears, and she was holding the little boy, who had turned black and blue, and had lost consciousness, with a look of horror on her face. Toxin attacked so quickly? This. The young woman hugged the boy and looked around in panic. What to do? What to do? What to do? What to do? However, after a brief panic, she soon realized that she should send the child to the village doctor as soon as possible, and quickly picked up the child and wanted to run outside. If I were you, I wouldn't subject him to the shaking of your running. Suddenly, Ying Xiao's figure appeared a few meters away. Ah! When the young woman heard this, she immediately stopped and looked at him blankly. Her eyes filled with mist. This is a black-blooded snake. Ying Xiao raised his right hand and pointed at the venomous snake next to him that was crushed to death by the woman. The venom it produced has seeped into your son's blood. Shaking it will only aggravate the attack of the toxin. In fact, it will be the same if you don't shake it. In 2 minutes at most, he will die from the poisonous blood attacking his heart. Please! The young woman hugged the fainted boy and knelt down on the ground with a plop. She kept kowtowing and cried and begged Ying Xiao. Please, sir, please save my child. Please, I can do whatever you want. Okay. Ying Xiao nodded, then stretched out his right index finger and tapped the boy lightly. In the blink of an eye, the boy's dark complexion began to recover, and some rosy color appeared again. But he was still unconscious, and his breathing was still weak. I'm off the drug for now. Ying Xiao looked at the young woman and said softly, one life for another. If you commit suicide, I will completely detoxify him. Do you want to? As he spoke, he waved his hand and threw a dagger out of thin air, landing in front of the woman. The young woman looked down at the dagger that emitted cold light, her pupils trembling. However, when she glanced at the fainted little boy in her arms, the mother's eyes gradually became firmer. Then she gritted her teeth, made up her mind, suddenly grabbed the dagger on the ground, and wiped it towards her neck. Chong! However, before she could successfully commit suicide by slitting her throat, Ying Xiao shot out a ray of purple light with a snap of her fingers and flicked the dagger away. Oh! The young woman looked at Ying Xiao blankly, but the purple-robed man in front of her just raised his hand expressionlessly and gently touched the boy in her arms. Then, in just a few seconds, the boy's face completely returned to normal, and his eyelashes trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes and looked at his mother in confusion. Mom! Xiaobao! Xiaobao! Seeing this scene, the young woman burst into tears of joy. But then, she seemed to realize something, and she quickly pulled the boy to kneel down and kowtowed to Ying Xiao. Quick! Tell Mom! Thank you! My benefactor! Thank you! My benefactor! Thank you, benefactor! Thank you, benefactor! Although the boy still didn't understand the situation, he still listened to his mother's words and did it obediently. Ying Xiao looked down at the two of them expressionlessly, then looked at the young woman and said in a calm voice, Why? Why are you willing to sacrifice your life to save him? Ah? The young woman kowtowed for a moment, then raised her head carefully, and said hesitantly, Because I am his mother. He is my son? Doesn't this answer seem enough? But there was nothing she could do. She thought about it for a long time and didn't know how to answer. Does a mother really need any reason to sacrifice her own life for her son's? Ying Xiao looked at the young woman in a daze. Ah! After a while, he suddenly shook his head and laughed, then squatted down, stretched out his right hand, pinched the flesh on the little boy's face, and said seriously, Hey, why are you so fat? But your mother is so thin. Is it necessary for every meal? All the meat was eaten by your boy alone? At least leave a few dollars for your mother. You bastard. Also, remember, you were bitten by a poisonous snake just now, and you were about to die. It was your mother. And your mother wanted to save you at the cost of one life. You have no spell talent. And your physical talent is very poor. There is almost no possibility of successfully integrating different blood. I remember. Didn't Southern Xinjiang also launch an imperial examination system a few years ago? So, from now on, study honestly for me. At least live a good life. And try to honor your mother when you grow up. Do you understand? Oh. The little boy, who had just woken up, looked into Ying Xiao's purple eyes. Although his mind was still a little unclear, he nodded quickly. Snake? Did he just get bitten by a snake? Ying Xiao stood up. The young woman, on the other hand, was holding the little boy in her arms. Looking at the two small bloody holes in the other's ankles, with a distressed look on her face. Ing Xiao only detoxified the poison and stopped the bleeding. But it did not completely heal the wound on the boy's ankle. Because he just wants to keep it. He wanted to leave a scar on the wound. So that the boy could remember this day forever. So that every time he saw the scar on his ankle, he could think of the day when his mother risked her own life to save him. However, the young woman did not know what Ing Xiao was thinking. In other words, even if she knew, she would beg Ing Xiao to help heal the child's wounds. Right? It would be great if my queen mother could be like you. Suddenly, Ing Xiao lowered his head and looked down at the young woman, muttering to himself. What? The young woman raised her head and asked cautiously. Sir? What did you say just now? Ing Xiao's voice to herself was really too quiet. And as an ordinary person, she really couldn't hear it clearly. No, it's nothing. Goodbye. Ing Xiao waved his hands, then turned and left. However, before he had taken a few steps, he turned around again and asked the young woman, Hey, if your son was born without an arm and was blind, would you still love him like this? Eh? The young woman was a little confused. Born? Born? Then, isn't there a hope of becoming a magician? Then our whole family may become nobles. Huh? Ing Xiao was stunned at first, then shook his head and laughed, full of self-deprecation. Yes, this is Southern Xinjiang. Southern Xinjiang. It's not that damn Daluo. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly and turned away. However, in the eyes of the young woman, that figure in purple robe and flying black hair looked so lonely and lonely. And I wonder if it's an illusion. The young woman seemed to hear a faint cry from the laughter. Chapter 556, The Answer to the Elf Forest Incident. The Demigod Knight. Buzz. Tulip Empire. Imperial Capital. In the Queen's room, a space crack that distorted the colorful light suddenly tore open. And a tall figure with white hair and blue eyes, wearing black clothes, walked out of it. It was Li Guanqi. Little guy, you are so brave. At the same time, a lazy and charming female voice said, How dare you teleport into the Emperor's boudoir without even saying Hello? Li Guanqi followed the sound helplessly and looked towards the corner of the room. It was a big red couch. At this time, the Tulip Queen, Isabel, was wearing a gorgeous golden dress with a backless body, lying on it, looking back at him sideways. In addition, there is a beautiful female knight wearing platinum armor and a red skirt. She is concentrating on giving Isabel an essential oil massage on her back. Maybe she wears the backless golden skirt just for this. It is worth mentioning that the system displays 9th level Demon Hunter Knight for this beautiful blonde female knight. Li Guanqi's expression was complicated. Perhaps this is the Circle and Horizon. Batalina, the Queen of the Night, told him. For many people, the 9th level is a high-ranking and powerful person. And the dragon has its head, but not its tail. To Queen Tulip, Jiojia is just a girl in a short skirt who gives massages. Hey, are you ignoring me? Isabel looked back at him and chuckled. I'm asking you, why are you so brave? How dare you barge in without saying Hello? Your Majesty, please stop teasing me. Li Guanqi was helpless. Shut Kong said that his teleportation ability was completely defeated by Jing Kong in your hand. He wanted to take me to teleport here. Jing Kong must have noticed it. Since he can successfully complete the teleportation, it proves that the Queen you agreed to my move. Otherwise, Jing Kong would not have let us in. That's what I'm saying, Isabel withdrew her gaze, laid down on the red sofa, looked at the floor-to-ceiling window in front of her, enjoying the back oil massage of the 9th level female knight, and narrowed her eyes as if she felt comfortable. After a soft moan, she continued, But no matter what, you're going to kill first and then show off. You're about to come in. Can I still block you? Otherwise? When Li Guanqi heard this, he was immediately confused. You can throw me into that dangerous elf forest without even giving me a single explanation. Is there anything else that your highness, the Queen, can't do? Oh. As soon as she said this, Isabel immediately looked back at him again with a smile and crooked eyes. It sounds like you are a little angry. Why? Are you unhappy because of this? Don't dare. Li Guanqi just shook his head slightly. No. I always feel that you are full of resentment. The corners of Isabel's mouth were slightly raised, and her beautiful golden eyes were full of smiles. But why? As far as I know, you should have gained a lot there. I originally thought you would thank me. I have no grudges. Li Guanqi's expression became increasingly helpless, and he smiled bitterly. I am indeed grateful for your actions. I am very grateful. Her Royal Highness the Queen. I am really grateful from the bottom of my heart. After all, you have made me gain a lot. I just want to figure out some things. I don't want to be a fool who doesn't know anything. Oh. Isabel dragged her cheek with her right hand, looked back at him with interest, and then winked, pointing to a red sofa next to her. Sit here. My neck is sore from always looking back at you. Yes, Your Highness the Queen. Li Guanqi obeyed and sat down on the sofa beside her. This time, their position and angle finally allowed Isabel to look directly at him without turning her head. She only had to turn her head slightly. However, the Tulip Queen stopped looking at Li Guanqi at all. She lay down on the red couch, closed her eyes, and whispered softly, If you have anything to ask, just ask. Forehead. Li Guanqi glanced at the 9th-level female knight who was massaging her back, but hesitated to speak. Like you, everyone who can enter this room is someone I trust. So don't worry. Isabel still had her eyes closed, and her voice was soft. But then, she frowned, as if remembering some bad memory. No, this happened before. Recently, there has been a bastard named Ding Xiao who is always lurking here secretly. Even Jingjing can't do anything about that bastard. You are helping the Queen of the Night. Li Guanqi looked at Isabel and asked curiously. It was you who lent the power of Jingkong to Alina, Queen of the Night, so that she could seal the space of the elf forest so that the group of tulip elves could not escape. But why? If I remember correctly, the Tulip Elf clan has been protected by the Tulip Empire for the past 1,000 years. It can be said that they are your people. Why did you suddenly choose, betrayal? Ahem. Having said this, Li Guanqi quickly lowered his head. Sorry, my Western language is not good. Maybe my word choice is not accurate. Don't blame the Queen. Betray? Isabel slowly opened her beautiful and charming golden eyes, with a slight hook at the corner of her mouth. Yes, it is betrayal. I promised to protect the Tulip Elves, but I went back on my word, doing one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes, and even helping their enemies. Go attack them. This is betrayal. Your wording is precise, and there is nothing wrong with it. Just another word that's less accurate. The Tulip Elf clan has never recognized me as their monarch. At most, they only recognize the management status of the Tulip Empire, which is management, not rule. The last time I went to the elf forest, they only welcomed me with a diplomatic welcome, not a courtier's welcome. Therefore, if they do not recognize me as their master, then they are not my people. All I can say is, friend? So I didn't betray my people. I just betrayed my friends. But whether it's people or friends, that's not the point. The point is, watch chess. The Tulip Queen turned her head slightly, glanced at Li Guanqi, and chuckled. Why can't you betray? There are no permanent friends in this world. When the benefits are big enough, friends can be betrayed. And I, as the ruler of the Tulip Empire, have a lot to think about. For example, which one is more important? A Tulip Elf tribe that is almost useless, or Alina, the Queen of the Night, who has extraordinary combat power and can be used as a surprise weapon? If you were sitting in my position, I believe you could make this simple choice. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. So, you are helping Alina to gain her allegiance? But now she is going to join Violet. What is going on? Not allegiance. Isabel shook her head slightly, looked at the floor-to-ceiling window in front of her, and said softly, Daluoran Mansion likes night elves too much. And I don't want to accept night elves, lest I provoke another enemy for no reason. And it's from Daluo. It's completely unnecessary. And what are night elves? To put it bluntly, the more than 6,000 night elves are not as strong as the original Tulip Elves as a whole. It's just that war is not just about the whole thing. Sometimes a high-level combat force can fill up all the disadvantages and even stack up some advantages. Such as Alina. Alina's strength is beyond her own race, and she can be said to be the only strongest among the night elves. I just need the power of Alina. Half a year ago, I took the initiative to find her secretly and propose this deal. I lent the power of silence to her so that she could kill all the Tulip Elves, and as the protector of those elves, I would remain indifferent in the process. In return, she owes me a favor and must come and help me unconditionally when I need it. She agreed. As a late 9 palace level night elf magician, her combat power is very good. The most important thing is that she does not belong to the Tulip Empire. She does not exist for the enemy's intelligence network. So at critical moments, she can as a sudden surprise trump card. It turns out that I was right to plan for a rainy day. When the war between us and the Conjuring Academy begins. Well, there are too many things I can't say. You are an outsider after all. And if you say it, you are revealing state secrets. Let's put it this way. We and the School of Conjuration actually have a rough idea of the combat strength of both sides. We basically have a rough idea of how many Jogon levels there are between us. Yet Olena was available to me, unbeknownst to the School of Conjuring. Because of this, I used this to set a trap for those magicians who like to wear black robes. It's not convenient to talk about the specific process. Let me tell you the results directly. Having said this, Isabel looked at Li Guanqi, raised her right hand with a smile, and stretched out 5 fingers. 5. Since the National Fortune Law joined the battlefield, our battle with the Conjuration Academy has shifted from the Jogon level to the fighting of conventional troops, mainly to attack and defend against the weakening of the National Fortune. Because of this, there are very few casualties between Jogon level. But I used Olena's trump card, coupled with other traps and ambush, to successfully kill 5 Jogon level members of the Conjuring Academy at the border of Hainan province a while ago, which greatly eased our war pressure. How about it? Not bad, right? Very profitable. Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated. The interests of the country are above all else. He sighed. For the benefit of the Tulip Empire, those foreign elves can be sacrificed. Right? I understand. Are you sympathizing with those elves? Isabel smiled slightly. That's normal. After all, you are just an outsider. Xiao Guanqi. In this battle between our Tulip Empire and the Magic Academy, it has nothing to do with who wins or loses. You stand on the outside. I can naturally give pointers in the game. After all, it doesn't hurt to stand and talk. If you are a Tulip person, you will not have any objection to my behavior. Maybe. Li Guanqi nodded gently without comment. Can you understand? Kanki? The Tulip Queen looked at him and said softly, a good person cannot become a good emperor. I want to be a good emperor and lead my people to survive this war. So I can only be a bad person. Your master Wang Xiu didn't understand this principle at first. So he and I gradually drifted apart. He hates anything political. Li Guanqi said calmly. That's why he longs for a life with Takeda Kosei even more. After all, Takeda Kosei, as a female swordsman, has the most similar temperament to his master. On the contrary, Her Majesty the Queen, your life in the Western Court is not to him. For me, maybe every moment is suffering. It's really annoying. Isabel rubbed her eyebrows and said, don't mention this name in front of me. Okay? It's very annoying. Just like me mentioning your girlfriend's ex-boyfriend in front of you. Then what do you think? Li Guanqi couldn't help but be curious, and continued to ask. Suppose that you really died in the war. And suppose that the night you spent with me really triggered the resurrection ability, allowing you to really be resurrected. What will you do after my world? Break up my master and woo, well, her? Conquer the world. Isabel looked at him and smiled happily. Your world is full of weaklings. I want to conquer the whole world and let the flag of the Tulip Empire be planted in every corner. Now that we are in that situation, who still wants to have sex? Definitely. It's a great achievement to unify the world. When the time comes, I will make you an honorary general to show your outstanding contribution as a great spy. Li Guanqi was stunned. Ha ha ha! Seeing his expression, Isabel couldn't help laughing loudly. Her laughter was so heart-tugging that her branches quivered. After laughing for a while, she gradually calmed down. She lay on the red sofa and looked at the floor-to-ceiling windows in front of her. Through the windows, she looked out at the streets of the imperial capital and the countless Tulip citizens. Don't worry. Just kidding. Although it's not impossible. It's probably not possible. The Tulip Queen looked at her people and murmured softly. I have wanted to be a good emperor since I was a child. Because I was born into the Elizabethan royal family, and was born into the royal family of this empire. I was born with the responsibility of protecting my people. Protecting the people is the emperor's bounden duty. But if I were resurrected in your world, a world where a Tulip Empire has not yet appeared, and there are no Tulip people, the sense of responsibility and desire to conquer in my heart may be gone. After all, even my own people no longer exist. So what world can I conquer? No fun anymore. I think, if one day comes, I will probably try to be an ordinary person. Go to your world. Pretend to be a 20-year-old female student. Go to college. And find several handsome guys to talk to at the same time. Fall in love. Read a book? And then drive a car? I saw that kind of thing from the memories of some extraordinary people. I always felt that it would be cool to be a female racing driver and go racing. Maybe I would give it a try? As for Wang Xiu, leave him alone. He wants to have as many babies as he wants with that Sakura bitch. And I don't care. You're just a bastard. At the end of the sentence, Isabel lowered her head, covered her face in the soft red sofa, and muttered to herself. Li Guanqi didn't know what to say. Gotta get stronger quickly. Strong enough to compete with the Tulip Queen, lest this woman really tries to conquer the world. But he has no ability to resist. Then he will really become a great sinner and a spy. The spy of the world. The traitor of the world? He sat on the sofa and thought wildly. Isabel lay on the sofa, silent. The beautiful 9th-level female knight was like an emotionless massage machine from beginning to end. She was just concentrating on massaging Isabel's back with essential oil. Not only did she not say a word, her expression didn't even change at all, etc. Suddenly, Li Guanqi raised his head and looked at Isabel helplessly. Her Royal Highness, I have digressed for you. There are so many detours. What I want to ask most is not these. But why did you send me into the forest of elves? You knew that that place had become the territory of the night elves. But you still kept it secret from me and sent me there. Why on earth was this? What would you think if I said? I don't know why. Hearing this, Isabel just raised her head from the sofa, and then looked at him calmly. What else could I think? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. You are the high-ranking queen, and I am just a commoner. If you don't want to tell me, what can I do? I can only leave. It seems that, as Pluto said before, Isabel will not explain to him at all. So, in the end, Pluto got it right. Look, he has a resentful look on his face. Like a doormat. Isabel looked at Li Guanqi and smiled helplessly. But I feel that I am wronged. Because I really don't know the reason. I really don't know why I had to send you into that forest. Li Guanqi was stunned. What do you mean? What is going on? Maybe someone else has to explain it to you. Isabel rubbed her temples, and then shouted loudly, Brother. Li Guanqi didn't know who the queen was calling at first. But after blinking, the back of a tall knight suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of the empty French window. He is really tall. At least over 2 meters tall. He is not tall and strong, but can only be said to be slender. He is wearing a pair of white gold luxurious knight's heavy armor, with a bright red cape fluttering slightly behind his back. He has a crisp and refreshing short blonde hair. Chapter 557 Li Guanqi. The person chosen by Emperor Luo. Demigod level. Demon Hunter Knight. Note, in the New Age, Demigod level is a pseudo-realm. Just a false title for the 9 Palaces level. Similar to a title and honorific. Meaning those with transcendent combat power who can easily crush the ordinary 9 Palaces leveled Zogshan, but fail to do so. A true spiritual practitioner. Li Guanqi couldn't help but look shocked when he looked at the knight's back that suddenly appeared in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Demigod level? Which knight of the legendary Tulip Empire protects the country? What did Isabel call him just now? Elder brother? So this demigod level knight protecting the country is Isabel's brother. No wonder she can be the queen. Nice to meet you, Li Guanqi. At this time, the blonde knight standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window slowly turned around and looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. He had a masculine and handsome Western face, with a high nose and a pair of sword-shaped eyebrows that highlighted his eyes, which were as sharp as an eagle. Even if the smile on this person's face is bright, it can't dilute the sharp gaze that makes people dare not look directly. Moreover, this handsome appearance is very similar to the beautiful Isabel. I've met the demigod. Li Guanqi quickly stood up and bowed his head in salute. This is the first demigod he has seen with his own eyes. No. What are you? Isabel lay on the sofa and looked up at the blonde knight with a helpless expression. In order to show off in front of others, I even wore all my armor. Brother, what's the matter? It doesn't have to be so raw. The blonde knight didn't seem to hear his sister's trouble at all. He just looked at Li Guanqi, waved his hand with a bright smile. Introduction. I am Isabel's biological brother. My name is Kevin Elizabeth. Just call me Brother Kevin. There is no need to be too cautious and restrained. After all, you are the person chosen by Luo Di. I estimate that one day, You will be on an equal footing with me. Huh? Although I don't know if I can survive until that day. What? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the other party in confusion. Luo Emperor? Luo Emperor of the great Luo dynasty. When was I chosen by him? Why did he choose me? By the way, I have never even seen him in person. His choice of you has nothing to do with whether you have met him or not. The demigod-level Kevin, the protector knight of the Tulip Empire, just looked at Li Guanqi and smiled brightly. Didn't you want to know the answer just now? Then I will tell you the answer now. The reason why Isabel asked you to go to the Elf Forest is because of Luo Di's request. Li Guanqi looked at Kevin in front of him, at the demigod-level blonde knight. After a brief shock, he was followed by a deep confusion. What's going on? His face was full of disbelief. Do you know that Luo Di suddenly came to our place a few months ago? Kevin said in a deep voice. No. Li Guanqi nodded with a strange expression. Saoirse told him that Emperor Luo suddenly came to the Tulip Imperial capital that day. And then Tulip's country-protecting knights also appeared. And then, well, this demigod-level protector knight was knocked half a planet away from the Tulip Empire in the west by Luo Di's punch, and flew to the Iabel Prairie in the east border and was seriously injured. Just one punch. Hey, that's fake. As if he guessed what Li Guanqi was thinking. Kevin looked helpless. I am indeed no match for Luo Di. But it's not that easy to lose. I deliberately showed weakness that day and ran away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to fly like that. Far away. I don't want to go head-to-head with Luo Di. Reveal all my cards. And then have that old guy from the Conjuring Academy figure out my weaknesses in advance. The reason why I chose to leave with peace of mind was because I knew very well that based on the situation at that time, Luo Di had no intention of doing anything to our tulip. So I naturally chose to leave. At this point, Kevin straightened his expression, looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, maybe you know, or maybe you don't know, these demigods all over the world actually have a common agreement, to the effect that the world peace. So what is world peace? Does the war between the Tulip Empire and the School of Magic count as peace? Why doesn't anyone come to reconcile? So this agreement is very silly. And I don't want to say too much. But you can simply understand that war can occur in the world. But the civilian population of the world cannot suffer too many casualties. Which means that hundreds of millions of human beings cannot directly die. However, now, there is a guy named Ying Xiao who is plotting something secretly. According to our guess, once he succeeds, at least 1 billion people in this world will die. But Ying Xiao's ability is very strange. His escape methods are really unexplainable. And we can't catch him at all. Except for the man in the east. Luo Di. Ying Xian. Somehow, he seemed to have suddenly mastered the ability to track Ying Xiao. He has been chasing Ying Xiao recently. Although he failed, it at least proved that he did have the ability to track. And not long ago, Luo Di suddenly found me. He said that he had a way to completely kill Ying Xiao. But he needed our cooperation. Or in other words, your help. Kevin pointed at Li Guanqi and looked at his azure eyes seriously with those golden dazzling eyes. Luo Di said that if you want to kill Ying Xiao, you must solve his escape ability. And this matter the key lies in you. A traveler from another world. The person who ranks first among the extraordinary people from other worlds is Li Guanqi, the extraordinary king. Luo Di didn't tell us much about the specific things. He just told us that we need to hide it from you and then send you to the space of the Tulip Fairy Forest. He also said that if you could cure the night elves of their ability to eat and come out alive, then there was hope. Then when you come out, he wants us to fully support you in continuing to practice until you have pulled all 7 stars in the Beidou sequence and obtained the final star skill of this star group, Power of the Beidou. That's all I know. Because Luo Di only told me this. And now, I tell you everything without any reservation. At this point, Kevin stopped, as if to give Li Guanqi time to digest the information. Li Guanqi's thoughts were like lightning, and thousands of thoughts passed through his mind quickly. Luo Di knew about Tongyo's son, knew about the Yu tomb, and knew everything about it. The reason why Luo Di made this request to Kevin was actually very clear, to enable the nether blood in his body to activate netherworld relief, evolve to level 6, and have the ability to enter the netherworld state, with purple hair and purple pupils. Then, there is the star attraction, Beidou sequence star group. Once all 7 stars are pulled, the 8th star skill, Power of Beidou, will be obtained. So things are clear. Luo Di wanted him to obtain the netherworld state ability and the Beidou power star skill. Let him obtain these 2 abilities. which was Luo Di's true purpose. Because, after he obtains these two abilities, he can help Luo Di solve Ying Xiao's escape ability, thereby completely killing the most wanted criminal in the world. Although Li Guanqi still doesn't understand the principle of this at all. And he doesn't understand why he can do this. But obviously, Emperor Luo needs a son of Tongyu who can enter the Tongyu state with purple hair and purple eyes, and can also exert the power of the Big Dipper. As for recent events, rather than chasing Ying Xiao, Luo Di was dragging Ying Xiao so that the other party could not get away to do something to Li Guanqi, allowing Li Guanqi to gain enough time. Of course, because of this, Luo Di himself couldn't take care of Li Guanqi, so he could only ask Kevin, who was also a demigod on Tulip's side, to help. Tongyu. Tongyu? Thinking back to the Tongyu blood poison that Miss Saoirse suddenly suffered a few months ago, as well as the incident between Luo Emperor and Ying Xiao, Li Guanqi already had a rough guess about the identity of the son of Tongyu at the Jiugong level. He had seen Ying Xiao in the corridor of the Tulip Palace. When he first met that person, he felt something strange in the blood in his body. Now that he thought about it, it was the reaction between Tongyu's blood and each other. Therefore, that guy Ying Xiao is Wei Mo's master. The existence that plundered Wei Mo Tongyu's blood decades ago, and was called the one-armed old blind man by Wei Mo in his diary. Li Guanqi was not surprised by the difference in characteristics between the two. After all, restoring youthful appearance, regenerating limbs, restoring eyesight, etc., were too insignificant for a semi-god level conjurer like Ying Xiao. Ying Xiao, Wei Mo, Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi did the math, and found that the three of them were actually in the same lineage. He was Wei Mo's apprentice, and he could also be said to be Ying Xiao's disciple. But their apprenticeship is really interesting. The relationship started with Li Guanqi as his apprentice. His master, Ying Xiao, plundered his master Wei Mo's Tongyu blood. Although he did not kill them all, his master's spell cultivation was ruined, and life was worse than death. A few short decades later, his master Wei Mo tried to take him away, but failed in the end. Instead, he, his apprentice, counterattacked in desperation and successfully killed his master with his own hands. What is the result of their lineage? As a result, Grandmaster Ying Xiao has now become a powerful spellcaster at the Jiugong level, and can even be called a demigod level. And his life is not to mention how smooth it is. His disciple Li Guanqi is not bad either, even if he is not strong enough to fight in a one-on-one duel. He is already 7-star level in terms of realm. He has excellent talent and training prospects. After all the calculations, Wei Mo himself, who was in the middle, was the worst off. It can be said that Wei Mo is obviously the son of Tongyu in this era, and he is truly born with Tongyu blood. However, Wei Mo told Li Guanqi from personal experience that if he is not careful enough, cautious enough, or strong enough, even his natural strength will be robbed by others. After thinking about this, Li Guanqi raised his head slightly, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. His journey into the strange world, the first copy, started with Wei Mo. As for now, going around in circles, from the year 4870 of the new era to the current year 4873 of the new era, nearly 3 years have passed. Li Guanqi has also grown from a weak mortal to an extraordinary person with combat power reaching the Bagua level. The speed of his cultivation is not unsatisfactory. But it's not enough. At least it's not enough in front of the demigod level Ying Xiao. So, Luo Di didn't tell you more. Li Guanqi looked at Kevin in front of him and frowned. Except for the information about the Forest of Elves. The only information left is the 8-star skill of the Beidou sequence star group, which is the power of the Beidou. According to what he said, what he means is that I must obtain the power of the Big Dipper star skill to help him kill Ying Xiao. So far, that's it. Kevin crossed his arms across his chest and nodded slightly. To be honest, I'm curious. At this time, Queen Isabel, who was lying on her stomach on the red sofa next to her, enjoying a comfortable back oil massage, had already sat up and looked at Li Guanqi and Kevin solemnly. As for the beautiful female knight who had given her a massage, she was now standing behind her, still beating Isabel's shoulders with a serious look on her face. What are you curious about? Kevin glanced at her. After Luo Di kills Ying Xiao, how much strength does he have left? Isabel frowned slightly. This incident happened suddenly. We had never expected this situation before. As you said, Ying Xiao was also recognized by the Demi-Temple as a demigod. If Emperor Luo killed Ying Xiao, It will affect his fighting power and prevent him from taking Violet to be buried with him before he dies. Then what is the difference between our tulip and the Conjuration Academy's war and the Joker's? Don't worry. Kevin waved his hand and said calmly. Ing Shao can't do such a thing. Yes, I did tell you that Ing Shao is recognized as a demigod by our demigod. However, the judgment of the demigod level is not just about combat power, but comprehensive. Indeed, when Ing Shao turned into purple hair, his combat power was indeed transcendent. He was not on the same level as a normal Jogun-level Dzogchen spellcaster, and his spiritual power was more than 10 times stronger. Isabel, maybe you think this is too high? However, the threshold for demigod level is higher than this. How can one be called a demigod without combat power comparable to that of a god on Earth? Ing Shao just relied on the amplified state of his purple hair, which was not enough. The reason why we incorporated Ing Shao into the demigod level is mainly because of his incredible escape ability. An existence that can crush the ordinary 9 palace level great perfection with an invincible attitude is called a demigod. So, how can a helpless existence that cannot even catch a demigod be called a demigod? Therefore, after judgment, Ing Shao was also recognized as a demigod by our demi-temple. But this was not an affirmation of his combat power, but an affirmation of his ability to escape. Because of this, assuming that Luo Di could really master Ing Shao's escape ability and prevent him from running away, it would be easy to kill Ing Shao. And the most important thing is that the man's martial arts power is the closer he is to his death, the stronger his fighting power becomes. If Ing Shao can really push him to the point where he is likely to die early, then I can only say that the Violet Empire will be destroyed early. Having said this, Kevin turned his head and looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, with a bit of fierce fighting spirit emerging in his golden eyes. To be honest, if I weren't such a bullshit knight protecting the country, I really want to fight Luo Di without any worries. Only by fighting to the death can I truly enjoy myself and fight against a historical warrior like him. There's no regrets even if you die in battle. Don't do anything stupid. Bro. Isabel looked at him helplessly. I know. Hearing this, Kevin's fighting spirit was immediately extinguished in his eyes, and he nodded dejectedly. The Empire is the most important thing. I understand. Li Guanqi next to him saw this scene and suddenly realized. No wonder the demigod level Kevin did not become the Tulip Emperor, but instead let his Jogon level sister take the position. It turned out to be because this Kevin was not a politician, but a Tulip Knight. A pure knight, just like a pure martial artist. But he was still a little confused. Kevin, the demigod knight, is Isabel's brother, and visually they have a very good brother-sister relationship, very close to each other. But judging from the rumors, Isabel, the Tulip Queen, seems to have been restricted by the elders in the past few years. There is a demigod brother who is still restrained? Then the power status of the Senate is so high? Wrong. Li Guanqi always felt that in this extraordinary world view of the strange world, power and status were most likely linked to combat power. In other words, if the Council of Elders can make Queen Isabel unhappy, is there a possibility that there is a second demigod in the Council of Elders? And he is a demigod who is completely on the side of the Elder Council? I haven't finished talking about the real thing yet. Kevin suddenly turned his head, interrupting Li Guanqi's wandering thoughts. The blonde and blue-eyed demigod knight looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, Do you have anything else to do? Of course. It doesn't matter whether you have anything to do, because no matter what you have to do, your most important goal now is just obediently return to the place where the Beidou lead stars, and lead the next star. You must use the fastest speed to complete the pulling of the Beidou star sequence group and obtain the power of the Beidou star skill to help Luo Di solve Ing Shao's escape ability. Remember, Luo Di killing Ing Shao is a good thing for the whole world, eh? At this point, Kevin looked strange. Well, by the way, you are from another world. Even so, killing Ing Shao is also a good thing for me. Li Guanqi nodded seriously. Oh! Kevin was stunned. Seeing his expression, Li Guanqi quickly added, After all, Ing Shao has done many evil things all over the world over the years. Killing him is to eliminate harm for the people. Huh? It's good to have such thoughts in consciousness. When Kevin heard this, he immediately grinned and patted Li Guanqi on the shoulder. Then, the handsome knight with blonde hair turned his head and looked at the Tulip Queen. Hey, call Saoirse over now. Anyway, this boy and Saoirse are old acquaintances, so let's let Saoirse take him to the star attraction. Chapter 558 Life is constant comparison. Of course, there is no need to replace anyone. Isabel heard Kevin's words and couldn't help but nodded slightly. Wait a moment. Saoirse is refining the elixir now. There is no need to rush for a while. She will come after she finishes refining the elixir on hand. Then just wait. Kevin walked to the sofa nearby and sat down, closing his eyes and concentrating. By the way, I haven't asked about Miss Saoirse yet. After listening to this conversation, Li Guanqi quickly looked at Isabel. Her Royal Highness. I went to the elf forest with her. But then the space channel collapsed. How did she become? What can we do? Isabel glanced at him in surprise. Saoirse is at the 9th palace level. The collapse of a mere space passage is nothing. If she is involved in the space turbulence, why not just climb out of the space turbulence? After she came out, she found that she could not get in. Go to the elf forest. Then come back to the Imperial City and wait for my next order. Oh, all right. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. Then, Isabel stopped talking, and the 9th level female knight behind her continued to beat her back. And she would also make corrections from time to time on where to hit her. Kevin was still sitting on another sofa with his eyes closed and meditating, or was he sleeping? Seeing this, Li Guanqi also sat down, narrowed his eyes slightly, and sorted out all the information he had obtained from the beginning to now. Luo Di wants to kill Ying Xiao. This is also his goal. Since Ying Xiao is Master Wei Mo, the son of a semi-god level Tongyu, he really can't feel at ease if Ying Xiao doesn't die. After all, the Tongyu blood poison that Guy inflicted before was obviously evil. Of course, this requires caution. Who knows what Luo Di's plan is? What if Luo Di's plan to kill Ying Xiao requires sacrificing his life? That would be a favor for Hammer. Therefore, he must use a simulator to simulate it when the time comes. Even if the current simulator cannot accurately simulate events in which demigods are closely involved due to insufficient charging items, he still has to simulate it. There are 3 simulations left, so keep them just in case. There is still one chance to travel through time and space, so you have to use it carefully. Previously, Li Guanqi originally wanted to use a simulated opportunity to try suicide, to see if he could come back from the dead like you, and then automatically evolve to the perfect stage through the blood of you. But this idea is actually not feasible, because the current simulator can only simulate the next 10 days in a strange world. Assume that even if he can really resurrect from the dead, but the time required to resurrect exceeds 10 days, wouldn't the result be unknown? So it can't be done now, and you have to say the number of simulations. After all, there are only 3 simulations left. Although the simulator, the heart of time and space, told him last time that it sensed something, saying that if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to find the next charged item when he reached the 7-star level of perfection. But that was later. Before that, you must say the number of simulations. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but frown slightly. The occasion of the 7-star Great Consummation? Isn't that the time when the Beidou star sequence group is completed and the power of the Beidou star skill is obtained? Luo Di is also waiting for this day, waiting for him to help solve Ying Xiao's escape ability. Could it be that the next charged item is on Ying Xiao? The more Li Guanqi thought about it, the greater the possibility became. Ying Xiao. Ying Xiao. Li Guanqi closed his eyes, leaned back on the sofa, and sighed silently. This was really inconsistent with his original idea. Li Guanqi's original idea was to investigate Wei Mo's master's affairs by himself, and then help Wei Mo kill his master with his own hands, thus settling the whole incident. What now? It saves him the trouble of tracing. However, there is no opportunity and time to do it yourself. Judging from the current situation, if he wants to solve the problem of Ying Xiao, he can only rely on Luo Di's power. The most important thing is that Ying Xiao will not give him time to slowly become stronger. In fact, Li Guanqi estimated that if Luo Di had not been chasing and pestering Ying Xiao these days, Ying Xiao might have arrested him long ago. Although he wasn't sure, and he didn't know why Ying Xiao wanted to catch him. But judging from the fact that Ying Xiao made the Tongyu blood poison and infected Miss Saoirse, it was obvious that Ying Xiao was sending him a signal, similar to how a confident hunter would give his prey a warning before hunting. Of course, this is by no means a good intention, but purely a hunter to satisfy his own sense of vanity. It's not right. Suddenly, a startled Kevin suddenly sat up from the sofa, startling Li Guanqi, who was thinking about something. Why are you so crazy? Isabel looked at him displeased. Li Guanqi didn't dare to point fingers at the demigods. As a younger sister, The queen would not spoil her brother. What are you waiting for me to do here with you two? Kevin spread his hands and said, I've finished what I need to say. What am I waiting for? It's none of my business if Saoirse comes. I won't wait any longer. I'm leaving first. After that, he turned around and wanted to leave. However, before taking 2 steps, his eyes moved back to look at the beautiful 9th-level female knight who was beating Isabel's shoulders. The demigod knight's eyes moved slightly downward. The dress of the female knight is very distinctive. Her upper body is a set of exquisite and luxurious platinum battle armor. Her lower body is a red miniskirt. And then she has platinum combat boots that are above her knees. The white and tender thigh between the skirt and combat boots, in Li Guanqi's words, is the absolute territory. Now, Kevin was looking intently at the absolute realm. Hey! Kevin looked at the pretty face of the female knight and chuckled. I've never seen you before. Are you a newly promoted 9th-level knight? Let's find a place where no one is around, and I'll teach you the swordsmanship in private. Do you want swordsmanship? The female knight was stunned and tilted her head in confusion. What is that? Is it your unique swordsmanship, Mr. Kevin? But I don't seem to have heard of any related deeds. Isabel's face was expressionless. What kind of bastard swordsmanship is that? Isn't it just the short dagger under the crotch? Right. The younger sister Isabel was expressionless. But the smile on Kevin's brother's face became brighter and brighter. He looked at the 9th-level female knight with a smile. Stab. Sword. Technique. My unique secret technique? The female knight finally reacted and looked ugly. After all, he is a 9th-level person who has lived for hundreds of years. Even if he indulges in cultivation and ignores the world, he will not be unable to understand such a simple pornographic accent. Kai! Mr. Kevin! Please respect yourself. The female knight lowered her head and spoke softly. What can a female subordinate do if her immediate boss talks dirty? What about the 9th level? This is a demigod. The real ceiling of world-class combat power. Declining politely and saying, Please respect yourself, was something she only dared to do after mustering up the courage. But, is it useful? What's the point of being self-respecting? Suddenly, Kevin stepped forward, smiled and took the female knight's hand, turned around and walked towards the door. Come on! Let's go! It's getting dark. You have to practice swordsmanship at night to feel good. Don't worry. I'm Knight Protector. Your master is still my sister. You don't need her consent. You can come back tomorrow morning anyway. Being held by him like this, the female knight's face became even more ugly. But she didn't dare to resist at all. She could only be led by Kevin like a puppet on strings. During this period, she cast a look at Isabel asking for help. However, the Tulip Queen, the sole owner of the Queen's wings, lowered her eyes and turned a blind eye. Squeak! The wooden door opens and closes. The demigod knight just held the hand of a 9th-level female knight and left the room completely. Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi felt very complicated. A female knight at the 9 Palaces level was sexually harassed? No. This should be considered an infringement. But he couldn't see it afterward. Before hearing this kind of thing, Li Guanqi would burst into laughter when he heard it. And then, he would wonder what kind of fool he was who could come up with such a silly story. However, now that this kind of thing has become a real case before his eyes, Li Guanqi not only does not think it is ridiculous, but feels that this is the way things are. Therefore, the level of strength does not actually mean anything. The point is not how strong you are, but that you have to be better than others. Human life is all about comparison. Constant comparison. Just like a god appearing in the ancient era of gods. It doesn't matter, because he is not the only one. But if a god appeared in today's new era, it would be completely indiscriminate killing. Speaking of which, I originally thought you would stop it. Li Guanqi turned to look at Isabel, who was sitting on the sofa and remained silent from beginning to end. After all, that woman is a member of the Queen's Wings and a knight under your command. Isn't she? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Isabel glanced at Li Guanqi indifferently. The demigod is tempted to play with women. Do you really think I can stop it with just one mouth? I am his sister, not his mother. And even the mother can never control that. Guy, too. Li Guanqi said nothing more. Time passes slowly. Bang bang! About 7 or 8 minutes later, there was a sudden knock on the door and a familiar female voice. I am sorry. Queen! I'm late. Li Guanqi turned his head and smiled. Miss Saoirse finally arrived. It's okay. Come in. Isabel snapped her fingers. and a circle of spatial fluctuations rippled from her fingers. And then the green door of the room slowly opened. Outside the gate, I saw the beautiful Jogan-level female sorcerer, with her blonde hair tied into a gentle bun, wearing a green and white floral dress, looking at Li Guanqi and Isabel inside the door, smiling. It was Saoirse, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. "See, your majesty?" She first bowed to Isabel. Then, she looked at Li Guanqi, breathed a sigh of relief, and then chuckled. "That's great, Mr. Li. When I came back and listened to the Queen's explanation of the cause and effect, and knew that the elf forest had been occupied by the night elves, I really very worried about you. If you want to catch up on old times, find some time by yourself." Before Li Guanqi could reply to Saoirse, Isabel, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at the two of them and said calmly, "Guanqi, Beiyou Sequence Star Group, you have already led the 3 stars Tan Lang, Juman and Luxuan. There are 4 left, Wenxiu, Lianjin, Wuxiu, and Pejuan. Now, Saoirse, you are responsible for taking him to the land of literary music and star-making. Then, just like before, after he finishes guiding the star and comes out, you are responsible for taking him to the next place to guide the star. Of course, these things still have to be done secretly, so as not to be discovered by the old guys from the Elder Council. You know the reason." "What reason?" Li Guanqi looked at her. "You don't need to know the secrets of the Empire." Isabel just waved her hand. Li Guanqi was speechless. "Let's go then, Mr. Li." Saoirse looked at him and asked with a smile. Li Guanqi nodded. "Let's go now." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Saoirse began to perform seals and spells. The space in front of her was turbulent. It seemed that she would spend more than 10 minutes to open the space channel to the starguiding place, like she did before. Boom! However, when Queen Isabel, who was sitting on the sofa, saw this, she raised her right hand and tapped lightly towards the fluctuating space. Then the space erupted in violent vibrations, and the water glasses on the table and books on the bookshelves scattered around. After this shock, a white gold space crack was completely formed. Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The queen is the queen after all, whether a spellcaster or a human of different blood. The laws of space are a required course. And as a 9-level human of different blood, Isabel obviously understands the laws of space much better than Saoirse. It took Saoirse 10 minutes to open the space channel, but Isabel completed it in 1 second. In fact, Li Guanqi never really knew their specific realms. There are 9 small stages in the Jogan level. Someone seemed to have told him before that the gap between the initial stage of the 9 palaces level and the great perfection of the 9 palaces level is greater than the gap between a dog and the early stage of the 9 palaces level. Very messy. After opening the space channel, Isabel glanced at the room and frowned slightly. The way she opened the space channel just now was a bit violent. When she opened the channel, it also caused a space shock. It was precisely because of this shock that the room became a mess, and all kinds of ceramic cups and books fell to the ground. The books were okay, just scattered, but the ceramic cups were all broken. Buzz. Before Isabel could say anything, Saoirse made a seal with one hand, and the white gold light flashed and spread from her fingertips to the entire room. Then, those scattered books, broken water glasses, and other things seemed to go back in time and began to play back at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, they were back to their original positions, and the broken glasses were restored to their original positions. Suddenly, the messy room became tidy again, just like before. Li Guanqi watched this scene with interest. This is of course not time reversal, but the combined effect of multiple spells. Among them are the transferring objects, purification of dust, broken mirror reunion, etc. But I have to say that Saoirse's spell is very well coordinated and used. At first glance, it does not seem to be about turning back time. Both. The magician's method is more convenient. Isabel looked at the restored room, couldn't help but smile, and joked to Saoirse. Don't you magicians don't have to do housework when you get married? The room will be clean just by moving your fingers. The queen is joking. Saoirse lowered her head slightly. Since the day she joined the queen's wings, Saoirse has dedicated her body and mind to his majesty. So why should she marry someone else? Okay, it's time for you to set off. Isabel looked at her and said seriously. Also, Saoirse, after sending him there, you have to come back quickly. Regarding the war situation in Hall Province, the elixir you refined using Qingxian alchemy is an indispensable part. I know you haven't rested for a long time. But there is really no time for you to rest now. Clear. Saoirse looked serious, clenched her right hand into a fist, hammered her left chest hard, and performed the Tulip Knight salute. Then she took Li Guanqi's hand, turned and walked towards the platinum space crack. Mr. Li, as before, don't let go of my hand. This space passage is special, and I need to ensure your safety. Li Guanqi nodded, and then followed the Jiugang-level female sorcerer, completely stepping into the space crack and being swallowed up by the platinum gold light. As the space crack closed, the two of them completely disappeared from Isabel's sight. Isabel sat on the red sofa. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. After a while, the Tulip Queen stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the street view of the imperial capital outside the window, her eyes flickering, wondering what she was thinking. Chapter 559, Demonic Sword Altar. God-level ability to kill without intention. Buzz. The cracks in space flickered. Li Guanqi followed Saoirse's footsteps and walked out slowly, suspended in the air, and looked around to check the surrounding environment. Of course, the place where the stars are attracted is what it looks like at night. He has been to 3 places that lead to stars. The place where Tanlang leads to stars is a forest. The place where Jumen leads to stars is a white desert. And the place where Lutuan leads to stars is surrounded by mountains. And this land that attracts Winkuxing star is. Li Guanqi lowered his head, slightly stunned. Ocean. This piece of land that attracts stars is actually a pure sea area. There are no islands. Only sea water, and many free and floating stars. No wonder the way to attract Winkuxing is to take a sip of sea water. It turns out that this place is a sea. Isn't this star-drawing land special? Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. This place is a sea area. As you know, from the outside, there is nothing special about the guiding star land. It can be said that it is very hidden. This place was first discovered by people because of a coincidence. It is said that a fisherman accidentally entered this place while fishing during the day. He found that it was dark all of a sudden, and there were stars all around him. He quickly left and went back to report to the village chief. The village chief invited a practitioner to check. And then he discovered this piece of attracting stars. Land. Okay. That's all. Mr. Li, I have to go back and continue my alchemy task. See you next time. Saoirse smiled at him and waved her hand, then seemed to remember something and asked quickly. Yes. Yes. Do you still have the pocket watch I gave you? When you want to leave, you still have to do the same as before. Use it. Don't worry. It's still there. Li Guanqi nodded. That's good. Goodbye. Saoirse smiled gently, then turned around and walked into the space crack when she came in, and left. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the crack in space completely close. Shanku? He said in his mind. What's wrong? Master? Shangkong quickly responded. Does the power of quiet sky exist in this place? Li Guanqi looked around, looking at the star-filled sea. I want to go to the altar of Luimo first, help him unblock the 8th floor, and then come back to this place to attract stars. We are already here. You should also have obtained the spatial coordinates. Right. Certainly. Shangkong smiled. Jingjing is not invincible. How is it possible that the whole world is covered by her power? This place does not have it. I have memorized the space coordinates of this place. I can go back and forth at any time. The space of this place that leads to stars. Blockade can't stop my cracking. Will it be noticed? Li Guanqi asked again. The queen doesn't want the elders to find out that she let me, an outsider, come in. There must be a reason. So it's better to stay hidden. Don't worry. You will never be discovered. Xuenkong's voice revealed a strong confidence. Then let's go. Li Guanqi nodded. When Lu Imo regained his memory, didn't he give you the spatial coordinates of his altar? Go there now. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a space crack appeared next to him that was opened by the sky, and the twisted, colorful brilliance kept flashing. Set off. The excited voice of the magic knife sounded in his mind. Li Guanqi grinned and stepped into it. Boom. Li Guanqi had just walked into the space crack. But within a few seconds, the space passage shook violently. And then a powerful thrust appeared, blasting him directly out and slamming into a hard black brick ground. What the HL? Li Guanqi pushed himself up from the ground in embarrassment. There was an error in the transmission. Shangkong. What is this? Huh? It seems right. Before he finished speaking, he raised his head and couldn't help but smile. A few meters ahead, There is a mysterious altar made of purple crystals. Complex white lines are engraved on it. There is a gap in the center of the altar, which is exactly the same width and thickness as the blade of the magic knife. It is obviously specifically tailored for the magic sword and the surrounding environment. Li Guanqi looked around. This place is like a temple. Very spacious, with exquisite reliefs on the outer walls. The pictures are different, but the general content is the same. They are all about a man holding a magic knife and killing various powerful monsters and enemies. In addition, in the deepest part of the temple, 100 meters directly in front of the demon sword altar, there is a purple-black throne. On the throne, there was a humanoid stone statue with closed eyes, which looked exactly like the reliefs on the surrounding walls. Is he the god of death? Li Guanqi stepped forward, looked at the face of the stone statue carefully, and asked curiously, Lu Imo, what is going on? This is a heritage stone statue he left behind. The voice of the magic knife sounded, with a hint of recollection. I don't know the content of this inheritance. In my memory, there should be no inheritance stone statue where my altar is. Maybe he didn't tell me. Or maybe it's because my memory hasn't been unlocked yet. But based on what I know about him, this is most likely a sword skill inheritance. Because the stone statues he used to seal the sword skills all have their eyes closed. As for the method of accepting the inheritance, they should be smashed directly. So wild. Li Guanqi was stunned. If you pass on the inheritance to others, you actually want them to smash the statue of yourself? It's Wuxinzhen. Suddenly, Pluto's voice sounded. What? Demon Knife was immediately startled. Then confused and puzzled. How do you know? Of course I know. Because I feel it. Pluto smiled. When I was still in the pantheon of gods, I fought against the god of death. Although he was no match for me, he still had merits. For example, what impressed me most about him was this sword, completely abandoned, get rid of all distracting thoughts. All nostalgia for the world. In my opinion, his sword only had killing intent. Pure killing intent. Not for anything. Not for revenge. Not for the pleasure of killing. Not for any messy things. Some people have to have a goal when killing people. For example, why do you kill? But this kind of killing is not pure enough. When you kill with a goal in mind, for example, you want to kill him because you want to take something from him, then killing is just a means to achieve your goal. You are only completing the goal, not killing. But the killing god's sword was different. When he drew the sword, he had no distracting thoughts in his mind. He just wanted to kill the opponent. It was the purest and most extreme killing. A very interesting knife. Really interesting. He called it unintentional killing. Unintentional? Unintentional? Ha 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 ha. As he was talking, Pluto suddenly burst out laughing. Interesting. The reason why the guy got this name back then was that when he used this sword, he had to be undistracted and have no distracting thoughts in his heart. He just wanted pure killing. That's why it's called unintentional slash. But what now? You brat is truly Wuxin. The god of killing is Wuxin in the spiritual sense. And you are Wuxin in the physical sense. After all, you really don't have a heart. If you come to learn this sword, you will be better than the god of killing himself. Suitable. Li Guanqi was speechless. Crush this stone statue. The demon sword's voice was erratic, with a bit of sadness. Wuxin slash is the most proud sword skill of the god of death. It can be said that the reason why he was able to understand the law of killing and open the palace of killing. This sword skill definitely played an indispensable role. When he understood this sword, the door of the killing palace had already revealed a crack to him. But I don't know if I'm suitable for this knife. Li Guanqi stared at the stone statue of the god of death in front of him and frowned slightly. Unintentional killing? Pluto said. This is a sword with no distracting thoughts in the heart, without seeking any purpose. Just for pure killing. I'm afraid I'm not suitable. I kill. No matter it's killing someone, whether it's hunting monsters or not. There must be a purpose. I don't enjoy pure killing. In fact, that kind of thing is pure killing at best. But to me, it is no different from killing without reason. I am not such a person. And maybe I am not suitable for this knife. He knows nothing. The devil sword's voice was full of disdain. Pluto knows nothing about the unintentional slash. The unintentional slash is not just a pure killing sword at all. It is just a pure sword. It really has no distractions, and only the target in its eyes. But it's not just murderous intent that can do this. The real secret of Wuxinzhen is not pure killing. but a pure enough heart. When there is only one extremely strong desire left in your heart, then you can use Waksenzu. You are not the first descendant of Wu Xianzhan. As far as I know, the god of death once taught another woman to kill without intention in the old era. And during a vendetta, in order to protect her seriously injured husband, she successfully used the heartless slash, causing the god of death thousands of miles away to sense it and go to investigate. Can you say that she did it purely for killing? In my opinion, she was just killing to protect her husband. According to Pluto, the killing was just a way for her to protect her husband. It was not pure, and she should not be able to use the unintentional slash. But what about the facts? The fact is that in order to protect her husband, she successfully used Wuxin slash and killed all the enemy invaders. Of course, you can also say that the woman took another path. But in any case, this shows that the true meaning of Wuxin Zhan is not killing, but the purest heart. Wuxin doesn't mean that you really don't think about anything. It's about having a strong desire for one thing. So strong that your heart can no longer accommodate other things. Intentional to the extreme. It seems to be unintentional. Oh! After the magic knife said that, Hades smiled softly. If that's the case, then I don't mind admitting my mistake. Then, such a knife seems to be more interesting. Actually, there's no point in thinking about this. The demon sword did not pay attention to Pluto, but continued to say to Li Guanqi, sword skills of this level such as Wu Xianzhan are of course not a simple body movement, but a secret technique in which the physical body explodes due to changes in the soul. To perform the heartless slash, you don't need to practice hard day and night, but it comes naturally. When the time has not come, no matter how hard you practice, it will be useless. When the time comes, you will naturally know how to use the sword. Of course, the premise is that you have accepted the inheritance and indoctrination of Wu Xianzhan. So, kid, you first smash the stone statue of the god of death and accept the inheritance of Wu Xianzhan. As for whether it can be used in the future, that is a matter for the future. Maybe one day, you suddenly encounter something, and then it comes out naturally. Of course, judging from what I've seen before, if one day you actually perform unintentional slash, then I think it's highly likely that it won't be a good thing. 9 times out of 10 it will be a tragedy. If it's not your tragedy, it's someone else's tragedy that you see and touches your heartstrings. I understand. Li Guanqi nodded, looked at the stone statue of the god of death sitting on the purple and black throne in front of him, raised his right hand, and tapped it lightly with his fingers. Boom! Crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the stone statue, and then a dazzling bloody light exploded, completely engulfing Li Guanqi's figure. The breeze blowing on your face not only brings a sense of coolness, but also brings bursts of peach blossom fragrance. Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes. What comes into view is a beautiful peach blossom forest. Countless pink peach blossoms were flying and hovering in the air, and 2 peach blossoms even landed on Li Guanqi's shoulders, mixing with his few strands of white hair hanging down his shoulders. The sky was bright, and the bright sunshine was shining, which complemented the scene of dancing peach blossoms. Deep in the peach blossom forest, there seemed to be bursts of guqin sounds, which seemed to be there but not at all. Li Guanqi, who was dressed in black, looked dazed, stepped forward, and followed the sound. As he got closer to the sound of the piano, the sound became more urgent, and the peach blossoms in the sky were flying and circling more and more violently, as if there was a strong wind whistling, but in fact there was not. The breeze is still gentle. Li Guanqi's long snow-white hair only fluttered slightly at the ends. The sound of the piano became faster and fiercer, and the peach blossoms in the sky were swirling more and more fiercely. Like a tornado, countless pink peach blossoms were spitting and flying wildly, and even the thick peach blossom trees began to sway, shaking off more peach blossoms. But Li Guanqi was still in a daze and kept walking towards the source of the sound, until the end. For a moment, the sound of the piano suddenly stopped and the peach blossom stagnated, as if the whole world had suddenly stopped. And Li Guanqi also stopped. Directly ahead, deep in the peach blossom forest, under the strongest peach blossom tree, there was a man in black with his back to him, sitting and playing the piano. However, the man had stopped playing the piano. My name is Zhao Yuan. Of course, the name is just a code name. The man in black stood up slowly, looked back at Li Guanqi. His face was expressionless and his voice was calm. You can also call me by another more well-known code name, the God of Death. Base. In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed. Dark clouds pressed over the top, and the sound of clanging swords resounded through the sky. The figure of the Guqin disappeared, replaced by a purple flame magic knife suspended in place. The purple-black flame swallowed up the phantoms of flaming skulls, with a soul-stirring weirdness, and the peach blossom forest no longer exists. The place where Li Guanqi and the man in black were at this moment had turned into an extremely tragic and bloody battlefield. The broken limbs of countless soldiers were scattered all over the mountains and fields. Looking around, there was not even a complete body to be found. Only broken limbs and arms. The countless peach blossoms that were originally frozen in midair turned into drops of scarlet blood, like a rain of blood frozen in midair. In the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, the man in black holds the purple flame magic knife and drags it towards Li Guanqi. His figure is erratic. He is there one moment, disappears the next moment, blinks again, and suddenly appears again, in front of you. Looking at the man in black who suddenly appeared in front of him, Li Guanqi's pupils shrank suddenly, and his breathing stagnated. He wanted to move, but couldn't move at all. It was as if his body suddenly stopped obeying him, and it seemed as if he couldn't feel himself at all. Body. Suddenly, the man in black and the magic knife in front of him disappeared in an instant. Li Guanqi bowed his head slightly. He saw that his body was turning into ashes at an alarming speed, drifting away in the wind. No, not just his body, but even his soul. Annihilation. He didn't even see the man in black take out the knife, but his body and soul had been chopped into pieces and completely annihilated. Before Li Guanqi's consciousness completely disappeared, he seemed to hear a vague male voice ringing in his ears. That's it. Unintentional killing. Ding! You have learned a new ability, Wuxin / God level. Wuxin / a pure killing sword, created by an ancient god. It contains his complete understanding of the law of killing. But it seems that the true meaning of this sword is far more than killing. Who? Li Guanqi, who was lying on the ground, stood up suddenly. His pupils shrank sharply. He was breathing heavily, and his face was ugly. Die? He died once. He was killed once by the god of killing with the heartless slash. Illusion? Li Guanqi stood up from the ground and looked at the fragments of stone statues scattered on the ground in front of him, as well as the empty purple-black throne with only a few stones piled up. Are you going to be dragged into the illusion and killed again? Wuxin / is a secret technique that changes the soul and causes the body to explode. Lu Mo's voice slowly sounded, and its effect also affects the soul and body at the same time. If Wu Xian cuts it out with a sword, the soul and body of the opponent will be annihilated and collapsed at the same time, just like what you felt in the inheritance illusion. This is a very mysterious secret technique. You can understand it as a divine technique. No one can learn it through normal channels except for beings who are also gods. Therefore, this inheritance will directly engrave the Wuxin / mark deep in your soul, which is similar to an enlightenment. When the time comes, you can directly perform heartless /. But when this opportunity will appear, no one knows. Anyway, that's the end of the matter. The inheritance is over. Maybe you can cast heartless / tomorrow. Or maybe you will never encounter that opportunity in your life, and you will never be able to use the heartless /. Anyway, to put it bluntly, you don't need to take this matter to heart. Trust me, kid. Using unintentional / is not necessarily a good thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing if you can't use unintentional slashing. That's it. What you have to do now is to turn around, walk to my altar, insert me in, withstand the impact of the power of the artifact altar, and help me unblock to the 8th level. Listening to the words of the magic knife in his mind, Li Guanqi raised his right hand. Tongue! Purple flames erupted. A long black knife burning with purple and black flames instantly appeared in his right hand. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, held it firmly, and then looked down at the long knife burning with magic flames in his hand. The next moment, in the depths of his eyes that were as bright as sapphires, there was a faint hint of blood, as if trying hard to burst out, but in the end it dissipated feebly. I really can't use it. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. He could feel some kind of power throbbing deep in his soul, but he couldn't completely control the emergence of this power. Maybe that's the unintentional / inherited from the god of death. But he can't use it now. Forget it. That's it. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. Then holding the magic knife in his hand, he slowly walked towards the artifact altar in front. Lunmo! Wait! I will help you unlock the 8th floor. Chapter 560 Ying Zhao's vision to reshape Daluo. Boom! Li Guanqi walked to the front of the artifact altar and inserted the magic knife burning with purple flames into it. And then the whole hall began to shake violently. Lines of purple light appeared on the ceiling, floor, and walls of the hall, crisscrossing each other, and emitting an indescribable and strange power. They were like hot blazing flames, and like the cold air of the gloomy cave, which made people extremely uncomfortable. "Are you ready?" The voice of the magic knife rang in my mind. "It's about to begin. Ares!" Li Guanqi held the handle of the magic knife with both hands and shouted, "Buzz!" As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body directly manifested into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms. At the same time, the black clothes on his body burst into white light and quickly transformed into a pair of platinum light armor that perfectly matched the body with 3 heads and 6 arms. There were 3 ghost-faced helmets and 6 arm armors. "If it weren't for this guy, I wouldn't have dared to ask you to come so early to help me unblock the 8th floor." Demon Sword smiled. "However, with Ares protecting the body, there will be no danger. Only the soul will feel uncomfortable. This has nothing to do with the strength of your soul. No matter how powerful the soul is. Help me. You have to endure the unblocking of the 8th floor." "What?" Li Guanqi was stunned. Boom. Before the demon sword could reply, the entire palace shook violently, and then raging purple flames spewed out from the dense purple cracks, completely engulfing Li Guanqi's figure in a sea of fire. The fusion of dark power and fire power. Demon flame. However, this is only the impact force of unlocking the 8th level, in front of Ares, who is completely immune to the 8th level attack. This kind of flame invasion is not worth mentioning. However, Ares can resist the physical flames. But what about the soul? Ares is a pure physical defense. But there is nothing we can do about soul-based attacks. Just like now. In the sea of purple flames, directly in front of the altar, Li Guanqi held the handle of the magic knife tightly with his armor-covered hands, raising his head and letting out a painful cry. The ghostly face of the heavenly god's armor covered his face, making it difficult to see his face and expression. But he could also tell from his voice that his handsome face must have been so ferocious that it could be called distorted. Now Li Guanqi feels as if there are countless centipedes and ants burrowing in his ears and brain, which makes his scalp numb to the extreme. It can be called the most terrifying torture. "Lumo!" Li Guanqi raised his head and roared, trying to wash away the pain he was feeling by shouting, "I'll hack your mother." "What the hell is going on?" "Calm down." Demon Knife smiled. "Don't be anxious. To put it another way, all the pain you are enduring now will be endured by your enemies in the future. The souls of enemies infected by my demonic flames in the future will be infected and will suffer to a certain extent. This kind of pain, if you think about it this way, isn't it great? Try." Li Guanqi felt that there seemed to be more and more centipedes in his head and ears, and they were still squeaking, making him wail more and more. "You still have this function? Didn't you fail to integrate the soul law successfully?" "It was unsuccessful," Mo Dao replied. "It's just that no success is no success. But well, how should I put it? For example, if you fail the college entrance examination in the real world, your high school knowledge will not disappear when you fail the college entrance examination. Right. How much more do I have? It still has some soul attack effect." Li Guanqi had no energy left to continue speaking, and his wailing became more and more shrill. A few minutes later, inside the sea of demonic flames, under the intense torture of his soul, he couldn't help but kneel down on one knee. But his hands were still holding the handle of the demonic knife tightly. Otherwise, all the previous efforts to unblock it would be wasted, and he would suffer in vain. This pain, this unblocking process lasted for nearly 20 minutes. Boom! The sea of fire dissipated, leaving only a few purple flames burning in the corners of the hall. The purple cracks on the walls gradually closed and converged the light. In the center of the altar, a long black knife with purple flame slowly floated up, suspended in the air, exuding blazing heat and a strange dark aura. And it was majestic. The magic sword kills silence and unblocks the 8th level. Hoo-hoo. Beside the altar, Li Guanqi sat on the ground, withdrew from his 3-headed and 6-armed body, and the heavenly royal armor on his body also returned to its black style, revealing his face. At this time, his face was pale, and his lips were even whiter. He was sitting on the ground and breathing heavily. "Untying Xiaoxue is not as uncomfortable as you. Effort and reward are sometimes directly proportional." The magic knife floated in midair, slowly floated to Li Guanqi, and automatically started to circle around him. Think about it. I will unblock the 8th level, possess you, and carry out all aspects of demonization amplification. And then you hold it in your left hand. The 8th level point snow gun increases the power of ice. And the 9th level Qin Xian sword in the right hand is used for pure killing. What kind of combat power is this? So what? Can you kill the demigod leveling Shao? Li Guanqi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Demon Knife was at a loss for words for a while, and then said helplessly after a while, "The devil knows why you are so unlucky. You are at the 7-star level. As long as the circles you hang out in are normal, you will kill indiscriminately when you have artifacts like ours. As a result, these days I met either Jiogong or a demigod, playing with a hammer. So we have to improve our level quickly." Li Guanqi shook his head, then pushed himself up from the ground and stood up. "Do you want the palindrome to lead to the stars?" Shankara asked aloud. "No. Wait a minute." Li Guanqi brushed the space necklace around his neck with his right hand and took out a dark blue crystal. A gift from Queen of the Night Alina. A 9th level soul stone. It's time to raise the soul to the 8th level limit. According to the Queen, normal people can only slowly absorb the power of the soul stone. But Li Guanqi is different. With the plunder technique, he should be able to digest the power of this soul stone as quickly as possible. The gap is really big. Li Guanqi held this dark blue 9th level soul stone and couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary people want to cultivate their souls, so they have to use visualization methods to grind it bit by bit. However, wealthy nobles can use potions made from various precious materials to directly enhance their souls. Now that Violet Soul Stone technology has come out, even the heavenly materials and earthly treasures can be saved. If those top nobles send their ancestors out to find a Jiogong level slaughterer to store the soul, they can then take it back to the younger generations to practice. Neither Hades nor the artifacts responded to what he said, because there is nothing to respond to. It is a normal thing. Commonplace. This is the way the world is. Boom! Li Guanqi sat on the ground, holding the 9th level soul stone in his right hand. A black mist spewed out of his body and began to wrap around the 9th level soul stone. Soon, he sensed that the power of the plundering technique was still strong. He wanted to completely plunder the power of this 9th level soul stone. And he could completely plunder it soon. But his soul condition did not allow it. From LV80 to LV89. The gap is too big. He must slow down and improve his soul slowly. Otherwise some unexpected bad situations are very likely to occur. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath and carefully felt the rapid increase in soul strength due to the plundering of soul stone energy. Well, it will probably take at least 10 days. Boom! The Western Continent. One of the Violet Kingdoms. The Rodel Kingdom. And the Northern Mountain Range. This mountain range has long been famous in the Rodel Kingdom because it is the largest and most dangerous demon mountain range in the country. It is said that some people have even witnessed a 9th level demon species appearing. However, today, on this night with the bright moon hanging high, a golden rainbow fell from the sky, like a meteorite piercing the night sky, directly smashing the largest mountain range in the kingdom into pieces. Countless monsters and cursed spirits were buried in this terrifying landslide. In the shock wave, at the center of the explosion, a purple-robed figure with flying purple hair was looming. Opposite him stood a burly old man wearing black gold imperial robes and with black hair. Ying Xiao looked at Luo Di with surprise on his face. Xiao Xian, where is your white hair? Why is it all black? You have become younger. Oh. He suddenly realized it, and then smiled. So that's it. Your end is approaching, and you are really going to die of old age, Xiao Xian. Having said that, the smile on Ying Xiao's face could no longer be maintained, and turned extremely complicated. I don't know how you discovered everything, but you should know very well that he is the son of Tongyu. If I cooperate, I can use the blood of Tongyu in his body to lift the lifespan curse of the royal blood in your body, just like I am now. Ah. When Luo Di heard this, he just shook his head and laughed. Brother, I know more things than you think. Ying Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. You never thought of using his blood to help me heal. Luo Di looked calm. What you are thinking about from the beginning to the end is swallowing the Tongyu blood in his body. Trying to use 2 fused 6th stage Tongyu blood to evolve to the most perfect 7th stage. Just like more than 3,900 years ago. Just like you can become a god on the spot without any source of energy. Huh? How come you even know this? Hearing this, Ying Xiao smiled habitually, but his smile was stiff. and his purple eyes showed a bit of solemnity. There are no secrets in this world. Luo Di's expression remained calm. Then what do you think? Ing Xiao stared at the other party with a cold voice. I can't figure it out. Since you know so many things, you should also be very clear. When he completely pulls the Big Dipper, no one can stop me from going to him. Even if not even you. No one can go to that world except me and him. What are your plans? As he spoke, the figure of the son of Tongyu with fluttering purple hair flickered, as if he seemed to be in this place but not empty, and seemed to be something but not something. Space mezzanine. He is now located between the main world space and the space mezzanine of another space. Oh, I get it. Suddenly, Ing Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Luo Di and said softly, It's you. You found Isabel and Kevin. You deceived them and made them think that I was going to carry out the original plan and kill humans to obtain the source. Gas. So Kevin decided to help you. So they agreed to send Li Guanqi to the Forest of Elves. No wonder. No wonder the woman agreed. It turned out that you were behind all this. Having said this, Ing Xiao looked at Luo Di with a smile on his face. So, you guys have been playing tricks on me. It's because of this that you never stopped my actions. So I'm really curious. What means are there to be confident in protecting Li Guanqi at that time? Soon. Luo Di didn't say more. Just said calmly, The day when he brings the power of Beidou is not far away. You think that day will be the day when you will be successful and become a god on the spot. But in my opinion, that day one day. It's the day I kill you completely and put an end to everything. Why can't you make me a god? Ing Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted, You don't want me to live well? If I become a god, I can also protect the people of Daluo dynasty. With a god like me here, who dares to invade Daluo? No, you can't. Why would you lie to me? Luo Di sighed softly. I originally had this hope. But I was wrong. Because of the attitude of my father and mother. And because of Daluo's discrimination against conjurers. Your hatred for Daluo is far greater than I imagined. If you really become a god, I am afraid that the first people to be destroyed will be the countless people of the Daluo dynasty. Shouldn't this bullshit dynasty be destroyed? As soon as these words came out, Ing Xiao lost control of his emotions completely and roared at Luo Di with a ferocious face. Do you know how many families have been killed by this kind of discriminatory concept? Do you know how many children with promising futures have died just because of this kind of discriminatory concept? Such a dynasty should be destroyed. It should be. Luo Di's expression was still calm. Everything happens for a reason. But you don't know it. I admit that this situation is definitely not what I want to see. Nor what my ancestors want to see. After all, everything will change over time. Unpredictable changes occur. Emperor Luo Shiwang, who founded the Great Luo dynasty, initially did not want conjurers to appear within the Great Wall. But he definitely doesn't want to see this situation. And this is also not what he wants to see. Does that make sense to you? Ing Xiao laughed angrily. Does this make sense? In the past 3,000 years, there have been so many tragedies, and so many dead magician children. Just because you said I don't want to. And he doesn't want to either. Nothing happened? That's ridiculous. Hearing this, Luo Di's eyes fluctuated for the first time. And he did not dare to look directly at Ing Xiao. Or maybe, he just didn't dare to look directly at the countless sadness and separation behind this sentence. There's no way to save it. Ing Xiao took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice. The people of Daluo dynasty have been brainwashed to the point of hopelessness by you people for hundreds, thousands, or 3,000 years. Once sinful thoughts take root, not even the gods can do anything about them. Every Daluo person who discriminates against magicians, is guilty. An unpardonable sin. Their only salvation is death. I will kill all the Daluo people. Of course, I will store a batch of Daluo people's genes in advance. And then use this to create a new batch of Daluo people. A group of Daluo people who no longer discriminate against spellcasters. That is the real Daluo. A better Daluo. Xiaoxian. This is the best explanation I can give you. Your brother. After I become a god, I will reshape Daluo and create a better Daluo. After helping new Daluo dominate the world and ensuring that new Daluo becomes the sole overlord of the world, I will truly leave this star field and go to the depths of the starry sky to pursue the footsteps of a higher civilization. This is my own dream. Luo Di shook his head slightly and looked at Ing Xiao seriously. Brother, all you will get is failure. Maybe Daluo is not good now. But this is not the reason why billions of people in Daliao want to be killed by you. It shouldn't be like this. And it can't be like this. Then let's wait and see. Purple light began to flash in Ying Zhao's purple eyes. Let's see when the day comes. Whether it will be me who swallows Li Guanqi's Tongyu blood and achieve the status of a god. Or you who will kill me and stop everything. Buzz? As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body flickered. And then he completely disappeared into the space. And even Luo Di could not trace him. It's time to finish. Luo Di stood there, raised his head slightly, and closed his eyes. Whether it was an illusion or not, several age spots on his wrinkled old face were gradually disappearing. The old emperor of Daliao seemed to be getting younger again. Boom. 13 days later, at the demon sword altar, Li Guanqi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and a surging soul pressure erupted in his body. A dazzling blue light flashed between his brows, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a dark blue soul body behind him. But the next moment, red flames suddenly appeared, turning into a female figure with condensed flames, with long hair and lower body covered with flames. The concrete form of fire god Mingyao. At this time, the aura emanating from this soul Dharma image has reached the peak level of the 8th level. And the next step is the level of the 9 palaces. Soul, LV80 LV.89. 89.9, 8th level Dharma realm peak soul. Comprehensive level, LV84 LV.89. Boom! In Li Guanqi's right hand, the dark blue soul stone suddenly shattered and turned into a fine crystal powder, then dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and dissipated like ashes in the blink of an eye. The energy contained in this 9th level soul stone has been completely absorbed by him using the plundering technique, and he has not exceeded the estimate of the Queen of Night. With this 9th level soul stone, he has successfully raised his soul to the peak of the 8th level. No problem. The only thing that seems to be a bit problematic is the overall level. Stuck at level 89? Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 561 Beta Sequence. Star Attraction completed. Li Guanqi's digital level comes from the system's panel display. In fact, the real function of this system is not much. This system, which is given to all extraordinary beings, is neither like a game system where you can gain experience by defeating monsters, nor is there any mall where you can redeem items. If Li Guanqi really has to say it, this thing is more like a monitor than a system. Displays one's own cultivation level, displays the enemy's approximate level, displays mission content, displays extraordinary leaderboard rankings. It's just a monitor. Among these display functions, the most interesting is the digital cultivation level panel. Spiritual power, LV82, 82.3, spell 7 star. Physical body, LV70, 70.3, peak of Liuha level in martial arts. Soul, LV89, 89.9, 8th level Dharma realm peak soul. Comprehensive level, LV89. The strength of the physical body is too low, with only level 82 spiritual power and level 89 soul. It is impossible to reach the Jyogon level. If you want to step into the level of LV90, there is still a long way to go. Li Guanqi closed his eyes, felt the power in his body, and whispered to himself, Master, your soul has reached the peak of the 8th level. If you want to further complete the breakthrough of the 9th level, there is no shortcut. At this time, Xu Yinkong's voice suddenly sounded. The previous soul realms were all driven by external objects, but the 9th level can only be driven by the inside. It's so mysterious. Li Guanqi opened his blue eyes and smiled calmly. To put it bluntly, we need to seek a breakthrough opportunity like those at the 4 elephants and Bagua levels of martial arts. To be precise, it's the intense throbbing of one's soul. Shudkong slowly said. Your soul needs an extremely strong emotional stimulation to complete the qualitative change again and enter the level of the 9th level soul. There is another premise. Pluto's lazy voice suddenly sounded. The 9th level soul, also known as the self-level soul. In addition to a strong emotional stimulation, you also need to fully realize your inner self. To put it simply, you have to understand that you are for otherwise. You will never be able to enter the realm of the 9th level soul. What am I living for? Li Guanqi blinked. Hey, yeah. What are you living for? Pluto chuckled softly. What? Is this confusing you all of a sudden? Come on. Why don't we discuss it now? What are you guys living for? What else can I live for? Of course, I live to protect the people I cherish. Li Guanqi smiled calmly, almost without any hesitation, and almost blurted out. I don't pursue immense power. Nor do I pursue endless wealth. I work hard to become stronger just to be able to control my own destiny. I heard a saying, all the helplessness in the world is due to the incompetence of the parties involved. So there are helpless and helpless things. I don't want to be powerless in my life. So I want to have enough power to look down on the world, so as to protect everything I cherish, such as my parents and Meng Yao. As soon as these words came out, both Shan Kong and Hades became quiet. It seemed quiet, but Shan Kong actually ignored Li Guanqi and directly initiated a private chat conversation with Pluto. Shan Kong. Master said that he does not pursue power. The side effects of the Night Queen and greedy wolf star on him seem to be less severe than imagined. Can we rest assured? Hades. That's not true. Idiot. Shan Kong. Huh? Pluto. Under the influence of the Queen of the Night. The king in this kid's mind is not a king who holds power, but a king who is respected by others. In fact, in my opinion, people like Olina are not so much he is a king, rather than a hero and a legend. After all, isn't that dark-skinned girl the hero and legend in the eyes of the Night Elves? This kid also wants to become a legend who is worshipped, admired, and followed. So of course, he doesn't pursue power. In fact, who doesn't want to become such a legendary figure, whose name will go down in history and be praised and sung for thousands of years after his death? Shan Kong. Legendary? But I haven't seen many living legends. Pluto. Because death is the biggest bonus. The perfect ending for a legendary figure is to die vigorously, such as that Luo Di from the East. To be honest, I am very worried about what Luo Di will do next. And then in this kid's heart, he will become the second heavy blow after Alina, the Queen of the Night, and once again deepen his desire to become a king and a legend. The character's desires, the side effects of greedy wolf star will definitely explode again at this opportunity. Shan Kong. What can we do? Pluto. Just wait and see. Ares. Listening to what you two said, I am looking forward to it more and more. Anyway, I really want to become the legendary king's armor. Forget about that bastard Pluto. Shan Kong. You don't want to become the legendary king's artifact. I really don't understand you. Shan Kong. Hades. Shan Kong. How the H.L. did you hear our conversation? Ares. Ha ha ha. Shanku. Hades? Li Guanqi stood next to the magic sword altar and called out twice in surprise. Why are you two silent? Say something back. Coming. Pluto replied lazily. In order to protect your parents and lover, so you live for others? Such a life is really boring. Other people? Li Guanqi smiled and said, those are my biological parents who gave me birth and raised me. They provided me with father's love and mother's love from childhood to adulthood. They gave me the best childhood. You are me in another world. You should also do this. It's very clear, isn't it? And Meng Yao is my lover. They are not others. As he said that, he looked strange. Wait, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? In order to resurrect the god of fire, you killed the gods in the old era and triggered Ragnarok. In the new era, you were reincarnated for more than 4,000 years and were unwilling to die. You just clung to life just to find the hope of resurrecting the god of fire. Just now, you still have the nerve to say that I live for others? It does not matter. Pluto obviously did not want to discuss too much about Vulcan with Li Guanqi, and just skipped the topic calmly. The important thing is that this is not the correct answer. If this answer is correct enough, if this is your understanding of the self, then the depths of your soul shouldn't be so vague. Don't forget, this ray of consciousness of mine lives here, and can see everything clearly. This is a sign that you don't know enough about yourself. Of course, maybe, this is the correct answer. But the problem is that your understanding of this answer is not clear enough, resulting in this understanding not being strong enough. But it doesn't matter. Don't be in a hurry. Kid, you are only 20 this year. Are you in your 20s? Forget it. I'm only in my 20s anyway. Regardless of whether you are born in the 21st century, there is a high probability that you can live tens of thousands of years, like the humans of the old age. Even if you have lived in the new age and been affected by the environment of this era, it does not matter that your lifespan is similar to that of the new age humans. After all, even based on the 1,000-year lifespan of humans in the new age, you can still live for hundreds of years. It's a long time, and there is plenty of time left for you to find yourself. As for now, It's better to go back to the place where whence you lead stars. You should start to continue attracting stars. After all, if you can't survive Ing Zhao's disaster, don't talk about the future. That makes sense. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. Ing Zhao is the biggest goal at this stage. Shan Kong, take me back. Clear. A space crack appeared that distorted the colorful brilliance, and Li Guanqi immediately stepped into it, returning to the place where there was only seawater. The method of attracting stars is different in each place. For example, the method of attracting stars in Wenxiu Star Land is to directly take a sip of seawater and then soak the whole person in the water. This was not the first time that Li Guanqi attracted stars. This was the fourth time. He quickly entered the state, and his consciousness sank. In the days that followed, there were no more surprises. What Li Guanqi did was to lead stars, and lead stars again. After pulling a star during this period, when he uses the pocket watch Saoirse gave him to teleport out, Saoirse will also tell him about the war situation between the Tulip Empire and the School of Magic. In Saoirse's view, the war will soon be inconclusive. This sentence is very interesting, because the current war between the Tulip Empire and the Magic Academy is basically in a stalemate. After the Conjuring Academy massacred some border towns, there was no place left to massacre easily. The remaining towns are all within the core defense range of the Tulip Empire. It is very difficult for the School of Magic to attack them. Without the ability to massacre the city, there is no way to undermine the Tulip people's trust in the Empire. And there is no way to reduce the Tulip Empire's national destiny. If the national destiny of the Tulip Empire cannot be reduced, the 9 palaces of the Tulip Empire will still be powerful and difficult to kill. In addition, the Tulip Empire is a country with spiritual beliefs. As long as this kind of belief is played well, it can easily brainwash the people. At least Tulip Empire is playing well. Under the brainwashing of the priests of the God of Light, the citizens of Tulip have become more and more trusting in the Empire. They firmly believe that under the protection of the Goddess of Light, the Tulip Empire will surely win the war. As for the towns that were massacred, only it's just a small price to pay for victory. If we continue like this, if the Conjuration Academy massacres the city again, the national destiny of the Tulip Empire will not weaken much. The most important thing is that the last time the Tulip Queen used Alina, the Queen of the Night, to successfully kill 5 Jiugong-level conjurers on the border of Hainan province, it had already made the conjurers at the Conjuring Academy flinch. The Jiugong-level people in the Conjuration Academy began to feel insecure, fearing that Queen Tulip would send another Jiugong-level person outside the intelligence network to disrupt the plan. At the 9th palace level, some people began to retreat. The conventional combat power level below the Jiugong level has reached a deadlock. If this war continues, it will be like a slippery slope. Compared with consumption, how can the School of Conjuration compete with the local Tulip Empire? Moreover, they still fight defensively, and that's all they need to do is guard the city walls and defensive formations. Although it is not advisable to guard against thieves for 1,000 days, the School of Conjuration cannot afford to spend thousands of days. To put it bluntly, the Conjuring Academy is not a country. Although the Tulip Empire also has to provide military pay and war funds, they have the national interest of defending the homeland and the belief in the Goddess of Light. Even when the amount of military pay is not ideal, the soldiers can still maintain high standards. Fighting spirit. After all, they are protecting their homeland. But the School of Conjuration is different. The Conjuring Academy is not a country. Except for the top bosses of the Conjuring Academy, the ordinary students below actually don't care much about the split of the Conjuring Academy and the split of the Conjuring world. Many people are even thinking that the new School of Magicians has just been established in Tulip. Will there be more rewards if you join now? Therefore, there is no big reason why the Conjuration Academy wants to send students into the Tulip battlefield. Only real benefits can be used. The Conjuration Academy must provide sufficiently attractive rewards, such as a variety of training resources, to impress the students and make them willingly go to the Tulip battlefield and work hard. However, the training resources of the Conjuration Academy were not brought by strong winds, and they cannot be consumed like this for a long time, especially when there is no hope of victory. Therefore, in Saoirse's opinion, the School of Conjuration will soon withdraw its troops. In the future, the relationship between the Tulip Empire and the School of Magic will most likely become daily hostility. That is to say, there will be no large-scale war, but small-scale frictions between each other will never be stopped. So the war is equivalent to the end, and it is also equivalent to never ending. Of course, this situation will definitely have an impact on the development of the Tulip Empire. But this is already the best ending envisioned by the Tulip Empire. The Tulip Empire and the School of Magic are in a state of hostility, dragging each other down. And neither one can do anything great. Assumption: the civil war in Daluo begins. Then the Tulip Empire would not dare to invade Daluo. After all, he would be afraid that the Conjuration Academy would take advantage of him and steal his home. The School of Conjuration wouldn't even think about going to Daluo to do something. Although the Daluo dynasty discriminated against conjurers and made the Conjuring Academy lose face for 3,000 years, this was not a problem. The Daluo dynasty is the enemy of the Conjuring Academy. But how can a force be afraid of enemies? For the School of Magic, having enemies is not scary. And having enemies can also promote internal enthusiasm. What is really scary is internal division. The existence of the new school of magicians is a symbol of division. For the Conjuration Academy, if given the opportunity, they would definitely choose to defeat the new sect of magicians and restore the integrity of the conjuring world, rather than thinking about attacking the Daluo dynasty. Such a situation would make Luo Di feel at ease. If Luo Di feels at ease, he will not choose to die with the Tulip Empire before dying, but will choose to die with the Violet Empire next door. For the Tulip Empire, this result is the most perfect ending, having avoided the crisis of national annihilation. The biggest threat next door, the original Western Hegemon, was also finished, and it directly became the new Western Hegemon. In addition, after the death of Emperor Luo, a civil war in Daluo will most likely occur, and the divided Daluo dynasty will definitely be severely weakened. Therefore, next they only need to find a way to solve the Conjuration Academy. And then world domination will be just around the corner. When Saoirse and Li Guanqi told this conclusion, they all laughed from ear to ear, with that silly smile. People who didn't know it would think that the Tulip Empire would become the world's hegemon tomorrow. Of course, Saoirse is a Tulip person, so she naturally smiles when she sees the bright future of her motherland, which is reasonable. But after all, it has nothing to do with Li Guanqi. Some are happy and some are sad. As time passed day by day, and as the stars Li Guanqi pulled closer and closer to the seventh star, his mood became heavier and heavier. The day when Luo Di, Ying Xiao, and him, the whole incident will come to an end, is getting closer and closer. It is worth mentioning that Li Guanqi's current speed of attracting stars has completely reached the level of the Ying family. On average, 1 month and 5 days. That's one pill. It only took him just over a month to attract Wingkuxing and obtain the synesthesia star skill. With this star skill, he can look for breakthrough opportunities by reading and watching a large number of traces left by his predecessors. Not only to obtain the acupoints to unlock the Bagua level gene lock, but also to find opportunities to break through the 9th level soul. Also helpful. According to Pluto, if Li Guanqi can become a god, then this ability will still be useful to him at that time, and it will be of great use. After all, gods are also divided into strong and weak, and they must continue to practice. It can be said that this is a star skill specially used to assist training. Then, another month passed. Li Guanqi drew Lian Jinxing and obtained the Peach Blossom star skill. This star skill can be said to be useless, or it can be said to be very useful. The woman's affinity has been strengthened to the extreme, and God knows when it will have miraculous effects. Then, another month passed. Li Guanqi completed pulling the Wu Xuxing and obtained the Martial God star skill. There is nothing much to say about this star skill. It is an all-round increase in combat power. When combined with the Netherworld state and the possession of the magic knife, the effect is quite astonishing. When Li Guanqi superimposed these 3 states, he was so swollen that he even wanted to find a Jiogong level opponent. But after all, there is no such opportunity. After Saoirse heard this request, she euphemistically said that she had no time and not suitable. So Li Guanqi had no choice but to give up. So, he continued to guide the star. The 7th star. Greedy Wolf, sealing the sky. Giant Gate, Giant God. Luzuan, Reverse Injury. Wenxiu, Synesthesia. Lianjin, Peach Blossom. Wuchu, Martial God. After these 6 stars, Li Guanqi spent more than a month leading the Beidou 7th star to break the army. New Era 4873. June 21st. The Tulip Empire is the place where the army leads to stardom. As far as the eye can see from this place, it is a barren and scorched land with no grass growing on it. Boom! Suddenly, dazzling starlight exploded from the depths of the scorched earth, and a violent shock wave erupted, setting off a sky full of smoke and dust in the surrounding area. The source of the explosion was a young man in black clothes sitting cross-legged on the ground. his body shrouded in rich starlight. The hem of his clothes was blown by the strong wind, and his white hair was fluttering in the wind. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath and slowly opened his blue eyes, with silvery stars flashing in his eyes. The seventh star of the Big Dipper, breaking the army, and guiding the star is completed. Chapter 562 Ing Zhao's 5 Nightmares. Wang Yanqing's Death. Spiritual Power, LV85 LV.86, 86.3, spell 7 star. After Li Guanqi led the 3 stars of Wenxiu, Lianjun and Wuxiu, his spiritual power increased from the original LV82 to LV85 by 3 levels. Now that he has attracted the last Pijuan star, his spiritual power has naturally increased by another level. Killing Heart, Star Technique. Li Guanqi lowered his head and clenched his right hand. He can feel the connection between his body and Pijuan Xing, and can also use this connection to activate a force from the stars, which is Pijuan Xing's Killing Heart star skill. After turning on the Killing Intention ability, any of his offensive methods will be upgraded to a terrifying level in a short period of time. But at the same time, the higher the level of improvement, the more sanity is lost. The side effect of breaking the army star is that when using the Killing Heart star skill, there is a very small chance that you will completely lose your mind and become a pure killing machine, causing damage regardless of friend or foe. At the same time, the Killing Heart ability also has a passive condition. On the battlefield, there is no need for any clearly defined official position or status. As long as the caster is the spiritual leader of most of the soldiers in the entire army, the killing power bonus will be proportional to the number of soldiers and continue to rise. In other words, after pulling the broken army star and turning on the Murderous Intention ability, the more soldiers Li Guanqi has on the battlefield, the more terrifying his lethality will be. But it's a pity that this kind of star technique that may lose one's mind is obviously not something that can be used casually and tried once. This is the trump card. Don't use it if you can, and use it only in desperate situations. Boom! Suddenly, in the night sky above the star attraction, among the stars in the sky, the spoon, connected by the Big Dipper, suddenly erupted with dazzling starlight and gradually connected in series. 7 stars in a row. Li Guanqi suddenly raised his head and looked at this scene. His blue eyes were completely occupied by this scene of 7 stars. Coming soon! Li Guanqi looked at the stars and murmured to himself. The 8-star technique of the Beidou sequence star group, power of the Beidou. Why? I can't control its coming at all. It's coming! Is this the day Luo Di and Ing Zhao have been waiting for? Wrong! Li Guanqi's body suddenly shook, and he forced himself to wake up. His eyes suddenly condensed. Buzz! Blood began to appear on the tips of his toes, and in the blink of an eye it covered his whole body. Simulator. Open! What happens next is unpredictable. Even if the heart of time and space at this stage is limited by the scarcity of energy in charging items, it is difficult to accurately simulate events involving demigods. He must simulate it in advance to see the general situation. Heart of time and space. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi's figure suddenly appeared. At the same time, a box popped up on the light screen panel directly in front of him. I can feel it. I feel the movement of this world. It's not far away from you getting the next charged item. Very close. Very close. Li Guanqi frowned. I still have 3 simulation opportunities left. Right. After consuming 1.5 times, you can accurately simulate events involving the Jiugong level. But what about consuming 3 times? Can you accurately simulate events involving the demigod level? Maybe. Maybe not. Because if nothing else happens, what you will face next is not 1 demigod, but 2 demigods. This is information that can be deduced directly from existing intelligence without the need for simulation. Although demigods are also at the Jiugong level, and their life levels remain unchanged, those who can be called demigods must have extraordinary qualities, which have nothing to do with their life levels. The powerful energy in their bodies will interfere with the accuracy of the simulated situation. Not to mention 2 demigods appearing together. I have a suggestion. What? Li Guanqi asked quickly. In order to ensure accuracy, I recommend simply ignoring most of the events in order to obtain the absolute accuracy of the final result. Such as, whether you are alive in the end. No matter what the process is. What matters is the result. We just need to make sure you can survive in the end. So, we only use energy to simulate key links and ignore all other details to deduce the route that will ultimately survive. But where do I get the chance to try and make mistakes? Li Guanqi gritted his teeth. How many times can I reset? How many simulation times do you have to spend to do this? If this is the simulation method, then you only need to consume one simulation opportunity to perform a simulation. You have 3 simulation opportunities left. Once is used to start the simulation, and the remaining 2 times are used to reset the simulation. In other words, you only have 3 chances to find a survival route. Of course, there is no need to be so pessimistic. Think on the bright side. What if the reality is that Emperor Luo comes, kills you randomly, and directly blasts Ying Xiao? You have quite a sense of humor. Li Guanqi was speechless. Life requires optimism. 2. Li Guanqi smiled and said, then let's start optimistically. Simulation begins. On the first day, Luo Di and Ying Xiao arrive. After some circumstances, Luo Di wants you to sneak into the depths of Ying Xiao's soul and break down his psychological defenses. A total of 5 psychological nightmares appear in front of you. 1. In the dark and damp basement, rats were squeaking, and a thin, one-armed, blind boy was huddled in the corner, crying. 2. In a town that was completely slaughtered, a one-armed old blind man stood in a sea of blood and corpses, with an expressionless face. 3. A beautiful woman with a gentle smile and luxurious clothes held a one-armed blind boy in her arms, singing softly to coax him to sleep. 4. In the dead of night, a young man in black is sitting on the bed, holding his head in his hands, his face full of remorse and guilt. 5. On the blood-stained snow, a young man in black knelt on the ground, holding a dead night female elf in his arms, crying loudly. Luo Di said, you only have 1 chance to try. If you fail with 1 hit, Ying Xiao's heart will become stronger and even lead to further cultivation. It is equivalent to your failure, which is a stepping stone for his success. So, which nightmare dreamland will you choose to enter and try to defeat Ying Xiao's defenses? Li Guanqi frowned. Obviously, Luo Di couldn't lead him to kill indiscriminately, and even the key to victory or defeat in this matter had to be decided by himself. So, 5 nightmares, 3 simulation opportunities. In other words, he couldn't try and make mistakes one by one. He had to find the correct nightmare fantasy in these 3 opportunities. And I don't know if this is the only key. If there are key decision points later, then I still have to leave the opportunity for simulation. The fault tolerance rate is too low. Although he didn't know how things developed and why he was required to break Ying Xiao's defenses, the fact was obvious that he had to do this. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, stared at the 5 options on the light screen panel, and began to think and analyze carefully. 1. In the dark and damp basement, rats were squeaking, and a thin, one-armed, blind boy was huddled in the corner, crying. If nothing else, this was Ying Xiao's childhood, as a native of Daluo, and suspected to be a descendant of the Ying family. As a disabled person with spell qualifications, it was natural for him to have a miserable childhood, just like Wei Mo, who was hidden in the snow when he was young. If you want to break down other people's psychological defenses, then poking scars is obviously a good choice, especially childhood scars, which have a high probability of being corrected. Well, the first option is worth a try. Li Guanqi couldn't help but nodded slightly when he thought of this. But he did not rush to make a decision, but continued to look at the second option. 2. In a town that was completely slaughtered, a one-armed old blind man stood in a sea of blood and corpses, with an expressionless face. No! Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly. People like Ying Xiao have done many evil things, and I am afraid that they have already had a mentality of killing people without batting an eye. In addition, the number of souls who died under Ying Xiao is said to be hundreds of millions. So if you want to defeat the opponent's psychological defense in this nightmare scene, you only have to. I'm afraid I'm making it difficult for myself. Second option. Ignore. Li Guanqi looked at the third option. 3. A beautiful woman with a gentle smile and luxurious clothes held a one-armed blind boy in her arms, singing softly to coax him to sleep. What the hell is this? Li Guanqi watched for a long time and couldn't help but frown. Is this his mother? Why can the scene where his mother puts him to sleep also be a nightmare? This is stranger than the second murder scene. Is it possible that he has been hidden since he was a child, but his mother loves him very much? Mother's love is so great. It can actually compete with the traditional concepts of a dynasty for 3,000 years and continue to pamper her disabled children. But the question is why? Li Guanqi was confused. How could the scene become a nightmare? It's so weird. There must be something wrong, and it needs attention. The third option is to be determined. Then, the fourth one. 4. In the dead of night. A young man in black is sitting on the bed, holding his head in his hands, his face full of remorse and guilt. Young man in black? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. So, the Ying Xiao at this time is no longer blind with one arm. Therefore, the Ying Xiao at this time is most likely the Ying Xiao after taking Wei Mo Tongyu's blood. Is it possible that he is now the same person? Responsibility and guilt for taking away the apprentice's future? Well, it's interesting, since it directly shows self-blame. Then this fourth option may be more worth trying than poking the scars of a tragic childhood? No. Childhood scars are the most promising. Next, the last one. Li Guanqi lowered his gaze and looked at the last option on the light screen panel. 5. On the blood-stained snow. A young man in black knelt on the ground, holding a dead night female elf in his arms, crying loudly. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Is it possible that Ying Xiao had a lover who was a female night elf, and this lover died in his arms? The pain of bereavement from witnessing the death of a loved one is no worse than a childhood scar. Wait, night elf? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Night elves were a rare species, let alone the encounter between night elves and the sons of Tongyu, which really made him have daydreams. You, the first son of Tongyu in the new era, extracted the genetic elements of the night elves and completed the evolution of his own bloodline. Night elves are special to the children of Tongyu. So, that's basically the situation. Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and held his chin with his right hand. The theme of the first nightmare was childhood scars. The second nightmare, killing. The third nightmare, maternal love. The fourth nightmare, guilt. Suspected guilt for the apprentice. Suspected. The fifth nightmare is the pain of losing his wife. Since the goal is to break Ying Xiao's defenses, then, I still feel that childhood scars have more hope of success. So be it. Try the sequence 1. 5. 4. If childhood scars don't work, then choose the pain of losing his wife. If the pain of losing his wife doesn't work, then try his guilt for Wei Mo. That is it. Li Guanqi made up his mind completely, looked at the light screen panel, and said solemnly, I want to enter the first nightmare fantasy. You have entered Ying Xiao's childhood nightmare. The young Ying Xiao huddled in a dark corner of the basement. You heard his cry, saw his aggrieved face, and felt an indescribable sadness and anger. Gradually, you see bubble-like pictures next to him. They are happy scenes of countless princes and grandsons playing in the Daluo Palace. You suddenly realize that Ying Xiao's talent is extremely outstanding. He has never practiced spiritual power, not even at the first level, but he can directly activate his natural spells. Perception. This is Ying Xiao's natural technique. For these years, he has been hiding in this small basement without seeing the light of day, living with rats and insects all day long. If you have never seen the light, then the darkness can be endured. Right? He was born blind. As a blind person, he should not be able to see the light. Unfortunately, Ying Xiao's talent allows him, who is blind, to see the beautiful scenes in the palace and the happy times of other brothers and sisters in this dark and damp basement. He is also a prince, and he was originally, it should be the same as those children, suffering pain while watching other people's happiness. This is Ying Xiao's childhood. You sighed and sympathized with him, but you kept Luo Di's words in mind and began to launch a verbal offensive against Ying Xiao, trying to make his defense completely collapse. You started to use words to rub salt into his wounds. You kept describing how disabled children deserve to die in Daluo. You kept describing how disgusting and deformed the one-armed and blind Ying Xiao looked. You kept saying all kinds of things against his will. The words were meant to break down Ying Xiao's defenses. However, some people will collapse under the pressure, and some people will explode under the pressure. Ying Xiao. Obviously the latter. You failed. The stimulation you gave Ying Xiao in the nightmare not only failed to break down his defenses, but instead made his psychology even more distorted. His hatred for the Daluo dynasty reached its peak, and his cultivation also reached a higher level. Ying Xiao temporarily got rid of Luo Di's shackles, successfully brought you to another space, and tried to swallow the Tongyu blood in your body. 3 days later, the fusion of the two Tongyu blood was completed, and Ying Xiao successfully evolved his own Tongyu blood to the perfect stage, becoming a god on the spot without the need for source energy. You lost the blood of Tongyu, just like Wei Mo back then. Your spell cultivation began to pass quickly, affected by the loss of blood of Tongyu. Your cultivation of different blood also declined slightly, but it is not a big problem. You are not dead. Ying Xiao did not kill you. Instead, Ying Xiao takes you to the Daluo dynasty and lets you watch with your own eyes as he kills Emperor Luo, kills the 8 kingdoms pillars, and kills tens of billions of Daluo people, including your senior sister Wang Yanqing. I don't know what Ying Xiao was thinking, but he actually chose to let you watch him crush Wang Yanqing to death. You could only watch helplessly as Wang Yanqing died in front of you. As your senior sister's head exploded, her body was twisted into twists, and the broken bones and flesh were mixed together, turning into a pile of mud. The Daluo dynasty was destroyed, and 99.9% of the Daluo people in the world were killed. Ying Xiao, who became a god, single-handedly reduced the population of the New Age, which had a population of hundreds of billions, by 1/10 number of humans. It is during this process that you discover that the area of this planet is far larger than the planet you knew. The planet in the New Age is more than 100 times larger than the one in the Old Age. Ying Xiao tells you that as the planet expands day by day, the constraints on creatures of different blood in this star field are becoming more and more serious. However, thanks to your help, he has achieved perfect evolution through the blood of the underworld and successfully got rid of this bound. You can freely travel to the depths of the starry sky. He thanks you. He won't kill you. Finally, Ying Xiao leaves. As for you, although you have lost your spell cultivation, you still have a different blood cultivation with you, which is at least better than Weirdness back then. Simulation ends. Number of simulations remaining, 2. Li Guanqi stood in front of the light screen panel. Silent. Oh. So, it's actually not bad? Boxes pop up in the heart of time and space. At least Ying Xiao won't kill you. Just like he didn't kill Weirdness back then. In addition to your spell cultivation, you also have a different blood cultivation and can continue to practice. It turns out that if Tanjiaxu wants to evolve to the perfect stage, it doesn't have to be reborn after death. It just needs to swallow another living Tanjiaxu. It's a pity that it's Ying Xiao who can do this. Not you. You, it has become a stepping stone for others. To be honest, I don't think this ending is that tragic. Ying Xiao won't kill you anyway. Without your spell cultivation, you might have a better future if you specialize in different blood cultivation. However, the Daluo dynasty fell, and Wang Yanqing also died at the hands of Ying Xiao. This is indeed a bit tragic. But if you think about it differently, maybe he can be resurrected into reality? Of course. Just maybe. Li Guanqi's eyes were gloomy, and he didn't say anything else. He just said in a deep voice, "Simulation reset. This time, I'm going to enter the 5th nightmare. If childhood scars cannot defeat Ying Xiao, but will make him stronger, then what about the pain of losing his wife?" Chapter 563. 7 stars gather. The Big Dipper appears, and the world is clear. Analog reset. Repeated parts omitted. You enter a snow nightmare. You see heavy snow falling. Ying Xiao's arms are sound, holding a dead night female elf, kneeling in the middle of the snow and crying loudly. The surrounding area of the snow is already a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with blood staining the white snow red. It is not difficult to guess that Ying Xiao must have encountered a group of powerful enemies at this time, and in the process of resisting, he lost the female night elf. Before you could step forward to do anything, the female night elf in Ying Xiao's arms turned into a burst of purple light and merged into Ying Xiao's body. Then, Ying Xiao's full head of black hair turned into long, coquettish dark purple hair, and his golden eyes, which were filled with tears, also turned into dark purple. Tongyu. The 6th stage. You don't know why, but it is obvious that the dead female night elf successfully helped the Tongyu blood in Ying Xiao's body evolve to the 6th stage, and also successfully made him enter the netherworld state with purple hair and purple pupils for the first time. You remembered Luo Di's instructions, and tried to step forward to break Ying Xiao's defenses. But when you get closer to Ying Xiao, and see his eyes, you finally realize how stupid it is to choose to enter this illusion. Ying Xiao, who has lost his lover, will not collapse, but will completely seal his heart, making his heart as cold and solid as this snowy mountain. In fact, Ying Xiao has sealed this memory of his own long ago. And you? Your choice to enter this nightmare dreamland directly broke the seal of his memory, allowing Ying Xiao to recall this past again. He falls into intense sadness. And sadness will not defeat Ying Xiao. It will only make him stronger. You failed. Your stimulation of Ying Xiao in the snowy nightmare here, instead of breaking his defenses, reminded Ying Xiao of his dead lover, making him even more world-weary, his psychology becoming more twisted, and his hatred for all human beings. The intention has reached its peak. And the cultivation level has also reached a higher level. Ing Xiao temporarily got rid of Luodi's shackles, successfully brought you to another space, and tried to swallow the Tongyu blood in your body. 3 days later, the fusion of the two Tongyu blood was completed, and Ing Xiao successfully evolved his own Tongyu blood to the perfect stage, becoming a god on the spot without the need for source energy. After becoming a god, due to the longing and grief for his dead lover, Ing Xiao completely lost his human nature and humanity in the pain, and he lost the blood of Tongyu. Just like Wei Mo back then, your spell cultivation began to pass quickly, affected by the loss of blood of Tongyu. Your cultivation of different blood also declined slightly. You are not dead. Ing Xiao did not kill you. Instead, after becoming a god, Ing Xiao takes you to the Daluo dynasty and lets you watch with your own eyes as he kills Emperor Luo, kills the 8 kingdoms pillars, and kills tens of billions of people in Daluo, including your senior sister Wang Yanqing. You can only watch helplessly as Wang Yanqing dies in front of you. As your senior sister's head explodes, her body is twisted into a mess. The broken bones and flesh are mixed together, and like other Daluo people, they all turn into a pile of mud. The Daluo dynasty collapsed. But this is not the end, because you entered the nightmare. Ing Xiao recalled his dead lover, and the world weariness in his heart reached its peak. He began to kill crazily, and single-handedly slaughtered all the living creatures on the surface of the entire planet, achieving true annihilation. He directly caused a sharp reduction of 99.99% of the number of creatures in the New Age, leaving only a handful of humans and creatures living in underground caves to survive. It is during this process that you discover that the area of this planet is far larger than the planet you knew. The planet in the New Age is more than 100 times larger than the one in the Old Age. Ing Xiao tells you that as the planet expands day by day, the constraints on creatures of different blood in this star field are becoming more and more serious. However, thanks to your help, he achieved perfect evolution through the blood of the underworld, successfully got rid of this bondage, and can freely travel to the depths of the starry sky. He said that the creatures on this star field and this planet must be controlled by some higher dimensional and more powerful creatures. They are all playthings and enslaved dolls. The technological blockade of the old era is proof. The star domain restraint of alien blood creatures is also proof. And when he destroys the world, he helps all living beings to be liberated. He said that he would not kill you, just like he would not kill Wei Mo back then. He said that he would go to the depths of the stars next to find the truth. Finally, Ing Xiao left. Simulation ends. Number of simulations remaining, 1. Li Guanqi stood on the light screen panel and looked at the ending. He was silent for a long time, then scratched his head with complicated eyes. So if I choose Nightmare in the Snow, the ending will be even worse. Well, if you can, choose to enter the childhood nightmare. At least that kind of Ing Xiao will not choose to destroy the world, but just destroy the Daluo dynasty. Although you can survive both endings, this one is obviously worse. Heart of Time and Space pop-up box. So, what next? You have one last chance to reset the simulation. I thought that hoping for the biggest childhood scar would be useless. The pain of losing my wife is not only useless, but even worse. Then we have 3 options left. The second nightmare, killing. The third nightmare, maternal love. The fourth nightmare, guilt. How to say? Which one to choose? Li Guanqi looked thoughtful. Luo Di asked me to break down Ing Xiao's psychological defense. But Ing Xiao showed a stronger attitude in the face of childhood scars and the pain of losing his wife. Perhaps this guy is a soft-spoken guy rather than a tough guy? That's right. A demigod-level figure like Ing Xiao will naturally not be knocked down by suffering. Intense pain will make that guy stronger afterwards. So, we have to change our thinking. Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and said solemnly. He could even bear the pain of childhood scars and the loss of his wife. How can killing and guilt knock him down? Our only hope now is the third nightmare fantasy. The theme is the nightmare of maternal love. If you can't do it hard, you can only attack the softness in his heart. So, the third maternal nightmare? Yes. Let's begin. Analog reset. Repeated parts omitted. You have entered a maternal nightmare. You have come to an extremely beautiful world. Like a fairy tale. You see a gentle woman in gorgeous clothes among the flowers with fluttering butterflies, holding a one-armed and blind little boy in her arms, singing softly to coax him to sleep. But little Ing Xiao is so naughty that he refuses to sleep. Instead, he wants a woman to play with him. The gentle woman smiled dotingly, then took the little Ing Xiao's only right arm and led him to play, and play among the flowers. The laughter was endless, and it was unbearable to break. But now is not the time to be soft-hearted. You start to think about how to break this beauty. You begin to control this illusion with your will. You are going to gather a group of bandits and run out, trying to rape the woman in the most cruel way in front of the little boy. You want to break down the little Ingxia's psychological defense through this despicable method. However, just as the robbers appeared, a purple-haired young man suddenly appeared, waved gently, and disappeared with all the robbers. It is an adult Ingxiao. In the dreamland of nightmares, the gentle woman and little Ingxiao didn't feel anything. They were still playing happily in the sea of flowers. And the smile on little Ingxia's face became brighter and brighter. No, no, no! When Li Guanqi saw this, he quickly stopped. Your situation is obviously a simulation based on the premise that I have no simulation experience at all. This Ingxiao is not afraid of pain at all. Even if this method works, it can only make Ingxiao it's not okay to become stronger in pain. It's absolutely not okay. Simulation paused. This is a simulation. Simulating your actions when you first try to enter the nightmare world in the outside world. Naturally, it will not simulate the failed experience you gain from trial and error in the simulator. So, what are you going to do? Try to control his mother. Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed slightly. I want to control his mother. Beat, scold and insult him. And show my extreme disgust for his disabled son. Since Ingxiao had someone who gave him all the good things in his extremely miserable childhood, the mother of memories, then I will let him lose this only beautiful moment. In his dark and tragic childhood, his mother was obviously the only person who loved him, and the only light in his dark childhood. Then I will break this only light, and turn his childhood into nothing. The darkness. I don't believe that even this can't break his defenses. You are trying to control the gentle woman. However, the shadow of the adult Ingxiao appears again, and your control is completely ineffective. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. What's going on with this motherly nightmare? Why is there the phantom of an adult Ingxiao protecting all of this? Next, all your attempts in this motherly nightmare have failed. Whenever you want to do something, the phantom of the adult Ingxiao will appear to stop you. Time keeps passing. Until the end. You have delayed for too long. Luo Di outside can no longer hold Ingxiao back. You failed. You were in the nightmare, and failed to break through Ingxiao's defense. Ingxiao temporarily got rid of Luo Di's shackles, successfully brought you to another space, and tried to swallow the Tongyu blood in your body. 3 days later, the fusion of the two Tongyu blood was completed, and Ingxiao successfully evolved his own Tongyu blood to the perfect stage, becoming a god on the spot without the need for source energy. You lost the blood of Tongyu, just like Wei Mo back then. Your spell cultivation began to pass quickly, affected by the loss of blood of Tongyu. Your cultivation of different blood also declined slightly. You are not dead. Ingxiao did not kill you. Instead, Ingxiao takes you to the Daoyuo dynasty, and lets you watch with your own eyes as he kills Emperor Luo, kills the 8 kingdoms pillars, and kills tens of billions of Daoyuo people, including your senior sister Wang Yanqing. The follow-up route is exactly the same as the first simulation route. Omitted. Simulation ends. Number of simulations remaining, 0. Seeing the complete failure, Li Guanqi stood in front of the light screen panel. His face showed no disappointment or other emotions. Only thoughts. So, what to do? 3 simulations. All failed. Whether Ingxiao refuses to eat or not is unknown. But what is certain is that he is absolutely not afraid of any strong pain. The only hopeful nightmare of maternal love is blocked by the phantom of the adult Ingxiao, causing you to be unable to do anything at all. Cannot do this. This seems to be an unsolvable situation. What are you going to do? I should have simulated it later, Li Guanqi said softly. What? Too early. Li Guanqi shook his head, and then said seriously, I am missing a very important piece of information. Because of the lack of this piece of information, I only think of such a possibility now. Although I thought of it, it was a pity that I thought of it too late. I should, after thinking about this, start simulating this last maternal love nightmare. What are you talking about? A mother and her son are playing in a sea of flowers. If such a beautiful scene is real, how can it be a nightmare? Li Guanqi said, his voice becoming more decisive. Moreover, why is there an adult Ingxiao shadow guarding this scene? Nightmare illusions are psychological projections, and all scenes have references. The adult Ingxiao shadow is the appearance just proves all this. Question mark. Although I don't know what you want to express. I need to remind you that we have no more simulation times. We don't need it anymore. It's time to take action. Li Guanqi turned around and left, turning his back to the light screen panel, smiling and waving his hand. See you next time, brother time and space. I hope next time I see you, you still have Tongyu blood in your body. Boom! Destroy the army and lead the stars. Li Guanqi raised his head and looked at the Big Dipper, which were connected with each other in the night sky to form the phenomenon of 7 stars in a row, with an extremely solemn expression. Come on then. The moment that determines success or failure is now. Boom! The next moment, the Big Dipper burst into dazzling starlight. At this point in time, if someone is in space outside the planet, he can see that there is a dazzling silver-white starburst, which rushes directly from the depths of the ancient universe and hits the sky at an astonishing speed. That blue planet. The landing point is a continent located in the northern hemisphere, an area called the Tulip Empire by New Age humans. Or a little more detailed, the Tulip Empire, the province of Terra, the place where the army leads to stardom. Boom! A beam of light formed by the convergence of silver and white stars fell from the sky, hitting Li Guanqi hard, and completely engulfed his figure in the blink of an eye. The Beidou sequence star group, the 8-star skill, power of the Beidou, has arrived. Buzz, the stars twinkle. An ancient and mysterious power poured into Li Guanqi's body with the arrival of this silver-white light beam. He could feel, very clearly, that this ancient star power was resonating with the Tongyu blood in his body, trying to jointly open something. Boom! In the starlight pillar, Li Guanqi suddenly opened his eyes filled with silver starlight, and the veins on his neck popped out. He couldn't help but open his hands and roar. As he opened his hands, a space crack gradually appeared 1 meter in front of him, filled with twisted purple spiritual light. The dark purple coquettish light made it look like the entrance to a strange world, which made people shudder. Yeah! Suddenly, a familiar man's laughter came from him. That's it! That's it! This is the real power of our son of Tongyu! The 7 stars gather, the Big Dipper appears, and the netherworld enters the underworld. You are just like me! Just like me! They are all true sons of Tongyu. Ing Xiao! Li Guanqi had met Ing Xiao at the Tulip Palace and heard his voice. It's not wrong. The sound coming from the crack in space definitely comes from Ing Xiao. Li Guanqi's pupils suddenly shrank. I saw a pale white right hand suddenly stretched out from the crack into space where purple light flashed. The fingers of this hand were long and slender, and the purple nails were sharp and weird. They grabbed Li Guanqi's throat almost instantly, without giving him any reaction time or chance to resist, and directly pulled him into the space crack. Well, after Li Guanqi was strangled and passed through the space crack, he was suspended in midair. The first thing that caught the eye was a vast world filled with purple light. It seemed boundless and had no boundaries at all. Well, Li Guanqi looked ugly and kept struggling. His hands tried to break away the pale right hand that was holding his neck, but he was unable to do anything. This pale right hand is just a piece of right hand, and it doesn't look like substance, but looks like the condensation of a spell. Haven't seen you for a long time. Suddenly, Ing Xiao's strange laughter sounded in his ears again. Li Guanqi's pupils shrank, and he tried to move his eyes. Finally, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ing Xiao's pale and handsome face, with fluttering purple hair, and purple eyes that emitted a strange light. He was the person he had met at the Tulip Palace. There is no difference except for the pale skin color, and the purple hair color and eye color. This guy is Ing Xiao, the master of Wei Mo. 7 stars gather. The Big Dipper appears, and it leads to the underworld. Do you understand this sentence? Ing Xiao looked at Li Guanqi and suddenly said with a smile, Many sons of Tong you don't know, including you from 3,900 years ago. But it's not their fault. There are not many sons of Tongyu in history, and there are even fewer sons of Tongyu who can lead the Beidou sequence at the 7-star stage. Watching chess? Just you and me. In the entire history, only you and I, the 2 sons of Tongyu, can discover this secret, the real secret of the sons of Tongyu. Connect with the Big Dipper and enter a vast and hidden world. The first son of Tongyu in the history of the old era was named Wu Yuan. In his hometown, people call snakes and insects Yu. The blood of Tongyu that he awakened could command the insects. So he began to call himself the son of Tongyu, which means he is the one who controls the insects. He is the ancestor. Although he is weak, he is the ancestor of our sons of Tongyu after all. I respect him, and I would like to inherit this name. Therefore, I call this hidden vast world Yu. Netherworld is the name I gave it. That is. As he spoke, Ing Xiao smiled and pointed with his right hand at the vast world filled with purple light. Here. This world is the netherworld. No one in the world can enter this world except the son of Tongyu. And even demigods can. No! That's the only reason why I'm amazing at hiding. As the son of Tongyu, and having obtained the power of Beidou, I have the ability to travel through the netherworld. As long as I want to enter this world. No one can stop me. And no one can come in to catch me. Including the so-called Luo Emperor. Having said this, Ing Xiao looked at Li Guanqi. And the smile on his face became more ferocious. He lost. He lost. I successfully pulled you into the netherworld. And no one can come in here to stop me. And you, Li Guanqi, the second son of Tongyu in the world. You are right in front of me. The perfect blood that leads to the underworld is at your fingertips. I won. It's me. Ing Xiao raised his head and laughed crazily. His purple hair flying. Boom! Suddenly, Ing Xiao waved his right hand. And the magic hand, holding Li Guanqi's neck shattered. But Li Guanqi still couldn't move. And Ing Xiao, the son of the demigod Tongyu, grabbed his shoulders, opened his mouth with a crazy expression, exposed his sharp fangs, and bit his neck. The moment the fangs pierced the skin, Ing Xiao's expression changed drastically, and his pupils shrank sharply. He quickly opened his mouth and raised his head. Ing Xian? Is it you? What did you do? What did you do? Still, for a moment, Ing Xiao seemed to be frozen in place, motionless. But Li Guanqi was still unable to move. His body and soul were not in control. Can you hear me? Li Guanqi? Suddenly, a voice that clearly belonged to an old man, but also full of energy, appeared in Li Guanqi's mind. Luo Di! Well, I have temporarily controlled Ing Xiao now. I cannot enter the nether realm. So you can only save yourself. What you have to do now is to enter the depths of Ing Xiao's soul and defeat his psychological defense. Wait a minute. Answer me a question first. Li Guanqi directly interrupted Luo Di's voice and asked loudly in his mind. Ing Xiao, does he really have a mother who loves him? Chapter 564 Nightmare. Shortcoming. Hateful person. Pitiful place. Ing Xiao's mother? After hearing Li Guanqi's question, Luo Di was silent for 2 seconds, and then said in a hoarse voice, I don't understand why you suddenly asked this question. But for Ing Xiao, the person who hurt him the most is exactly him. Biological mother. I know his experience. I know his self-blame for taking the blood of his apprentice. And I also know the pain of losing his lover. But I believe that including these, all the pain he has experienced in this life is not as good as when his biological mother quietly approached him at night. The night she tried to strangle him with her own hands. Really? In the dark world filled with purple light, Li Guanqi looked at Ing Xiao, who was still next to him, with solemn eyes. He was right. The maternal love, in that nightmare of maternal love, is just Ing Xiao's fantasy. He must crush this layer of fantasy before he can enter the real nightmare. Wait, what if it's not the mother? Li Guanqi seemed to have thought of something and asked quickly. During Ing Xiao's childhood, were there any women who cared about and doted on him? No. Luo Di's voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind again. Ing Xiao's childhood was filled with only darkness. Good. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. In this case, it is completely certain that the nightmare of maternal love is the real key. Why do you ask this? Luo Di was a little confused. Because I need these, Li Guanqi said in a deep voice. That's fine. Luo Di didn't ask any more questions and just continued. I have control over Ing Xiao now. And you must take this opportunity to enter the depths of Ing Xiao's soul and try to defeat his psychological defenses and make him suffer a psychological collapse. The only way in this way you can survive. Understand? Besides, you only have one chance to try. If you fail to succeed, Ing Xiao's heart will become stronger and even lead to further cultivation. It is equivalent to your failure and a stepping stone for his success. You should have learned in Yu's tomb that the 7th stage of perfect nether blood does not require origin chi to become a god. You should also know that netherworld is the perfect netherworld that evolved after being resurrected from the dead. But I want to tell you now that Ing Xiao has mastered a new method. He can directly achieve perfect evolution by swallowing another 6th stage Tongyu blood, and then become a god on the spot without the need for origin chi. Once we get to that point, many people will die, including me, and maybe you too. So you must break down his defenses. Only in this way can I take advantage of the opportunity to escape into his sea of consciousness. kill his soul, and save everything. Do you understand? So I was the bait. Listening to the old man's voice in his mind, Li Guanqi looked at Ying Xiao, who was still next to him, and suddenly realized, when the power of beta came, you could have saved me. But you didn't do it because you wanted Ying Xiao to kill me. Pulled into the underworld. You just want Ying Xiao to suck my Tongyu blood. What did you do to me, in the elf forest? What I ate at the night elf feast. There is something added there that causes Ying Xiao to become like this once he absorbs my netherworld blood. It also gives you a medium that can ignore the barriers of the netherworld and escape into Ying Xiao's sea of consciousness. After all, if you don't do this, Ying Xiao has the ability to travel through the netherworld, and you will never be able to truly catch him. But this medium is not powerful enough. You can't directly use this to come to the netherworld. I even need to defeat Ying Xiao's mental defenses first. And then you can realize the soul shuttle here. You used me to set up a trap for Ying Xiao. Right? Well, you guessed it all right. So what's the problem? Luo Di's voice was calm. No problem at all. Li Guanqi looked solemn. You are strong and I am weak. The weak have no right to choose. What's more, I have to thank you for your help. Luo Di. Without you, it would be impossible for me to compete with Ying Xiao at this stage. So let's get started. I'm going to alright. My actions are indeed saving you. But my original intention was not to save you alone. So there is no need to say thank you. After saying that, Luo Di took a deep breath, and then shouted, Li Guanqi. Success or failure depends on this one move. Although you and I have never met, now I can only place all my hopes on you to defeat Ying Xiao's defenses. Buzz? As soon as the old man finished speaking, Li Guanqi felt dizzy in his mind. Then, his soul began to fly out of the sea of consciousness uncontrollably, turning into a dark blue light spot, and escaped directly into Ying Xiao's eyebrows. When Li Guanqi regained consciousness again, what appeared in front of him was a strange and wonderful space, surrounded by various bubbles, and various scenes could be vaguely seen flickering and changing inside the bubbles. He raised his hands and looked down. Hazy hands that seem illusory but not illusory. Illusory but not illusory. Li Guanqi now looks like a phantom, and he is in a normal human form, not a spiritual body with 3 heads and 6 arms. So, is this the depth of Ying Xiao's soul? Li Guanqi put down his hands and looked at the surrounding environment again, and found that the scenes in the bubbles were all from the first-person perspective. Ying Xiao's first perspective. These bubbles are all fragments of his memories. But this is because all memory bubbles are unstable. They often burst after appearing for a few seconds. They are not clearly visible at all, and cannot be entered. The only thing that is truly stable is... Li Guanqi looked straight ahead. Those are 5 fantasy vortexes with a third perspective, counting from left to right. The scene in the first whirlpool is a dark and damp underground room, with several fat rats squeaking and running around. A thin, blind boy with one arm was huddled in the corner of the basement, his skinny hands wiping away tears as he cried. There was even a rat gnawing at the pus-filled wounds on his feet. The one-armed little boy was crying and kicking constantly, but he was unable to drive away the mice. Instead, he attracted more mice to eat the wounds on his feet. It seemed that for the mice in the damp basement, this little boy was the only one source of meat. This scene made Li Guanqi's heart tremble when he saw it. Li Guanqi's expression was complicated. Ying Xiao naturally committed a heinous crime. But tracing back to the source, isn't it the perverted and discriminatory concept of the Daluo dynasty that caused this evil result? This sick discriminatory concept is far more deformed than a disabled child with a talent for magic. The dynasty of bastards! Li Guanqi looked ugly, and turned to look at the second fantasy vortex. It was a small town that had been emptied out. A one-armed old blind man stood beside the mountain of corpses piled up by countless corpses. His face was expressionless, and blood was dripping from his hands covered with blood. That's not it! Li Guanqi looked at the third fantasy vortex. On the hazy white light background, an oriental woman with a gentle smile, graceful and luxurious, wearing a noble and exquisite golden oriental dress, holds a one-armed blind boy in her arms, as if she is singing some ballad softly to coax him. Fall asleep. A mother's nightmare. This is it. Li Guanqi nodded slightly, then glanced at the remaining 2 fantasy vortexes. There is no difference from the simulator situation. In the 4th whirlpool of fantasy, Ying Xiao in black is sitting on the bed, his head lowered, his head in his hands, his face full of self-blame. The 5th whirlpool in the fantasy world shows the black-clothed Ying Xiao in the snow, holding the dead night female elf and crying. None of these could defeat Ying Xiao. What can really defeat Ying Xiao is not any external pain, nor the loss of anyone close to him, but just his childhood and his biological mother. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath. His eyes gradually became firmer, and he stepped into the third fantasy vortex. Queen Mother! Queen Mother! Come and help me catch the butterfly! It's about to run away! Quater! Please slow down! The world was spinning, and before Li Guanqi could completely regain his sight, a burst of laughter from mother and son could be heard in the distance. The boy's voice is young and green, probably no more than 5 years old, while the woman's voice is also young and gentle. Quainer? Why Quan? Back then, Wei Mo had the nickname Dan Qing. Could it be that Ying Xiao also had the nickname? Li Guanqi opened his eyes in surprise and followed the sound. What I saw here was a sea of brilliant purple and red flowers, thousands of times more beautiful than the sea of flowers in the Tulip Empire. Countless petals and butterflies were dancing in the air. The blue sky was as clear as if it had been washed by water. The whole world was as beautiful as a fairy tale. Very beautiful. Too beautiful to be true. Not far away, a pair of gorgeously dressed mother and son were playing among the flowers, and it seemed that Li Guanqi's presence was completely invisible. They couldn't see Li Guanqi, but Li Guanqi could see them. Moreover, Li Guanqi recognized the extremely gorgeous and exquisite court clothing. In the Daluo dynasty, only the queen could wear the golden dress with embroidered patterns, and the yellow dress embroidered with dragon patterns on the boy also belonged to the prince. Exclusive. This is the Ying family. Queen and prince. The queen, who is a mother, looks very young and beautiful. As for the little boy who is a prince, his eyes are cloudy and pale. He is obviously blind, and his left arm sleeve is empty. And the young Ying Xiao is obviously missing an arm, different from the skinny little Ying Xiao in the first nightmare fantasy. This little Ying Xiao is not thin, and is even a little chubby. He is white and clean, and is a very cute little boy. Li Guanqi wanted to move, but suddenly found that he couldn't move at all. No, it wasn't that he couldn't move, but that it needed time? He felt that as time passed, his mobility was gradually returning. But why? This did not occur during simulation. Of course, it could also be what the heart of time and space said. In order to use energy on key links, all the details were omitted. So this is a harmless situation? Or maybe, this nightmare has not progressed yet, so he cannot interfere at all, and can only stand and watch? It's not impossible, because when they were outside, this nightmare dream appeared, with the queen holding little Ying Xiao and singing a cappella songs to coax him to sleep. But now little Ying Xiao obviously refused to sleep, and even dragged the queen to play with him. Perhaps, Li Guanqi will have to wait until he is put to sleep before he can regain his mobility. Ouch! Suddenly, in the sea of flowers where butterflies and petals were dancing together, little Ying Xiao accidentally tripped over a stone on the ground and fell directly to the ground. Wow! The young Ying Xiao held his broken right knee and cried loudly, big tears constantly pouring out of his pale eyes. The luxurious and exquisite royal robe seemed to be unable to stop this small wear and tear. The fabric was directly frayed, and the knee of Xiao Yingxi's right leg was scratched, with traces of blood seeping through. So fake. Li Guanqi looked strange when he saw this. It is impossible that the Queen of Daluo has no cultivation, and she is definitely capable of holding the little Ying Xiao before she falls. Moreover, Daluo's royal robes could not be made of ordinary fabric, and would be torn after being dropped. All the officials of the Daluo weaving department had to be beheaded for cutting corners. This nightmare fantasy of Ying Xiao's is really full of fake. Is this thing really imagined by Ying Xiao himself? Could it be that I copied someone else's childhood? Quater! In the sea of flowers, the graceful and beautiful queen ran over, with a distressed look on her face. She quickly helped little Ying Xiao up from the ground, then squatted down to check the wound. So far so good. It seemed that after confirming that Xiao Yingxia's knee was just a small scratch, the beautiful woman felt relieved. She squatted in front of little Ying Xiao, smiled fondly, raised her hands, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said softly, "It's okay. It's just a skin scratch. Mom will chew a few pieces for you later to stop the bleeding. Just put the grass on it, and it will be fine. Don't cry." Li Guanqi was standing not far away. When he saw this, he was immediately confused to the extreme. WTF? Of course, the queen can call herself mother when facing the prince. There is no problem with that. But the question is, what the HL is. Chewing a few pieces of hemostatic grass and sticking it on. Is this really what Queen Daluo can say? Are the royal family also so down to earth? Wow. Even though the queen was comforting her softly, the young Ying Xiao still kept crying because of the pain in his knee wound. The tears flowing out of the corners of his eyes could not be wiped away, no matter how hard the queen wiped them away. Dang dang! When the queen saw this, she took out 2 yellow sugar pills from her arms and looked at the little Ying Xiao with a crooked smile. Look what these are! Eh? It is true that little Ying Xiao is blind, but the innate perception technique he has awakened directly since he was a child seems to allow him to see the world freely. At least, he could see the sugar pill in the queen's hand. After seeing these 2 yellow sugar pills, little Ying Xiao burst into tears and burst into laughter. He reached out and grabbed the sugar pills and stuffed them into his mouth. On his plump little face, his 2 cloudy eyes narrowed into a slit with laughter. Seeing this scene, the queen's doting smile became even brighter. Li Guanqi, who was not far away, saw more. Snake. At the feet of little Ying Xiao, among the flowers, there was a spotted black snake spitting out letters. The cold light emitted by the green vertical pupils was extremely conspicuous among the flowers to humans of different blood. However, Queen Daluo seemed to be blind and didn't see it at all. Among the flowers, the spotted black snake suddenly jumped out, opened its mouth, and its 2 fangs dripping with black poisonous saliva severely pierced the skin between the little Ying Xiao's ankles, directly injecting venom into the little Ying Xiao. In the blood. Seeing this scene, Empress Daluo's eyes suddenly burst into tears, and she blasted out with a palm. The invisible force shook the air and directly shook the poisonous snake into a puddle of black blood and minced flesh. Forehead. Li Guanqi looked helpless when he saw this. Too fake. Now there are different blood powers. There are strange blood powers, but no poisonous snakes can be found. This nightmare dreamland is really speechless. Quaner! Quaner! Empress Daluo hugged the little Ying Xiao, who was already pale and unconscious, with tears on her face. This is a black-blooded snake! Suddenly, a figure in black robes, wearing a hood, appeared in front of her. His voice was hoarse, and his face could not be seen clearly. The man in black robe raised his right hand and pointed at the poisonous snake next to him that was shattered by Queen Daluo. The venom it produced has seeped into your son's blood. In 2 minutes at most, he will die from the poisonous blood. Please! Empress Daluo hugged the fainted little Ying Xiao, knelt on the ground, cowed out repeatedly, and cried and begged the man in black. Please! Sir! Please save my child! Please! Please! You can do whatever you want from me. I am the queen of the Daluo dynasty, and I can give you anything you want. Forehead. When Li Guanqi saw this, he no longer wanted to complain. You also know that you are the queen of the Daluo dynasty and have a distinguished status. Do you still need to be like this? To be honest, Li Guanqi really couldn't relate to this nightmare scene. It was too inconsistent. This seemed to be an incident involving an ordinary family, but the character was directly replaced by the Ying family. The huge identity gap made the whole incident extremely inconsistent. Li Guanqi has now completely confirmed that this nightmare incident is definitely not what Ying Xiao imagined. Normal people can't think of such a contradictory plot. If nothing else, this should be an event that Ying Xiao had seen before. And then the memories merged, directly replacing the characters of himself and his mother, mapping out this nightmare fantasy. But why? What kind of state does Ying Xiao reflect in this nightmare and fantasy world? Or does it represent what kind of wish he has in his heart? Missing maternal love in childhood? This may be the biggest key to defeating Ying Xiao's defenses. Chapter 565: A Dream Within a Dream. The second level of nightmare. One life for one. At this time, in the sea of flowers, the man in black robe looked at Queen Daluo and said coldly, You commit suicide, and I will completely help him detoxify. Do you want to? After saying this, a dagger suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Queen Daluo, emitting a hazy light and floating in the air. Empress Daluo looked at the dagger that was emitting cold light. Without any hesitation, she grabbed the dagger with her right hand and wiped it directly towards her neck. Buzz. However, before she could successfully slit her throat and commit suicide, the dagger suddenly dissipated and Queen Daluo was completely cut. Ah! Queen Daluo glanced at her empty right hand, and then looked at the man in black robe blankly. The man in black robe gently touched the little Ying Xiao in her arms. In an instant, Xiao Yingxia's face completely returned to normal, changing from purple-black to white and rosy. Then he opened his eyes and looked at his mother in confusion. Mother! Quaner! Quaner! Seeing this scene, Queen Daluo burst into tears of joy. Queen Mother. Little Ling Xiao didn't seem to know what was going on. He just yawned like a sleepy kitten, curled up in Queen Daluo's arms, and murmured softly, "I'm a little sleepy. Can the queen sing to me to sleep?" Well, Empress Daluo, with a doting look on her face, was sitting in a sea of colorful flowers, holding little Ling Xiao in her arms, rocking her gently, and singing a beautiful ballad a cappella. Little Ling Xiao gradually fell asleep in her mother's arms and singing. The man in black robe has long disappeared. At the same time, not far away, Li Guanqi, whose figure was slightly illusory, took a step back in action. As expected, he could only start to act after this nightmare fantasy entered the coaxing stage. And what he has to do now is buzz. As soon as Li Guanqi thought about it, several robbers appeared beside him and walked toward Queen Daluo with a grin. However, before these bandits could get closer, a shadow in a purple robe quietly appeared. Standing in front of them was the adult-looking Ing Xiao. "Hello!" When Li Guanqi saw him appearing, he quickly shouted, "Ing Xiao, is it fun to dream?" Ing Xiao's silhouette trembled, flickering and changing like an unstable picture. "Look here!" Li Guanqi approached Ing Xiao and pointed at the sea of flowers around him that was so beautiful that it seemed like a fairy tale. "It's beautiful, isn't it? I believe there must be such a beautiful place in the world. And such a place must really exist. But your mother really took you there. Have you ever played here?" The flickering of Ing Xiao's shadow became more intense. "No." Li Guanqi smiled and continued to step forward, came to the front of Ing Xiao, looked into his purple eyes and chuckled. "You just visited this place when you grew up. And you saw this beautiful scenery that day. And then you imagined that if you were a child, it would be great if my mother also brought me here to play. What a happy time it would be. But no. Right." Having said this, the smile on Li Guanqi's face disappeared. He stared hard at Ing Xiao's purple eyes and shouted in a deep voice, "Ing Xiao! Ing Quan! Your mother has never brought you to this sea of flowers. And your mother has never even played happily with you. She looks at you, his eyes are filled with disgust and disgust. Like the scene just now, where the mother sacrificed her life to save her son. It has nothing to do with you at all. That's someone else. Someone else's childhood. Someone else's mother. It's not yours. You are just imagining. In fantasy. In Quan. You imagine that you can live this kind of life. But it's all false. It's all fake. These wonderful things have nothing to do with you. This maternal love has nothing to do with you. Your mother never loved you. You, in Quan, you have been just a disgusting disabled child that no one wants since you were a child. Wake up. You? Well, Ing Xiao's shadow flashed crazily, and his face became painful. He began to squat on the ground, tearing his face wildly with his hands, tearing his face, blood flowing from his face, and his expression was painful. Feel sorry. Looking at his appearance, Li Guanqi felt a little unbearable in his eyes. But in the end, his eyes were replaced by determination. Sorry. I have to stop you. Even if I have to say these things that I don't want to say. It's against my will. Ing Xiao! Wake up! Li Guanqi bent down and continued to shout in Ing Xiao's ear. These beautiful things have nothing to do with you at all. They are all false illusions. That is someone else's childhood. Someone else's mother. What about you? Your mother gave you only beatings, insults, kicks, disgust, and disregard. Even later, she didn't want you as a child. Right? Even that night, your mother wanted to strangle you to death with her own hands. Right? Ing Xiao. As soon as these words came out, everything fell silent. The whole world fell into stasis. The sound of the wind disappeared. The flying butterflies and petals froze in the air. The sea of flowers swaying in the wind became still. Queen Daluo's singing stopped, and the little Ing Xiao in her arms was like a still sculpture. Quiet. Absolute silence. Oh. Yes. Suddenly, Ing Xiao, who was squatting on the ground, put down his hands that were tearing his face. His face was covered with wounds and blood flowed across it. There was no expression on his face, and his voice was calm. All fake. This is someone else's childhood. Someone else's mother. Not mine. My mother doesn't love me. She hates me, and even wants to kill me, because I am a disgusting disabled child with disgusting surgical organs in my body. I am a disgusting monster that should not have been born, and I was born to die. Well, this is the truth. Boom. The world collapses. The entire fairy tale-like beautiful world of flowers fell apart like a mirror that had fallen to the ground, falling apart and cracking in all directions. After the collapse of the world, there is reorganization. Reorganization at an astonishing speed. However, the world that was regenerated was completely different from the previous fairy tale world. Black and white. Hazy black and white. Occupying the entire site. Li Guanqi looked around. No matter where he looked, no matter how he rubbed his eyes, his vision was covered with a layer of black and white. As if the world had lost its color. He could only roughly see that it seemed to be a damp basement room. Why? Suddenly, a crazy woman screamed, almost piercing her eardrums. Li Guanqi suddenly turned his head and followed the sound. At the end of the basement, the elegant and luxurious Empress Daluo looked ferocious. Not at all like a lady. Instead, she looked like a gambler who had lost everything. Her eyes full of madness and hatred. In front of her was a thin boy huddled in a corner, wearing tattered clothes. Blind, one-armed. His head was broken and bleeding. The scarlet blood was the only color in this black and white world. Empress Daluo was like a fierce ghost. With 5 fingers like hooks, she directly tore into pieces the little Ing Zhao's tattered clothes and skin. Then she raised her right hand, which was full of blood, stretched it out in front of little Ing Zhao, looked at him, and screamed in a sharp voice. Why? The blood flowing in your body is the blood of the Ing family. Look! Ah! This is the royal blood of the Ing family. The little Ing Zhao, who had scars all over his body, faced his mother's crazy questioning, could only curl up his hands and feet with tears and fear on his face, and retreated his thin body into the corner, and kept retreating. But he had already retreated to the edge, and had no way to retreat. Tell me why! Queen Daluo is still crazy and ferocious, and her originally beautiful face is distorted into something terrifying. She stretched out her hands, pinched the little Ing Zhao's neck, and roared, You should have the blood of the Ing family in your body. Why are you such a disgusting disabled child? Why do you have blood in your body? Disgusting magic organ? Why? Tell me. Ing Quan. I am your mother. Why do you want to harm me? I'm the queen of the world. How could I give birth to such a disgusting monster like you? My great future, have all been ruined by you. Ruined by you. Why? Why do you do this to me? Queen Daluo roared crazily, while crazily holding little Ing Zhao's head and smashing it against the wall. Keep smashing. Keep smashing. I can't tell how many times I hit it. In the end, Xiao Yingxi's blood stained large areas of the wall red, and the blood continued to flow downwards, and he completely fainted, and his small and skinny body was thrown away by Queen Daluo, and he was left in the corner of the basement. The little boy looked like a rotten flesh corpse at this time, which seemed to match the damp and dark basement. Not far away, Li Guanqi looked at this scene, his fists clenched tightly, his pupils trembling, and his eyes full of anger. Is this Ing Zhao's childhood? But what did the young Ing Zhao do wrong at that time to deserve such abuse from his biological mother? Just because he was born disabled? Just because he has surgical organs? Why? Grass. In the end, anger defeated all reason. Li Guanqi shot out with an arrow and punched Queen Daluo hard. But it's no use. Meaningless. Li Guanqi's angry punch directly passed through Queen Daluo's body. He couldn't affect this at all. Of course it can't be affected. Because this scene happened long ago. It was Ing Zhao's real, childhood time. Boom. Suddenly, the world collapsed again. This black and white underground fell apart. And after it reorganized, it turned into a place so dark that you couldn't even see your fingers. Li Guanqi couldn't even figure out where he was, and couldn't see anything clearly. He could only hear the sound of lightning, thunder, wind and rain. It seemed that there were many banana trees outside. He was very familiar with the sound of rain hitting banana trees. And this sound was extremely clear at this moment. In the house? And there's a storm falling outside? Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous roar exploded, piercing the night sky and bringing an instant of light. A moment. Just a moment. But enough is enough. At this moment, the lightning light illuminated the entire room. Li Guanqi saw the bed, with the fog gauze curtains fluttering. She was wearing a white nightgown and disheveled hair. The devil-like Queen of Daluo was lying on the bed. Her face was ferocious and crazy, and she was clasping a boy's neck blindly with both hands. A one-armed boy. Ing Zhao. Queen Daluo wants to strangle Ing Zhao to death. Well, little Ing Zhao's face turned red, and he kept slapping his biological mother's hands. But he was so thin that he had no strength to break free, and could only wait helplessly for the feeling of suffocation to intensify. The strength of the struggle is getting weaker and weaker. His face became increasingly red. I actually don't like being seen like this. But it doesn't matter. Suddenly, Ing Zhao's familiar voice appeared in his ears. Li Guanqi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked sideways. At some point, Ing Zhao, who was wearing a purple robe and had a handsome appearance, quietly appeared beside him. The demigod-level son of Tong Yu just looked at the bed calmly, watching the crazy Queen Daluo trying to strangle her young self. Li Guanqi's brows wrinkled slightly. So, he still failed? He reached the second level of the maternal love nightmare, but still failed to break Ing Zhao's defenses? This guy looks very calm now, showing no signs of mental breakdown. And it was so calm that it seemed impossible to start. It's actually not bad. Ing Zhao suddenly whispered softly. What? Li Guanqi was startled. Fortunately, I was born blind. Ing Zhao pointed to his young self on the bed and smiled. That night was actually the first time I slept with my mother in the same bed. When I saw my mother in a normal state, I thought she had finally changed her mind. I was really happy before I fell asleep. I was so happy that I couldn't sleep. Then my mother sang to me to sleep. And I was really happy. But I really didn't expect that when I woke up again. It was because of the severe pain in my neck and the feeling of suffocation. But I didn't look. So I say it's actually not bad. Fortunately, I am blind. As long as I don't activate the perception technique, I don't have to watch my biological mother strangle myself to death with my own hands. Maybe this is one of the few lucky things in my childhood. Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated. How ridiculous. How lucky is he not to have to watch his mother strangle him to death? Ridiculous? Ridiculous. But it is indeed the case. If you think about it carefully, compared with the things that happened to Ing Zhao in his childhood, this kind of thing can indeed be called lucky. But you didn't choose to close your eyes and die. Li Guanqi looked at Ing Zhao beside him and sighed softly. In the end, you still turned on the perception technique and saw all this. Otherwise, I wouldn't see this either. Huh? Yeah. Ing Zhao smiled and nodded. Yes. I still couldn't help but turn on the perception technique. Because at that time, I wanted to see my mother again before I died. At least I wanted to see her and strangled me. Can the Queen Mother be happier? You don't hate her? Li Guanqi was a little surprised. With all due respect, from your expression and tone, I don't seem to feel your hatred for her. Why should I hate her? Ing Zhao lowered his head, with a wry smile on his face. Because she abused me? But if it weren't for me, she would still be the Empress of Daluo, who is the mother of the world. It's me. It's me. My birth has ruined her life. She was dragged down from the clouds to the dust. And it was me who harmed her. So what right do I have to hate her? She is my biological mother. No matter what. Li Guanqi moved his lips, wanting to say something, but found himself speechless. The Ing family is special. Ing Zhao raised his head, looked at his young self again on the bed, and said softly, but no matter how special it is, we can't change the genes in the body. Even the Ing family will occasionally give birth to some disabled children with surgical organs. I'm not the first in history. If the Ing family can still survive from now on, then I will never be the last one in history. Generally speaking, when this happens, the royal family will kill all the midwives and maids present during the delivery to ensure that the news does not spread. Then, the royal family actually won't kill the children. They are not so cruel. Although, it is most likely because the ancestral teachings do not allow this. All in all, in the end, the mother who gave birth to a child with a disability caused by the curse, and the child with a disability, will be relegated to the cold palace, where they will live alone for the rest of their lives. Of course, to the outside world, this behavior will find another reason. Children are not allowed to practice. After a few decades, they will die of old age or die of illness midway. That's how my mother and I were. Even though she was the Queen of Daluo, just because she gave birth to me, she was deprived of her position as queen and was thrown into the cold palace with me, losing everything. After all, it was me who hurt her. Speaking of this, Ing Zhao sighed. So, this is all her own behavior? Li Guanqi still couldn't understand, and said with a slight hesitation, although you are thrown into the cold palace, I think you won't be left without a place to live, let you live in a damp basement, and have all kinds of abuse. Is it all your mother's own doing? She's just crazy. Ing Zhao looked calm. She was born in the Yun family, one of the pillars of the 8 kingdoms. She was pampered since she was a child. She has never been wronged. She became the queen of Daluo smoothly. Her cultivation of different blood was accumulated by various resources, and her soul state was the same. In this way, there has never been any grinding. It is just a simple accumulation of resources. She has an 8th level soul, but her foundation is frivolous. This is a very dangerous state, and facts have proven it to be so. When she fell from the cloud into the quagmire, her soul realm collapsed, and the core of her soul was also damaged. You can simply understand it as insanity. After being thrown into the coal palace, she went crazy. So why do I blame her? It was me who made her lose everything. It was me who drove her insane. Why do I blame her? Of course not. Having said this, Ing Xiao lowered his head, clenched his right hand tightly, and said solemnly, aside from blaming myself, the only thing I can blame is the perverted discriminatory concept of the Daluo dynasty, which is the source of all evil. I will destroy the Yutian Great Wall and kill all the Daluo people. Only in this way can everything be cleared. Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but frown deeply. This concept of discrimination is wrong. It should never exist. But Ing Xiao, your behavior is definitely not correct. I don't want to argue with you about this. Ing Xiao just smiled and waved his hands. So what happened next? Li Guanqi also knew that the argument was pointless. So he looked at the bed again, looking at Queen Daluo and the young Ing Xiao who was being strangled. From just now, it seemed as if everything was still. Queen Daluo and young Ing Xiao were motionless. Ing Xiao, you were obviously not strangled to death by your mother that night. So what happened next? Chapter 566 Luo Di arrives. The surveillance guards are coming in. Hearing Li Guanqi's question, Ing Xiao said calmly, her behavior is actually not allowed by the ancestral teachings. Once she abused me and almost killed me. And after the guards discovered her strange blood cultivation, it was sealed. So that night, I was not strangled to death. Then the guards heard the noise and broke in. Later, many things happened. My natural spell perception is getting stronger and stronger. It is a magical spell that can be activated without any spiritual power. And the sensing distance is getting farther and farther. I can even perceive thousands of miles through this spell. Things outside. Until that day, I sensed a magician slave in the basement of the foreign mansion in the capital. He is practicing, absorbing spiritual energy, storing blood in his body, and even using blood to cast spells. For me at that time, that was a completely unimaginable thing. That was the first turning point in my life. I followed him and started practicing spells secretly. Later, with the help of some forces with their own agendas, I successfully escaped from the Daluo dynasty. And my father loves my mother after all. Many years after I left, my father and mother were together again. After many years, they had a new child, Ing Xian. That is, the contemporary emperor of Daluo, the Emperor Shenwu with a reign named Shenwu. Although the child's life was not very satisfactory before he was 10 years old, because his talent was awakened too late. After all, after his talent was awakened, it was astonishing. Historically astonishing. He is known as the strongest emperor in the history of the Daluo dynasty. Except for the first emperor. Very brilliant. Much better than me, as an older brother. Li Guanqi was slightly surprised. Ing Xiao is actually the biological brother of the contemporary Great Luo Shenwu Emperor. Have you met him? Ing Xiao looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. He is a bit old now. You may not be able to tell. But he will become younger soon. At least that's how he looks. Then you will find that we are actually quite similar. Yes, we are brothers from the same father and mother. Unlike those from the royal family, who have the same father and mother. As he spoke, he smiled and pointed at his face. No, I haven't seen him. Li Guanqi shook his head gently and said calmly, I just heard his voice. And then he sent me here through some unknown method. What a hated bastard. Ing Xiao still had a smile on his face. Looked around and murmured softly, knowing that I hate being seen by others. He still sent an outsider here. Luo Di is a bastard. Then who are you? Li Guanqi said coldly. Your childhood was innocent and miserable. I deeply sympathize with you. But this is not a reasonable reason for your later evil deeds. I know. Ing Xiao smiled slightly. I won't say that the evil things I did were because I had a miserable childhood. The two have nothing to do with each other. I am a bad person in every sense. I won't deny it. Maybe even a bastard can't describe me. It should be scum? Huh. But do these titles mean anything? Ing Xiao. Li Guanqi looked at him with solemn eyes. Do you still remember that there was once a man with the surname Wei Mo and Dan Qing who had a similar childhood to you? And you? You took away everything he deserved. You destroyed Wei Mo's life. But without me, he wouldn't even have that one beautiful life. Ing Xiao looked calm. If I hadn't found him and taken him away, he would have been hidden by Wei Guozhu for the rest of his life. And then, he would have died in humiliation in that small room without even the slightest good memory. It was me. I was with him. It gave him the only good memory in his miserable life. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth and did not refute anything. You know Dan Qing. With a smile on his face and a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, Ing Xiao asked softly, So, Dan Qing told you everything about me? Who are you? After I left, I deliberately broke off the relationship. And there will never be any more go search for information about him. How is he doing now? He is my master. Li Guanqi's voice was calm. My first master. He didn't tell me about you. But you should remember that your apprentice had the habit of writing a diary. He wrote about you in the diary. And I saw that diary. As for him, I killed him 3 years ago. Oh! When Ing Xiao heard this, he looked at Li Guanqi in surprise and couldn't help but laugh. Wait a minute. Let me explain. Wei Mo. Wei Dan Qing is your master. And you killed him. And then, you, a guy who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors, now come over to question me for ruining his life? Hey, my mind is a bit lost. What is going on? He wants to take me away. Li Guanqi pointed to his chest. Because I have Tongyu blood in my body. He wants to take me away to plunder the Tongyu blood. Just like you did to him decades ago. But I'm still not sure whether he showed mercy in the first place. Whether it was the method of eliminating the sequelae of the robbery ritual that was clearly written in advance and placed on his body. Or other things. It seemed that he was actually looking forward to it. Hoping that I could resist successfully, and do what he never did back then. And I did. I killed him, and saw him relieved before he died. So I have been thinking that I should find the one-armed old blind man who ruined his life, and put an end to the whole incident. Having said this, Li Guanqi looked at Ing Xiao in front of him with a solemn expression. I just didn't expect that things would progress like this. It was unexpected. Ing Xiao was silent for a moment, and then smiled again. Maybe. Dan Qing is a very indecisive child. I have told him many times that the weakness in his heart will kill him sooner or later. So my guess is there was nothing wrong with him. He clearly had a chance. But because of his own weakness, he lost the chance to be reborn. Ing Xiao. Li Guanqi's eyes darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Don't get too excited. Ing Xiao shrugged and chuckled. After all, our chat ends here. Buzz? For a moment. As soon as the semi-god level son of Tongyu finished speaking, the entire nightmare world suddenly dissipated and disintegrated at an alarming speed. The interior furnishings, floors, walls, doors, beds, Queen Daluo, and the young Ing Xiao, etc. Wait! Everything disappears. Instead, there is a deep blue ocean. No, the sea. At the same time, the figures of Li Guanqi and Ing Xiao also changed. Li Guanqi changed from a human form that seemed imaginary but not imaginary, to a spirit body of a god and demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. And Ing Xiao, who was dressed in purple robes, also turned into a dark blue pure soul body. It's over, brother. An old and vicissitudes of voice sounded. Countless blue light points gathered together and transformed into an old soul wearing black gold imperial robes, appearing in front of Ing Xiao and staring at him indifferently. Emperor Wu of the Great Luotian has arrived. It's so touching. Ing Xiao looked at this figure. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Xiao Xian. At this time, you are still willing to call me brother. Luo Di didn't respond. Forehead. Li Guanqi stood nearby and couldn't help being slightly stunned when he saw this scene. He succeeded? Looking at Luo Di, Li Guanqi was full of doubts. Because he didn't know how he successfully defeated Ing Xiao's defense. Although he successfully broke through the first layer of false reflections of the maternal love nightmare and entered Ing Xiao's real tragic childhood. Even so, Ing Xiao did not seem to have any signs of psychological collapse. But if it didn't succeed, how did Luo Di get in? Well done. Luo Di's old soul body stood with his hands behind his back, glanced at Li Guanqi, and said calmly, I want you to defeat Ing Xiao's psychological defense. But this is only a goal. In fact, as long as there is a slight flaw in Ing Xiao's psychological defense, you can open the defense line and allow the soul to pass through the netherworld and escape here through teleportation. I don't know what you did, but you did a good job. So that's it. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. He didn't understand what teleportation meant, but he knew where that flaw came from. The simulation has shown that Ying Xiao is a strong and ruthless character, facing the pain of childhood and the departure of his lover. His psychological defense will not only not have any flaws, but will become stronger. But facing my mother is different. Faced with the maternal love that was lacking in childhood, even Ying Xiao's psychological defense line uncontrollably showed a flaw, although it would not completely collapse. Luo Di only had a slight flaw, which was enough to take action. In fact, facing a character like Ying Xiao, trying to force him to the point of psychological collapse is indeed too much of a dream. Li Guanqi. At this time, Luo Di, who was standing in front of Ying Xiao, was calling him, but he did not look at him. Instead, he looked at Ying Xiao and said calmly, "You have done what you are responsible for. Next, leave it to me." Haha. Leave it to me. It sounds so safe. Ying Xiao and Luo Di looked at each other, with a hint of chill and a smile on their faces. Ying Xian, I really don't know what means you have mastered to allow the soul to travel through the netherworld. But I guess the price is not small. Bar? The space barrier in the nether realm is as scary as a bone-scraping steel knife. Actually, it's not a guess. I can see it. With that said, Ying Xiao pointed at Luo Di's soul body and said with a smile, I saw the decaying inner part of your soul. Like a withered flower. Rapidly withering. Let me guess. You don't have much time left. How long can you survive after this battle? 10 days? Not even 3 days left? It's 2 days. There was no expression on Luo Di's old face. And he said calmly, but living for 2 more days is not much different from living for 2 more years. Brother, after I kill you, I will kill some more people. I, Ying Xian, will never die in this life. It has a happy ending, and there is no need to live in those meaningless days. It's a pity. Ying Xiao's soul body paced slowly on the surface of the sea of consciousness with his hands behind his back. Ripple swaying under his feet. He first glanced at Li Guanqi, then looked at Luo Di with a smile. Xiao Xian, you know that he is the son of Tongyu. And you also know that he has Tongyu blood in his body. I guess you must want to plunder Tongyu like me. Blood. And then fix the lifespan flaw of the Ancient Emperor's blood. Right. After all, you know the relationship between the Night Elves and the Netherblood. You know where you died. You know Yu's tomb. And you know everything about you. You know so many things. And you must also know how to plunder and fuse Tongyu blood. It's a pity that you don't have any magical organs in your body. Even if you rob Tongyu blood, you can't fuse it at all. Think about it. How great would it be if you also had surgical organs? In that way, you can plunder the Tongyu blood in Li Guanqi's body, then swagger into the netherworld. Kill me. Devour the Tongyu blood in my body. And then you can become a god without the source of energy. And then you can realize your wish and be protected forever. Daluo Dynasty. Daluo will live forever. Unfortunately, you can't do it because you don't have the surgical organs. What a pity. At the end of the sentence, the smile on Ying Xiao's face became even brighter. Luo Di looked at Ying Xiao and narrowed his eyes slightly. I thought that in the face of death, you would not be afraid. And you would at least feel hatred because the plan to massacre the great Luo dynasty failed. But you didn't. As soon as he said this, Li Guanqi next to him suddenly had a bad premonition. It's useless to talk anymore. Come on. Xiao Xian. Ying Xiao opened his hands with a smile on his face. Don't you want to kill me? This is your only chance. Come on. Kill me. Your plan will be a perfect success. Can't kill. Li Guanqi hurriedly walked up to Luo Di and shouted anxiously. Since you sent me to the forest of elves, you should know everything. Yu was resurrected from the dead, and he achieved perfection directly after his resurrection. He can directly become a god by connecting to Yoshua, who can guarantee that Ying Xiao will not be resurrected in the future, but you will die of old age naturally. Luo Di gritted his teeth and shouted. And now, I want to directly destroy Ying Xiao's soul. How could you gamble with this? Li Guanqi looked puzzled. We don't understand how miraculous the power of Tongyu blood is. What if the key is not to die naturally from old age? What if you kill Ying Xiao now? And after you die of old age in 2 days, Ying Xiao will die again resurrected. Ying Xiao will destroy the entire Daluo at that time. How dare you bet on this? Because I can only gamble. Luo Di stared at Li Guanqi and roared angrily. You think I don't understand this? I know it very well. But I can only gamble. Otherwise, I will have to leave the netherworld if it continues. This damn space has always been to reject my soul. And you will definitely be devoured by him. Li Guanqi looked ugly. What about the seal? Immediately afterwards, Li Guanqi still refused to give up and asked. You are the emperor of the Daluo dynasty. Don't you have any sealing artifacts? Can't you find a way to seal him here? Do dozens or hundreds of seals. Years? When I become stronger, I will come to the netherworld to finish him off. You also said that this is the netherworld. Luo Di's face darkened. This place is the home of your sons of Tongyu. According to the information I have obtained, no matter what is in this place, it is very likely to be ineffective for you. However, the more likely result is that Ing Xiao pretends to be effective and then waits for me to die before coming out. Therefore, killing him now and crushing his soul is the best result. To put it bluntly, even if he can really be resurrected, it will take time. It will take time for you to be resurrected. Right. At this point, Luo Di looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, with your cultivation speed and the system mission rewards for those of you who travel to other worlds, how long will it take for you to catch up with Ing Xiao? I don't think it will take long, is not it? You just need to try your best and practice hard. As long as you are strong enough, you can kill Ing Xiao again even if he is resurrected. Oh? Li Guanqi was filled with surprise. What on earth are you talking about? If Ing Xiao is really resurrected, if he really gets perfect nether blood due to his resurrection from the dead, then he can become a god without origin chi. What will I do then? Fighting against the god Ing Xiao? Then, maybe you can die once? See if you can also come back from the dead? Luo Di narrowed his eyes slightly. When Li Guanqi heard this, he lowered his head and frowned in thought. The time it takes for Tongyu's son to come back to life is completely unknown. Even if he uses the heart of time and space to simulate, there is currently no way to simulate that long into the future. If the simulator cannot simulate the exact result, how dare he risk his life on this? Etc.? What does Luo Di mean by this? Li Guanqi quickly raised his head to look at Emperor Luo, and immediately met the old emperor's eyes, which were eager to make a move. Chapter 567 Luo Di's Dictation. The real reason why the Luo discriminates against magicians. Hey. Li Guanqi met Luo Emperor's eager eyes, and couldn't help but take a half step back. Luo Emperor, what are you thinking about? Never mind. Luo Di withdrew his gaze and shook his head slightly. Now, even if you die immediately, even if you are resurrected immediately, you still fail to meet the standard of becoming a god. How can you become a god when you are not even at the Jiogon level? The old Eastern Emperor looked at Li Guanqi and said in a deep voice, if you want to become a god, the origin of qi is one thing, and opening an ownerless law palace is also another. The son of Tong, you can ignore the need for origin qi, but there is no way ignore the needs of the law palace. According to my guess, Ing Xiao has probably realized and opened a masterless law palace. Once the nether blood reaches the perfect stage, he can directly enter the master palace and become a god immediately. But what about you? You are not even at the Jiogon level, and you have not opened the 9 basic law palaces, let alone dug a new path based on the basics. Hey, how long do you want to chat? At this time, Ing Xiao looked at Li Guanqi and Luo Di, chuckled and hooked his hand. Kill me quickly. If you don't kill me, the netherworld will almost squeeze you out. Xiaoxian, are you really not in a hurry? Are you in a hurry? Luo Di glanced at him. Are you so eager to gamble on life and death? If you are really so sure that you can be resurrected, why do you need to come here to swallow the Tongyu blood in Li Guanqi's body? You could have committed suicide by wiping your neck. And then are you waiting to be resurrected and become a god? At this point, my plan to swallow the blood of the underworld has temporarily failed. Ing Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. In that case, I only have one option left to gamble my life. So why should I hesitate? Of course I'm in a hurry to gamble. But just because I failed, it doesn't mean you succeeded. As he said that, the corner of Ing Xiao's mouth curled up slightly. If I can really be resurrected and become a god, then the great Luo dynasty will also be destroyed. The only difference is that we have to wait a little longer. However, I can afford to wait, but you will have to wait for 2 more days. This guy is going to die of old age, so he can't afford to wait. Okay, then I'll bet you can't be resurrected. Luo Di looked at Ing Xiao, his voice indifferent. Ing Xiao said nothing, just smiled and opened his arms. Roar! The next moment, A golden blue dragon Dharma image suddenly flew out from Luo Di's soul body, raised its head and roared, and directly smashed Ying Zhao's soul into countless light blue points. But this is not the end. The golden blue dragon hovered over the sea of consciousness, opened its huge mouth, and kept swallowing. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed all the blue light spots that escaped. Ying Zhao's soul was completely shattered. Take Ying Zhao's body and leave the netherworld together. We'll meet outside. I have something to tell you. Luo Di glanced at Li Guanqi, and then disappeared into the sea of consciousness together with the golden blue dragon. Immediately afterwards, this dark blue sea of consciousness also began to fall apart. The souls of living things live in the sea of consciousness. But in fact the two are one. If Ying Zhao's soul is destroyed, this sea of consciousness will naturally dissipate. With a thought in Li Guanqi's mind, his soul floated up, preparing to fly out of this sea of consciousness that was gradually collapsing. Netherland. Purple light fills the air. Li Guanqi's soul left his body, left Ying Zhao's sea of consciousness, and returned to his body again. Ugh, that's disgusting. Li Guanqi's physical body opened his eyes and glanced sideways at his neck. The bite wound on it has healed. But physical wounds can heal. But the blood stains will not clean automatically. At this time, it is still stained with some blood with Ying Zhao's saliva. The swallowing of Tonio's blood is done directly by biting it. This is too disgusting. Li Guanqi's face was filled with discomfort. He waved his hand and used a flowing water dust purification technique to directly wash away the blood on his neck. Then, he turned his gaze forward. In the vast world where purple light circulates and flickers, Ying Zhao's body with pale skin and dilated purple pupils floats out of thin air, as if it is drifting in outer space. Are there any living creatures in this world? Li Guanqi looked around and released his soul power to sense. Nothing came of it. His soul power scanning range did not reach the edge of the netherworld. But there was no sign of any living creatures. Even, there is nothing that can be called ground. There are no physical objects in this world at all. It is like a space composed of purple light. There is no physical substance to serve as the ground. Naturally, it is difficult to tell the difference between heaven and earth. Li Guanqi moved, flew forward, grabbed Ying Zhao's body, and looked at his face carefully. Pale complexion, dark purple lips and eyes, dilated pupils, slightly hooked corners of the mouth, as if he was still smiling before death. To be honest, I'm annoyed by your smile. It always makes people feel like there's a knife hidden in the smile. Heh. What should I say to a dead person? Li Guanqi looked away, smiled and shook his head. Regardless of whether Ying Zhao will be resurrected or not, at least the current Ying Zhao has not been resurrected and is dead. I hope you don't disappoint me. As Li Guanqi spoke, he began to search Ying Zhao's body. In the end, he only found a space ring inlaid with purple gems on Ying Zhao's left index finger. The space of this space ring is very large, far more than 10 times larger than what Li Guanqi currently has, and it is naturally filled with various resources and items, some of which he recognizes, but most of them are strange and weird. He didn't know anything about it. It is conceivable that the things stored in Ying Zhao's space ring must be priceless. But for Li Guanqi at this stage, there are no cultivation resources to directly improve his cultivation level. Therefore, he cares more about another thing, a rechargeable item from the Heart of Time. But the result was very disappointing. He didn't find any charging items inside. Maybe my thinking is wrong? Li Guanqi grabbed Ying Zhao's body and frowned slightly. The Heart of Time and Space said that according to perception, the next time he gets a charged item should be after he reaches the 7-star Great Perfection. And now he has achieved 7-star Perfection. But what broke into his sight, besides Ying Zhao, was the one outside. Luo Di! Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. We can only place our hope on Luo Di. Shanku? Li Guanqi shouted in his mind. Can you open the space crack from here and get out? Shankong was silent for several seconds, and then he hesitated and said, well, this, that, oh, okay. He sighed. I take back what I said before. In addition to the power of silence, there are indeed many places in the world where there are space barriers that I can't do anything about. For example, this netherworld. The space barrier in this place is where I have never been. What I haven't seen before is a completely new space structure. It's so magical that I can't understand it. And naturally I can't tear open the cracks in space. Li Guanqi didn't say anything. He just grabbed Ying Zhao's body with his left hand, raised his right hand, and made a light stroke in front of him. Buzz! A purple space crack was torn open by him. This is not the application of space laws. This is pure instinctive power. Just like breathing. Even if you don't know the principle at all, you can do it easily. Of course. Because of this, Li Guanqi actually didn't know where this spatial crack led. Should it be the place where we came from? Back to the place where Pijun led the star? With some suspicion, Li Guanqi grabbed Ying Xiao's body and stepped into it. Call. As soon as he walked out of the space rift, Li Guanqi felt a strong and violent air flow coming towards his face. This raging storm can blow away even a third-level human with different blood. But with Li Guanqi's LV-70 body, this level is not enough. But the question is, where does this wind come from? Buzz? Li Guanqi casually held up a purple spiritual shield to prevent his hair from blowing around in the wind, and then began to look at the surrounding environment. This is obviously not the place where the Tulip Empire leaves the army. The storm was raging, affecting his vision, but he could still make out that this seemed to be a valley. The strong wind blew continuously from the cracks in the rock walls of the valley. River Valley? Li Guanqi was stunned. He had never been to this place. He had only read about it in books. Chumfeng Valley is located in Chumfeng County, Shuzhou, Daluo Dynasty. In fact, the name of the county comes from this. Chumfeng Valley existed earlier than Chumfeng County. Legend has it that a wind god died here, so strong winds would blow here day and night without interruption. Of course, this is a false rumor. The truth of the matter is that inside this valley, there is a remnant of the law of wind, which is the embodiment of the power of the law. Because of this place is windy all year round. This has been a very common natural phenomenon since the old era after the bloody rain. This is not the only place in the world where laws remain. Chumfeng Valley is a place where the law of wind is clearly manifested. It stands to reason that those three talented spellcasters, who want to understand the law of wind and step into the four symbols level, will come here to meditate and gain insights. But it is a pity that Chumfeng Valley is located in the Daluo Dynasty. And Daluo is the most discriminatory against magicians. Which magician dares to come here to take risks and gain enlightenment will really have a long life. The place where the laws are manifested, if there is no plundering spell. I should also be able to comprehend the laws in a regular manner during my spell career. Right. Li Guanqi looked at the storm valley and whispered to himself. Buzz? Suddenly, a space crack with distorted colorful brilliance appeared next to him. Why did you get there? Come here. Luodi's calm voice came from it. Seeing this, Li Guanqi picked up Ying Xiao's body and walked in. But maybe it was an illusion. But Luodi's voice seemed to sound a little younger than the previous voice. When Li Guanqi walked out of the space crack again, what appeared in his sight was an endless rolling mountain range and a magnificent Great Wall barrier. Daluo border. Yutian Great Wall. At this time, Li Guanqi was floating in the void above the Great Wall. But this was not something he did on his own initiative. The space under his feet has been space solidified in advance. Stepping on it is like stepping on a piece of transparent glass. Who else could do this? Li Guanqi turned around and looked several meters away. There stood a tall old man wearing a black gold emperor's robe, standing with his hands behind his back. He was tall and straight, and with a condescending attitude, he looked down at the artifact Great Wall that had protected the Daluo dynasty for 3,000 years. It was extremely cold at high places, and the wind was surging. The hem of his imperial robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns also fluttered in the wind. This old man wearing a black and gold emperor's robe actually does not look old. He has jet black hair, a profile as strong as a sword, a tall nose, a gray beard, and a pair of eyes that look like a blue dragon. Majestic golden pupils. The unique black gold imperial robe of the Daluo dynasty. Black hair and golden eyes unique to the Ying family. There is no mistake. This tall old man is the contemporary emperor of the Daluo dynasty. The Daluo Shenwu emperor with the title of Shenwu. A semi-god level warrior. Ying Xian. Excuse me. Should I kneel down and call your majesty? Li Guanqi dragged Ying Xiao's body forward slowly. Isn't there such a system of superiority and inferiority in your world? Can you get used to kneeling? Luodi glanced at him and said calmly. How could it not be? Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. It's all the same. Your Majesty the Emperor. No matter what era we are in, the distinction between superiority and inferiority will never disappear. At most, it's just that the formal etiquette on the surface is a little less. The real distinction between superiority and inferiority in human beings in the world, it has never disappeared. 2. Luo Di nodded slightly. During the question and answer process, Li Guanqi's initial question, "Do you want to kneel down?" was simply ignored. Or maybe Luo Di didn't want him to kneel down in the first place. "You didn't take it?" At this time, Luo Di looked at Ying Xiao's corpse in Li Guanqi's hand, and the purple gemstone ring on Ying Xiao's left index finger. "Interesting. I thought you would take his space ring as a trophy. After all, the collection of a demigod magician should be pretty good. I wouldn't dare." Li Guanqi's eyes were slightly solemn. God knows if there is any backhand in his space ring. Or if there is something hidden to help him resurrect. It would be better to destroy them all. You are very cautious. Yes. Luo Di nodded to him again, and then said, "Put him down and walk away a little." Yes. Li Guanqi gently placed Ying Xiao's body on the ground, and then walked a few meters away. Immediately afterwards, a long knife burning with red flames appeared out of thin air on Luo Di's right hand, exuding terrifying scorching heat. "Damn! It's Xian!" Xuankong's solemn voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. "What? Do you know me?" Li Guanqi asked. "The demon sword's old rivals are both swords, and they have many old grievances. They are powerful fire-attributed artifacts." Xuankong gave a brief introduction, and then said with a smile, "I guess the emperor wants to cremate his brother. Tongue!" As soon as he finished speaking, the expressionless Luo Di stabbed the tip of the burning knife directly into Ying Xiao's corpse. The flames rose and burned the body to ashes almost instantly. No. In fact, there were not even ashes left. It was directly burned into nothingness by the fire of law. Li Guanqi also noticed that a stream of fire clearly poured into Ying Xiao's space ring, probably to burn all the items inside. Boom! Soon, the flames dissipated. Luo Di put away the burning knife, and then the purple space ring exploded completely, with a few sparks faintly visible. "Do your best to obey fate." Luo Di stood with his hands behind his hands and said softly, "I have done everything I can do. If Ying Xiao is resurrected in the end, then there is nothing I can do. Until then." As he said this, the old man in imperial robes looked at Li Guanqi and said with a slight curl of his lips, "That's your business. Just give me time and I'll fix everything." Li Guanqi said in a deep voice, "Unfortunately, time is a very precious thing." Luo Di lowered his head, looked at his right hand, and whispered to himself, "The skin on the old man's right hand is very tight, but it actually doesn't look like an old man's hand." In other words, the old man wearing a black and gold emperor's robe seems to be getting younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. He hadn't felt it just now, but now Li Guanqi felt more and more that the Luo emperor of the next second would always be younger than the Luo emperor of the last second. "Your Majesty, I have a question for you." Li Guanqi looked at him with a solemn expression. "Is this the plan for all this?" Luo Di nodded calmly. "Yes, it was all planned by me. But didn't you already understand it when I first spoke to you? Or do you need me to explain it in more detail?" "No." Li Guanqi's eyes were solemn. "I want to ask you. The Daluo dynasty has been discriminating against spellcasters for 3,000 years. And it is extremely pathological and extremely serious discrimination. Over the past 3,000 years, this kind of discriminatory concept has led to countless family tragedies in Daluo. Ying Xiao is not the first, nor the last. I really want to know what is the truth hidden behind this matter that has to be like this." "Hidden truth?" Luo Di narrowed his golden eyes slightly. "Does everything need to have a truth? From your tone, it seems that you want to hear a greater and more heroic reason from me. What kind of hardship? What kind of thing? The secret history of antiquity?" Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. You mean? No." Luo Di shook his head slightly, then looked down at the great wall under his feet and sighed softly. "Everything needs to have a truth? Does everything need to have a great and heroic reason? No, child. There is no such reason. I don't have any great reasons you want to hear. Instead, there are only ridiculous facts. The truth of the matter is Luo Sherwang, my ancestor and the founding emperor of the great Luo dynasty. Who is he? Some people say that he was a wise king who raised troops to suppress the chaos in the East 3,000 years ago, founded the Daluo dynasty, and began a peace that lasted 3,000 years. Is this wrong? That's right. This is indeed him. But man is a complex polyhedron. His great side does not affect his despicable side. In addition to being the great founding emperor of the Daluo dynasty, he was also an out-and-out discriminator. He personally is very discriminatory towards the group of conjurers. He feels that the disabled bodies of conjurers at birth are extremely disgusting. And he feels that manipulating spiritual power is an extremely disgusting behavior. As for why? Who knows why? We have no way of knowing what kind of experience led Luo Shirwang to discriminate against conjurers. But that doesn't matter either. What's important is that as the founding emperor of the Daluo dynasty, he discriminated against and hated spellcasters, and even issued a domestic decree to kill spellcasters, making this matter part of the national policy. Therefore, at the beginning of Daluo's founding, the seeds of Daluo people's discrimination against spellcasters were already planted. And then, Luo Shirwang was the master of the Great Wall. But the consciousness of Yutian Great Wall as a divine weapon has long been annihilated. After Luo Shirwang's death, his will during his lifetime was also integrated into the Imperial Great Wall, including his deep love for this land, but also his discrimination and hatred of the conjurers. So, day after day, year after year, over the long years, the will left behind by Emperor Luo Shirwang after his death has subtly influenced the thoughts of all the people of Lu in this land, making them discriminate and hate magicians from the bottom of their hearts. This is simply not something that any national policy can change, as long as the Great Wall of Heaven still exists. As long as the will of Emperor Luo Shirwang still affects this land, the majority of Luo people's discrimination against conjurers will never be changed. But what can I do? The Imperial Great Wall is not only the strongest defensive artifact of the Daluo dynasty, it is also the foundation of our country and the cornerstone of our faith. Daluo people do not believe in God, but Daluo people also have faith in their hearts. Faith in the country. 3,000 years of Wuzhua. Long years. The emperor will die. The famous people will die. The great Confucians will die. The sages will die. But the Great Wall of Yutian will remain standing for 3,000 years. After so many years of accumulation, Yutian Great Wall has long become a gathering of beliefs. It embodies the raging faith of tens of billions of Daluo people, and is the only core for our Daluo dynasty to gather national destiny and maintain strong power. Do you understand? Having said this, Luo Di looked at Li Guanqi, his majestic golden pupils exuding strong shock and unspeakable confusion. Put yourself in my shoes and tell me, if you were a native of Daluo, if you were the emperor of Daluo sitting on the dragon throne, facing the eager eyes of the Violet Empire and the Conjuring Academy, would you change the people's attitude toward conjurers? To destroy the Great Wall, which is the foundation of the country, the national belief, and the gathering place of the national destiny, based on the discriminatory concept? Chapter 568. Since you can't refuse war, then accept it happily. Facing Luo Di's question, Li Guanqi opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end nothing came out, and he was just speechless. Look, if you change places, you will make the same decision as me. Luo Di looked at him, his golden eyes unruffled, and said calmly, the things in this world are never about what you want to do, but what you can do, what you have to do, and how you want to do it. In the face of the general situation, personal will is insignificant. I thought someone as strong as you could live freely and do whatever he wanted. Li Guanqi looked complicated. The most powerful person can indeed be unrestrained. Luo Di closed his eyes, feeling the breeze blowing on his face, and said in an erratic voice, I'm just not strong enough. If I were a god and could suppress the world with one hand, then I could also be unrestrained. I have captured many time travelers. In your place before the world, there were no practitioners. In that kind of world, personal bravery is not important. So even the emperor has to play with power and people's hearts. But this is not the case in our world. As long as you are strong enough, you can change the entire world with your own will. But what's the problem? The problem is that I am not strong enough. Not enough. Not enough. At the end of the sentence, the old man sighed softly. So, what's next? Li Guanqi looked at him and said in a deep voice, you said before, 2 days? You only have 2 days left to live? You should know better than me. According to the current situation, once you die, the ambition of the 8 Kingdoms pillar will no longer exist. If people can suppress him, they will kill the prince before he ascends the throne and gains national fortune, then raises the flag to rebel and start the war in Daluo. That cannot be changed. Luo Di stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. The trouble of the 8 Kingdoms pillar has been buried since 3,000 years ago. It only takes an opportunity for this trouble to completely break out. I am very strong. The Ying family is the strongest in history. Maybe there really is luck in the world. Is my strength overdrafting the luck of the Ying family? Huh? Who knows? But in short, starting from my generation, the Ying family began to decline. The current prince is not enough. Not enough. Li Guanqi. What you just said is not quite correct. Even if the prince ascends the throne and is blessed with national fortunes, given his level, it will be difficult for him to reach the demigod level. In other words, even if he successfully ascends the throne, he will not be able to suppress the rebellion of the 8 kingdoms pillars. So the focus is not on whether he ascends the throne or not. The situation of the 8 kingdoms pillars rebellion is irreversible. The flames of civil war sweeping across the Daluo dynasty will soon appear, if possible. Of course I don't want this. However, since there is no way to save it, we can only look at it optimistically. Thinking about it from another angle, this may not be such a bad thing. Speaking of this, Luo Di narrowed his golden eyes slightly. Li Guanqi was a little curious. Isn't it a bad thing? It's hard to imagine that facing such a situation, I would hear such words from the mouth of a Daluo emperor. Because Ying Quan is right. Luo Di looked down at the great wall of heaven below and said softly, he is right. Daluo is discriminating against conjurers. Well, the Ying Quan I am talking about is Ying Xiao. And Xiao refers to him after he left Daluo, the name he gave himself. But Quan was the name he recorded in the Ying family tree. Oh, forget it. Let's call him Ying Xiao. Doesn't he like this name? Ying Xiao is right. Daluo's discriminatory concept against magicians should not exist. But if you want to change all this, you must destroy the Great Wall of Heaven and the foundation of our country in Daluo. Even so, it will take a long time to change the mindset of the Daluo people in this land. Of course, there are faster ways to baptize war. War can never be glorified. But when you look at something, you can't just look at one side. The other side of war represents purges, reorganization, and reform. From Daluo to the present day, Guizhou has lived for more than 3,000 years. Too long. As a dynasty, this has lasted too long. Within Daluo, the aristocratic parties headed by the 8 kingdoms pillars are fighting endlessly. The powerful families control most of the dynasty's resources, and are unwilling to throw some away even if they are vomiting. While the rich wine and meat smell, the road with frozen bone. What's funny is that this verse, which has been handed down from ancient times, is still so relevant today. The world has really not changed at all. Those old guys standing on top will never be able to get ahead, while suppressing the young people below. Even the whims of the powerful, and a political struggle can ruin the lives of the dynasty's most powerful ministers. Distorted ideas, entangled interests, all kinds of shabby things are like moths, constantly eating away at this dynasty. Which makes me tired of seeing it. But what can I do? There is nothing I can do. It is these moths that eat away at the dynasty. But the funny thing is that it is precisely these moths that maintain the dynasty's existence. I don't understand. I don't know how. I really don't know what to do. Sometimes I think that maybe my father was right when he said that I am only suitable to be a martial artist, not an emperor. Sooner or later, I will be trapped for the rest of my life because of what happened on the dragon throne. As a young person, I didn't quite understand. But now I understand that what my father said is correct. I'm really annoyed. Speaking of this, Luo Di sighed deeply. I am obviously just a martial artist. But because I sat on that dragon chair, I have never fought a hearty battle in half my life. How could I do this back then? Such a stupid decision. If I didn't sit on that throne, I should be able to live a happier life. After hearing this, Li Guanqi realized belatedly that the old man in the black and gold emperor's robe suddenly stopped calling himself I. From nowhere. So, the dragon chair is a restraint? Li Guanqi looked at Luo Di and asked curiously, is responsibility a bondage? Luo Di just asked a question. Forehead. Li Guanqi was slightly startled and didn't know how to answer. The dragon chair is not only a symbol of the throne, but also a yoke of responsibility. Luo Di looked at him and said softly, but this is my fate. My surname is Ying, and I come from the Ying royal family. So I have an obligation and responsibility to protect Daluo and protect all Daluo people from the flames of war. Invasion is the responsibility of the royal family. Yes, you can say that Daluo today is indeed not very good. But at least it's better than being swept away by war. Isn't it? In our world, strength is the core of power. The so-called imperial power and status all come from strength. However, the children of the Ying family of my generation are weak and have been influenced by power and interests. If they are allowed to ascend the throne, I am afraid that the ambition of the Eight Kingdoms pillar will break out earlier, and the civil war in Daluo may have started decades ago. In that generation, only I could take over the responsibility of this imperial power. Many people thought that I ascended the throne by forcing the previous emperor to convict. They all thought that me going to the Violet Imperial capital and challenging the parliament alone was my way of forcing the emperor to marry me. But that's not the case. The person who asked me to go to the Violet Imperial capital was none other than the late emperor. My father. That old man. It was obvious that he wanted me to be the emperor. And he wanted me to shoulder my responsibilities. But on the eve of his ascension to the throne, he told me privately that I was actually not suitable to be the emperor, and that I would definitely be annoyed to death in the future. He was really a bastard. At this point, he sighed. Luo Di sighed heavily, as if he was thinking about his father. Li Guanqi looked at the old emperor with a thoughtful look on his face. It's a pity that my father will still be disappointed. Emperor Luo. The old Eastern emperor lowered his head, looked at his hands, and smiled helplessly. I have relied on my own efforts to maintain Daluo for decades. And the Ying family, which has been in decline, has begun to gradually recover. But no, it's useless. What is faster than the recovery of the Ying family is the rise of the Eight Kingdoms pillars. They have become stronger, and strength is the breeding ground for ambition. Over the years, the Eight Kingdoms pillars have become more and more ambitious. They are all waiting for my death. After my death, their chance to compete in the world will come. The dynasty belonging to the Ying family is really coming to an end. The 3,000 years of Daluo's reign have finally come to an end. But why be pessimistic? As he said that, Luo Di suddenly raised his voice, looked at the blue sky, and a bright smile appeared on his face. If possible. Of course I don't want a war. But as things stand now, civil war in Daluo is inevitable. Since you can't refuse war, then accept it happily. Let the war sweep across this land. This land belonging to the Orientals really needs a baptism of war. It needs to usher in a new life in the flames of war. It needs a fire to burn out all the moths. After that, the re-established dynasty will be better. And it will be a better Eastern dynasty. I look forward to such a new era. New dynasty. I will die. My death will be a signal that will cause the Zhuolu world of the Eight Kingdoms pillar. Then let them fight. No matter what. At least they will still be Easterners until the end. Let those Easterners who survive until the end build a better Eastern dynasty. Speaking of this, Luo Di smiled and closed his eyes, feeling the warm sunshine on his face. Li Guanqi, who was standing nearby, heard this and looked up at the vast sky. The sky is blue with white clouds. The world has always been like this, with blue sky and white clouds. And so have humans. It has always been the same. Luo Di's thoughts are very optimistic. But dynasty change is a cycle. And the re-established dynasty will soon become as corrupt and bloated as the previous dynasty. This is the law of nature. As long as the rulers of the dynasty are still human, nothing will change. Suddenly, Li Guanqi seemed to notice something, and suddenly looked at Luo Di. At this time, Luo Di had opened his eyes again, and those bright golden pupils were already emitting a dazzling light that made people dare not look directly at him. Boy, are you thinking that the new dynasty, like Daluo, will become increasingly corrupt? Luo Di also looked at Li Guanqi and grinned. Maybe. But what the HL? I'll be dead anyway. So what happens to the world is none of my business. When I'm alive, I belong to the royal family of the Ying family. And I have a natural responsibility. You have to take responsibility. But you can't die. Do you still want me to be responsible? Huh? It's none of my business. Li Guanqi was stunned. At this time, the old man wearing the black and gold imperial robe seemed to look not like Luo Emperor anymore. Buzz? Suddenly, Luo Di smiled and looked at the great wall of heaven below, and his raised right hand began to emit dazzling golden light. Rumble. At the same time, the endless great wall began to tremble violently, and the entire mountain range roared along with it. And as time went by, the entire great wall began to emit a golden light that was exactly the same as the golden light in Luo Di's hand. Boom. In the end, the Imperial Great Wall completely turned into an architectural artifact with dazzling golden light. Amidst the deafening roar, an extremely dazzling golden light burst out, shooting straight into the sky. Not just here. Not only the Great Wall that Li Guanqi saw, but at the same time, the Great Wall that surrounded the 100 million square kilometers of the Daluo dynasty began to erupt with golden light at every point. covering the sky and underground of the vast territory of the dynasty, all covered with a layer of golden light shield. This scene, even if viewed from outer space, is an extremely clear sight. A large area of this blue planet was now covered in golden light. Great Wall of Heaven. Start. This is an unimaginably magnificent scene. But what caused all of this was the Great Wall of Heaven, the artifact, and the overwhelming power left by the gods of the old era. Dazzling golden light. The golden shield under the ground is invisible, but the golden shield above the sky is too conspicuous. Whether it was the common people in the inner territory of the dynasty, or the people living in the frontier fortress near the Great Wall, the tens of billions of people in Dalio all looked at the shining golden sky, either in a daze or in shock. Most people in Dalio don't know what happened, because the Yutian Great Wall has not been open for many years. Many Dalio people, as ordinary people, have no idea what the scene will be like when the Yutian Great Wall is opened. But some people know better. For example, the 16 surnames of Dalio, such as the 8 surnames of Dalio, such as the Tulip Empire, Violet Empire, and Conjuration Academy in the West. They are clear, precisely because they knew it. Some of them began to meditate, some began to worry, and some began to fear. Hey, kid. Dalio Dynasty. The sky above the source of the Yutian Great Wall. Luo Di looked at Li Guanqi beside him and grinned. The war has begun. Under Li Guanqi's solemn gaze, the Eastern Emperor in front of him, wearing a black and gold imperial robe, began to regain his youth at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, almost in the blink of an eye, the old Luo Emperor turned into a young, strong and handsome young man. The hem of the Emperor's robe embroidered with dragon patterns rustled, and his black hair swayed in the wind. His appearance is almost 70% similar to Ying Xiao, and his pair of majestic golden pupils burst out with indescribable dazzling light at this moment. The deadline is approaching. The tall and strong young man in imperial robes looked up at the blue sky and laughed boldly. Although his life was short-lived, he was smiling all over his face, as if he had never been so happy and joyful. In this last moment, let me, Ying Xian, not be an emperor, but just be the unfettered Ying Xian for once. I am Ying Xian, martial artist Ying Xian. Chapter 569, Violet's Destruction. True Invincibility. Hey, boy, didn't you lead Wincuxing? Ying Xian, who had regained his youthful appearance, looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. Have you used that synesthesia star skill before? Come on, use it on me once. What? Li Guanqi was startled. This is my gift to you. The smile on Ying Xian's face became brighter. You helped me deal with Ying Xiao, no matter whether he will be resurrected or not. At least you helped me deal with Ying Xiao temporarily. You should be grateful and use synesthesia on me. I will take you. Let's go fight those demigods together. Buzz? Li Guanqi heard this, and without any hesitation, he immediately raised his right hand, his palm shining with silver stars. Then thank you, Your Majesty. Ying Xian smiled freely, clenched his right hand into a fist, and gently hit Li Guanqi's shining right palm. Boom! In an instant, stars burst out, completely covering the figures of Li Guanqi and Ying Xian. After a few seconds, the starlight gradually dispersed, and only Ying Xian was still there. Li Guanqi's figure disappeared. His Majesty? Li Guanqi's voice sounded in Ying Xian's mind, full of surprise. How can I be in the depths of your soul? Synesthesia, star technique also has this effect? Why didn't I know? Well, also, my physical body, where has it gone? Be quiet. Ying Xian twisted his neck, moved his wrists, and there was a burst of popping beans all over his body. This is my gift to you. You can feel my physical strength immersively, and you can feel my spiritual will immersively. There are not many people in the world who have this kind of opportunity. This is the only opportunity one give to you, so you have to cherish it. Talk less, and feel more. Obviously, the Emperor, whose time was approaching, did not have the patience to explain this, and that to Li Guanqi. Hopefully they'll let me die a happy death. Ying Xian turned his head to look to the west, grinned, casually tore open a crack in space, and stepped directly into it. The golden shield of the Imperial Great Wall can block anyone from entering or exiting the country. But the definition of anyone does not include him, the Emperor of Dalio, who personally activated the Great Wall. From now on, he can come and go freely around the world and kill as he pleases. But others cannot enter Dalio to exact revenge. This is the meaning of the Great Wall of Heaven. Violet Empire. The Imperial Capital. Abraham. Austin. Come out and see me. Above the sky, deafening roars like thunder exploded, frightening all the Violet people in the Imperial Capital. Because a proud figure with shining golden light stood in the sky above their Imperial Capital. Majestic and imposing. He was huge. At least 3 meters tall. He was wearing a black and gold Imperial robe, with black hair and golden eyes. His skin was like gold steel, showing a bright golden color. The change in body shape is the Liani form of the Ying family. It may seem like a simple increase in size, but it represents an all-round improvement in physical strength. The golden body is the golden body of royal blood from the Ying family. There are no fancy abilities. The effect of this ability is exactly the same as their two-dimensional form, which can bring about a sudden increase in physical strength in all aspects. The Ying family's Liani forms and abilities are almost tailor-made for humans of different bloods. They completely abandon all messy effects and only pursue the most extreme and pure physical power. Luo Di. In the depths of the Violet Imperial Capital, 2 terrifying pressures slowly emerged. One of the figures was covered in heavy purple and gold armor. He was a tall knight holding a golden sword and shield. The protector knight of the Violet Empire. A demigod-level human of different blood. Abraham. The other figure was a beautiful woman with purple hair and green eyes, wearing a purple robe. Speaker of the Violet Council. Demigod-level magician. Austin. In addition to these 2 demigods, a total of 37 Geodan-level majestic pressure appeared in every corner of the entire Violet Imperial Capital, ranging from the initial stage of the 9-Gon level to the great perfection of the 9-House level. At this time, they all flew into the sky. It seems that they want to use the force of encirclement to attack and kill Ying Xian. But on the other hand, this posture is also known as stars holding the moon. Ah, the demigod knight Abraham sneered, walked through the air, and walked step by step to the front of the powerful people in violet. Directly opposite Ying Xian, this protector knight of the Violet Empire was covered in a pair of purple and gold heavy armor. Even his head was covered by a golden helmet that looked like an ancient Roman war helmet, with only a pair of green eyes exposed. The last person I called Luo Di was your father. Abraham looked at Ying Xian in front of him, his voice indifferent. Yes. Ying Xian, who turned on the imperial blood golden body and stood 3 meters tall, grinned. I remember when I came to the Violet Imperial Capital. You, a majestic demigod, felt the aura of my father, but you didn't even dare to show up. You can watch me kill the 9 members of your council. Watch me take off the heads of that generation of Violet Emperors, and then watch me walk away gracefully. When Abraham heard this, his green eyes suddenly burst into murderous intent. The smile on Ying Xian's face became brighter and brighter, and the blood in his chest was boiling with excitement. Very good. Abraham held a golden buckler in his left hand and clenched a golden dagger in his right hand. He looked at Ying Xian and said coldly, The Tulip Empire regards you as a serious threat. It's ridiculous to think that you can survive alone and without help, destroying a country with one man's power, in order not to be chosen as a target by you. He even went so far as to enter a hostile state with the Conjuration Academy in advance to reassure you. Ridiculous. Extremely stupid. Today, I will insert your head on the top of the Violet Tower to let the Tulip Empire understand how much they are like clowns. How ridiculous they are. How? Boom. Explosion of flesh and blood. Before the demigod knight could finish his words, Ying Xian, who was as fast as teleporting, smashed his head into pieces with a punch. That golden war helmet, which looked like an ancient Roman helmet, was as fragile as a piece of tofu in front of Ying Xian's gold steel fist. It failed to stop him at all and shattered into countless pieces under the terrifying fist force. Above the sky, pieces of gold fragments were mixed with the minced flesh of Abraham's head and scattered in all directions. But in Ying Xian's eyes, this scene was like slow motion. Very slow. Very slow. Strange. The world has slowed down? Looking at the drop of blood flying in front of him for a long time without flying even 1 centimeter away, Ying Xian tilted his head in confusion. Then, he looked at the headless horseman in front of him who showed no resistance. And then he suddenly realized, oh, it's not that the world slows down. It turns out that my speed is already this fast? Not interesting. Die! Ying Xian looked indifferently, raised his right hand, and slapped the purple gold artifact armor on Abraham with a palm. Boom! The second flesh and blood explosion. Ying Xian's gold steel palm was still unstoppable. When it hit the surface of the purple gold divine armor, It first made a deep palm print. Then, with the palm print as the center, the surface of the divine armor exploded directly, and the flesh inside was directly turned into a piece of blood. Meat splattered in all directions. Even the divine weapon armor that unlocked the 9th level could not stop Ying Xian at this time. A punch to the head. One palm shattered the body. In an instant, the body of Abraham, the demigod-level protector knight of the Violet Empire, was completely shattered, and before Abraham's soul could escape, it was directly crushed by the force of this terrifying palm, turning into countless light blue light spots and dissipating. Boom! To Ying Xian, the world seemed to be moving in slow motion, but to the many powerful violet men in the outside world, it was almost an instant. They only saw Ying Xian's body flash, and then Abraham's body exploded directly into a bloody mist. And that blue light spot, is it a soul? The soul was also directly broken. Boom! Suddenly, there was another explosion. Ying Xian's punches and palms connected too quickly. At this time, the shock waves generated by these two attacks collided, causing a disaster comparable to a super earthquake in the Violet Imperial City. Large areas of buildings were smashed by the shock waves. Lift off. In the blink of an eye, the Violet Imperial capital, covering an area of more than 12,000 square kilometers, was turned into ruins amidst the roar. With countless deaths, there was no wailing, because this shock wave directly crushed countless violet people present into pieces of blood mist. No matter they were mortals or practitioners, whether they were 1st level or 8th level, there were no exceptions. This ruined city area, even not a single person left alive. The aftermath of the fist caused an earthquake. This is the power of a demigod warrior. Quiet, deathly silence. In the sky above the ruins, more than 30 powerful people from the 9 palaces of Violet looked at the scene in front of them, and they were all shocked and stunned, including the demigod-level Violet female speaker. Died? One of the only 2 demigods in their Violet Empire died like this? Call. Above the sky. Ying Xian took a deep breath, then shook his gold steel right hand and looked around with a smile. Has anyone told you that the Shenwu Emperor of the Daluo dynasty reached the limit of his lifespan and lost his combat power? The stronger? Let me tell you a little secret. I will die soon. The implication? He is now the strongest in his life. Buzz. Suddenly, behind Ying Xian, a 10-meter-high humanoid shadow slowly appeared. Golden light flashed, and its face was vaguely visible. Exactly like Ying Xian himself. Martial arts imagery. The power of Daluo Fu. This is Ying Xian's martial arts image himself. His martial arts power is completely inversely proportional to his own vitality. The closer Ying Xian himself is to death, the more powerful his potential can provide him. No one knows what he went through to have such power. But people don't actually need the truth. They only need the results. The results are clear. Today's Ying Xian's deadline is approaching. Today Ying Xian is invincible in the world. After a short period of deathly silence, several Jogan-level members of the Violet Empire let out frightened wailings, tearing open space cracks and trying to escape. It is impossible to contend with such a terrifying devil. Boom. However, Ying Xian just punched the air with excitement on his face, directly shaking the space with a radius of 10,000 meters. The cracks in the space had just appeared and turned into turbulence in the space, making it impossible to carry out the teleportation function. But this does not stop those at the 9 palace level from escaping. After seeing the space crack turning into space turbulence, they only hesitated for less than a second, and then continued running towards it. Even if the space is turbulent, they want to break in, because to them, Luo Di is thousands of times more dangerous than space turbulence. However, shaking the space is just a small trick of Ying Xian. The purpose is just to slow down the pace of these people. And then, bang, 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 bang. Pieces of blood mist exploded one after another, like bloody lotuses blooming in the blue sky. Beautiful and magnificent. The faintly flashing blue light is the most beautiful embellishment among the bright red. In the blink of an eye, the bodies and souls of the more than 30 Jogan-level people were all shattered and died. These people are almost more than half of all the 9 palaces in the Violet Empire. Most of the 9 palace-level forces in the Violet Empire were wiped out by Ying Xian with just one person. Even among the only 2 demigods, he killed one of them instantly from the beginning. Well, what about the other one? In the sky above the ruins of the Violet Imperial City, Xian turned on the Emperor's blood-golden body. His golden face was filled with a smile, so excited that it could even be called morbid. He turned his head and looked into the distance, a bit of murderous intent emerging from the depths of his golden pupils. Hey, Austin, don't run. You weren't like this back then. Weren't you arrogant before? Why are you running now? Boom! Xian's figure flashed, and a sonic boom exploded directly in the sky. He traveled across half of the planet at an astonishing speed, rushing from the west to the Iabel Prairie in the east. In the clouds, air currents surged. With an excited smile on his face, Xian smashed through a large sea of clouds and finally saw his target. Devil. Devil. The demigod-level female speaker was horrified. She practiced kneading with her hands, and 9 huge whirlpools of different colors appeared on her side. The elemental power of the 9 basic laws of metal. Wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. Light and darkness has reached its peak at this moment. Law Palace. Boom! The next moment, the 9 Laws Shrine blasted out 9 law light beams of different colors, which merged together halfway and turned into a terrifying 9-color light beam, which directly hit Xian, who was chasing after him. Yes! That's it! Come on! Xian opened his arms and laughed endlessly. The madness on his face was almost the same as that of Xiao. He actually chose not to use any protection, and directly hit the 9-color light pillar formed by the fusion of laws with his golden body of royal blood. Boom! Explosion roars. The shock wave generated by this big explosion directly dispersed the sea of clouds thousands of miles away, as if there was a super aerial earthquake in the sky. Austin, the female speaker of the Violet Parliament, looked at the 9-colored light at the center of the explosion with worry on her face. Why is there no breath? Died? Really? Dead? Yes. Yes. It's normal to die if you hit the light beam of law with your flesh and blood body, right? Hey! Suddenly, a warm breath blew in my ear. When Austin turned around and took a look, her face turned pale with fright and her pupils shrank suddenly. A 3-meter-high flesh and blood skeleton appeared next to her. The skull's face with several pieces of flesh hanging on it looked extremely terrifying. Not enough! Not enough! Xian roared angrily, and the flesh and blood all over his body healed itself in the blink of an eye, and he once again became a 3-meter-tall golden body of royal blood. Austin! He looked at the violet female speaker in front of him with an excited smile on his face. Hey! I thought you were the only one in this world who could give me the most heart-pounding battle. Don't let me down like this! Ow! The expression on Austin's face was extremely distorted, including shock, fear, and anger. All kinds of emotions were mixed together, making her beautiful face become extremely ferocious. Boom! She made a hand seal with her hands and teleported 1,000 meters away to distance herself. Then 9 shining law palaces appeared behind her again, and the stream of light exploded, following the spell of this semi-god-level conjurer. Countless giants wearing 9-color armor suddenly appeared in the sky, each 100 meters tall, flying towards Xian with astonishing momentum, carrying out suicide attacks again and again, producing super explosions again and again. Demigod-level curse and 9-method death guard. Xian was entangled by countless 9-color giants and endured successive big explosions. For a while, he was completely unable to leave. Seeing this scene, Austin changed her hands for a spell, changed it several times in succession, and then opened her hands vigorously. Buzz! The space around her shook violently, and at the same time, the flame palace behind her was enlarged more than 10 times, and its pressure directly overshadowed the other 8 major palaces. In the outer space of the universe, countless free-floating boulders seemed to be pulled, began to change directions, and flew towards the blue planet at an astonishing speed. Boom! 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 Over the grassland, countless flaming meteorites fell from the sky, one after another hitting the direction where Xian was. Together with the 9-color giants, they gave Xian continuous terrifying explosions. Demigod-level spell Tian Yin's death. The aftermath of the explosion is getting stronger and stronger. Among them, Xian's aura had long been overshadowed by the fluctuations caused by the explosions. Austin could only vaguely sense that the Eastern Emperor's aura was getting weaker. Buzz! Austin was suspended in the air, staring at the center of the explosion. An emerald gem suddenly appeared between her eyebrows, embedded in it like a sky eye, shining with emerald light. The artifact that unlocks the 9th level, the Eye of the God. The only effect, directly draining all the spiritual power from oneself, increasing the power of the next spell to the extreme, which can increase the effect by at least 30 times. This is her final trump card. The only thing that can destroy the devil is the power of the gods. Austin closed her eyes, raised her hand, and made the sign of the cross on her chest. Boom! When the last Tianyin meteorite exploded and no more meteorites fell, a dozen nine-colored giants hugged each other tightly, restraining Ying Xian and preventing him from getting away. At the same time, Austin suddenly opened her eyes. Those beautiful green eyes emitted the same dazzling green light as the emerald gem between her eyebrows. Eyes of God. Open! Buzz! Austin formed a seal with her hands, and countless nine-color light points gathered together, condensing into a nine-color cube around a dozen nine-colored giants, in which the nine-color streamers flashed and died. And the power of the 9 basic laws was this cube has manifested itself to the extreme. But it's far more than that. The space where the 9-color square is located is shaking, and ripples are constantly appearing in circles. In addition to the 9 basic laws, the power of space laws has also been pushed to the extreme by her at this moment. Ah! The demigod-level violet female speaker had a ferocious face. She raised her head and let out a mournful cry. Countless bloodshot streaks suddenly appeared on the skin of her forehead around the emerald gem between her eyebrows. The Eye of the God is a very powerful artifact. Demigods are still humans, and if they want to use such artifacts, they must pay a price. Puff! Suddenly, Austin spat out a large mouthful of blood and turned pale. But her pale face was filled with an extremely excited smile. Go away! Ying Xian! Austin laughed, clasped her hands together, and clapped them together. Boom! Space collapses. The space where the 9-color square was located collapsed directly, and countless twisted black lights were flashing. It represented the deepest and most chaotic area of space turbulence. No matter who it was, even the real gods, once they were trapped in it, they would never be able to do it again. There is no possibility of returning to the main space. And now, Ying Xian, who is bound by the 9-colored cube, is about to be led into it by the 9-colored cube. This is the semi-god level spell of eternal exile that Austin casts by opening the eyes of the gods. Succeeded. A bright smile appeared on his pale face. It's me! I won! I won after all! You inferior human beings of different blood will never be as good as our noble magicians. Even you, Ying Xian. Nor, huh? Her expression suddenly changed drastically. Click! The surface of the 9-color cube suddenly cracked. The next moment, the cracks extended rapidly, and in the blink of an eye they were densely covered like a spider web, covering the entire block. Boom! The 9-colored cube exploded with a bang. Countless fragments of 9-color flashing light splashed in all directions, and one of them, a golden rainbow, flew past at an astonishing speed, like a meteor falling from the sky, streaking across the sky. What a terrible spell! I almost got banished. The golden light was dazzling, and when Austin's vision was completely covered by the golden light, a familiar hearty laughter came to her ears. It's a pity that I am invincible now. Goodbye, Austin. I'll remember this spell. It was really interesting. Boom! Blood splashes. In the sky, the female speaker of the Violet Council, a powerful semi-god level conjurer, turned into a blood mist under the bright sunshine, and her soul was crushed, completely dead, cloudless. In the blue sky, only a tall figure was left standing. It was extremely cold at high places, and the wind was howling. The hem of the black gold imperial robe also rustled under the strong wind, and the black hair on his head was fluttering. Ying Xian closed his eyes, feeling the warm sunshine on his face, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He smiled and opened his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the world. In this era, there are no opponents. Chapter 570 The Biggest Winner? Time and results will prove who is the real clown. Tulip Imperial Capital, Hall of Elders. On the chief seat, Queen Isabel, who was wearing a golden dress, looked at the dozen members of the Council of Elders at the round table with a smile on her face. Violet, and we both learned a piece of news before Luo Emperor Ying Xian died of old age. He will have the combat power to destroy a country by one person. But the difference is that we tulips believe it, and they violets scoff. And now, on this beautiful day, our tulip empire is still standing at the top of the Western world. And the Violet Empire, huh? No. No. What kind of empire are they without demigods and most of the 9 palaces? From now on, we have to call it the Violet Kingdom. Wait, maybe it won't be able to bark anymore. We don't even need to do anything. It will be eaten up by the countries it used to belong to. For thousands of years, the more oppressive Violet has been on its vassal countries, the greater the backlash it will receive now. Western Overlord? From now on, our Tulip Empire is the only Western Overlord. Everyone. Suddenly, Isabel stood up. With a touching smile on her beautiful face, the beautiful and noble Tulip Queen turned around, pointed with her right hand at a large map at the back of the palace, and said with a chuckle, "In today's world, the original Western Overlord, the Violet Empire building, will collapse and will soon be completely destroyed. The once huge and arrogant Grassland Alliance, the Baymang Royal Court and the Orc tribes have long been at odds with each other, resulting in no successor to the semi-god level combat power. The so-called Grassland Alliance has existed in name only 200 years ago, and that giant eastern dragon is now killing like crazy as Emperor Luo burns his vitality, and a civil war is imminent. Regardless of the outcome, the Daluo dynasty that fell apart after the civil war was no longer the same Daluo. As for the most mysterious Gu God ancestral temple in southern Xinjiang, although it is unfathomable and has very little information, they obviously have no intention of Zhuelu world, as long as they maintain a certain scale. No matter what happens in southern Xinjiang, they will not interfere. Time is the sharpest knife. The passage of time has taken us away one powerful enemy after another. Now, who is left?" Having said this, Isabel tapped her finger lightly, and the corner of the large map, the area marked with the college icon, emitted a golden shimmer. "They're the only ones left." Isabel's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her golden pupils shone with a bit of splendor. "As long as we defeat the last mountain of the Conjuration Academy, nothing can stop our Tulip Empire from dominating the world. Western Overlord? Not enough? What we want is world dominance." "Well said." Beside the round table, a handsome young man wearing a platinum robe stood up. When he raised his right hand, an exquisite goblet appeared out of thin air in his hand. Not only that, but a stream of red wine flowed out of thin air from the top of the goblet and poured into the glass. "Regards, Queen." The handsome young man looked at Isabel, raised his wine glass, took a sip of red wine, and said with a smile, "The Magician Academy will always be on the same front as the Tulip Empire. What I also want to tell you is that after the latest deliberations by the Academy's senior management, the new school emblem of our magic college will be a beautiful tulip." "Thank you, Dean Chris." Isabel smiled, then raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. Snapped, with a soft sound. More than a dozen goblets filled with red wine appeared on the round table, appearing in front of the seats of each elder council member. "But instead of drinking alone, why not drink together?" Isabel raised a wine glass in front of her and raised it high with a smile. "Everyone, let us raise a glass together to praise the goddess for this beautiful day. Praise the goddess." Many elders stood up one after another, holding their wine glasses high and laughing. The Tulip Empire, on Luo Province, is deep in a sea of colorful flowers. A tall, handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a simple white cloth, sat alone among the flowers, watching the butterflies flying and the birds circling. If I didn't tell him, I'm afraid no one would know that this tall man was Kevin Elizabeth, the demigod-level protector knight of the Tulip Empire. Buzz. Suddenly, the space above the sea of flowers shook, and then a figure of a woman in a gold skirt slowly appeared next to Kevin. Kevin glanced at her. "Why are you here? If I remember correctly, at this point, you should be having a meeting in the Senate Hall. The art of cloning. The ability to do two things at once. Do you still need to explain this?" Isabel put her hands on her hips and looked at him disdainfully. "I told you to read more books. Now it's okay. You are so stupid that you can't even judge such a simple thing." Having said that, the Tulip Queen, who was wearing a luxurious gold skirt, seemed not to mind the dirty soil at all. She just sat down on the dirt next to Kevin with her expensive and luxurious golden skirt, and looked at the sea of flowers. Kevin looked at his sister's beautiful profile with gentle eyes and said nothing, and Isabel said nothing more. The brother and sister stood side by side, silently looking at the sea of flowers, seemingly enjoying this wonderful time. As time passed, a smile gradually appeared on Kevin's face, but in sharp contrast, it was Isabel who looked increasingly gloomy. "Is there really nothing we can do?" Isabel lowered her head, hugged her legs and knees, and whispered, "Can you sign a soul contract or something with him, saying that you will never invade Daluo? This should make him feel at ease. Right. That's okay. Does he have to? Can I die peacefully only if I am buried with all the demigods in the world? Only the dead are the most reassuring. Kevin looked at her and smiled softly. Hey, what's your expression? You can't bear to leave me. Right. It's impossible. Ever since you were a kid. You've been yelling at me. This idiot brother. To die quickly. Really, it's your turn. Why can't you let me go? Isabel pursed her lips and did not reply. But there were tears in her eyes. Seeing this scene, Kevin was slightly stunned, then chuckled and shook his head, raised his hand to touch her long golden hair, and said softly, Don't be sad. There is nothing to be sad about. You can have a hearty relationship with such a powerful warrior. Fighting and then dying happily is the perfect destination for a knight. I like this way of ending. Don't be sad. Sister. Elder brother. Isabel looked up at Kevin. Her eyes filled with tears, and she couldn't hide the crying in her voice. You are such a bastard, brother. Bastard. Oh, yes. The smile on Kevin's face continued. He rubbed Isabel's head and gently held her in his arms. The tall, handsome man rested his chin on her head and said softly with erratic eyes, Sorry. I have never been a good brother since I was a child. I didn't be a good brother when my mother was still alive. After my mother died, I didn't do well. I used to disobey my mother and make her and you sad. Sorry. Sorry. If after death, I can return to the God of Light and see my mother there, I will apologize to her seriously. Well, I will wait for you there. Although I don't know if you are qualified to go. Huh? Isabel raised her head in his arms, smiled and punched his chest. If a scumbag like you can go to the God of Light, I can definitely do it too. Kevin just smiled. But the brother and sister actually know very well that the so-called goddess of light is just to bluff people. Just to give ordinary citizens an object of faith to stabilize society. When they reach their position, they have long known that the goddess of light has fallen in the old era. And they have long known that death is like a light extinguishing. And there is no place like heaven to go to. Death means eternal disappearance and eternal separation. I have to go now. Kevin looked into Isabel's golden eyes and said softly. Isabel pursed her lips, as if trying to hold back from crying, but she couldn't stop the crystal tears from the corners of her eyes. I told you not to be sad. Kevin stood up and rubbed her head again, messing up the beautiful blonde hair like a chicken coop. Ha 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 ha! Looking at his masterpiece, the tall knight laughed loudly, then turned and left. Buzz! In an instant, dazzling golden light erupted from his body, transforming into a pair of luxurious and exquisite platinum armor. His crimson cloak fluttered wildly, blocking Isabel's entire sight. To die in battle with glory is the perfect destination for the Tulip Knight. As the red cloak fluttered, Kevin's gentle voice sounded again. Farewell, my beloved sister. When the red cloak fell and Isabel regained her sight, Kevin's figure was no longer in front of her, and the red color of the cloak was gone. Some were just a sea of brilliant flowers swaying gently in the dusk. Elder brother, Isabel, who was sitting on the grass, lowered her head and her shoulders shook slightly. The breeze swept through the flowers, and some dewdrops shook off, seeping into the soil, and making little water stains. Time passes quietly. The sun sets over the western mountains, and the sky is getting late. As the last twilight faded from the sky, a pair of luxurious platinum heavy armor and an unsheathed platinum sword suddenly appeared on the grass in front of Isabel. Looking at the red cloak stacked neatly on top of the heavy armor, Isabel's golden pupils shrank slightly. Her delicate body trembled. Her right hand covered her mouth. Her eyes were red, and tears burst out of her eyes. He is a tulip knight worthy of respect. The breeze passed by, and Ingxian's figure, wearing a black and gold emperor's robe, quietly appeared beside Isabel. The young Eastern emperor looked at the horizon, looking at the dusk sky that had completely ended, and said with a chuckle, I have always underestimated him. I admit that among the different blooded humans, Abraham of the Violet Empire must also be inferior. Under his sword, besides me, Kevin is the strongest among the different blooded humans. After saying that, Ingxian lowered his head and glanced at Isabel, as well as the pair of platinum heavy armor and big sword on the grass. This is Kevin's artifact. I return it to its original owner. Ingxian said softly. Let the two pass on. With Kevin's will, I think, in addition to strength, the chivalry displayed by this knight in battle should be no worse than those gods of the old era. Huh? Isabel had complicated eyes. crying and laughing, stretched out her right hand, and gently brushed the gorgeous surface of the platinum-heavy armor with her slender white fingers. Knight? How can there be a knight as bad as him? This is an artifact. The artifact that unlocks the 9th level. All armor-type artifacts will have the ability to mimic. The divine armor that unlocks the 9th layer will be shattered, but will not be destroyed. Even a demigod cannot destroy the artifact. After crushing the divine armor with brute force, the godly armor will be reorganized soon, just like the one in front of her, the intact divine weapon armor. However, humans wearing divine armor will not be resurrected from the dead, just like her bastard brother. Where's the one from the Senate? Isabel put away her armor and sword, stood up and looked at Ingxian. Since you want to drag all the demigods in the world to be buried with you, then don't let that guy go. I came to find your brother after killing him first. Ingxian's voice was calm. Isabel lowered her eyes and turned to leave. Goodbye, Emperor Luo. As long as I am alive, the hands of the Tulip Empire will not reach into the Great Wall. This is my promise as the Tulip Queen. Ingxian stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the sea of flowers, looking into the distance. It's dark. There are still a few more to kill. A whisper rang out. A gust of evening breeze blew by. A sea of brilliant flowers, empty of people. It was dark at night, and on the endless Iabel prairie, cattle and sheep were visible on the wind-swept grass. It was already dark, and the moon had appeared, which did not seem to be a good time to herd cattle and sheep. However, at this time, there was a shepherd wearing a bamboo hat and raincoat, riding on the back of a big buffalo, herding cattle and sheep leisurely. Scion, you are living a very leisurely life these days. Ingxian's figure suddenly appeared, came behind the shepherd, and sat on the back of the big buffalo, back to back with the shepherd. He looked at the cattle and sheep around him, his face full of novelty. He even held a handful of water plants in his hand, as if he wanted to lure a few sheep over. It's a pity that there are lush aquatic plants everywhere here, and the sheep who can eat grass by lowering their heads don't care about him at all. Huh? Luo Di shook his head and laughed, threw away the water grass in his hand, and looked back at the shepherd's back. Actually, I'm curious. Do you Tauren and sheep-headed people in the Baymang grassland usually eat beef and mutton? Isn't it awkward? Good question. The shepherd let out an old chuckle. I was also very curious about this question when I was a child, but I later understood that they actually eat it too. And there is nothing strange about it. Just like humans eating roasted monkey brains. It is completely normal. Oh. Ingxiao's lips curled up slightly. By this, you mean that Tauren and sheep-headed people are more advanced than cattle and sheep. So they eat cattle and sheep, while humans are more advanced than monkeys. So we eat monkeys. Huh? So, do you believe in evolution? Do you think we evolved from monkeys? Who knows? The shepherd raised his right hand and took off the hat on his head, revealing an ordinary old man's face, with dark complexion and wrinkles. He looked like an ordinary rural old man. He looked up at the bright starry sky. His small eyes slightly narrowed. Then what do you mean? Luo Di, do you believe in the human-alien theory? You also believe that humans are a group of aliens who were put into the alien species on this planet? Ingxian was silent for a moment, and then did not answer directly. He just said calmly, the 30,000 years of history of the Old Age, the revival of spiritual energy, the human civilization with parallel technology and extraordinary, failed to develop the technology of interstellar navigation. The powerful gods of the Old Age, being bound by the star field and unable to leave. If you say that this is completely a natural law, it is really difficult for me to believe it. So, don't you want to find the truth? The shepherd pointed at the starry night sky and the vast universe behind the night sky, and said softly, with your current strength, who can stop you in this era? Just go to the west and kill billions of people to obtain source energy. Isn't it a very simple thing to become a god through this? If I were you, I would not waste my time running around the world chasing demigods. Instead, I would seize this invincible time and go to the west to kill like crazy to obtain source energy. I don't believe that after becoming gods, your Ing family will still only have a lifespan of less than 100 years. Become a god. Although the gods of the old era could not escape from this star field. But no matter what, after becoming a god and having an infinite lifespan, everything is possible. Right. So, Luo Di, can you tell me why you don't do this? Don't tell me that you can't bear to kill billions of innocent lives. In your battle in the violent imperial capital, you directly razed that huge city to the ground. and at least tens of millions of violet people died. You, the murderous emperor of the East, didn't care about the lives of those Western humans. It's not serious at all. Don't tell me that you are tired of living. Damn. I've only lived for about 90 years, and I'm tired of living. Are you kidding me? Having said this, the shepherd turned to look at Yingxian behind him, and said seriously, So, why? Chapter 571 Demigods in the World. Listening to the shepherd's question, Yingxian's face was full of helplessness. Hey, is there a possibility that it's not that I don't want to, but that I can't? If you want to become a god, in addition to the source of energy, you also need a masterless law palace. But I only have a lifespan of 100 years. Unlike you, who have hundreds of years to find another unknown law, understand it successfully, and open the law palace. The shepherd was startled. I don't have that ability. Yingxian smiled freely and said, The only laws I have understood are the 9 basic laws. The law of space, and the law of force. The 9 basic laws and the law of power are both sacred palaces with owners. And they were occupied as early as the old era. Those gods won't budge even after they die. What can I do? As for the law of space, you should also know that even in the old era, no one could succeed in becoming the master. Certainly not me. After saying that, Yingxian lowered his head, and there was something strange in the depths of his golden eyes. How can you not regret it? I will definitely regret it. You've changed. Shepherd looked at Yingxian and narrowed his eyes slightly. The former Luo Emperor was not invincible in the world. He always called himself I, and he never had the mentality of powerless. But now Yingxian, who is already invincible in the world, has lost the imperial state of mind and still keeps saying, I, which sounds very strange. And you seem to be getting younger. Not only your appearance, your tone, your words, and your demeanor all look like a 20-year-old young man. It's interesting. You are obviously a guy who is about to die of old age. But you have such a change. Your martial arts power is really interesting. You have become younger? Have you? When Yingxian heard this, he just smiled and said, Maybe it's because there is another young man living in my body? I am pretending to be young. But he is truly young. He is really only in his 20s. His state of mind is affecting him. And he is actually affecting me. But this is good. At least it allows me to relive my real youth before I die. The shepherd frowned slightly. I don't understand what you are talking about. You just talked about my imperial state of mind. I'm not sure what you are referring to. Yingxian touched his chin and didn't answer at all. Instead, he continued to talk to himself. However, if we talk about the invincible state of mind, it's strange to say that when I killed Aristein, the invincible state of mind was very strong. But now that the killing is over, I don't have that spirit anymore. Okay, I know. The shepherd nodded slightly and pointed to the sky. When you killed her during the day, it was in this sky. I could see it clearly from a distance and witnessed the whole process. To be honest, at that time, I really thought that Yushi will be completely exiled to another dimension. Oh? Yingxian looked up in surprise and chuckled. It's true. I just found out. Hey, Scion, now it's my turn to ask you a question. Yingxian looked at the night sky and suddenly changed the topic. Why have you ignored the matters in the Baimang grassland all these years? If you had worked hard to reform, the conflicts between the Baimang royal court and the orc tribe should not have intensified to the point they are now. Situation. I'm too lazy to care. The shepherd shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, Unlike you Daluo, although your Ying family is no longer in power, there are several old guys in the 8 Kingdoms pillars who are expected to become demigods, especially those surnamed Wei and Cloud. But what about me? On this grassland, I can't see the next guy who hopes to become a demigod. No matter what I do, Baimang's decline is inevitable. In this case, why should I bother to do all this? Herding sheep, cattle and fishing, and enjoy my old age? It's a pity that I have to come and break this beauty of yours. Yingxian looked at him and said calmly, How long can you live? You are 927 years old this year. Well, I'm sorry. I have to shorten your life by a few decades. Luo D, you have to kill all the demigods before you can close your eyes in peace. When the shepherd heard this, there was no anger or resentment on his face, but a slight joking smile. At his level, when facing death, there is actually not much fear and anger, since you can't refuse. Just accept it calmly. Then come on. The shepherd took off his raincoat and stood up on the back of the buffalo. A smile appeared on his old face, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. "Let me see. The more you are about to die, the more fighting you will do. The more powerful the invincible Luo Di is. How strong he is now." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, black light exploded. The shepherd, who originally looked like an old man from the countryside, was suddenly covered in a pair of rough black and gold armor. The shape of this artifact armor is extremely wild, with a goshawk helmet, a horned shoulder pad on the left, a lion-headed shoulder-swallowing beast on the right, a tiger leopard patterned breastplate in the center, and so on. The composition of the entire armor. They are all full of the exotic features of the grasslands and the orc races. And in his left and right hands, he also held a golden giant axe that was larger than others. "Come on, Luo Di." The guardian of the Beimang royal court and the overlord of the grassland looked at Ying Xian, and from the goshawk helmet that covered his face, he made a dull sound, and the two golden giant axes in his hands began to glow with golden runes, exuding frightening pressure. Not only that, the seemingly ordinary buffalo at the feet of Saihan and Luo Di also underwent violent changes at this time. First of all, the body size instantly increased to a huge size, turning into a 10-meter-tall giant bull. Red flames burst out from its forehooves, and the horns on its head also began to burn with blazing fire, erupting with a powerful pressure that far exceeded the ordinary 9-palace-leveled Zogshan. The demigod-level demon species Yen Kuei. Moo. The giant bull looked back, its red flaming eyes staring at Luo Di on its back. Interesting. When Ying Xian saw this, he suddenly smiled and said, "A demigod-level demon species? How many years has it been since this happened?" "Since the death of the previous generation of the Golden Dragon King, the demon species has not given birth to a demigod for 200 years. As a result, you is one running out here? It's so strong. Come on, Luo Di." Saihan, who had manifested the artifact, had no intention of chatting at this moment. Looking at Ying Xian opposite, his aura was as strong as a bamboo, rising steadily. "What should I do?" Ying Xian also stood up from Yen Kuei's back and asked with a smile. "Relax a little. We can fight longer. It will be more interesting. But I also heard that during the battle, it is better to hold back on a prairie man. It is a huge insult to him, comparable to hacking his own mother in front of him. Is it true? So, I have to go all out?" "Yes." Saihan clenched his two axes and said in a deep voice, "Don't hold back. I don't need that kind of battle. Since you want to kill me, let me die happily and gloriously." Ying Xian nodded lightly. "Okay. As you wish." Boom. The next moment, the two figures disappeared in an instant. Almost at the same time, a shocking loud noise broke out in the sky. The terrifying shock wave shook thousands of miles around, and the golden light from the explosion directly illuminated the entire night sky. Night turns into day. Yen Kuei's speed was slightly slower than the two of them, but he disappeared right after him. Boom. The next moment, majestic pressure erupted in the sky again, and a sea of red flames destroyed the clouds, like a fire burning the night sky. Meh. Ba ba. In the grassland, hundreds of white sheep looked up at this scene and let out mournful cries. That night, dazzling golden light and red flames covered the sky above the entire grassland. Countless grassland people saw this scene. Some knew it, and some were confused. That night, the former Khan of Beimang Royal Court died in battle in the grassland sky. This night, the Prairie Alliance lost their patron saint. That night, many orc tribes finally lost the heavy shackles on their bodies and began to set their sights on the royal city that stood in the middle of the grassland. The night is still dark. The flames above the grassland have been extinguished, and the dazzling golden light has also subsided. But at the entrance to the ancestral tomb of the Beimang Royal Court, there was a firelight shining, and many royal guards holding torches, as well as many members of the royal family were kneeling on the ground. "Ah, Laduca, someone!" 8 priests in strange costumes danced weird but distinctive dances with national characteristics, sang babbling congratulations, and slowly entered the ancestral mausoleum with a burning haystack. A battle at the demigod level would leave no bones behind. In the grassland, lush water plants and the clothes worn by the deceased are mixed into a ball and then burned to symbolize his soul. In the Tutan dance and Tutan song, the sacrifices were sent to the tomb for burial. Boom! Suddenly, 3 streaks of light flashed across the sky, like meteorites falling from the sky. and they crashed heavily into the grass next to the mausoleum. The royal guards were immediately alarmed and quickly sent a team of 5 people to investigate. When they pushed aside the tall water plants, the sight that appeared in front of them made them slightly stunned. It was a pair of black and gold prairie heavy armor, and 2 golden giant axes, and 4 large characters carved on the grass. The property returns to its original owner. Sir! Come on! Come on! Brother! Don't go! Sister! You will definitely be satisfied with the men in our family. We also have a king-blooded Tauren here. Apart from having a pair of horns, he looks like a completely handsome boy. And he's very big. Sakura Shogunate, Heian-kyo, DC District, Flower Street. In the dimly lit streets, the ambiguous and seductive pink is the main color. The doors of many stores are open, and geishas, who are coolly dressed, charming and beautiful, and behave in a way that can even be called wild, are facing the men and women on the street. Attract guests. All kinds of men and women shuttle through the streets, using money to enjoy laughter and enjoy the dual pleasure of spirit and body. This is Heian-kyo's Flower Street. The most famous romantic venues and courtesans and geishas in the Sakura Shogunate are all concentrated in this beautiful and prosperous neighborhood. There is neither formality nor formality here. There is both kabuki and singing and dancing, prostitutes. People can find romance here, or they can simply come here to have fun. This is not only a paradise for men. Women can also get the same experience here, as long as they pay money. The so-called male gods will also wear collars and provide her with services that meet the price. This is not even just a paradise for humans. In Hainjing, the most open and tolerant city, even those grotesque orcs can be seen here, either to spend money or to make money. Hello! I'd like to order your boss lady's table. At the end of Flower Street, in the hall of the tallest and most prosperous Love Building, a man's calm voice rang out, and the originally noisy hall fell silent instantly. Silence fell. Everyone, whether they were the guests who came to have fun or the beautiful female prostitutes who could give people fun, looked at the source of the sound in shock. It was a tall man wearing a black and gold imperial robe, with black hair and golden eyes. Young and handsome. No one knew when he appeared, which was strange, because his high-profile attire should have attracted everyone's attention the moment he entered the door. But at this time, everyone in the hall was not focused on their attire. What did he just say? Did I hear correctly? He said something important, the boss lady's stage. Crazy. Must be crazy. Looking at the man in imperial robes, the men and women in the hall were either shocked or in disbelief. But there were also good people who were looking forward to seeing how things would develop. There is no other reason. This is the Love Building, the largest romantic venue in the entire Flower Street. Even Jyogon-level people dare not come here to cause trouble, because the owner of the Love Building is from the Miyamoto family, the head of Sakura Gyowu. In the Sakura Shogunate, the Miyamoto family is the real heaven. Come to Aiji-lu to order the boss lady's table? Although no one actually knows who the proprietress of Love Building is, it is well known that the boss of Love Building is a Jyogon-level samurai from the Miyamoto family named Miyamoto Kawasuki. Let's be a little boss lady. Doesn't this mean that he wants to introduce his wife to Miyamoto Kawa? Hello! Several strong men in black and white warrior uniforms came over and surrounded the man in imperial robes, all with solemn expressions. Your clothes! One of the leading strong men looked at the black gold imperial robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns on his body, and then looked at his black hair and golden eyes. His expression suddenly became extremely surprised. You? Cough. Excuse me. Who are you? The thugs are not fools. They don't just hit people when they see them, especially when faced with someone like Yin Xian, who can't clearly see his cultivation or grooming. Black and gold imperial robes embroidered with golden dragon patterns. Black hair and golden eyes? This characteristic. The Emperor of the Dalyuo dynasty? Damn it. You told me that the majestic Emperor of Dalyuo is now coming to the Love Building to find a woman? The strong man was in a strange mood. Is it possible? Isn't this nonsense? Brother, what nonsense are you talking to him about? Another thug looked displeased. How could Emperor Daluo come to our place to find a woman? From my perspective, this idiot is just a fool pretending to be Emperor Luo and looking for death. As soon as these words came out, the men and women watching nearby suddenly started whispering. Fake? Nonsense. How can it be true? That's right. Whose emperor needs to come to Flower Street to find a woman? But who would be stupid enough to pretend to be the Emperor of Dalyuo? That's why I say he is a fool. Holy shit, that makes sense. By the way, he is too young. Isn't Emperor Daluo an old man? I can't see clearly his cultivation level. I'm a 7-star alien blood warrior. This? Huh. That's interesting. The onlookers didn't mind watching the excitement. And there was constant laughter and laughter during the discussion. In fact, this is the news that Luo Di single-handedly destroyed the Violet Empire. It has not yet spread to the public. Otherwise, these Sakura people may not even be able to cry if they stop joking. After all, Emperor Luo went to Violet to kill the demigods. But he also destroyed a huge imperial city and killed at least tens of millions of Violet people. Hey. Suddenly, amidst the noise, a beautiful woman wearing a red strapless kimono appeared quietly next to Yingxian. Her skin is as good as snow. She has a beautiful face that can be said to be the most beautiful in the world, and a head of pink waist-length hair. And her beautiful pink eyes are as charming as silk, as if they have the magic power to enchant the soul, as if can steal any man's heart. But it's just as if. Yingxian looked at this charming woman with a calm expression. Sakurai Tamako, you said back then that if I want to come to you, I can just tell the people in the love building. But it seems this is not the case. A normal thing. Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words came out, the charming woman known as Sakurai Tamako seemed to have heard some big joke. She laughed so hard that her branches trembled, causing the men around her to look in a daze and become fascinated. Hey, Yingxian. After laughing for a while, she looked at the other person with an undiminished smile and said, what is normal and abnormal? Just the fact that you appear here wearing the Great Luo Emperor robe is already abnormal enough. Okay. Are you crazy? Huh? Did you lose the reputation of the Daluo dynasty? Death is like a lamp going out. I don't care about that. Yingxian looked indifferent and said calmly, as for the Emperor's robe, the artifact has its own will. It wants to transform into an Emperor's robe. But I can't do anything about it. Originally, we had a good agreement, and it turned into ordinary clothes. But just now he suddenly changed his mind and transformed into an Emperor's robe again. Well, it should be intentional. This guy likes to watch the fun. You've changed. Hearing this, Sakurai Tamako's eyes suddenly became complicated. You weren't like this before. This is so strange. If you were the old person, you wouldn't have allowed your artifact to disobey your orders. And you're not angry now? Maybe he's dying? Yingxian shrugged. A lot of things that I cared about before. Now that I think about it, they don't matter anymore. That's not possible. Sakurai Tamako looked up at his handsome face, with a pair of beautiful pink eyes as gentle as water. It will affect the reputation after death. The prestige of Emperor Daluo Shenwu cannot be smeared because of this matter. Buzz. As she spoke, the charming woman in a red kimono raised her right hand, made a secret with one hand, and released a pale pink halo of light that rippled and spread. The pink aperture covered the entire Flower Street area in the blink of an eye, erasing the memories of hundreds of thousands of people and causing them to fall into a deep sleep. Not even ordinary people, including those at the Jogo level, were spared. Demigod level spell the light of oblivion. Sakurai Tamako looked around at the fainted people in the hall, then smiled with satisfaction, and then looked at Yingxian. I erased their memories of the last hour, and now we can reminisce about the past. But I'm not here to reminisce. Yingxian looked at her with an expressionless face. I'm going to die. I don't worry that there will still be demigods in the world after I die. So, I'm sorry. I'm here to kill you. Sakurai Tamako. Chapter 572, The Weak String Puppet Yingxian. Kill me? Sakurai Tamako looked up at Yingxian, her pink pupils trembling slightly. Yingxian nodded slightly without expression. Suddenly, the evening breeze came through the window, blowing Yingxian's black hair, and also blowing Sakurai Tamako's beautiful long pink hair. Black hair and pink hair fluttered. However, not even a strand of hair between the two people could intersect with each other. Huh. Sakurai Tamako looked at Yingxian, with a bit of self-mockery on her face. Well, I thought I would be the special one, but I didn't expect it to be me. In your eyes, I am no different. Is it? Yingxian was silent. But, that's okay. This demigod-level female spellcaster from the Sakura Shogunate looked at Yingxian's handsome face with gentle eyes. At least, I can see you again before I die. And you actually remember what I said back then. Really, you came here and asked me to order the table from my boss lady. So you still remember the good times between us? Right. A 9th level soul has a photographic memory. Of course, I will not forget any memory. Ing Xian turned his head and avoided her fiery gaze. It seemed that such gaze made the Deluo Emperor feel a little uncomfortable. You know, that's not what I meant. Sakurai Tamako still looked at him with burning eyes. The sight of the woman in red has never left Ing Xian's face since just now. But Ing Xian was always avoiding his eyes intentionally or unintentionally. Are you married? Ing Xian looked at the decoration of the lobby of Love House and asked calmly. Is that Miyamoto Kawasuki? I heard some people mention this name, saying that he is the boss of this brothel. Then you are the boss's wife. You are his lady? I can't marry the one I love. At least I can marry the one who loves me. Sakurai Tamako said with a chuckle. Yeah, that's fine. Ing Xian nodded lightly. This kind of destination is not bad. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Sakurai Tamako's face instantly disappeared, leaving only disappointment. I lied to you. I didn't. Sakurai Tamako rubbed her brows tiredly. You still marry him if you don't love him. And then share the same bed with him? Fall asleep with him physically. And then think about you in your heart? That would be so unfair to Kawasuki. Kawasuki and I grew up together, and were like my biological brothers. I didn't want to hurt him, so I didn't marry him. I just wanted to find something to do. So I bought the Love Building from him, and helped him take care of his business behind the scenes. In fact, I helped him win this building back then. Ing Xian didn't speak anymore, just looked ahead. Silent, Sakurai Tamako looked at his back with gentle eyes. I should have come last. After a while, Ing Xian suddenly said, being here with you is a waste of time. I should come to you last. I think so. Sakurai Tamako smiled and said, at least, after you die, I can still hug you. And you won't resist anyway. No. Ing Xian shook his head and said calmly, I will not leave a corpse behind. The reason why I can have such combat power at this moment is that in addition to power, there are actually many factors, including my simultaneous superposition of I have learned 7 royal blood secret techniques to overdraw my vitality. So once my vitality is exhausted, there will be no bones left, but it will turn into ashes in an instant. Hey, you've changed a lot. But a lot of things haven't changed. At least you're still the same as before. It's really not romantic at all. Hearing this, Sakurai Tamako pursed her lips in depression. I never understood this. Ing Xian said calmly. Why? As soon as he said this, Sakurai Tamako looked at his back. Her eyes suddenly became complicated. Everyone knows that Emperor Wu of the Great Luotian never had a queen in his life. And he treated the concubines in the harem like reproductive tools. It's just that in order to carry out the task of reproducing the royal family, no concubine was ever summoned except for going to bed. Because of this, various rumors are flying. Some people say that because his father did not love his mother, he had a psychological shadow in his childhood and was repelled by women. Some people say that there is a fading white moonlight in his heart that he cannot forget. Others say that he likes men. In fact, these are all fake. Although the experience between your father and your mother is a bit complicated, it is undeniable that he still loves your mother very much. Otherwise, he would not have taken your mother out of the cold palace again after your brother left Daluo and recanonized her as the queen. Queen, I gave birth to you next. If you really want to talk about the influence of your parents, if you were raised by such parents, you should yearn for love more. Right? As for Bai Yueguang, if you hadn't lied to me back then, this kind of woman would never have existed in your short decades of life. As for liking men, you can't. Right? As he said that, Sakurai Tamako had a strange expression. Maybe it really is? Ing Xian turned around, looked at Sakurai Tamako, and chuckled. Perhaps I just like men, just like my ancestor, the 7th generation emperor of Daluo, who is fond of long yang and has a habit of cutting sleeves. Huh? Sakurai Tamako's eyes widened. But the next moment, she couldn't help laughing, with an intoxicating smile on her beautiful face. Hello. Sakurai Tamako looked at Ing Xian with a smile. You have really changed a lot. If it were you before, you wouldn't laugh and joke with me. But I really like you like this. It's him. Ing Xian pointed to his chest and said softly, he just told me that if things have come to this, then why don't I satisfy you as much as possible before you die? At least joke around and make you happy? After thinking about it, it's true. He? Sakurai Tamako blinked her clear pink eyes. Who is he? A special young man. Ing Xian said softly. Oh. Sakurai Yuzi nodded slightly, then looked at Ing Xian's chest and smiled softly. Hello. I still don't know who you are, but thank you. That? Sakurai Tamako took a step closer and said seriously to Aang Xian's chest. Can you please help me again, and let this stinky guy who doesn't understand romance go out for a walk with me? Where are you going? Aang Xian looked down at her with a calm expression. As long as it doesn't take too long. It's fine. Just a little time. Hearing this, Sakurai Tamako immediately raised her head, a moving smile blooming on her beautiful face. Follow me. The cherry blossom woman in a red kimono took Aang Xian's right hand, pulled him, and ran out of the lobby of the Building of Love. When Aang Xian lowered his head and saw this, he was slightly startled. But in the end, he did not break free and allowed the other party to hold him. That's all. Sakurai Tamako took Aang Xian's hand and ran out of the Tower of Love. She jumped into the clouds in the night sky, cheering for joy under the stars. Demigod is a very otherworldly level. He can travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye with ease. Sakurai Tamako and Aang Xian sometimes appeared in the northern ridge of the Sakura Shogunate, looking at the surrounding mountains among the lofty mountains. Sometimes they appeared in the South Lake area, smiling at the lakes and waterfalls. Sometimes they appeared in a lively night market somewhere, eating special snacks, feeding each other intimately. They look like an enviable couple. She is very happy. Aang Xian did not refuse, and cooperated with a smile from beginning to end. Finally, Sakurai Tamako and Aang Xian held hands and came to a mountain top within the Sakura Shogunate. The scenery here is very good. The moonlight pours down like water, providing a hazy and romantic moonlight for the nearby area. In addition, there is also a thick and huge cherry blossom tree growing here. The lush branches are full of bright and beautiful pink cherry blossoms, just like Sakurai Tamako's surname, and like this beautiful woman's long pink hair. Sit with me for a while. This is the last time. Sakurai Tamako and Aang Xian sat side by side on the grass with their backs to the cherry blossom trees, watching the cherry blossoms flying in the wind. During this tender moment, both of them were speechless, just sitting quietly. Thanks. Sakurai Tamako snuggled into Aang Xian's arms, suddenly closed her eyes, and said in a gentle voice, Aang Xian, I am very happy this night. It is what I have dreamed of. Thank you. That's good. Aang Xian nodded lightly. The next moment, his expression changed slightly, and he looked down suddenly. In arms. Sakurai Tamako closed her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, as if she was smiling. No interest. Only light blue fragments of light continued to escape from her body and merged into this beautiful world. Self-dispersed soul. This demigod of the Sakura Shogunate chose to commit suicide in the arms of his beloved on this night, when the moonlight was like water, and the cherry blossoms were dancing. Aang Xian looked at Sakurai Tamako in his arms, with complicated eyes, and was speechless for a long time. He just gently brushed a few strands of pink hair beside her ears for her, and then helped her gently sweep away a few petals of cherry blossoms falling on her shoulders. I guess you regret it. Suddenly, Li Guanqi's voice rang in his mind. You were the one who came to Sakura Shogunate and prepared to kill her. You were also the one who felt regretful after she committed suicide in your arms. Aang Xian did not respond and remained silent. He just sat on the grass, leaning against the big tree, holding the woman in red in his arms, staring ahead, watching the cherry blossoms falling from the sky. Silent. Sorry. Suddenly, Aang Xian said this unexpectedly. I actually lied to you. Aang Xian held the body of Sakurai Tamako and looked at the moonlight and cherry blossoms in front of him. Some memories flashed through his pale golden eyes. I lied to you back then. In fact, in my life, it is really true. A girl appeared. It was the end of winter of the first year after I turned 17, concealing my identity and undergoing 10 years of experience. When I met her, it was half a year earlier than when I met you. On my 18th birthday, there was no palace celebration that looked lively, but was actually empty. No hypocritical celebrations by civil and military officials. No company of my father, queen and mother, and no extravagant and wasteful food and delicacies. It was just her, and a table of home-cooked food she had cooked. But, with her around, it seemed better. She was born in a Qingzhou escort agency. She was not the daughter of the escort boss, not a human of different blood, and had no complicated origins. She was just the daughter of a horse slave in the escort agency. When she grew up, she became an ordinary handyman in the escort agency. Girl. She is not very beautiful. Any maid in the palace would be prettier than her. But, she just makes people feel very comfortable, like the cool breeze in summer or the warm sunshine in winter. I met her, and strangely enough, My heartstrings were touched. I became addicted to her company. And inadvertently, I stayed in that escort agency incognito for 3 months. Finally, on a snowy morning, I took breakfast and opened the door to her room. Then, corpse. Her cold corpse was lying at the door. Eyes closed. Motionless. At that time, I was already used to killings and corpses. But I never imagined that one day I would actually see the corpse of my beloved, lying like this in front of me. There was not only her in the room, but also another person. My father. It was he who killed the girl with his own hands. I have never seen my father so angry. As if I had done something treasonous, and should be punished by heaven and earth. He said that Wynn Township is the tomb of heroes. He said that he was very disappointed. He did not expect that in the first year of my solo experience, I would be obsessed with a low-level female untouchable. He said that the beloved woman is a weakness, and the Emperor cannot have weaknesses. He knew that I couldn't do it, so he helped me erase this weakness. Isn't that ridiculous? Okja? Speaking of this, Ingxian lowered his head and looked at the body of Sakurai Tamako in his arms, his face full of self-deprecation. Ha ha. Ingxian let out a suppressed laugh, half laughing and half crying. Do you really want to know what happened next? Nothing happened. I was scolded by my father, then left the escort agency, and then continued to practice step by step. I followed my father's wishes, became stronger step by step, killed, went to the Violet Imperial City, took off the head of the Violet Emperor, returned to the country and ascended the throne, took over his position, and continued to protect the Daluo dynasty. Just like him. Just like he hoped. That way. My whole life, I have been like a puppet on strings, following my father's wishes and living my so-called life. In fact, whose life is this? His or mine? Can't tell the difference. Is there any arrogant Shenwu Emperor in the world? He is just a weak coward. He dare not resist or disobey. From the bottom of his heart, he is a weak guy. So I actually admire my brother very much. Ingxian turned his head and looked at a small patch of water on the rocks next to him. A blurry young face was reflected in the water. I look a lot like him. Ingxian looked at the face on the water with a dazed expression. But I am nothing like him. I am far from it. He has all the qualities I dream of. He is strong, rebellious, dares to resist all injustices, and dares to take risks. No matter what the world is, just be who you want to be, and do what you want to do. If it were him, if I could be like him, would my life be different? Ah. Ingxian raised his head, looked at the bright full moon in the night sky, and murmured softly, Brother, am I ridiculous now? Not just now. Suddenly, another man's cold voice sounded, not far away, among the mountain paths filled with cherry blossoms. A slender figure walked slowly. It was a man wearing a red and white kendo uniform, with a red-sheathed samurai sword hanging on his waist. He was handsome, but his expression was gloomy at this time. His name is Miyamoto Kawasuki, a Jogan-level warrior of different blood. But now, he was looking at the most powerful demigod sitting under the tree, who could be called the invincible in the world, and said coldly, Ingxian, in my opinion, your entire life is both sad and ridiculous. I thought that the Shenwu Emperor of the Daluo dynasty was a hero and a legend. That's why Sister Yuzi was so enamored with it. But I didn't expect that the so-called Shenwu Emperor was just a weak puppet on strings. You bastard, what the HL? Emperor? Ingxian didn't even look at him from beginning to end. He just placed Sakurai Tamako gently under the tree and stood up. The moment he stood up, the Daluo Emperor, who was wearing a black and gold imperial robe, disappeared, under the tree with the moonlight pouring in and the cherry blossoms flying. There was only the cold corpse of a woman in red. Chapter 573, The Hidden Demigod. Boom! In the Western Ocean, deep under the sea, the Mermaid City? Suddenly, a terrifying pressure fell from the sky. The Mermaid Clan's formation had just detected it, and this pressure appeared directly inside the palace. Brush! A golden rainbow hit like a meteor, rushed straight into the palace hall, flashed past, and came directly to the Mermaid Throne. At this time, the hall was not empty. Instead, there were many high-level officials from the Mermaid Clan gathered together. Seeing this scene, all of them looked solemnly and cast their gazes towards the throne. In front of the throne, the golden light slowly dissipated, revealing an extremely tall figure, Ingxian, wearing a black gold imperial robe, standing with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent. On the throne, there is a male mermaid sitting. He is extremely handsome, with long silver white hair and a pair of golden vertical pupils, silver hair, golden eyes, and the blood of the Mermaid King. This king-blooded mermaid wears a golden crown on her head, which complements the golden scaled fish tail on her lower body. In addition, she wears an exquisite gold and silver royal robe on her upper body, while highlighting her nobility. It also completely explains his identity. The Mermaid King, Mo Siren, pays homage to Emperor Daluo. Seeing Yingxian's arrival, the Mermaid King quickly stood up from his throne, lowered his head, and crowned towards the other party, and said, "Okay, as a mermaid etiquette, meet Emperor Daluo." Immediately afterwards, dozens of senior mermaid clan members in the hall bowed their heads and saluted, shouting in unison. It is worth mentioning that the mermaid royal family is located in the West and all speak Western languages. But when they open their mouths, they speak extremely pure Eastern languages. In front of a strong person, all habits, including language, must be obeyed. At this time, Li Guanqi's voice suddenly sounded in Yingxian's mind. Mermaid? No way. The mermaid tribe actually has a demigod? How many demigods are there in this world? Quiet. Yingxian was a little irritated. Is it difficult to endure it? If you endure it for only half a day at most, I will die. But I can't help it. Li Guanqi's voice sounded again. Now I finally know how those artifacts feel in my mind. By the way, could you turn your head to the left and move your eyes away? I seem to see a mermaid that looks familiar. Yingxian frowned and was a little surprised. No, I let you stay in my body so that you can experience my precious experience of fighting demigods. This is obviously a reward from me. But why are you so angry? Forehead. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. I just want to say, shut up. If you talk again, get out. Do you understand? Luo Di said in a deep voice. Silence fell. Why don't you speak? Luo Di frowned. Didn't you tell me to shut up first? Li Guanqi said helplessly. Yingxian ignored him and looked around. His eyes slightly narrowed. His appearance was definitely sudden in nature, and it was impossible for these mermaids to detect it in advance. And these dozens of 8th-level mermaids, as well as 3 9th-level mermaids including the Mermaid King, were all gathered in the main hall at this time. This is enough to show that these high-level mermaids started gathering in advance, just to welcome his arrival here. Maybe these mermaids had waited all the way from day to night. You knew I was coming? Yingxian looked up at the decoration of the underwater palace and asked calmly to the mermaids around him. The affairs of the mermaid clan cannot be hidden from Emperor Daluo. The Mermaid King next to him lowered his head and said respectfully, Can't hide it? Yingxian glanced at him and said, To be honest, you almost managed to hide it. After all, who would have thought that a mere mermaid tribe could give birth to a demigod? If it weren't for a coincidence on the intelligence network, our Daluo would really have you won't find a demigod hiding here. The Mermaid King lowered his head, not daring to say anything for fear that he would make mistakes if he spoke too much. Okay, don't be afraid. Yingxian stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, I won't do anything to you mermaids. The reason why I massacred the Ziluo Imperial City during the day was because Daluo and Ziluan had an old feud for many years and had countless blood feuds. To be honest, I didn't disgust it with killing the Violet people. Secondly, it was a confrontation between demigods, and I was not allowed to hold back or even be distracted from protecting the civilians. What's more, it is the imperial capital of Violet. Those Violet guys didn't change places when they saw me coming. They obviously don't take the lives of their own citizens seriously. Their Violet demigods don't care about it. I, a Daluo person, don't care. What? Like the 2 demigods of the Tulip Empire and the former Khan of the Beimeng Royal Court. They took the initiative to run into no man's land as soon as I approached to avoid hurting innocent people. Of course, you mermaids are also very interesting. At this point, this sentence seems to be a joke. However, the Mermaid King cautiously raised his eyes and took a look, only to be horrified to find that the great Luo Emperor in front of him had a gloomy expression on his face. How could he be joking at all? He ran away? Yingxian lowered his head and looked down at the Mermaid King with a cold voice. He chose to leave you group of mermaids here and then run away. Didn't he think that I would vent his anger on you half-human, half-fish waste? That's why we've gathered here to await your arrival. The Mermaid King trembled, lowered his head, and quickly explained, If possible, Our mermaid clan is willing to provide all the help we can to find that demigod for you. That demigod? Ingxian frowned slightly. That's a bit of a name. Isn't he your ancestor? From the moment he abandoned our mermaid clan and fled for his life alone. He abandoned the honor of the mermaid clan, the Mermaid King said sullenly. If he is really the ancestor of the mermaid clan, he should not choose to leave at this time. He should stay and wait for you instead of leaving all the mermaids here to escape alone. This is simply a disservice to us mermaids. The clan doesn't care. Anyone can persuade others to sacrifice. When Ingxian heard this, he just looked down at the Mermaid King with his golden eyes. It doesn't hurt to stand and talk. What about you? Faced with a situation where you will die if you stay, will you run away? I will choose to use my life to seek a chance of survival for the mermaid tribe. The Mermaid King raised his head and looked directly into Ingxian's eyes. His pair of golden vertical pupils were filled with deep determination and seriousness. Your goal is just to make the world free of demigods. In addition, Daluo, there is no old grudge between the dynasty and the mermaid clan. So it shouldn't be difficult for you to let the mermaid clan go. Oh. Ingxian looked indifferent and said, It's always easier said than done. You talk so loudly. So just do it. What? The Mermaid King was startled. Not only him, but the dozens of mermaids around him also had expressions of shock and fear. Not clear enough? Ingxian looked down at him with a cold voice. Your ancestor escaped, and I couldn't find it for a while. I was already bored and didn't want to keep fish like you alive. But since you just said that, so be it. If you commit suicide, I will spare the lives of these mermaids and your people. No. As soon as these words were spoken, a little mermaid in a gorgeous little dress, who looked like a child, burst into tears. She cried and wanted to swim towards the Mermaid King. Father! However, she still failed to swim to her father. As soon as she broke away from her mother's arms, she was stopped by another 9th-level mermaid wearing silver-white armor. Well, I hate Western. Ingxian glanced at the little mermaid. Every time I hear this language, I will think of the Ziluo Empire and the years of blood feud between Ziluo and Daluo. Those histories are really unforgettable. Forget it. Anyway, Violet is almost finished. Ingxian looked at the Mermaid King again and said calmly, She is your daughter? Very good. Her 2 words in Western language successfully made me lose my patience. Hurry up. Otherwise, I will not be able to help myself. My little girl is stupid and rude. Please forgive me. Emperor Daluo. The Mermaid King knelt on the ground and cowed out heavily. I will. After a few seconds of silence, he lowered his head and shouted, I will. If this is all, if just using my life can save the entire mermaid clan, then I will. After saying that, the king of the mermaid tribe raised his head and took one last look at his wives and daughters. Then he gritted his teeth and suddenly closed his eyes with a sense of determination. But when Ingxian saw this, he frowned slightly and stretched out his right hand towards the Mermaid King's Tianling cap in displeasure, holding it with 5 fingers. You want to scatter your soul? Stop. Ah? The Mermaid King opened his eyes in shock and looked at Ingxian in front of him, his face full of confusion and caution. No. It can't be done. Is it possible that there are still demands for suicide? Is it wrong for a soul to scatter itself? If you try another way to commit suicide, I won't stop you. Ingxian's face was extremely ugly. But you just want to scatter your soul. Get out. Don't let me see you again. The Emperor looked at the Mermaid King, who wanted to free his soul. He didn't know what he thought of for a moment, and he was extremely irritated. With a wave of his hand, he directly lifted the Mermaid King away, smashed the dome of the hall, and flew to the sky tens of thousands of meters away. Sea area. But the mermaids present knew one thing very well. Their king, and themselves, survived. You demigod. Do you have any personal belongings that you use frequently? For example, wine glasses, bowls, chopsticks, knives and forks, etc. Bring them over. Ingxian stood with his hands behind his back, his voice cold. Yes, yes. Hearing these words, a Joglin-level mermaid general reacted first and disappeared in a flash. Then, in less than 3 seconds, he returned to the hall, holding a gorgeous wine glass inlaid with precious gems in both hands, walked up to Ingxian, and presented it respectfully. Dear Emperor Daluo, this is his most commonly used wine glass. He almost only drinks from this glass. 9th-level magic weapon. Ingxian reached out and took it. You have to use a 9th-level magic weapon to drink? This demigod of yours lives a more luxurious life than me. The Geogong-level mermaid naturally did not dare to answer the question. You? Ingxian held the wine glass, looked at the Geogong-level mermaid in front of him, and said calmly, pull your youngest king-blood princess over. Remember? She is a princess, and she wants a girl. The youngest one is the latest one to be born. The blood of the mermaid king. Yes. The Geogong-level mermaid turned around and left, then disappeared again in a flash. This time it took him about 10 seconds to return to the hall with a little mermaid girl in a green dress, silver hair and golden eyes. Ah! Immediately afterwards, the little mermaid girl let out a cry of pain, and in the palm of her right hand, a trace of blood slowly appeared, and strands of blood oozed out. All the mermaids around them looked nervous, wondering what the Emperor of Daliao was going to do. Call out. Ingxian waved his sleeves and a ball of blood flew out, came to the wound on the little mermaid girl's right hand, and hovered to a stop. Only then did the surrounding mermaids see clearly that it was a blood-red compass, emitting a hazy blood-colored light. The surface of the compass and the surface of the fingers were engraved with many strange runes, flickering with life and death. The blood oozing from the wound on the little mermaid girl's right hand gradually atomized and turned into a small blood mist, which was slowly absorbed by the bloody compass. As it began to suck blood, the pointer on the compass finally began to rotate, and it rotated rapidly, turning dozens of times in the blink of an eye, not knowing where it would eventually point. Boom! At this time, Ingxian crushed the jeweled wine glass in his hand and threw the fragments towards the bloody compass. The bloody compass burst into red light, swallowing up the fragments of the wine glass. The gorgeous wine glass that the mermaid demigod loved to use was completely destroyed. However, even if the bloody compass absorbed the wine glass fragments, the pointer on it was still spinning rapidly, showing no sign of stopping steadily. When Ingxian saw this, he frowned slightly and looked at the Geogong-level mermaid coldly. Are you sure the wine glass is okay? By the way, since that guy likes this wine glass so much, why doesn't he hold it himself? Absolutely no problem. The Geogong-level mermaid trembled and quickly explained. When he drinks, he always needs servants to serve him. So items such as wine glasses are stored and maintained by the wine room for a long time. Only when he wants to drink, he will let the maid serve him. Bring your glasses and wine with you. If there's nothing wrong with the items, there's something wrong with the people. When Ingxian heard this, he turned to look at the little mermaid girl who was being sucked by the blood compass, with a strange look on his face. Are you sure this girl is not a bastard? Is she really a royal blood descendant of your Siren clan? Or maybe, which of your demigod ancestors is the bastard? Hearing these words, the surrounding mermaids, including the Geogong-level mermaids, looked at me and I looked at you. But they all dared not show their anger. In the case of the Mermaid King, this issue is really a bit sensitive. His Majesty. Suddenly, Li Guanqi's voice sounded again. Ingxian frowned. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Do you really want to get out? No. I just suddenly remembered. Li Guanqi's voice was slightly hesitant. When I once traveled to the Oriental Islands, I met a mermaid princess. Well, it's not actually a real princess. She was the mermaid queen who cheated on another king-blooded mermaid. Which means the mermaid king, he was cheated. You said, since he was cheated once, is it possible that he has cheated for the second time now? No difference. Ingxian's face was expressionless. What I need is the blood of the last generation of Mermaid King. Not necessarily the Mermaid King's own bloodline. That girl has the characteristics of the Mermaid King's blood with silver hair and golden eyes. I won't tell the difference. Buzz? At this time, the blood-colored compass suddenly burst into red light, and the pointer also stopped. It shot out a red light in the direction pointed by the fingertip, directly tearing open a blood-red space crack. Well, it seems that there is no problem. It just takes a long time. Maybe that guy's shielding method is very good. Ingxian looked at the crack in space and stepped directly into it. Boom! Ingxian walked out of the space crack with a punch. Before Li Guanqi could even see what the demigod-level mermaid looked like from the perspective of the great Luo Emperor, Ingxian punched him into pieces, and his soul was completely crushed together. Luo Di, with a mediocre punch, directly shattered an island. Instead of being sunk, it was shattered. The entire island was covered by the aftermath of the fist and exploded directly from the inside of the mountain. The mountain fragments collapsed and scattered, and a huge tsunami was also shaken in the surrounding sea area. After the island exploded, Li Guanqi saw the surrounding environment clearly through Ying Xian's perspective. This is a remote sea area located somewhere, and the demigod mermaid has just been hiding in a cave on the island. Li Guanqi just barely saw that the mermaid seemed to be an old man with silver hair and golden eyes, naked, swimming in a lake in the cave. There were several beautiful mermaids in bikinis beside him. They were feeding him fruits just now, and they were quite enjoying it. Of course, those poor mermaids were also blasted to pieces by Ying Xian. After all, Luo Di will not show mercy to her. To be honest, I really don't understand. Li Guanqi's voice rang in Ying Xian's mind. You always say that letting me, says Thesia, you is a reward. But in fact, I can't understand it at all. Semi-god level battles are blurry to me. I'll understand later. The night was dark. Ying Xian was suspended above the sky, standing with his hands behind his hands, looking at the surging sea below, and said calmly, the effect of the synesthesia star technique is far more powerful than you imagine. You will thank me in the future. Remember, with every punch I throw, you may or may not be able to see it clearly now, but in the future, when you reach your realm, you will always understand. Li Guanqi, you are the first person to travel to another world. I believe you have an unlimited future. When the time comes, protect the Easterners and the Ying family. I will, Your Majesty. Li Guanqi's voice was sincere. Ying Xian nodded lightly. So, Your Majesty, where should we go next? Li Guanqi asked again. The Gu God Ancestral Temple in southern Xinjiang, the main school of the Curse Academy, and the Leisua Kingdom in the west. Ying Xian casually tore open a space crack and stepped into it. The Gu God Ancestral Temple is a bit weird. The two from the Curse Academy are hiding. Let's go to the Leisua Kingdom first. Although that place is remote, there is one of the oldest demigods hiding there. Chapter 570 for the previous generation of overlords in the west. To the west, the Kingdom of Reso. This is a very ordinary small western kingdom. Among the hundreds of vassal kingdoms of Violet, it is not even ranked in the top 30. Coupled with its remote location and poor resources, the Kingdom of Leisua can be said to be a breath of fresh air in the battlefields of endless wars. Since the founding of the country 300 years ago, it has never been invaded by an enemy country on a large scale. At best, there are constant minor frictions in the border areas, and this kingdom is very evil. In history, the Kingdom of Leisua has not never encountered the crisis of national annihilation. However, often the enemy's army has just been mobilized, and before the real attack has begun, various incidents occur within its own borders, leading to unforeseen consequences. Don't retreat, such as natural disasters and thunderstorms, neighboring countries invading the country, princes being assassinated, courtiers revolting, and so on. All kinds of strange and outrageous things will suddenly happen. It's really weird. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. People in the world are not stupid. It doesn't matter if it appears once or twice, even if it appears more than a dozen times. Even if it is a real fool, they all know that there must be something wrong with the Leisua Kingdom, and that there must be a strong person secretly protecting it. However, they never imagined that the one protecting the Leisua Kingdom in secret was actually a statue. Demigod. The night is as dark as water, and dotted with stars. In the exquisite back garden of Leisua Palace, Ying Xian looked at the old aristocratic man in front of him, who was watering the flowers. His voice was cold. It's actually the Emperor of Luo Dynasty who is here. The old man wearing an aristocratic attire hunched over, turned around with a showerhead in hand, looked at Ying Xian, and smiled kindly. I'm sorry. Leisua is a small place, and there really isn't much to welcome you. Anders Korver Hyamria. Ying Xian looked at the old man with purple hair and blue eyes, and narrowed his golden eyes slightly. You are the last bloodline of the Thunder God's blood hand Leia family. You are the oldest demigod in the world today. Actually, I don't understood. Why don't you continue the bloodline? What is past shall be past. The old man Anders smiled and shook his head, and said calmly, the era of the Han Leia family has passed. I choose to accept it, and let the Soul Empire and the Han Leia family end in my generation. Just like the great Luo dynasty. Likewise, it's time to turn the page on the Ying family's era. Isn't it? Ying Xian was silent. If my information is correct, you should be over 980 years old this year. Right. Ying Xian looked at Anders and changed the topic directly. Still 990 years old? Ha ha. I'm 996 years old. Even if you don't come, I don't have 2 years left to live. How do you know me? The old man Anders put down the shower and walked towards the pavilion in the garden. At the same time, he asked with a smile. I remember. I should have never entered the site of the demigod. Right. No one should understand the evaluation standards of your demigod. Old man, I have passed the assessment. I used to think that the demi-temple was a dispensable thing. Ingxian looked calm and followed the footsteps of this ancient demigod. But now that I think about it, it does have some meaning. For example, if there is a demigod like you in the world who has not been selected into the demigod, it means that there may also be people in the world. There are more unknown demigods who have always hidden their strength and never appeared. Certainly. With a smile on his face, Anders walked to the garden pavilion and sat down. After all, you just went to the Mermaid King city, didn't you? Isn't that fish a demigod that has not been discovered by the demigod? How many demigods are there in the world? Ingxian looked at him, with a hint of coldness in the depths of his golden eyes. Who knows? Anders sat on the stone chair, with a set of white ceramic cups on the table, and poured himself a cup of steaming black tea. It's a small, remote place in the countryside. I think you, Luo Di, don't like the rough things we have here, so I won't have many hands to pour them out for you. As he said that, he started drinking tea with a look of enjoyment on his face. I don't have time to bullshit you here. Ingxian's face was expressionless. What other demigods do you know about their whereabouts? Tell me all of them, and I will make your death easier. Otherwise, ha 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 ha. Before he finished speaking, Anders laughed loudly. Luo Di, you are indeed incredibly strong, but you have gone too far. I can't beat you. Is it possible that you can stop me even if I want to commit suicide? That's too unreasonable. Just say the punishment methods in your mind. Ingxian frowned slightly. It is more difficult to subdue an enemy than to kill him. But what is more difficult than subduing an enemy is to prevent the enemy from committing suicide. Ingxian knew very well that in this era, he was completely invincible. But invincibility does not mean omnipotence. At least this Anders wanted to destroy his own soul before he searched for it. And he really couldn't stop it. Luo Di, your idea is destined to be impossible to succeed. At this time, Anders put down the ceramic cup in his hand and looked at him with a smile. Do you want there to be no more demigods in the world? In order to protect the Great Wall from demigod-level threats? But you don't even know how many demigods there are in this world. You can only kill the known ones. But you can't kill the unknown ones. Listen to the old man's advice. If you are going to die, just die in peace. Don't think about this and that, and make you die without a sigh of relief. Oh, I forgot. With your situation, you probably won't even leave a body after you die. There's nothing I can do about it. Ha ha ha. This joke seems a bit cold. Besides, as he said that, Anders narrowed his purple-blue eyes slightly and looked at Ingxian with a meaningful smile on his face. Luo Di, you should be very clear about the way many people become demigods. Actually more similar to a seat. Just like the national destiny of your Daluo dynasty. Your father took it off and you took it on. And you became a demigod. When a demigod dies, a seat is left open for others to have the opportunity to become demigods. You killed Tulip's 2 demigods. But I can guarantee that in less than a year, they will rebirth 2 new demigods through the same method. Of course, there is a high probability that Violet will not have this chance. After all, in addition to the demigods, you have also killed more than half of the 9th level Violet people. Tulip will not miss the opportunity to beat the drowned dog. But, all in all, in my opinion, your act of killing demigods is actually meaningless. Not at all. Really. Having said this, Anders smiled again. Let me guess. It has been almost a full day since the Great Wall was opened. Right. How much energy has been burned? Even if it consumes the entire treasury and consumes 3,000 years of the Great Luo dynasty with all the information. How long can you keep burning? 1 month? 2 months? When you die, what can you do if those hidden demigods start to act? Who told you that when I open the Great Wall of Heaven, I would only consume Daluo's own resources? Ingxian looked calm. Anders' expression changed slightly. Ingxian turned his right hand, and 7 space storage devices of different shapes were suspended in his hand, including rings and necklaces. That's it. That's it. When Anders saw this, a smile appeared on his old face again. I'm just confused. I'm really ashamed. Since you don't want to reveal anything, then you can go and die. Ingxian didn't talk about anything else. just looked at the old man with purple hair and blue eyes coldly. Luo Di, compared to you, I am just one step ahead. Anders smiled, picked up the teacup on the table, and drank the black tea in the exquisite ceramic cup in one gulp. With a look of enjoyment on his back, he leaned back on the chair and slowly closed his eyes. Light blue light spots escaped from his body. Anders Korver Hyenria, Thunder God's blood, the last survivor of the Hanlea family, the oldest demigod in the world today. Just like that, he committed suicide, and the method he chose was to scatter his soul. For demigods, this is the easiest way to commit suicide. It is painless and just a thought. But when Ingxian saw this, his eyes were complicated, and he thought of the shogunate woman who had lost her soul in his arms not long ago. Well, Ingxian sighed softly, walked to Anders' side, and pulled off a space necklace from his neck. The 8th space storage device. Ingxian put this space necklace together with the 7 space storage devices in his hand. Beings that can be called demigods are very powerful, and almost all defensive formations are meaningless to them. Therefore, in any country that is guarded by demigods, their real resource treasure troves are all closely guarded by demigods. Which is safer? The reason why Ingxian killed the demigods was, of course, to eliminate the demigod threat to the Daluo dynasty. But in addition, it was also to obtain the energy to keep the Great Wall open. After all, it only relied on Daluo's own energy to burn. It won't be long. 8 space storage containers. 2 demigods are violets, and 2 demigods are tulips. 1 for the grassland and 1 for the shogunate. A mermaid demigod. In fact, the resources of the mermaid clan are not worth mentioning. And the new demigod doesn't have anything good either. Putting it away is just better than nothing. As for Anders' space necklace, it is on the same level as the Violet Empire and Tulip Empire. The Reso Kingdom where Anders is currently staying is certainly not worth mentioning. But Anders' space necklace stores not only the treasure trove of the Reso Kingdom, but also the Hanlea family. Hanlea is a powerful alien blood family, known as the blood of the Thunder God. Their family's thunder ability can be said to be the strongest thunder ability in the history of the new era. It is completely different from other similar thunder attribute abilities. A grade. 2,500 years ago, the Soul Empire established by the Hanlea family was the real overlord of the West. The Violet Empire and the Tulip Empire both took advantage of the situation after the internal collapse of the Soul Empire. As for Anders, as the last bloodline of the Hanlea family, the space necklace on his body still hides most of the Hanlea family's inheritance, which is very rich. Of course, it's all Ingxian's now. Ingxian's massacre today, in addition to eliminating 8 demigod-level threats, also almost emptied the treasure troves of the Violet Empire, Tulip Empire, Prairie Royal Court, Sakura Shogunate, and Hanlea family. Thousands of years of accumulation between countries are all contained in these small space storage containers. I don't understand. Suddenly, Li Guanqi's voice rang in Ingxian's mind. Your Majesty, how long are you going to keep the Great Wall open? Such a huge supergiant artifact cannot be opened even with the thousands of years of accumulation of big countries like you. How long? It will probably only be open for a year. Maybe less. Ingxian replied calmly in his mind. So it's going to close eventually. Li Guanqi hesitated slightly. Then it's like what Anders just said. What will happen when the hidden demigods in the world invade Daluo? Moreover, Anders just said that most of the ways to become a demigod are similar to seats. Once the position is vacant, it can be filled quickly. If that's the case, Your Majesty, your move to clean up the demigods today doesn't seem to make much sense. Of course. Ingxian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the stars in the night sky, and said calmly, demigods are also divided into strong and weak. If you kill the demigod, who has been famous for many years, even if a new demigod is born later, his combat power will be stronger than before, or weaker. In addition, it has been nearly a year since the Great Wall was opened, which is enough. During this period of time, with the Great Wall of Heaven, the demigods hidden in the world could not invade Daluo. Daluo was disintegrated, but it was not invaded by an enemy country, and not all Daluo people died. The national destiny would only fall apart, but it would not completely disappear. While the 8 pillars of the country are fighting endlessly, they will also reunite the scattered national fortunes. In this way, 1 or 2 demigods should be born among them, and that will be enough. I just hope the 8 kingdoms pillars don't disappoint me, and can get this done within a year, as long as they can give birth to demigods, no matter how hard they fight. This land will eventually be the land of the Daluo people. Even if the Daluo dynasty no longer exists, the re-established dynasty will ultimately be the east of the Daluo people. Dynasty, not foreign aliens. Li Guanqi was silent. By now, Ying Xian had already given up on the world of the Ying family, and basically no longer thought about letting the Ying family blood continue to be the emperor. As long as the Eastern dynasty is still ruled by the Daluo people, he can die in peace. Some people always say that Ying Xian did not have much merit as an emperor. But in Li Guanqi's view, from the perspective of national justice, Ying Xian was impeccable in his achievements. And you, Li Guanqi? Ying Xian said suddenly. Li Guanqi made a confused voice in his mind. What does it have to do with me? Of course it's none of your business. Ying Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. I will take you with me to let you personally experience my battle with the demigods, and let you feel my strength and state of mind from a first-person perspective. Why don't I give this kind of good thing to the Ying family? But for you, I thought you should understand. Taking advantage of others with short hands and soft lips. Li Guanqi hesitated slightly. I guess, Your Majesty, you want me to take more care of the Daluo dynasty in the future? The Daluo dynasty will soon become a thing of the past. Ying Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice. In the future, there will only be Daluo people, not Daluo dynasty. So what I want is mainly for you to take more care of the Daluo people. And the Ying family. The origins of you people who travel to other worlds. And the mastermind behind your travels, etc. etc. There are many things that I originally wanted to understand. But I don't have so much time. However, there is no doubt that only gods can do this. And as far as I know, the gods of the old era can't do such incredible things. The gods of the old era are just more powerful than us. But this kind of thing that connects the two worlds is obviously not something that can be done by pure power. That mysterious god does so many things. Maybe for fun. Maybe for other things. But the results are obvious. No matter what his purpose is. At least at this stage. He is helping you otherworld travelers become stronger at an extremely fast speed through the form of mission rewards. If my guess is correct, the ultimate goal of that god is to create a god. So, who to choose? I have no idea. All I know is that you time travelers have a system. And the system will display an extraordinary ranking list. And you, Li Guanqi, you are the #1 transcendent. If anyone has the most hope, it can only be you. So I choose you. Give you help. Save your life in the hands of Ying Xiao. And let you sense me. And take you to experience the feeling of killing a demigod with your own hands. Granting you favor. At this point, Ying Xian paused, and then continued. I hope my choice is not wrong. And I hope you are a person who knows how to repay kindness. That's true. But in fact, even if I am the one who repays kindness with hatred, I'm afraid the result will not change. Right? Li Guanqi's voice was calm. When Ying Xian heard this, his golden eyes narrowed slightly. Your Majesty, your thoughts are not difficult to guess. There was a faint smile in Li Guanqi's voice. Let me use the synesthesia star technique to temporarily integrate with you. And then in the process, impose your will on me. This is the last backup you have left. Chapter 575. The Ying family royal family abdicates imperial power? I don't know exactly how you do it. Li Guanqi's voice continued to ring in Ying Xian's mind. But after you die, if as expected, you will put a spiritual mark on the depths of my soul. Right? Or something like imposing will. Just like how after Luo Shirwang died, he discriminated against the will of the conjurer, integrated into the Great Wall of Heaven, and infected this land for 3,000 years. You'll do something similar. Give me the will to do everything I can to protect the land of Daluo and protect the Ying family. Or go one step further and help restore the Daluo dynasty when you are able. When did you guess it? Hearing Li Guanqi's words, Ying Xian's expression did not change at all. I guessed it from the beginning. Li Guanqi's voice was very calm. As you said before, not all of the Ying family is dead. So there is absolutely no need for you to leave this precious synesthesia opportunity to me. Since you are doing this, you must have something in mind. But once I face you, I have no right to refuse. Secondly, I really have no reason to refuse. It's a matter of mutual benefit. Isn't it? Very good. Ying Xian nodded approvingly. So you are not an idiot. In that case, I have more confidence in you. However, to correct what you just said, I will not ask you to restore Daluo. The Emperor of Daluo turned his head, looked at the corpse of an old man with purple hair and blue eyes, and said calmly, As Anders said, things in the past will eventually pass, and the powerful Soul Empire will disappear. Daluo, the same goes for the dynasty. Let it pass. Li Guanqi. The will I leave to you after my death will only allow you to protect the Ying family bloodline. Nothing more. This shouldn't be difficult. And most likely, you won't have to do anything. After all, the Ying family is not weak, and is not a little bird that needs to be taken care of. Even at this stage, the Ying family is still a giant to you. As for the 8 Kingdoms pillars, they probably won't kill them all. According to the national conditions of Daluo, if they want to stand on their own feet, the best way is not to completely eradicate the Ying family, but to get the approval of the Ying family royal family. That land is, after all, the land of the Daluo people. The Ying family represents the orthodoxy of Daluo. If they can get the recognition of the Ying imperial family, and accept the Ying imperial family's abdication of imperial power, it will be of great help to them in transforming the power of national destiny. The 8 Kingdoms pillars are not stupid, and will not abandon the power that is at their fingertips. Remember this sentence? Li Guanqi. Maybe you'll need it. If one day you also want to conquer the world of Zhuolu and establish your own dynasty, then you'd better find a way to get the orthodox concession of the Ying family. Because the imperial power obtained in this way was inherited from Daluo, and it was the continuation of orthodox imperial power, and the replacement of dynasties. This is not a false title, but a real identity, closely related to the strength of the national destiny, with the same share of the national destiny. If you are the orthodox inheritor, then you can exert all your strength. But if you are not, it is difficult to say whether you can exert 50%. The national destiny makes people obsessed. The person who first invented the national destiny condensation method was an absolutely epic-making genius. He condensed the faith of ordinary people and turned it into an unimaginably powerful force that even the 9 palaces had to look up to. Okay, that's it. Having said this, Ying Xian waved his hand, as if he wanted to end the topic. As the Emperor of Daluo, it was really difficult for him to talk about the disintegration of the Daluo dynasty without any fluctuation in his mood. I have one more question. Li Guanqi's voice sounded again. Ying Xian looked up at the deep night. His golden eyes narrowed slightly. Speak. Why don't you take my body? Li Guanqi asked. I just said you weren't an idiot. When Ying Xian heard this, he immediately frowned. But now you ask me such a stupid question again? Li Guanqi. Your stupid question has successfully refreshed my confidence in you. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. No, Your Majesty. Of course I know there is a reason. Otherwise you would not take me away. After all, we are not relatives. But in the end I am just guessing. I want to get a definite answer now. The real answer? Then tell me your guess. Ying Xian's voice was indifferent. Let me see if your guess can restore my confidence in you. Your Majesty, the source of your Ying family's lifespan problem is not actually the body, but the soul. So taking away my body will still not help. Right? Li Guanqi asked directly. Well, good. It seems you are still not stupid. Ying Xian nodded lightly. Yes. The root of the Ying family's lifespan problem lies in the soul. Starting from the age of 70, the core of our Ying family's soul will gradually wither. There are individual differences. The speed of each Ying family's soul drying up is different. Most of the Ying family members will be completely exhausted by the age of 80 or so, leading to death. Only very few of the Ying family can live to be over 90 years old. The Ying family flourished and had many heirs, but there were only 12 in history who could live to be over 90 years old. The first emperor was the only one in history who could live to be 99 years old. Therefore, everyone in the world says that the Ying family will not live to be 100 years old. This may or may not be true. After all, most of the Ying family members died at the age of 80, which is still a long way from being 100 years old. And my soul will soon be exhausted. Therefore, Li Guanqi, I will not take away your body. After all, even if I change to a Tongyu blood body, my soul problem cannot be changed and it will still wither. It is impossible for me to comprehend and open an ownerless law palace in this short period of time. In fact, I haven't been able to do it in decades. I want to solve the problem of the lifespan of Ying's emperor's blood. So far, I only know one way. Well, no, it doesn't really count. After all, I don't actually know the specific operation process. All I know is that my brother, Ying Xiao, successfully solved the lifespan problem of the Ying family by using the magician's magic organ to fuse Tongyu blood. I don't have surgical organs, so I'm destined to be unable to be like him. Li Guanqi, you should be lucky, because this is the biggest reason why you can survive. Hearing this, Li Guanqi became more and more confused and couldn't help but ask. But, stop. Ying Xian's face was expressionless. I know what you want to ask. But the question you want to ask is almost the same as questioning my IQ. You want to ask, why don't I first seize the body of a magician, and then use that body with magic organs to swallow the Tongyu blood in your body? Why would you want to ask this question? Could it be that you think that you are smarter than me, and that you can think of things that I, as the Emperor of Daluo, cannot think of? Are you kidding me? I tracked Ying Xiao all the way. So when I found you, the son of Tongyu, I thought of this possibility as soon as possible. But the next moment, I gave up this idea. Because historical records record that the Ying family seizes the body. No matter which body is seized, the soul power will automatically transform the body, allowing that body to produce the Ying family's strange blood out of thin air, and possess the golden body superpower of the Ying family. This act of transformation is completely uncontrollable and cannot be stopped. Moreover, when Ying's emperor's blood appears in the physical body, the magic organ, or the magic core evolved from the magic organ, will be rejected by the royal blood, resulting in rapid depletion and turning into a ball of rotten flesh. In other words, no matter who the Ying family takes over, they will have the blood of the Ying family again. But they can only be humans of different blood, and they cannot become a magician. Maybe in many cases this is a good thing, because this means that the Ying family, who have completely lost their body, can regain a body with the blood of the Ying family as long as their soul can escape and find a physical body to grab it, and they will still be part of the Ying family. But, because of this, I feel helpless, because this means that it is impossible for me to become a magician with magic organs. But I tried it a few times, because I don't understand. If Ying's royal blood is so repellent to surgical organs, then why can my mother give birth to a newborn like my brother, who is born with surgical organs and has royal blood coexisting in his body? And my brother isn't the only one. In the history of the Ying family, this kind of thing has happened many times. So I held on to my last glimmer of hope and started the experiment. But history books don't lie. No matter what level of magician my soul leaves the body and invades to seize the body, the core of the spell will be depleted and turned into rotten flesh the moment the body seizing is successful. This is still the case even if those apprentice spellcasters, who are not yet at the first level, and whose magic organs have not yet evolved into the core of the magic, are taken away. This is the characteristic of our Ying family. Like an irresistible curse. At this point, Ying Xian had mixed feelings in his heart, which finally turned into a sigh. My brother is really a genius. He is the only Ying family member who has successfully escaped the curse of lifespan. I see. When Li Guanqi heard this, he finally understood the whole thing. He knew that there must be a reason and some speculation about why Ying Xian didn't take him away. But he really didn't expect that the reason was so weird. The soul transforms the body? The souls and blood of the Ying family are really weird. As for Ying Zhao's success, of course it is because of his extraordinary genius. But it is undeniable that he does have a bit of luck. If he wasn't born with a magical organ, he wouldn't be able to fuse Tongyu blood. If he didn't have that perception technique that could be activated without spiritual power, he wouldn't have been able to secretly learn spells in the Daluo Palace when he was a child. Hard work plus luck equals greatness. From Ying Zhao's perspective, he successfully changed his own destiny, which is undoubtedly great. I only have a few hours left. Suddenly, Ying Xian raised his right hand and rubbed his eyebrows. The withering of the souls of our Ying family is not a gradual weakening, but will be concentrated in a moment. All exploded, and then completely withered and died. This is a good thing. At least we don't have the so-called aging and weakening phase. And we are always in our prime before death. But we can feel the time of death. Some people say that death is not terrible, but waiting for death is terrible. But for us, the Ying family, from the age of 70, we can clearly feel that we are getting closer and closer to the day when our souls will wither and we will die completely. In fact, I could have held on for a while longer. However, when I left my body and escaped into the netherworld in order to deal with Ying Xiao, my soul was affected by the space barrier of the netherworld, which accelerated the withering of my soul. I predict. As he spoke, Ying Xian raised his head and looked at the night sky, covered by clouds and mist. He could only vaguely see the hazy moon. His golden eyes narrowed slightly. Dawn? The Daluo Emperor whispered to himself. If nothing happens, I will probably die when I see the sunrise. I hope to stand on the top of Luoling Mountain in the capital and die watching the sunrise. I love the view of the sun rising in the east. Capital? Luojing. However, the geographical location is different and there is a time difference. Your Majesty? Li Guanqi's voice sounded. We are now in the Lisua Kingdom in the west. You can see that it is dark now. When we return to Luojing in the east, it will be dawn already. Maybe it will be noon. Have you considered this? Ying Xian was slightly silent. Li Guanqi. Yuzi said that I don't understand romance. Now it seems that you don't know how to speak according to the situation. Li Guanqi was speechless. He was clearly just reminding you kindly. Right? By the way, when it comes to Sakurai Tamako, Li Guanqi hesitated a little, but couldn't help but asked aloud in Ying Xian's mind. Your Majesty, is it really necessary to kill her? If you want to collect the treasury resources of the Sakura Shogunate, I don't think she will know how to do it if you ask her. Not giving it. After all, when she looks at you, her eyes of admiration almost turn into tears. So, based on your relationship with her, is it really necessary to kill that woman? Didn't Anders say that there are still demigods in this world who are hidden, and even you don't know who they are? Therefore, Your Majesty, you simply cannot kill all the demigods in the world. In addition, Sakurai Tamako loves you so much. I was thinking that if I keep her, she might help protect the Dalyuo people after your death. Well, of course, in the final analysis, I don't care about you too. Not much is known. So if I think wrong, pretend I didn't say it. However, when you looked at her body before, you did feel regret. No need to refute. Your Majesty, now I can feel every change in your mood. You do not understand. After hearing what Li Guanqi said, Ying Xian didn't have much emotion. He just shook his head slightly, then looked at the moonlight and said calmly, I know Sakurai Tamako. She really loves me. I have always known it. She must be willing to hand over the shogunate treasury to me. She was also willing to commit suicide in my arms without any complaints. However, even so, Li Guanqi will not infringe upon the land of Dalyuo after my death. Moreover, believe me, she will definitely be the first to take action. Keeping her alive is a huge danger to the people of Dalyuo. If I must say it, the risk of keeping her alive is comparable to Ying Zhao's resurrection. Li Guanqi was suddenly shocked. Ying Zhao's goal is to kill all the Dalyuo people. Is that woman so dangerous? More dangerous than you think, Ying Xian said in a deep voice. Silence lasted for a few seconds. So no more talk? Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel curious. Is that gone? Your Majesty, under normal circumstances, shouldn't you tell me why she did that? Too lazy to talk about it. Ying Xian's face was expressionless. I'll teach you a lesson by the way. In this world, you can't know the details of everything. Just like this. Oh. Li Guanqi smiled meaningfully. What's unreasonable? He clearly felt that Ying Xian was feeling a little sweetness and a little regret in his heart. Obviously, this matter definitely involves the love history of Ying Xian and Sakurai Tamako. But it's a pity that Ying Xian obviously doesn't like to talk about his love history. This love-hate relationship is destined to remain unknown to Li Guanqi. Can I ask another question? Li Guanqi suddenly said in Ying Xian's mind again. Ying Xian frowned slightly and sighed helplessly. It is said that people are kind to their words when they are about to die. Now it seems that when people are about to die, their temper will be much better. Normally, people like you have so many problems. Yes, I usually ask someone to take him out and kill him. Just ask. Your Majesty, you obviously want to eliminate hidden dangers for the Dalyuo dynasty before you die. So why not wipe them all out? Li Guanqi's voice contained a hint of thought. For example, for the Tulip Empire, you only kill demigods and don't care about the Jiogong level. You don't even care about the Jiogong level Dzogchen. Isn't that just giving them a chance to rebirth demigods? Why don't you just kill all the known Jiogong level people in the world? Wouldn't that make you less worried about foreign troubles? Suddenly I remembered something. If there is no external trouble, there will be internal strife. Your Majesty, could it be that the Tulip Empire was an enemy you deliberately left to the Dalyuo people? Chapter 576 Southern Xinjiang. The Mysterious Gu God Ancestral Temple. Exactly. Ying Xian heard Li Guanqi's words and nodded slightly. If the worries of foreign invasion are completely gone, what will happen to that group? There will just be endless infighting. Wherever there are people, the war will never end. The difference is who is at war with whom. If the people of Daluo are completely free from the threat of foreign enemies, the civil war will never end. But if there are enemies waiting eagerly outside the Great Wall, then under the stimulation of the foreign enemies, they will speed up the end of the civil war. Even at a certain stage, even if the civil war is still inconclusive, they will temporarily cease the war and jointly defend against the foreign enemies. This is my purpose. However, it is difficult to grasp the balance between leaving the enemy behind and leaving behind the crisis of national subjugation. I can only say that I will do my best. Hearing this, Li Guanqi could only respond with a chuckle. Your Majesty, I have always felt that the Baguza wanted to start a civil war and split, which was a completely unreasonable behavior, as if they were blinded by ambition. Similar. But now that I know you, I know that if you are not stupid, how can you be a fool if you can sit on the 8 pillars of the 8 kingdoms? It is not so much that the 8 kingdoms' pillars were blinded by ambition and started a civil war to seek the throne despite being surrounded by powerful foreign enemies. It is better to say that they were convinced of the psychology of you, Emperor Luo, and they dared to rebel without fear, because they know that you, the Emperor of Daluo, will take all precautions for them to resist foreign enemies, so that they, the rebellious officials and traitors, can rebel smoothly without having to worry about being taken advantage of by foreign enemies. This thing is so magical. Ying Xian was silent. Li Guanqi did not talk about this matter again. There are 2 left. After a moment, Ying Xian looked at the horizon, narrowed his golden eyes slightly, and said calmly, Spell Academy, Gu God Ancestral Temple. You killed the 2 demigods of the Tulip Empire early in the day. Li Guanqi couldn't help but be curious after hearing this. But after that, you went to kill other demigods. And until late at night, you didn't touch the Conjuration Academy. The Tulip Empire is at war with the School of Magic. If the demigods from the School of Magic take advantage of this period of time to invade the Tulip Empire first, will Tulip be doomed? Yes. Ying Xian nodded lightly. They had enough time. But those 2 people didn't do it. In the end, your own life is the most important. Li Guanqi was not surprised and said calmly, The academy is an academy after all. In the hearts of those people, there is neither family nor country feelings, nor a strong sense of community. At this juncture, it is obvious to the 2 demigods of the academy that escaping your pursuit is far more important than solving Tulip's Magic Academy and restoring the integrity of the magic world. By the way, Your Majesty, do you want to completely destroy the Magic Academy? I only kill demigods, and I won't touch anyone else in the Conjuring Academy. Ying Xian shook his head gently, with a calm expression. The impact of the Great Wall on my will is almost non-existent. As for the discriminatory influence I have received since I was a child, it is minimal because of the existence of my brother. Therefore, I do not discriminate. Conjurer. Nowadays, the new school of magicians is independent in the Tulip Empire. The school of magic is powerless, and the split of the magic world is a foregone conclusion. A world of magic divided into 2 would be much better than a world of magic completely extinguished. Li Guanqi, maybe you think that there are magicians in countries other than Daluo, such as the original speaker Violet. Why can't those palace magicians be called the magic world? Because they are too utilitarian to serve the palace power. The spells they possess are basically obtained from the Spell Academy, and their own contribution to the development of spells is almost non-existent. No matter what, the Conjuration Academy is an academic-oriented force. Their vigorous development is a good thing for the world. Although it seems that Daluo does not need spellcasters, I can tell you that it is completely false. In fact, the manufacturing ideas of many magic weapons and formations was inspired by a spell. However, in the past 1,000 years, the Conjuration Academy has been dominated by one school, which has caused some stagnation in the conjuring world. Monopoly is like this. When one force creates a monopoly, all aspects will begin to stagnate. Now that a new sect of magicians has emerged, the magic world after the split will usher in even more rapid development. Having a large group of powerful magicians who love academic research will be very good for the entire world. I hope spells will become more and more advanced. At this point, Ying Xian paused, and then continued, because I hope that the next newly established Eastern dynasty will be a new force that tolerates all things, and will no longer discriminate against spellcasters, but choose to accept spellcasters. Only by gathering the strengths of hundreds of schools can one become supreme. Accepting the spell? Li Guanqi was a little confused. But Your Majesty, didn't you say before that the reason why Daluo people discriminated against conjurers was mainly because of the influence of Luo Sherwang's will left on the Great Wall of Heaven? As long as the Great Wall of Heaven remains, The people within the Great Wall humanity will be affected for generations. And there is no way to change it. As soon as he said this, Ing Xian turned his head and glanced at Anders' body that was already starting to get cold in the garden pavilion next to him, and said calmly, "This old guy is right. It should be a thing of the past. Just let it go. Your Majesty, you..." When Li Guanqi heard this, he seemed to have thought of something, and his heart was filled with astonishment. "Okay, no more chatting." Ing Xian waved his hand. "The whereabouts of the two demigods from the Conjuring Academy have been found. It's time for us to set off." Li Guanqi. "Already found?" Li Guanqi was stunned. "No. When did you start looking?" Ing Xian frowned slightly. "Do you really think that I am alone? I don't even have anyone useful under me. I am the Emperor of Daluo. So of course, I sent my men to investigate. Do you even need to ask?" Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. No wonder Luo Di was not ready to trouble the demigods at the Conjuration Academy until now. He had been chatting with him just now. It turned out that it was because of Luo Di's men that they only got the whereabouts of the two demigods now. Buzz? Ing Xian raised his hand to tear open a crack in space and stepped into it. Boom. No change. Ing Xian was still doing the same thing. Just punching out of the space crack. Before Li Guanqi could see anything clearly, his terrifying punch directly set off a huge explosion. This time it was even more extreme than killing the demigod mermaid. At least when he killed the demigod mermaid, Li Guanqi barely saw the old man mermaid. But this time he didn't even see it. And now he and Luo Di share the same perspective. In other words, Luo Di didn't even see the situation clearly before he punched the opponent and completely killed the opponent. However, it is not certain. Luo Di most likely released his soul power and saw everything through soul scanning, while Li Guanqi could only share the eye perspective, in the physical sense, not the soul perspective. Ing Xian held a space necklace in his right hand, put it in his arms, looked around, and narrowed his golden eyes slightly. All I saw here was a blue stream of light. There was no physical substance at all, and there was no distinction between heaven and earth, because nothing existed at all. Ing Xian's punch just now did not cause any damage to the surroundings. It's a bit like the netherworld. There's only light and no real objects. Li Guanqi's voice sounded. What the H.L. is this place? I don't know. Ing Xian looked calm. But obviously, this place is far worse than the netherworld. It is not on the same level at all. Come to think of it, it should be a hidden small space discovered by the demigod spell master of this spell academy. I thought you can get through it by hiding here. Speaking of which, I don't even know what this person looks like. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. Your Majesty, if you do this, I really doubt that I can learn anything from you. You are a demigod magician. I also thought that I could take the opportunity to see what he wants. What kind of magical spells are you using? When a lion fights against a rabbit, he must try his best. When Ing Xian heard this, he just shook his head slightly, and then said in a deep voice, unlike humans of different blood, facing these magicians with strange methods, the best battle strategy is to kill them before they cast their spells. Lose. Didn't you also feel it when I fought against Speaker Violet before? At that time, I just wanted to gather my strength and see what spell she could use. As a result, her strange spell that caused the space to collapse almost banished me to the deepest part of the turbulent space. To be honest, once I was really thrown into that alien space. There was nothing I could do. If I hadn't smashed the 9-color cube at the last moment, broke the shackles, and successfully escaped, I would have really capsized in the gutter. Therefore, when facing the conjurer, I just hoped for a quick victory. Okay. No more. Next. After that, Ing Xian tore open the crack in the space and let this strange space filled with blue light flow. Boom. Ing Xian is still the same as before. Walk out of the space crack and descend. Punch out and kill the demigod instantly. And while instantly killing this demigod spellcaster, he also didn't forget to grab the opponent's space necklace. Then he would tear open the rift in space and leave. This time, I don't know if it was to take care of Li Guanqi, but Ing Xian deliberately slowed down a little so that Li Guanqi could see clearly what the opponent looked like. This demigod conjurer from the Conjuration Academy is a very beautiful royal sister. She wears a sexy slim skirt, has long green wavy hair, and beautiful aqua blue eyes. However, under Ing Xian, under the power of a punch, the female demigod didn't even have time to react. Her whole body was smashed into a ball of blood mist, and her soul was crushed at the same time. Ying Xian's fighting method seems very simple and direct to Li Guanqi at this stage. If you go up and punch him, no matter who it is, he will die if he touches it. Speaking of which, Ying Xian, as Luo Emperor, must have a lot of offensive artifacts. And as far as Li Guanqi knew, there was a flame magic sword that, according to Shan Kong, was not lower than the demon sword Lumo, which was used to help the one that Ying Xiao was cremated with. But Ying Xian never used even one offensive artifact from beginning to end. Southern Xinjiang, Gu God Mountain Range. The night is like water, and the bright moonlight pours down, covering this dense and quiet tropical rainforest mountains with a hazy silvery veil. The space above the mountains suddenly fluctuated a bit, and then Ying Xian's figure, wearing a black gold emperor's robe and standing with his hands behind his back, appeared quietly, looking down at the mysterious rainforest coldly. They are the only ones left in Gu God Ancestral Temple. Ying Xian looked deep into the mountains. His golden eyes narrowed slightly. I have basically killed all the demigods I knew, including 2 from Violet, 2 from Tulip, 1 from Prairie Royal Court, and Sakura Shogun. 1, the one hidden by the Mermaid Tribe, the one hidden by the Reso Kingdom, and the 2 from the Conjuration Academy. I've killed a total of 10 demigods so far. As for the Gu God Ancestral Temple in southern Xinjiang, I'm actually not sure whether it exists. But my father once told me before his death that southern Xinjiang and the Gu God Ancestral Temple located in southern Xinjiang are 2 different things. Long before the establishment of southern Xinjiang, the Gu God Ancestral Temple already existed in this humid rainforest full of insects and snakes. He said that the Gu God Ancestral Temple was very mysterious. The Gu God Ancestral Temple chose to be built within the borders of southern Xinjiang. Because of this, my father asked me to try my best not to interfere too much in the affairs of southern Xinjiang, in order to avoid getting involved with the Gu God Ancestral Temple. Therefore, Daluo has faced border harassment in southern Xinjiang over the years. Even if it sends troops to fight, it is basically just a scare. It has never really done anything to southern Xinjiang, let alone penetrated into southern Xinjiang. Many people think that Daluo did not dare to destroy southern Xinjiang because of the constraints of various Western countries, especially Ziluan. Li Guanqi, did you think so before? But it's not. The main reason is the mysterious Gu God Ancestral Temple. It's incredible. Almost all the kings of the southern Xinjiang were just weaklings at the Liuhe level. They could not even be a general in Daluo. Even in the Gu God Ancestral Temple, the Ancestral Temple personnel, who usually travel around the world, are basically Liuhe level and 7-star people. Bagua level Ancestral Temple personnel rarely appear. As for the Jiugon level, they are only rumored and have rarely been seen. People. So I don't understand. And I'm also very curious. Why on earth is such a force feared by ancestors of all generations? My father asked me not to have anything to do with the Gu God Ancestral Temple. But the funny thing is, when I asked him why, he said, that's what my grandfather told him anyway. He was just as puzzled as I was. But my grandfather's answer was also ridiculous. My grandfather's father also told him the same thing. In other words, at least the emperors of Daluo in recent generations did not know the situation of the Gu God Ancestral Temple at all. It was only because of word of mouth from the previous emperors that they never provoked the Gu God Ancestral Temple. Isn't this ridiculous? Li Guanqi, tell me, are you curious about the Gu God Ancestral Temple? Ying Xian looked down at the mysterious rainforest below, his golden eyes filled with a deep desire for knowledge. Forehead. Li Guanqi hesitated slightly. There is definitely something wrong with the Gu God Ancestral Temple in southern Xinjiang. First of all, after the future gods select extraordinary people and release them into the strange world, the first dungeon area they choose is neither the Eastern Dynasty Daluo nor the Western Overlord Violet, but this seemingly ordinary southern border. Why? Originally, Li Guanqi had no feelings about this. But now that he heard from Ying Xian that this Gu God Ancestral Temple in southern Xinjiang was even feared by successive Daluo emperors, he had to think deeply about the intention behind this matter. When I met Taoist Lin before, Taoist Lin also mentioned that there was something wrong with the Gu God Ancestral Temple, but he was not sure of the specific details, so he didn't tell him too much. But the question is now the time to figure this out? His Majesty. Li Guanqi thought about this and quickly said aloud in Ying Xian's mind, let me confirm again. The current situation is that my body and my soul have temporarily merged with you. In other words, after you die, you have to die. Right? Chapter 577, Ying Xiao's last message. Conspiracy? A sincere reminder? Uncertain. When Yingxian heard Li Guanqi's words, his expression remained calm. The current state of you and me is the advanced effect of the synesthesia star skill. It is not appropriate to say that we are integrated into one. You'd better understand it as I am. For you, it is a layer of armor. If my armor is destroyed, you will only lose the protection of the armor, and you will not necessarily die. But, since there is a being that can kill you, isn't it just a matter of blowing your breath to kill me? Li Guanqi's mood was extremely complicated. This, that, your majesty, since the emperors of all generations have told you not to provoke the Gu God Ancestral Temple, why don't you just listen? There is a song in my hometown called, Listen, Dad's Words. How about I give you a few words? Okay, you can shut up. Yingxian looked down at the rainforest below. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and his face showed excitement. I'm going to die. How can I care so much? If I don't figure this out before I die, I won't feel at ease until I die. Boom! Yingxian's figure flashed, directly setting off a burst of sonic boom airflow in the night sky, and swept towards the depths of the Gu God mountain range at an astonishing speed. Almost in an instant, Yingxian stopped. At this time, he had landed on the ground, surrounded by thick trees. Following his perspective, Li Guanqi also saw the scene ahead clearly. It was a gloomy black temple. The overall color was extremely gloomy, and black materials were generally used. Even the vermilion lacquered door was a dark red like dried blood. And the size of this black temple is a bit strange. To say small, not really. But when it comes to big things, it doesn't seem to be that big. This black temple looks like it can only accommodate 1,000 people entering at the same time. As the National Temple of Southern Xinjiang, the Gu God Ancestral Temple is obviously not qualified for such a pomp. In addition, this Gu God Ancestral Temple is not actually the structure of a palace complex, but a whole. There is only a single temple palace. The overall architectural style is somewhat similar to that of Daluo, with carved animal pillars, red lacquered doors, and black bricks and tiles. The roof is completely different from the grass and tree houses common in southern Xinjiang. Buzz? At this time, Yingxian raised his right hand and stretched it forward. Then, as if he had touched an invisible wall, his palm touched it, and ripples appeared in the space. Seeing this scene, his face became slightly solemn. Respectfully, Emperor Daluo, welcome your arrival. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the depths of the eerie black ancestral temple. It sounded like one person or a group of people, a man or a woman. In short, when Li Guanqi heard this voice, he immediately felt serious psychological discomfort. He couldn't tell where he felt uncomfortable, but it was very uncomfortable. And the way this sentence is broken up is obviously weird. Welcome to my arrival? Yingxian retracted his hand, stood in front of the invisible wall, stood with his hands behind his back, and said calmly, in that case, why don't you open the door to welcome me? When Li Guanqi heard this, he suddenly thought something was wrong with Emperor Luo's temperament. How could he say such nonsense? He had already forced his way into the Gu God Ancestral Temple to find out what was going on. Could it be that, facing this invisible wall in front of him, even Luo Di was powerless? No sound could be heard from the gloomy Gu God Ancestral Temple. And Yingxian didn't talk nonsense anymore. He just stood outside the invisible wall, with his left hand behind his back, and his right hand raised from time to time, touching the wall, causing the invisible wall to ripple in space one after another, and then quickly withdrew it. Interesting. The corners of Yingxian's mouth curled up slightly. What's the matter? Your Majesty? Li Guanqi made a curious sound. I can't break the space barrier. Yingxian replied calmly. But it doesn't matter. If you can't solve it with the law of space, then just break it with the law of force. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic coercion suddenly erupted in the body of the Emperor of Daluo, which directly suppressed all the big rainforest trees in the entire mountain range within a radius of thousands of miles. When Li Guanqi saw Luo Di's plan, he temporarily put aside the idea of letting Shun Kong help crack it. Maybe Luo Di could break it to pieces with just one punch? Respected Emperor Daluo, believe me, what you want to do is not a good choice. Seeing Yingxian's explosive pressure, as if he wanted to forcefully break the space barrier, the beings in the Gu God Ancestral Temple seemed to be a little panicked. And the strange voice came out again. We promise not to invade or harm Luo. You can leave with peace of mind. No. Don't do it again. Shut up. Before the other party could finish speaking, Yingxian interrupted the other party with a loud shout. If you don't know how to speak human words, don't say it. What a nonsense sentence. It makes me upset. Boom! After saying that, golden light erupted all over his body, and in an instant, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall golden giant. He raised his right hand toward the invisible wall and clenched it tightly into a fist. The superpower of the Ying family. The golden body of royal blood. Buzz. However, just before Yingxian's golden fist was about to hit the invisible wall, a burst of golden light erupted in the dark rain forest not far away. The strangest thing is that the golden aura is exactly the same as the golden aura on Yingxian. That's the sin of Ying's royal blood. Yingxian's golden right fist failed to hit the invisible wall after all, but hovered an inch away. He frowned slightly, put away his fists and posture. The golden light dissipated from his body, shrank back to his normal appearance, and started walking towards the source of the golden light in the rainforest. The distance is not far. About 200 meters. Yingxian took a step forward and was there in an instant. After arriving at his destination, what appeared in front of him was a golden ball of light suspended in midair. In the center of the light ball was a drop of golden blood. In other words, this so-called golden light is actually emitted by that drop of golden blood. Elder brother? When Yingxian saw the scene, his expression changed slightly. What? Li Guanqi and his body couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. What does it have to do with Ying Xiao? Could it be that the drop of blood on the opposite side came from Ying's royal blood in Ying Xiao's body? After all, there is no one else but Ying Xiao who can be called brother by Yingxian. With Emperor Luo's pride, he would not call other royal family members brother as well. Buzz? At this time, Yingxian suddenly raised his right hand and forced out a drop of golden blood from the tip of his index finger. This drop of golden blood was suspended in the air, slowly floating to the side of the drop of golden blood on the opposite side, and the two gradually merged. Boom! When the two drops of Ying's imperial blood were completely fused, the combined golden blood suddenly exploded and turned into a curtain of golden light, covering Yingxian and the entire area with a radius of 10 meters. Xiao Xian! Immediately afterwards, Ying Zhao's slightly smiling voice slowly came from all directions. What's going on? Listening to this familiar voice, the doubt on Yingxian's face became more intense. Well, let me guess. Ying Zhao's voice continued to come from all directions, with a somewhat complicated smile. Xiao Xian, this drop of blood I left will only react to you. It will only react to you when you activate the Imperial Blood Golden Body and prepare to release your power. Time. Resonance will occur. So, under what circumstances would you come to Gu God Ancestral Temple and prepare to release your power? It was probably when he was about to break into the Gu God Ancestral Temple and break the space barrier by force. If such a day comes, then, if nothing else happens, our affairs are over, and your time is approaching. So you choose to ignore the ancestral precepts of your father and previous emperors and come here, hoping to find out before you die. If that's the case, then I should have been killed by you by now. Right? Although I don't know how you can kill me. After all, I can hide in the underworld. Ha! This voice recording makes me want to laugh. I thought about many possibilities, and they all told me that you can't kill me, and I am the one who wins in the end. But in the end, my instinct told me that I would be the loser, so I still left this voice message, regardless of whether it is needed or not. Stay there first to be prepared. Xiaoxian, I can't talk about the specific things. With your character, you can't control yourself. So, I can only tell you. Father, well, what that bastard told you was right. Don't have anything to do with the Gu God Ancestral Temple. You must not do anything. Don't try to break the space barrier of Gu God Ancestral Temple. Don't go in. Absolutely not. Because once you break in and learn the truth hidden in the Gu God Ancestral Temple, the people from the Gu God Ancestral Temple will start taking action in advance. And you can't stop them. This is not a matter of lack of strength. No matter how strong you are, you can't stop them. By then, the Daluo you want to protect will perish together with the entire southern Xinjiang and turn into complete nothingness. The land within the Yutian Great Wall, as well as all the Daluo people living on that land, will cease to exist. And you, Xiaoxian, you will become the eternal sinner who started the disaster with your own hands and indirectly destroyed the Daluo nation. In addition, what I can also reveal is that even if you don't care now, the hidden dangers of the Gu God Ancestral Temple will still break out in the future. But children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. The affairs of the younger generation will be solved by the heroes of the younger generation. The matter of the Goo God Ancestral Temple is not something that needs to be solved in your life. It is too early and not in time. And you should not get involved in this matter. That's all. Xiaoxian. If you can really hear this, then listen to your brother. Go back and get out of here. As the words left by Ying Xiao came to an end, the surrounding golden curtain gradually dissipated, and the nearby rainforest environment returned to darkness. In the gloomy tropical rainforest, the leaves sway in the wind, and the chirping of birds and insects sounds from time to time. And Ying Xian, who was wearing a black and gold imperial robe, stood there with a tangled look on his face. His Majesty? Li Guanqi hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't help but said, "Is it possible that this message and the Goo God Ancestral Temple are the last backup left by Ying Xiao? For example, he is using this place to resurrect? Hypothetically. Suppose he needed this place to aid in the resurrection. And he also knows that the previous emperors of Daluo were afraid of this place. So before you die, you will definitely come here out of curiosity and want to find the truth. Therefore, he deliberately left a mysterious statement to confuse the audience, so as to prevent you from going into the Goo God Ancestral Temple to discover everything and prevent his resurrection. The purpose of his leaving these words is most likely to deceive you not to go in. Well, Your Majesty, I am just raising a possibility. You can use it as a reference. Of course, it's a possibility." Ying Xian frowned, and there was a hint of brilliance in his golden eyes. After a moment, the Daluo Emperor gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "However, there is a problem with the Goo God Ancestral Temple. Don't have anything to do with this place. It is something that has been passed down by word of mouth from the past emperors. This is not something that Ying Xiao can control. Could it be such a coincidence? The Goo God Ancestral Temple, feared by past emperors, could help Ying Xiao to resurrect? Besides, Ying Xiao likes to calculate so much and is so good at calculating people's thoughts. How could he not figure it out? How could I think that he was lying to me? If this was really him lying to me, it would be too mean. There was no reason for him to use such a cheap trick. The most important thing is, if what he said is true, if I forcefully break into the Goo God Ancestral Temple, it will cause the temple personnel to start some actions in advance, and then lead to the destruction of Daluo land and Daluo people. Then I will bear the responsibility. I can't afford the consequences. The Eternal Sinner, who caused the destruction of Daluo people." Ying Xian gritted his teeth, his eyes complicated. "I can't afford this consequence. Li Guanqi, do you understand? Of course you can bet on this matter. Bet that Ying Xiao is lying to me. Bet that he is playing tricks. Bet that the Goo God Ancestral Temple is the backup for his resurrection. Bet that as long as I break in, I can completely avoid future troubles. But I don't dare. I really don't dare to bet on the life and death of the Daluo nation." Well, having said this, Ying Xian lowered his head and sighed deeply, seemingly full of weakness and exhaustion. "Then we won't bet." Li Guanqi heard this, and after some reflection, he said seriously in his mind, "You are the Emperor of Daluo. Of course you cannot gamble with the lives of the people of Daluo. So let's stop here. Your Majesty, everything you have to do is over. Next, leave it to me. If this place is really the backbone of Ying Xiao's resurrection, then let me solve this matter completely in the future. And it will also give me a chance to kill him with my own hands. And if, in fact, Ying Xiao is not lying, and the Goo God Ancestral Temple indeed hides some conspiracy, and there is some hidden crisis that will erupt in the future, then leave it to me. If I am still in this world by then I will be the one to solve the matter in the Goo God Ancestral Temple. Your Majesty, this is my promise to you. You saved me once from Ying Xiao. This promise can be regarded as the reward I, Li Guanqi, give you. Pay." As soon as he said this, Ying Xian couldn't help but frown slightly. "Leave it to you?" "Certainly," Li Guanqi smiled and said. "Your Majesty, don't you believe me?" "No. Your possibilities are endless." Ying Xian's sword eyebrows gradually widened, and he smiled and said, "Are you a traveler from another world selected by the unknown god? Or are you the best person in the extraordinary ranking list? Able to stand out from the 100 million travelers? Of course you are worthy of trust. Then that's it. Li Guanqi, I'll leave this responsibility to you. Please, don't worry. Your Majesty." Li Guanqi smiled calmly. "I will do my best. Thanks." Ying Xian nodded, then turned his head and looked into the depths of the rainforest. There, an invisible space barrier still exists. There, a mysterious and unpredictable goo god ancestral temple still stands. So that's it. He obviously wanted to know the truth. But what secrets were hidden in that gloomy and dark temple? He was destined to not know for the rest of his life. A little disappointed, Yingxian shook his head and laughed. But life is full of regrets. The great Luo Emperor quickly regained his composure, waved his right hand, tore open a space crack, and stepped into it. So, as you said before, we are going to Luoling Mountain in the capital to watch the sunrise now? Li Guanqi asked softly. No. Yingxian's voice was calm. Before that, let's go back to the Great Wall of Heaven. Chapter 578. The Emperor comes to an end, and the sun rises in the east. Buzz. Daluo border. An area of the Yutian Great Wall. In the empty corridor of the Great Wall, the space twisted and swayed. A space crack appeared, and a tall figure, wearing a black gold imperial robe, stepped out of it. This place was the area of the Great Wall where Yingxian and Li Guanqi met each other for the first time. It was here that Yingxian burned his brother's body into nothingness with his own hands. And it was also here that the Great Wall of Heaven was opened. Speaking of which, Li Guanqi's voice rang in Yingxian's mind. When the Imperial Great Wall was opened before, wasn't there a golden light defense shield covering the entire territory? Why can't it be seen now? The Great Wall barrier is invisible and qualityless. Yingxian looked up at the starry night sky with a calm expression. When the Great Wall of Heaven is first activated, a golden light will appear. But soon, the golden light defense shield will turn into an invisible and insubstantial state. It will not block the arrival of sunshine and rain. Otherwise, without sunshine or rain for a long time, Daluo itself would be doomed without the invasion of foreign enemies. But for other threatening things, it will block it, like an invisible wall that even the demigods cannot forcefully break through. As for what is a threatening thing, Yutian Great Wall will make its own judgment. As an artifact, it does have no autonomous consciousness, but it can still do this and has never made a mistake. There was even a poisonous rain in history dropped by the Violet spellcaster. It looked like ordinary rain, but our people didn't realize there was any problem. The Great Wall noticed it in advance and blocked it. The ancient gods were really clever at making artifacts. After that, Yingxian stopped the topic and took out a total of 10 space storage devices of different shapes from his arms, including rings and necklaces. These are the trophies he got from killing demigods. They can be said to be the national treasury of countries such as Violet and Tulip, although it is certainly not the entire accumulation of the country over the past 1,000 years. It can be said to be most of it. Li Guanqi knows it without looking at it. How vast and precious are the things it contains. Opening the Great Wall is a waste of money. Yingxian shook his head slightly, looked at the floor tiles of the Great Wall corridor under his feet, let go, and threw the 10 space storage devices directly to the ground. And something strange happened. When these 10 space storage devices fell on the modeled floor tiles, they seemed to be submerged in the water. After a few ripples, they sank directly into it and disappeared. 1 year. Seeing this scene, Yingxian narrowed his eyes slightly. The consumption of these materials can probably sustain the consumption of the Yutian Great Wall for a year. In 1 year, the Great Wall of Heaven will be closed. Li Guanqi answered the question. No. Yingxian took a deep breath and looked up at the stars in the sky with a smile on his face. 1 year later, not only will the Great Wall of Heaven be closed, but it will also collapse at the same time and become history. Since the Daluo dynasty is about to cease to exist, there is no need for the Yutian Great Wall, which was the foundation of the Daluo dynasty, to exist anymore. The discriminatory ideas left by the first emperor and the deformed will imposed on the people of this land will also disappear together with the collapse of the Great Wall of Heaven. The land belonging to the Daluo people should be protected by the Daluo people themselves. I believe that even without the Great Wall in the future, people will still be able to protect their homes. The most important thing is that from now on, without the existence of the Great Wall, this land once called the Daluo dynasty will no longer be affected by the will of the first emperor. People's thoughts will be decided by themselves. Even spellcasters can live freely in this land. The countless families who have given birth to children with disabilities and children of spellcasters no longer have to suffer. The world will get better and better. It will definitely be like this. Definitely. Yingxian closed his eyes, and the smile on his face became brighter. Really? Li Guanqi thought secretly. In fact, as early as in the Reso Kingdom, after killing the demigod Anders, Ing Xian's words foreshadowed his decision. Li Guanqi strongly agrees with this decision. The idea of discriminating against magicians should not exist in the first place. Since then, everything has been done. Ing Xian slowly opened his golden eyes and said with a smile, My life, Ing Xian, has been complete. I have done everything I should and can do. Next, it is time to find a place where I can watch the sunrise, waiting for death quietly. Buzz, after saying that, he tore open a crack in space and stepped into it. Daluo Dynasty. Over the capital. The sun was high in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky, and the blue sky was extremely clear, as if someone had carefully washed it with water. Buzz. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space above a cloud, which startled several goshawks passing by. They quickly intensified the flapping of their wings and sped away. Ripples appeared in circles, eventually turning into a space crack. Ing Xian, who was wearing a black gold imperial robe, stepped out of the space crack, then raised his head, looked at the dazzling sun floating in the sky, and was silent for a moment. It's obviously still night at the Great Wall and southern Xinjiang. I just said that the geographical location is different and there is a time difference. Li Guanqi said quietly. You said before that I don't know how to speak according to the situation. Then forget it. Ing Xian smiled freely and said, That's right. Anyway, I am destined not to leave any bones. There is no difference between dying in Luoling Mountain in the capital and dying in other places. Have you told your family about your funeral arrangements? Li Guanqi was a little curious and asked cautiously. Your Majesty, don't you need to call your favorite concubine, prince, descendants, etc. in your last moments? It's hard to call the Cult Palace home. Hearing this, Ing Xian's eyes were slightly complicated. The so-called concubines and heirs in the harem are actually difficult to call family members. It can be said that I am not a good husband and father. I really have nothing to do with those people. Emotions, and I don't want to be surrounded by too many people when I die. Li Guanqi was silent. Change somewhere. The world is so big. There is always a place where you can watch the sunrise. Ing Xian smiled, opened the crack in the space, and left again. Above the sky, the space shook, and he left quietly, as if he had never been here. However, there are countless undercurrents surging in the prosperous city of Daluojing. Ing Xian traveled through space and traveled to many places around the world, and finally chose to come to a mountaintop in the Iabel Prairie. In this geographical location, the sun's rays have not yet arrived. The sky is still dark, and there is still some time before the so-called sunrise. In the vast night, heavy snow was flying, and the mountaintop area was covered with thick white snow. This snow mountain is actually the highest and most spectacular mountain range in the Iabel Prairie. Looking out from here, high-level alien-blooded humans, with excellent eyesight, can not only see countless orc tribes on the Iabel Prairie. From the base camp, you can even see the end of the grassland. Well, the scenery is nice. It's a good place to wait to die. Ing Xian, wearing a black gold emperor's robe, stood on the edge of the mountain cliff, with his hands behind his hands, looking at the endless night sky filled with stars. He looked at the starry Milky Way with a smile on his face. I haven't looked at the moon so easily for a long time. Now if I take a closer look, this world is actually very beautiful. Oh, and you. Ing Xian suddenly raised his right hand and tapped his chest lightly. You can come out now. There is no more battle for you to experience. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of silvery white starlight flashed on his chest, spreading in a radius of several meters in the blink of an eye, completely covering his entire figure. And when the starlight gradually dispersed, a second tall figure appeared on the top of the mountain, where there was only one person. Li Guanqi has white hair and blue eyes, and is dressed in black. It's better to have your own body than to hide in someone else's body. Li Guanqi smiled and stretched. Ing Xian didn't say anything. He was still looking up at the stars. His expression was in a trance, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Li Guanqi did not disturb the emperor's last moments. He just stood quietly and waited for time to pass. To be honest, he had never imagined before that this great Luo Shenwu emperor, who only existed in legends, would actually have such an intersection with him. Even in the last days of this emperor's life, the person beside him was not his beloved concubine or his loyal minister, but him, an outsider who did not belong to Daluo. Destiny is really amazing. Call. The wind and snow were blowing. Ing Xian stood motionless. Not only his shoulders were covered with frost and snow, but even his black hair was dyed white by the snowflakes. Li Guanqi? Suddenly, Yingxian spoke up. Li Guanqi next to him turned his head and looked at him curiously. What's the matter? Your Majesty? Yingxian still looked forward, looked into the night sky, and murmured softly, no matter what happens in the end, no matter what the unknown god wants you to do in the end, promise you to be kind to this world. I will, Your Majesty. Li Guanqi nodded seriously. Thanks. Yingxian smiled and turned to look at him. Speaking of which, the Beta Star sequence group you pulled is only for magic cultivation. Right. But you are a practitioner of both martial arts and magic. Do you have any clue about the star sequence of martial arts? Not yet. Li Guanqi told the truth. Then let me give you one last gift. Yingxian looked at him with a smile. Gift? Li Guanqi was startled. Is it allowed to enter the Daluo dynasty's star-guiding land? More convenient than that, Yingxian said softly. Furthermore, when it comes to increasing physical strength, there is nothing better than these 7 stars. The Daluo Emperor turned his head and continued to look at the night sky. Li Guanqi, I don't like the excitement. When I die, I don't want anyone to watch. Even if it's just you. I don't want it. So be it. Thank you. Your synesthesia made me feel young again in the last days of my life. Li Guanqi was a little puzzled. Boom! Yingxian did not explain, but directly raised his left hand, with his fingers spread wide. His palm directly blocked Li Guanqi's sight, and at the same time, a dazzling silver-white starlight bloomed in his palm. For a moment, Li Guanqi stood there in a daze, his blue eyes gradually losing focus. His eyes, as clear as sapphire, began to change. These eyes actually began to reflect the stars in the sky. And in this starry sky, there were 7 stars that were exceptionally bright and dazzling. At this time, Li Guanqi had completely lost consciousness. He was in a trance, half awake, and directly entered the state of attracting stars, just like pulling stars. Buzz! Yingxian's left hand continued to bloom with silver starlight, completely covering Li Guanqi's entire body. This process lasted for 7 minutes, and when Yingxian put down his hand, the silver starlight did not dissipate, but still enveloped Li Guanqi. And it can be seen very clearly that in this silver starlight, there are 7 golden light balls, circling and flying around Li Guanqi's body. Instead of trying to attract the stars yourself, let the stars find you. Yingxian smiled as he looked at Li Guanqi, who was in a state of attracting stars and unconscious. Puff! The next moment, Yingxian's face suddenly turned pale. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood into the snow beside him. This behavior just now seemed to be extremely draining on him. Yingxian glanced at the patch of snow stained red with blood, then raised his head and looked at the stars in the night sky. A hint of helplessness appeared on his pale face. Now I have to live a few hours less. If I do this, can I really still see the sunrise here? As he spoke, he shook his head with a wry smile, then walked to Li Guanqi's side and brushed his right hand over the space necklace around his neck. Boom! The next moment, a 10-meter-long golden skeleton landed heavily on the snow next to it, raising a cloud of snow mist. The structure of this skeleton is strange. It looks like the skeleton of a giant snake. However, the shape of the skull is obviously not a snake, but very much like a dragon. There are 2 golden antlers on the top of the head and a pair of wing bones on the back. Structure: the demigod level remains of the 3rd generation Golden Dragon King. This is good stuff. Yingxian's right hand gently brushed the golden frame. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he shattered the golden skeleton with one palm, turning the semi-god level golden dragon bones into a piece of golden bone powder. Yingxian's right palm gently vibrated the air, pulling it with skillful force, causing the piece of golden bone powder to rise and fall in the air. But it did not fall to the ground. As for his left hand, he used the fingers together as a sword to cut off Li Guanqi's back. Facing Luo Di, the invincible demigod of this era, Li Guanqi's black suit, which was only the 8-layer Ares divine armor that had been unlocked, was powerless and was cut open by Yingxian's finger. Not only that, Li Guanqi's back was also cut with a long wound, and the bones were clearly visible. Buzz! Yingxian controlled the golden bone powder, using this wound as the entrance, and sprinkled it all in, allowing the golden bone powder to completely enter Li Guanqi's body. Then Yingxian withdrew his hand. Without his influence, the wound on Li Guanqi's back healed in an instant, and the golden bone powder was completely sealed inside his body. Li Guanqi. Yingxian lowered his eyes, looked down at him, and murmured softly, "Actually, I have always suspected that Tonyu blood has another characteristic, and that is plasticity. The first generation of Tonyo's son in the old era only had the ability to command insects. In his hometown, you are like insects. So he called himself Tonyu and decided on the name of this bloodline. Later, another generation of Tonyo's son absorbed the blood of the cursed spirit. From then on, the son of Tonyu can control the same level of cursed spirits. Later, you extracted the genes of the night elves and made them into potions. Then, the son of Tonyu gained the ability to control the night elves. What about you this time? The bones of the third generation Golden Dragon King are now in your body. If it cannot be absorbed, it is just a waste of semi-god level weapon refining materials. But if you can absorb it, maybe, with the power of Tonyu blood, you will gain an unexpected ability? Controlling a dragon? Or transform the giant dragons and turn those big lizards into winged celestial dragons, like the third generation Golden Dragon King? However, I am destined to not know the final result. Goodbye, Li Guanqi. After that, Yingxian lifted up Li Guanqi, who was shrouded in starlight, and threw him away. He turned into a spot of light on the horizon and disappeared completely after a few flickers. When you wake up in a few months, you should have the strength to fight against the Jiugong level. Yingxian retracted his gaze and whispered to himself. In this turbulent era, if you don't have the power of the 9 palaces, you won't have the ability to protect yourself, huh? Suddenly, Yingxian seemed to notice something, and quickly turned around and looked at the horizon behind him. There, the clouds cleared and the fog dispersed. A golden morning light gradually emerged, and there seemed to be a red semicircular outline, looming in the golden morning light. The sun rises in the east. It seems that my luck is still good. Yingxian looked at this scene with the corners of his mouth raised and a smile on his face. As time goes by, the rising sun rises completely into the sky, spreading golden and warm sunshine to this beautiful world. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! At the top of the snow-capped mountains, the tall figure wearing a black gold emperor's robe also collapsed completely amid a burst of hearty laughter, dissipating into a golden hazy light spot and dissipating in the windy and snowy sky. The end of the emperor. The sun rises in the east. The era of the great Luo Shenwu emperor was over. However, the war-torn world of heroes fighting for hegemony has just begun. Chapter 579, The World's Number 1. LV90 Li Guanqi. 4 months later. Ding! Transcendent Tao follows nature. Your 6th trip to the strange world has ended, and you have been directly teleported back to the real world. The following is your current information. Spiritual power, LV69, 69.9, peak of the Lioha level of spells. Physical body, LV3 none. Soul, LV79, 79.9, 7th level death realm peak soul. Comprehensive level, LV79. Longhu Mountain. An unnamed peak. Among an unnamed Taoist temple. Lin Xianbai, who was wearing a black robe exclusive to a conjurer and sitting cross-legged on a futon, slowly opened his eyes, looking at the familiar and unfamiliar scene in the house in front of him, which he had not seen for more than a year. A look of confusion flashed across his black eyes. But soon, Taoist Lin seemed to remember something, stood up quickly, and rushed to the door in a slight panic. Boom! He pushed open the door, and bright sunshine greeted him. And Lin Xianbai looked forward and froze on the spot for a moment. The tip of his nose was red, and there were tears in the corners of his eyes. His body was trembling, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Outside the nameless Taoist temple, under a thick banyan tree, fallen leaves were flying, and a woman stood gracefully. She was wearing an ill-fitting gray robe, holding a broom and sweeping fallen leaves. But in addition to the mismatch in size, this robe with oriental characteristics also didn't quite match her beautiful western face. However, compared with these, what is more special about this western beauty is that she has waist-length hair that is as white as snow. It's not just long hair, though. Even her eyebrows and eyelashes are all beautiful white. And she even has a pair of dreamy pale pink eyes. Uh-huh. Seeing Lin Xianbai push open the door and go out, the white woman stopped sweeping the floor, grabbed the broom tightly with both hands, looked at the other person, and smiled. Long time no see, Xianbai. At the end of saying this, she couldn't hold back her tears, and tears welled up in her beautiful pink eyes. But this did not mean sadness, but tears of joy. Looking at Lin Xianbai in front of her, she was crying and smiling. Annie! Lin Xianbai suddenly rushed out of the Wuming Taoist temple, came to her, hugged her tightly in his arms, and cried loudly without any concealment, as if he wanted to transfer the self-blame and guilt in his heart these days to the sound of crying. Let it all out together. All right. Annie patted his back gently, and even though she was crying, she lay in his arms and said softly, You are such a crybaby. I thought I'd never see you again. Lin Xianbai hugged the white woman tightly, very hard. I don't know either. Annie gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, then snuggled into his arms and chuckled. I can't explain clearly. I just woke up suddenly and found myself in a very strange and unfamiliar place. It's surrounded by the cars and high-rise buildings you once told me about. Do you know? When I was crossing the road on a zebra crossing, there was a very big car that didn't slow down. I was really scared at that time and almost flipped it over with a spell. But in the end, I held it back. Then, not long after I was walking on the street, a group of people calling themselves Penglai came to me. After arriving at the Penglai headquarters, I saw your photo on a wall, and I said that I knew you and that she was your wife. Then the group of people were confused. Ha. You really should have seen their expressions at that time. But funny. And then, Before Annie could finish her words, she was abruptly interrupted by Lin Xianbai bowing her head and kissing her, next to the banyan tree, amid the falling leaves. The kiss took a long time to break up. I'm taking you to meet someone. Lin Xianbai hugged Annie's waist, looked into her beautiful pink eyes, and spoke softly. Who? Annie's face turned red. She blinked, and seemed a little panicked. Your parents? Do you want to see your parents? But I am of Western descent. Will they accept me? Will they? No. Lin Xianbai interrupted her softly. Don't be nervous about my parents' affairs. They can't control my marriage. Besides, we'll discuss this matter later. What we should see most now is another person. Our savior. Ah? Hearing this, Annie's fair face showed a bit of surprise. Savior? In other words, the reason why I can be resurrected is because someone you know saved me? Who is he? Is he a god? God? Lin Xianbai smiled. Maybe he will be in the future. But now? Ding! Before he finished speaking, a soft sound suddenly came from a nearby grassland. And then a virtual 3D projection appeared on the grassland. It was the upper body projection of a beautiful woman. Her expression was extremely solemn, and her eyebrows were filled with deep worry. Miss Han? When Lin Xianbai saw this, his heart suddenly sank. Taoist Master Lin. Something seems to have happened while watching the chess game. Come here quickly. Rain City. Hilltop Villa. In the living room. Before Annie even had time to change her clothes, Lin Xianbai tore open a rift in space and teleported all the way here. At this time, she was still wearing an ill-fitting black and white robe, sitting on a blue sofa seriously, holding her legs and knees with her hands a little uneasily, looking up to the left from time to time, and from time to time to the right. Take a glance. There is no other reason. At this time, here, the atmosphere here is too depressing. Lin Xianbai, who was dressed in black robe, stood on the left, with his arms folded across his chest, looking ahead, his brows furrowed, thinking constantly, and the other, and glanced warily to her right. It was a tall and charming woman with black hair tied into a high ponytail. She wore a simple pure white short-sleeved upper body with a hem tucked into the waistband. Her lower body was clad in a pair of high-waisted blue-tied jeans. A pair of straight and slender legs are on full display. But whether it was an illusion or not, Annie always felt that this beautiful sister named Han Mengyao would lift her straight long legs in the next moment, and then directly kick the coffee table next to her. Boom! Suddenly, a flash of fire flashed in Han Mengyao's eyes, and then a coercion exploded from her body, shattering all the windows of the entire villa. Countless fragments flew everywhere, including the glass coffee table next to her. Annie's eyes widened immediately, and she quickly released a piece of pink spiritual power to form a shield to block the glass fragments. Miss Han, please calm down first. Lin Xianbai first glanced at Annie in the pink light shield, and then said seriously to Han Mengyao, I know that the current situation is very bad, but we should calm down. Calm down? How can I calm down? Han Mengyao looked at him with a gloomy face, a pair of golden-red magical vertical pupils full of anger, as if flames were burning in her eyes. Guanqi looks like this. How can you tell me to calm down? Lin Xianbai frowned slightly. These eyes? Although some humans with different blood would change their eye color and hair color when using the power of different blood. But for some reason, he always felt that Han Mingyao at this time didn't look like Han Mingyao. Sorry, Taoist Lin. At this time, Han Mingyao lowered her head and gently rubbed her eyebrows. When she raised her head again, her golden red vertical pupils returned to normal black. The woman looked ahead, her brows full of worry. Fine. Lin Xianbai didn't pay attention to Han Mingyao's strange behavior just now, but turned his head and looked forward as well. There was a patch of gold and silver starlight, and 3 golden balls of light were vaguely visible, hovering around it. Well, around. Surrounded by a terrifying skeleton dressed in black and covered in flesh and blood. The skeleton's entire body exudes a hazy golden light, as if it were made of gold. It is about 1.9 to 2 meters tall, which is the same as Li Guanqi's height. But in fact, you don't need to rely on this to tell, because there is an incomplete picture hanging on the skull. Facial skin, although it was somewhat incomplete, and the face looked very thin due to the lack of flesh and blood filling. It could still be recognized that it was Li Guanqi's face. In other words, this unconscious person suspended in the gold and silver starlight, with bloody flesh and bones exposed, is Li Guanqi. Concern leads to chaos. It was normal for Han Mingyao to lose control of his emotions when the most beloved man turned into such a horrible, half-dead state. Lin Xianbai could understand it. After all, he had experienced similar things not long ago, and he was better than Han Mingyao at that time. Not much. But the man who saved him was the flesh and blood skeleton in front of him. Watching chess. Lin Xianbai took 2 steps forward and looked at the flesh and blood skeleton in the gold and silver starlight with a thoughtful look on his face. Speaking of which, why are all the bones in Guanqi's body golden at this time? Although the 3-level body refining realm of different blood humans is also known as the golden body realm. But the meaning of the golden body realm does not mean that the bones will turn golden from now on. It just means that the moment they break through, the bones will reflect the golden light, and they will only turn gold for a moment. Wrong. The gold and silver starlight that enveloped him, the 3 golden light balls, and the strange golden skeleton radiated a faint majestic pressure. He was obviously not about to die, but seemed to be practicing some special skill. Same method. All in all, Guanqi is still alive. This is a very certain fact. Lin Xianbai turned around, looked at Han Mingyao, and said seriously, because on the extraordinary ranking list, King is still ranked first. It means that Li Guanqi is still alive, and a dead person cannot continue to dominate the ranking list. And 23 days ago, he just became the first transcendent in the world to reach LV90 in comprehensive level. Rather than saying that he suffered any danger, it is better to say that he is still practicing at an astonishing speed as before, making it impossible for us to catch up. Having said this, Lin Xianbai subconsciously called up the system's ranking list. Extraordinary ranking list. 1. King. The pinnacle of all living beings. Level, LV90. 2. Tao follows nature. Under 1 person. Level, LV79. 3. Fist and ask the sky. 3rd in the world. Level, LV69. For .V, LV68. 5. JKX, LV67. 6. Lily, LV67. 7. Kobe, LV67. 8. Gay LV.67. 9. The Breeze is Casual, LV67. 10. Angel King, LV66. I couldn't even touch him. Han Mingyao lay lying outside the golden and silver starlight, beating the starlight with both hands, as if hitting a wall of light. She could not enter at all. She could only look at the skeleton Li Guanqi inside through this layer of starlight with tears in her eyes. Lin Xianbai also looked here, frowning. He didn't understand. Li Guanqi had artifacts on his body. If Li Guanqi was in a deep sleep, why didn't his artifacts react at all? It would have been nice to come out and report that he was safe, but he didn't. Han Mingyao lowered her head, sighed, raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and turned to look at Annie on the sofa. Sister Anne? Han Mingyao looked at the broken glass fragments scattered on the ground, and then bowed her head apologetically. Sorry. No, it's okay. I'm fine. Annie quickly waved her hand, then stood up, took Han Mingyao's right hand, and comforted her softly. Although I don't know what happened, I feel that since Mr. Li has helped so many people along the way, then he will definitely be blessed by God, and he will be fine. Well, I hope so. Han Mingyao looked at the white woman and forced a smile. Taoist Lin? Then, Han Mingyao looked at Lin Xianbai again, took a deep breath, as if to suppress the sorrow in her heart, and began to think rationally. She looked at the other party and said in a deep voice, You should also know that in the real world, there is such a thing as a fate battle, and the degree of danger in this matter is always adjusted according to the strongest son of luck. And he will also take the initiative to find the son of luck. The previous few times, it was Li Guanqi who solved the problem, because he is the strongest son of luck, and he does his duty. But what about this time? While he is here, the fate battle may still come to his door. But now that he is in a coma, how can he solve the fate dispute this time? Perhaps protected by this layer of gold and silver light, he would not be harmed. But what about the outside world? The consequences of the battle over luck are never limited to endangering individuals. Just like what happened in Egypt last time. If the great witch of the Yu dynasty succeeded, the entire world would be in ruins. There is me. Lin Xianbai looked at Han Mingyao with a solemn expression. I don't know what will happen next, but I will go all out to protect this world that Li Guanqi loves and that I also love. Han Mingyao lowered her head and sighed helplessly. There was nothing she could do. The extraordinary beings who were selected by the gods and qualified to travel between two realms were not at the same level as the humans who stayed in the real world. This time, the extraordinary beings stayed in the strange world for 365 days plus 210 days. Nearly 600 days. In the real world, less than 60 days have passed. The huge time gap, coupled with the fact that the two worlds are not at the same stage of extraordinary civilization, makes it impossible for her to keep up with the footsteps of these extraordinary people no matter how hard she practices, let alone protect Guanqi. A deep sense of powerlessness filled Han Mingyao's heart. Ding! Suddenly, the ring on Lin Xianbai's right hand rang. He frowned and tapped the ring with his left hand. Taoist Lin! A virtual projection was projected from the ring. It was a bust of a man wearing a Penglai uniform with a serious expression. Just a minute ago, a street in Lingcheng suddenly experienced violent spatial fluctuations. And then, according to the personnel at the scene, judgment, that area of space seems to be, already, intertwined with the weird world. What? Han Mingyao next to him heard this, and his expression suddenly changed. Say clearly! Lin Xianbai frowned and said in a deep voice. What exactly is going on? Please tell me more clearly. That's it. That's it. The Penglai members gritted their teeth and said loudly. The area with a radius of 20 meters has turned into a big pit. The convenience store that originally existed and the citizens in the convenience store have all disappeared, replaced by a building full of southern Xinjiang buildings, a style treehouse, and there is a family of southern Xinjiang people inside. 1 boy, 1 girl, and 3 children, all of whom are ordinary humans. The above is a summary of the current events. Hearing this, Lin Xianbai's face turned extremely ugly. Spatial intermodulation? The Nanjiang treehouse and the Nanjiang family came to the real world. In other words, the original convenience store and the citizens in the convenience store have now traveled to the southern border of the strange world. Chapter 582 Parallel times and spaces come into contact with the sinkhole. Lingcheng. Flower Market Street. Yellow isolation tapes were pulled up one after another. Many staff members wearing Penglai uniforms looked serious and were carrying out personnel evacuation and environmental isolation work. However, they still could not bear the pushing of many reporters and citizens. These excited guys seemed to want to force their way in and see the secrets and truths sealed by Penglai. In the extraordinary 5 years of information explosion, it is very difficult to hide the truth. The sinkhole that suddenly appeared in Lingcheng Flower Market Street. The convenience store that no longer exists. The southern Xinjiang tree house that replaced it. And the frightened and strangely dressed family of 5 southern Xinjiang people. These on-site photos were taken as early as the first time he was photographed by passers-by and posted online. Even if Penglai controlled the network and deleted and blocked relevant information in time, it was still too late. These incidents were already known to most netizens before they deleted the information. People recognized that kind of tree house, which is obviously a civilian building from another world. The southern Xinjiang kingdom. Most of the basic information about the strange world, such as how many superpowers there are in the world, what style of buildings, what style of clothing, what kind of appearance and characteristics of the people in various countries, etc., etc. These things will be revealed after humans reveal the existence of extraordinary beings. In fact, it is no longer a secret. There are extraordinary people who enjoy the immersive feeling of traveling through another world. Just like a real-time traveler. Doing the things of doing as the Romans do. Practicing step by step. Fighting. And dancing on the tip of a knife. Or choose a more peaceful life. Work honestly in another world. And enjoy the life of ordinary people in another world. But some extraordinary people are not. They don't want any sense of ghost substitution. They brought weapons such as firearms, grenades, and even mortars to the strange world through the space ring. And used these hot weapons to obtain a considerable degree of convenience in the early stages of practice. In addition, there are also many extraordinary people who go there with their mobile phones, take photos and videos, and then return to reality and post the photos and videos on the internet to gain traffic, fame and fortune. This kind of person is called an otherworld blogger. Among them were travel enthusiasts, who took photos of many local cultural customs in southern Xinjiang. Through this, ordinary people in the real world were able to understand what another world is like. But the world is not such a fairy tale. Compared with these things, what is more popular is often other things. For example, on some websites that are popular among men, the so-called celebrity face swapping and famous teachers have already fallen off the rankings. Instead, there are various bad videos of real girls with animal ears, compared to real-life cosplays with earmuffs and fake tails. These real cat and fox girls are obviously more sensible. Or something darker. Videos of using spells and supernatural powers to brutally dismember a person are also extremely popular on some websites. The method of traveling between two realms is actually far more colorful than what Li Guanqi has ever known. Because of this, people in the real world actually have no less understanding of the strange world than most low-level transcendent beings. However, sometimes knowing more is not a good thing. People in the real world already have a general understanding of how powerful extraordinary power is. In addition to the videos posted online by extraordinary beings, the Thunder Dragon smashing the city in London 2 months ago also allowed many London citizens to experience the power of extraordinary power at close range. Of course, some people are optimistic. They believe that if extraordinary power and mankind's existing thermal weapons are to come into a head-to-head confrontation, the destructive power will not be much different. So there is no need to be afraid at all. But they forget that destructive power is not exactly equal to combat power. And, head-on? The problem is, the power possessed by the alien blood humans and the magicians does not require a head-on confrontation. They can directly bypass the so-called artillery missile nuclear weapons and directly carry out military beheading operations one after another. Those at the Lyoha level who master the laws of space are even able to teleport through space, appearing and disappearing, making them impossible to detect. On the internet, there are endless debates about supernatural power versus technological weapons. So nowadays, one of the hottest topics on major website forums is, what will we do if aliens invade? Some people think this is alarmist, but it turns out that this day is not far away, and has even already arrived. Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. In Huasher Street, in a large pit with a diameter of 20 meters, there is a peculiar treehouse standing, which is also a 3-story structure. Inside the treehouse, in the living room on the 2nd floor, several Penghuai members gathered around a family of 5. Although they said comforting words, they all look serious. The families sitting on the rattan chairs are all from southern Xinjiang, wearing the unique ethnic costumes of southern Xinjiang. At first glance, these clothes look very similar to the traditional costumes of the Miao people. But if you look closely, you will find that except for the similar colors and general outfits, the details are completely different and cannot be compared at all. There is a family of 5. A middle-aged man and woman. The parents. 3 children. 2 brothers who are about 10 years old. And a little sister who is 6 or 7 years old. In southern Xinjiang, this is a normal family structure. And the 5 of them are indeed ordinary people in southern Xinjiang. Ordinary humans who do not have different blood. But this is just the beginning. The people who have traveled through time now are ordinary people. But what about next time? Da-da-da. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. And then, a figure wearing a black hooded robe appeared at the entrance of the stairs. When the family of 5 from southern Xinjiang saw this, their expression suddenly changed slightly, and they quickly stood up from the rattan chairs. Except for the youngest girl. Everyone in the family was extremely embarrassed. In southern Xinjiang, the status of conjurers is very high, and their reputation is far-reaching. But this so-called reputation is often more feared than respected by ordinary people. And these beings who are feared by ordinary people always like to wear this kind of pure black robe with a hood, which has almost become a stereotype and iconic clothing. Master Conjurer, don't blame me! Suddenly, the middle-aged man from southern Xinjiang knelt down, kowtowed to the black-robed figure and cried, Sir, don't blame me! The magician! Don't blame me! The magician! Our family doesn't know why we broke into your territory. We are wrong! We are wrong! Please spare the lives of our family! Taoist Lin! When several Penglai members around saw the visitor, although they did not kneel down, they all lowered their heads with some respect. Lin Xianbai nodded lightly, looked at these people and said calmly, You go out first. Don't let any citizens or reporters in. Yes, Taoist Lin. Several Penglai members immediately stood at attention and said a military salute, then left in an orderly manner and walked down the stairs. Don't be afraid. Get up first. Lin Xianbai came to the middle-aged man, bent down and helped him up. May I have your name? He asked softly, looking into the other's brown eyes. Kekulub, the middle-aged man said tremblingly. Very well. Kurub, I want to ask you some questions now. Lin Xianbai smiled, pulled up a wicker chair and sat down, with a gentle expression on his face. Sit down too. All of you. You can't stand while chatting. Yes, Master Conjurer. Kruber glanced at his wife and children, and sat down again with fear on his face. Let me introduce myself. I am the Supreme Commander of Penglai, Lin Xianbai. Lin Xianbai looked at the family of 5 from southern Xinjiang and smiled. As for what Penglai is, it is a bit complicated to explain, but you will know it in the next few days. So now, allow me to ask you some questions. First of all, Kruber, tell me, what happened recently? Kruber was stunned. What's the big deal? Lord Lin Xianbai, I don't quite understand. That's it. Has anything big happened in the world recently? Lin Xianbai looked at him with a smile on his face. For example, what happened to a large mercenary group? Or what happened to a high-ranking official in southern Xinjiang? Facing Lin Xianbai's gentle smile, Kruber's nervousness eased slightly. Listening to this question, this dark-skinned man from southern Xinjiang scratched his head and said with a slight hesitation, Nothing happened in our southern Xinjiang, but I heard that there was a big problem outside. I also listened to the town guards chatting in the tavern. As if to say something, the emperor of the Daluo dynasty next door suddenly passed away 4 months ago. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xianbai's pupils suddenly shrank. Emperor Luo died? How can this be? Which weird world does this Kruber come from? After the death of the Daluo emperor, Kruber didn't notice Lin Xianbai's state, and just continued. After he died, the 8 pillars of Daluo began to fight for the throne, and the whole Daluo seemed to be at war. Actually, I don't quite understand. Is Baguza the emperor's son? Why can they compete for the throne? There is no news about the emperor's sons. Just listen to the 8 surnames Wei, Yun, and so on vying for the throne. But there is no one named Ying. Isn't the Daluo royal family named Ying? In addition to this, there are many big things happening outside. Hey, Lord Conjurer. Speaking of this, Kruber looked at Lin Xianbai and added, I heard these from the guards in the town. I'm not sure. What did they say? The Violet Empire was suddenly destroyed, and that the Queen of the Tulip Empire was assassinated by the Conjuring Academy last month. Because of this, the war between the Tulip Empire and the Conjuring Academy has escalated. In fact, I don't know much about these national events, but if you ask me, I will tell you. I heard it. Lin Xianbai sat on the rattan chair, frowning. He pondered for a long time before he raised his head again, looked at the man from southern Xinjiang opposite, and said with a smile, Very good. Kruber, I have a few more questions. Well, before that, where are you? What are you doing? Before this, Kruber was stunned for a moment, and then slowly narrated, I am at home with my wife and children. I am a tailor. Yesterday the Jabwa guard in the town came to me and asked me to give him. A few hours later, Longhu Mountain, Penglai headquarters, conference room. Now things are basically clear. Lin Xianbai was wearing a Penglai uniform and stood at the head of the silver-white round table. The other seats beside the round table were all virtual 3D projections. They were all the supreme commanders of extraordinary institutions from various countries gathered together at this time. Hold a collective meeting. The theme of the meeting was naturally the sinkhole that appeared in Lingcheng Huasher Street. Codename, Tianqing Incident. The family of 5 who travel to our world are from southern Xinjiang. Lin Xianbai looked at the virtual projections around him and said in a deep voice, "And the weird world they came from has been verified to be Weird World number 1. The world-class events they have heard about can only be found in Weird World number 1. Matches the number. Before the time travel, they were all doing normal things at home. According to them, they first felt an obvious sense of dizziness. After about 3 seconds, they found that the environment outside the window had changed, that is, they had traveled to our place. This Tianqing incident is a spatial interplay. In the southern border of the Weird World number 1, the small space where their home is located and the small space in Lingcheng Flower Market Street have exchanged space with each other. In other words, when this family from southern Xinjiang traveled to our world, the original convenience store and the 8 people in the convenience store should have all traveled to southern Xinjiang at this moment. Then he's probably dead." Next to the round table, a middle-aged Westerner wearing a suit said with an expressionless face, "In a place like southern Xinjiang, if you suddenly travel to the past, in addition to being killed, you will basically be dragged away and sold as a slave. Of course, you will have worse luck. The situation is that he was arrested by the southern Xinjiang magician for research." Lin Xianbai glanced at it. That man was an extraordinary being from France. "We have no means of rescue." The projection of another Western woman shook her head. "According to the current flow rate between the weird world and the real world, by the time we go to the weird world next time, they will probably be in trouble. Save me. Let me fend for myself." A fat man smiled and said, "When we traveled through time, who could come to save us? We had to rely on ourselves." Speaking of the speed of time, a tall and thin man frowned and said, "Did you notice that when we returned to reality this time, the system did not prompt us about the change in the time flow rate? It was clearly mentioned last time. Isn't it 10 to 1 last time?" The other male projection smiled and said, "According to me, the next time we travel, the speed of time will be 1 to 1. As long as we stay there, reality will pass. Thank you for being able to laugh." A female projection looked at him coldly. "When you stay in the weird world for a year or 2, the cuckold your wife has cuckolded you for will probably be taller than you. It doesn't matter." The man laughed cheerfully. "I am playing with mine in the weird world, and she is playing with hers in the real world. Let's have fun together." Ha ha ha. Lin Xianbai's eyes turned cold when he saw this scene. With the increase in the number of time travels and the growth of the power of extraordinary people, the top leaders of extraordinary institutions in various countries have basically been replaced by extraordinary people. After all, at the extraordinary level, power is the tool of speech. However, the quality of these new so-called senior executives varies greatly. The quality here does not refer to ability. He can fight his way through a strange world and is constantly getting stronger. So his abilities are not bad. The quality identified by Lin Xianbai refers to the attitude towards ordinary human beings. And these guys are basically the same as the nobles of the strange world. After mastering extraordinary power, they actually don't care about the lives of ordinary humans at all. Or maybe, this is just human nature. Let's get back to business. Everyone. The projection of a blonde woman had an expressionless face and a cold voice. This sinkhole incident is spatially interoperable with our real world. And it is the weird world number 1. According to the information provided by many extraordinary people in the strange world number 1. We know that the process of the strange world number 1 is obviously different from other strange worlds. And there has been a huge turning point. As we all know, there are still 100 weird worlds existing today. Most of these worlds have different years and inconsistent timelines. The one with the furthest year has even advanced to the year 4876 of the new era. The difference in time is mainly caused by the different times it took for extraordinary people to complete the dungeon when it was still a dungeon mechanism. However, even in the world of 4876, Emperor Luo of the Great Luo dynasty was not dead. Although there were constant rumors of an impending end, he was still alive after all. Although the Tulip Empire and the School of Magic have been at war for 3 years, the Tulip Queen is not dead. However, in the strange world number 1 whose timeline is only located in 4873, Luo Di has passed away, and the Tulip Queen was successfully assassinated by the Conjuring Academy. In the strange world number 1, around the end of June in 4873, Emperor Luo of the Daluo dynasty, Yingxian, suddenly activated the Great Wall of Heaven. Then, he single-handedly killed all the known demigods in the world, destroyed and massacred the entire Violet Empire, and killed most of the 9 palaces of the Violet Empire. which can be said to have directly led to the destruction of the Violet Empire. To destroy Violet, the Western hegemonic power, by one person is terrifyingly powerful. But such a strong person died the day after the country was destroyed. His death led to a direct division within Daluo. The 8 kingdoms' pillars began to fight, and the war continued in the mainland of Daluo. But since the Great Wall of Heaven has not been closed, people outside Daluo cannot enter, and people inside Daluo cannot get out. They are like being locked in a box, without any external threats. They began to fight each other. In the same year, in mid-September, the Queen of the Tulip Empire, Isabel Elizabeth, was successfully assassinated by the School of Conjuration. This was a trigger that further intensified the war between the Tulip Empire and the School of Magic. It can be said that in the Strange World No. 1, war has become the main theme of the world. During the civil war in Daluo, the 8 kingdoms' pillars and the Ying family were invincible when united, and each became king when divided. The wars continued endlessly. The 9 states of Daluo had basically been divided by their 9 families, and each family had just one state. The Tulip Empire and the School of Spells go to war. After the destruction of Violet, there were no restrictions on the hundreds of vassal countries in that area. They were already at war, and now they are fighting even more crazily. I heard that there is another one called the Kingdom of Dark Night, which can be said to be extremely powerful and unstoppable. However, it is such a chaotic world that is merged with our real world at the spatial level for the first time. Everyone, isn't this worth pondering? As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became quiet. Anyway, with the LV90 Extraordinary King here, as long as no Jiogong level guy comes through, we don't need to worry at all. Right. At this time, the projection of a white girl said with a smile, her face full of admiration and yearning. Just like the last incident in Egypt, he is always protecting the real world. He is simply the patron saint of our real world. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Xianbai. Everyone knew that although the Extraordinary King was not the manager of Penglai in China, he was from China, and only Lin Xianbai could contact him. It's a pity. Everyone. Lin Xianbai's face was expressionless. The Extraordinary King who you regard as the patron saint of reality has fallen into a coma and cannot be awakened. That is to say, if there is any crisis next, we will have to rely on ourselves this time.